Chapter 1. You have cooled down. Not, sir. You are far too impatient. Accompanied by the creaking of the door being pushed open, the intimate gasps of a woman and a man filled the air, mingling with an unusual, cloying sweetness that pervaded the room. The room remained dim, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window. The distance from the door to the bedside was short, yet garments lay scattered across the floor. Soon, the bed began to shake, a scene of enchanting intimacy unfolding. However, behind a screen within the room, a man and a woman lurked in the shadows, their atmosphere starkly contrasting with the one outside. There was no hint of intimacy here. Instead, it was fraught with peril. Both figures wore masks, clearly engaged in clandestine activities. At this moment, the man had the woman pinned down, one hand pressing a dagger against her neck while the other restrained her hands behind her back, clearly in control. The blade was sharp, poised to slice through her delicate skin with the slightest force. The danger was palpable and imminent. Zhong Lingyue, held captive, could only glare fiercely at the man before her, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Had he not barged in unexpectedly, she would have already descended the mountain safely with her belongings. Now, not only was she restrained, but she was also forced to endure the sordid spectacle unfolding nearby. Struggling against her captor proved futile. He remained unmoved, the dagger pressing deeper in her neck, drawing blood. A bead of crimson emerged, tracing a line down her neck. "Don't make a sound, and I shall spare your life," the man hissed, his voice low and menacing, yet his actions did not cease. The dagger glided along her slender neck until it reached her ear, deftly severing the ties of her mask, which fell away to reveal a strikingly beautiful face. The man paused momentarily, yet he did not relent, slowly returning the dagger to its threatening position against Zhong Lingyue's throat. Embarrassment washed over her, but she could only nod in reluctant submission. Not skilled in close combat, she accepted her fate for the time being. However, she was far from finished. She could not afford to die. In this critical moment, she had to find a way to escape. The items on her person could not fall into the hands of another. The sultry sounds continued to echo from the other side, igniting a flush upon her cheeks, while the cloying aroma threatened to cloud her senses. Gradually, she discerned that the man before her seemed somewhat off. They were alarmingly close, and she could perceive his breathing becoming erratic and heated, his grip on the dagger trembling, the veins on his hand bulging as he struggled to suppress something within. This condition bore a striking resemblance to Zhong Lingyue. Suddenly recalled the incense she had seen burning upon her entrance. It had seemed merely a sign of the bandit leader's pretentiousness at the time, but now it must have been a love-inducing incense. However, it appeared that its effect on women was negligible. She had felt only lightheadedness, while he exhibited a pronounced reaction. She remembered her senior sister mentioning that certain love potions were effective solely on men, endowing them with confidence and fervor. Thus, many men discreetly purchased such substances at great expense. It seemed this was the case. A man under the influence of this incense would be consumed by lustful thoughts, his mind dulled and clarity obscured. For her, a similarly afflicted yet vulnerable woman, this would likely lead to her lowering her guard as well. An idea swiftly took shape in Zhong Lingyue's mind. Although the act felt shameful, if it could lead to her escape, it would be worth it. Moments later, she feigned discomfort, gazing dazedly at the man before her, her voice dropping to mimic the sultry tones of the woman on the bed. So hot. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, a glint of cold steel flashed before her, and a sharp pain shot through her neck. Warm blood surged forth, filling the air with a metallic tang that rendered her rigid, sending chills racing down her spine. "Are you feeling cold now?" he queried ominously. Zhong Lingyue. "Cold. Very cold." How dare this man inflict harm upon a delicate beauty such as herself? He truly understood nothing of cherishing a flower. She would seek vengeance soon enough. Though her heart was aflame with curses for him, she maintained the thought of being ensnared. "It hurts so much. So hot." She continued to echo the woman's tone, stealing a glance at the fallen hairpin not far away. That was the object she had dropped during their earlier struggle. If only she could reach it. Zhong Lingyue's voice was already soft, and her deliberately lowered tone was both alluring and seductive, making it nearly irresistible for a man affected by the love incense. With each sultry sigh whispered into his ear, Jing Yuheng felt his entire body tense. blood rushing to a single point, the heat becoming unbearable. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and before he knew it, the grip he had on the woman had loosened considerably. Gazing at the woman who was now rubbing against him, Jing Yuheng could only withdraw the dagger and cover her mouth. Hissing, silence. The soft, damp sensation against his palm sent a wave of discomfort coursing through him, and instinctively, he withdrew his hand. Yet, the sultry sounds persisted, compelling him to cover her mouth once more. The movements of the couple on the bed grew more pronounced, the creaking of the bed masking the commotion in the corner, only serving to stoke the fire igniting within Jing Yuheng. With soft fragrance enveloping him, the cloying scent of the inferior incense was dispelled by a refreshing hint of bamboo, but a glimpse of iridescent skin caught his eye, prompting him to avert his gaze in a flurry of panic, his throat tightening involuntarily. He clenched his fists, every muscle in his body coiled against the insistent urge rising within. This love incense. Truly formidable. His vision began to blur, yet that glimmering skin remained tantalizingly close, reminiscent of fine mutton fat jade, beckoning him to draw nearer. Isn't it hot? Would you like me to help cool you down? In the haze, he seemed to hear the thief nestled in his embrace, posing a question. What was she asking? Hot. Yes, very hot. He instinctively turned to face her, catching a glint of cunning mischief in her obsidian eyes, as if she had successfully orchestrated some wicked scheme, undeniably beautiful. No, why was she still smiling? She hadn't been affected by the drug. In an instant, Jing Yuheng regained his senses. He had been deceived, but alas, it was too late. With a swift thrust, a sharp hairpin pierced his shoulder, sending waves of excruciating pain surging through him. Within mere breaths, he felt his limbs grow weak. The pin was poisoned. Just before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of the thief offering him a taunting smile. TSK, you have cooled down. With a resounding crash, he succumbed to darkness. Chapter 2. Did it appear that he was assaulted? A deafening bang reverberated throughout the mountain stronghold. Trouble was brewing. Someone had broken in. Hurry, it came from the chief and Amp. Amp? Oppos, as quarters. Simultaneously, the soldiers stationed around the stronghold received the signal and promptly burst through the gates. The government was seizing the bandits. Surrender at once. 2 men clad in black darted forward, heading straight for the main courtyard of the stronghold. As they encountered the attacking bandits, their blades flashed, and soon the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Meanwhile, on the less guarded side of the stronghold, a nimble figure adeptly descended the cliff by grasping at branches and vines. Upon reaching the ground, Zhong Lingyue glanced back at the mountain summit, not spotting any pursuers. She finally exhaled in relief. That man, not only did his skills counter hers, but he also had the audacity to carry a signal flare, nearly leading to her discovery. However, his fate was not much better. She was one to hold grudges. He had slashed his own throat, so she would return the favor with a wound of her own. Alas, it was unfortunate to waste the birthday gift bestowed upon her by her elder brother. One wound would not suffice. She had done a few other things as well. Surely, it would not be long before someone discovered it. By the roadside, a bamboo branch, weighed down by the snow, drooped low. Zhong Lingyue plucked a bamboo leaf and blew on it. A nearby black steed, hearing the sound, galloped joyfully toward her, affectionately nuzzling her side. Finally, from the bundles secured on the horse's back, she retrieved a simple dress she had prepared in advance and swiftly mounted the horse. The rhythmic sound of hooves was soon drowned out by the fierce clash of battle in the mountains. The duo quickly vanished into the night. As the snow fell heavier, it gradually obscured the hoof prints, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the 2 men in black, consumed by rage, had already surged into the main courtyard. One of them delivered a powerful kick, forcefully flinging open the door. Inside, the bandit leader, Wang Dalong, sluggish from the intoxicating scent of alluring perfume, was still in the midst of pulling on his trousers. Upon seeing the intruders, he immediately began to curse loudly. Who dares interrupt my affairs? With a fierce glare, Wang Dalong was about to grab a nearby sword when, before he could finish his threat, a cold arrow pierced through his arm. Ah! Wang Dalong and Amp, Oppos, as cries of agony echoed throughout the stronghold. Zhou Yu, I will keep watch here. You quickly go find the young master. Zhou commanded. pressing his sword against Wang Dalong's neck, his expression fierce. "Behave yourself." Zhou Yu complied, hastening into the room, while the other guards holding torches surged inside to search. "Young master!" Suddenly, an exclamation rang out. Everyone rushed toward the sound. The flickering flames illuminated the entire room, revealing the scene behind the screen. What? Everyone's eyes widened. The young master, Jing Yuheng, lay unconscious on the ground, a hairpin embedded in his shoulder. More shocking was that his clothing had been torn away. At that moment, one side of his garment was pulled open, exposing a perfectly sculpted chest, skin as fair as jade, flushed uncharacteristically, and beads of sweat trickled down with each rise and fall of his breath, as if he had just undergone some unspeakable exertion. All present were stunned by the sight before them. What an extravagant scene. What had transpired? Was and Oppos, the young master here to capture bandits? How'd he end up here? It was only when Zhou Yu and Oppos' furious shout pierced the air that they snapped back to reality. What are you waiting for? Quickly fetch a doctor. Everyone surged forward. Young master, hurry and find Mr. Wei. In an instant, cries of alarm, sounds of fighting, and shouts from the bandits filled the stronghold as the operation to eradicate the bandits gradually came to a close. In the capital, at the Jing Prince's residence, Lingyue Pavilion, what should have been a quiet night was instead ablaze with light, with people coming and going. The young master had been attacked, and anxiety gripped the hearts of those within. The servants moved with solemn expressions and hurried footsteps. On the bed in the main chamber, Jing Yuheng remained unconscious. Though the bleeding from his wound had ceased, the hairpin remained embedded, causing unease. "Mr. Wei, what has become of my son?" The Jing princess, who had rushed upon hearing the news, clutched her handkerchief tightly, anxiously gazing at the middle-aged man who was checking Jing Yuheng and Oppos' pulse. After a moment, the man known as Mr. Wei stood up and bowed to the Jing princess. "Rest assured, Your Highness, the young master is not in mortal danger. However, this hairpin was laced with a sleeping potion, which is why he remains unconscious. Once the effects wear off, he will awaken. And his wound, I will extract the hairpin swiftly. With proper care, there will be no lasting harm. I shall prepare the necessary tools. Please wait in the outer room. Then I entrust it to you." An hour later, Mr. Wei, drenched in sweat, finally removed the hairpin. He carefully bandaged Jing Yuheng and damp Oppos' wound before examining the hairpin discarded in a basin. Rinsing it in clear water revealed its true form. Mr. Wei picked it up for a closer inspection, unable to suppress his admiration. One exquisite hairpin. It was a silver-white bamboo leaf hairpin, with 5 sharp bamboo leaf petals at the top, capable of slicing through hair with ease. The body of the pin was lined with sharp barbs, each adorned with fine serrations. Mr. Wei pressed gently at the top, and the barbs folded back, transforming it into an unremarkable pin. Pressing again, the barbs sprang out once more. Once the pin penetrated the human body, these barbs would cling tightly to the flesh, causing secondary injury when removed, truly tormenting the victim. Fortunately, this hairpin was not poisoned. Rather, the ingeniously blended soft muscle powder could numb the senses, allowing the young master to endure the removal without pain. However, it must be said, without this hairpin, the young master would not have suffered this ordeal. Mr. Wei glanced at the hairpin in his hand, then shifted his gaze to Jing Yuheng's face, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The young master is highly skilled. Who could have inflicted such harm upon him? To use a hairpin for assassination suggests a woman's involvement. A woman has harmed the young master. Additionally, during his pulse examination, he noticed signs of the young master having been exposed to an aphrodisiac. Zhou Yu mentioned that when the young master was found, he was in disarray. Mr. Wei furrowed his brow. A woman, an aphrodisiac, disarrayed clothing, and unfulfilled desires. This combination seemed highly suspicious indeed. Young master, was he truly on a mission to eradicate bandits? He appears to have been assaulted instead. Chapter 3. The heir personally goes to capture as dawn began to break. Jing Yuheng finally awakened. My lord, Zhou and Zhou Yu, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, hurried into the room upon hearing movement, kneeling before the bed. It is our fault that the heir was harmed. We deserve punishment. Jing Yuheng slowly sat up, his expression grave as he inquired, Has that woman been captured? The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that Mr. Wei and Appo's conjecture was correct? Had the heir truly been ensnared by a romantic entanglement? Noticing the increasingly grim expression on their lord and Appo's face, Zhong stepped forward and said, upon investigating Wang Dalong and Appo's residence, I discovered that the back window had been broken. Judging by the traces left at the scene, it appears that the individual fled towards the back mountain. However, the heavy snow has obscured any further tracks. He pulled a hairpin from his pocket and handed it over. This is the hairpin that Mr. Wei retrieved from your shoulder. Jing Yuhang took the hairpin, examining it closely, and soon discerned its significance, sneering, I underestimated her. While her skills may not be impressive, her acting prowess is remarkable. Even I was deceived. Relate to me everything you observed, he commanded. Zhong and Zhou Yu once again exchanged glances, remaining silent. Why are you not speaking? It was I who reported first. Now, it is your turn. The two averted their gazes, each reluctant to break the silence. Have you lost your tongues? Zhou Yu. Yes. Zhou Yu instinctively straightened and, with a tone of resignation, declared, the moment we heard your signal, we rushed in, only to find, in disarray, flushed and seemingly unfulfilled. Zhou turned his face away, unable to bear the sight. My brother, your use of idioms is commendable, but is this truly the moment to showcase your erudition? Do you not see that the heir and Appo's face has darkened to that of a charred pot? Have you no insight? An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Sensing the chill of impending reprimand, Zhou Yu lowered his head further. It appears our lord is not inclined to hear the truth. Terrified, Zhou Yu cast a desperate glance at his companion, yet found no assistance forthcoming. In this critical moment, not one of them offered help. Thus, under the heir's pressure, he bravely pointed to the right. It was Mr. Wei who mentioned your unfulfilled desires. Mr. Wei, who had stealthily positioned himself at the threshold. Zhou Yu then pointed to the left, where Zhou also turned his gaze. Zhou, fixated on the floor, attempted to will a hole into existence. You truly are my good brother. With clenched fists, Jing Yuhang bellowed, get out. The group hastily scrambled out of the room. Just as they exhaled in relief, the figure within gritted his teeth. Come back. They hesitated, then meekly returned. Inside, Jing Yuhang, now standing by the window with his back to them, appeared to have regained his composure. Yet, anyone glancing his way would notice the redness of his neck, whether from anger or embarrassment. But no one dared to look. Has Black Cloud Village reported anything? He cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. Indeed, Zhong replied. Following a thorough investigation last night, we uncovered dozens of boxes filled with gold and jewels from the village, roughly estimated to be worth no less than 1 million taels. Only gold and silver, with nothing else? Jing Yuhang turned to face them. Was there anything unusual at Wang Dalong and Appo's? As the heir suspected, Wang Dalong indeed appeared suspicious. Initially, when we apprehended him, he did not exhibit fear. Instead, he seemed intent on guiding us to search his residence. We discovered a hidden compartment in his room, but it was empty, causing him to appear somewhat flustered. Based on our previous leads, it seems he is colluding with someone in the court. If that is the case, he should fear being exposed. Why would he lead us to search for evidence? Wouldn't that hasten his demise? Yet, despite our interrogation lasting all night, he revealed nothing. Zhou wore a dejected expression, but quickly shifted his gaze to his lord, asking, My lord, you infiltrated earlier. Did you uncover anything else? How bold of you to inquire. Do you dare question the heir? Zhou Yu interjected, though he too was curious, glancing at Jing Yuhang. The heir himself, upon my infiltration, I encountered a female thief attempting to flee. We inadvertently witnessed an intimate performance together, and then I was caught in her trap. However, such trivial details are not worth mentioning. Jing Yuhang fell into deep contemplation, holding the bamboo hairpin before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. After a moment, he smirked derisively. What? Zhou asked, perplexed. The heir and Appo's words were indeed elusive. Wang Dalong wanted us to discover something, but it had already been removed, causing his panic. What was that? That is a question for the owner of this hairpin. The female thief must have known something in advance to have taken the item before him. Jing Yuhang handed the hairpin to Mr. Wei. After being pricked by this hairpin, I lost consciousness briefly. As a skilled physician, can you discern the origin of the substance applied to it? Mr. Wei had anticipated this query and divulged all he knew. This hairpin appears to be coated with a precisely balanced soft muscle powder, capable of incapacitating an individual within moments. I have never encountered such rapid-acting effects. It must be the work of a master in the medical field. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, but it may take some time. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuhang nodded, lowering his head to give instructions. Prepare ink and paper. Before long, 2 freshly completed sketches were delivered to Zhou Yu and Zhouan. Investigate the individuals depicted in these portraits and the hairpin. Report any clues at once, understood? Understood. Yes. After receiving their orders, Zhouan and Zhou Yu were about to leave when Jing Yuhang called them back. Wait, this matter must not be divulged, including what transpired last night. Understood. The 2 affirmed earnestly. Of course, who would dare to disclose such a disgrace upon the air? They would be courting death. Once outside, Zhouan halted, fixated on the portrait of the woman in his hands. He nudged Zhou Yu with his elbow, whispering, "This woman in the portrait is the one who flirted with the heir last night. Hey, she is rather beautiful." The heir does not seem to have suffered a loss. With keen hearing, the heir caught every word. "Your tongue may as well be cut off," he remarked coldly. Zhouan shivered, instantly straightening up and assuring, "I shall speak no more." Before long, a timid voice echoed back into the room. "My lord, speak." Jing Yuhang's irritation was palpable. "If we find that girl, what if she resists fiercely? Should I capture her alive or dead?" Zhouan's question was cut short, as Zhou Yu struck him on the head. "Fool, how can we interrogate the dead? How could he have such a dim-witted brother? Strong, yet lacking in intellect." Zhouan, realizing his folly, was about to depart when he heard the heir's ominous voice, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. "Upon locating her, report immediately. This heir will personally go to capture her." Chapter 4. The masquerade Zhouan lowered his head and gazed once more at the portrait of the exquisite woman, silently lighting a candle in her honor. Such a beautiful maiden. Why must she choose to entangle herself with the heir of a powerful family? If this were to come to light. He clicked his tongue. Truly unfortunate. Simultaneously, after a night of relentless riding, Zhong Lingyue finally reached her destination, a tavern situated 100 miles outside the capital. She was frozen to the core, yet summoned the last vestiges of her strength to ascend the stairs, quietly pushing open the riverside window and slipping inside. The warmth from the charcoal fire filled the room, creating a spring-like ambience, while only a maid, dressed in simple attire, dozed at the table. She approached and gently tapped the woman on the shoulder, swiftly covering her mouth. Upon recognizing her, the maid immediately jumped to her feet. "Master," Zhong Lingyue smiled, raising a finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. Zhu Yi quickly stilled her movements and glanced towards the door, then lowered her voice in anxious inquiry. "Was your journey successful, my lady?" "Relatively smooth," Zhong Lingyue replied. "What about you? Did anyone suspect anything unusual?" "Not at all. I remained indoors the entire time, and my meals were brought to me. Everyone believes you have been in a deep slumber," Zhu Yi assured her. Zhong Lingyue nodded slightly and approached a copper basin filled with water, extracting a vial of ointment from her bosom and pouring it in. She soaked a cloth and pressed it to her face. Moments later, a human skin mask was peeled away, revealing her true visage. Though still beautiful, her features were delicate and ethereal, devoid of any seductive allure, starkly contrasting with the image of Jing Yuhang. Zhong Lingyue had anticipated various possibilities before setting off, believing she was well prepared. Yet, an unforeseen circumstance had indeed arisen. Zhu Yi assisted her in changing clothes, and, as she removed the wind collar from around her neck, she discovered 2 prominent wounds beneath it. "My lady, you are injured." Zhu Yi exclaimed. "It's nothing. Just bring me the ointment my senior sister gave me." Zhong Lingyue gently touched the wounds, her brow furrowing slightly. The injuries were minor. The bleeding had ceased, but the scars needed to be concealed from prying eyes. Fortunately, it was the cold of winter, and wearing a wind collar was perfectly normal. Her senior sister's scar ointment was remarkably effective. By spring, it would surely fade without a trace. However, the man from last night, Zhong Lingyue recalled his appearance and demeanor. which hinted at an extraordinary identity. If she were to be so plotted against and humiliated, she must seek revenge. Caution was imperative. Yet, having donned a false guise, if he desired to locate her, it would not be an easy task. Moreover, her true identity must not be linked to the thief from last night. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Outside, the captain of the guards inquired softly, "Is the young lady and Amp?" "Amp? Oppos. Has health restored? Will she set off for the capital today?" Zhong Lingyue exchanged a glance with Zhu Yi, who understood and opened the door. Zhong Lingyue approached the entrance, cleared her throat gently, and spoke in a soft tone. "I am feeling much better now. We can depart today." Zhu Yi, instruct the innkeeper to prepare more hot noodle soup. It is cold outside, and everyone should take care not to catch a chill. Cough. Zui compliet promptly. The guards, hearing her weak voice, hesitated momentarily before bowing their heads in gratitude. "Thank you, my lady. We shall prepare at once." Despite the young lady's frailty, they had their own duties to attend to and could not afford to delay any longer. After everyone had finished their meal, the group prepared to depart. Zhu Yi supported Zhong Lingyue down the stairs. Her steps were slow, each few strides followed by a labored breath. Resembling a delicate willow swaying in the wind, she appeared exceedingly fragile, leading no one to suspect her martial prowess. Once she was seated in the carriage, the captain of the guards remained on edge, repeatedly advising the coachman to drive carefully before mounting his horse to lead the way. After they had left, the crowd that had gathered around the tavern began to murmur. "Who were those people just now? They seemed far from ordinary. That young lady is truly beautiful. In my years of traversing the martial world, I have encountered many beauties, but she is extraordinary, though she appears ill." One person gazed longingly at the procession, unable to tear his eyes away. Another companion nudged him. "Did you not see the sign hanging from the carriage? That belongs to the general of the north. She must be the young lady being brought back from the general's residence." But I've heard that the general and Amp, Oppos, daughters are exceptionally skilled in both literature and martial arts, standing out among the noble ladies of the capital. Yet the one we just saw could barely walk. How could she possibly possess martial abilities? That refers to the second daughter, a concubine's child. The one we just saw is the legitimate daughter of the general and Amp, Oppos, wife. Another chimed in, stroking his chin, relishing the attention from those around him. Years ago, when the Liao kingdom suddenly invaded Qinsheng, the court had not yet sent reinforcements. The general's wife, despite being pregnant, resolutely defended the city gates alongside the general. They ultimately succeeded in holding the city, but she nearly lost her life in the process and gave birth to a daughter who was frail and sickly, unable to adapt to the cold climate of the capital. Consequently, she was sent to her maternal home in Sioux City for recuperation. And now that she has reached marriageable age, she is being brought back. Given the circumstances, the general and Amp, Oppos, residents must hold this daughter in high regard. One wonders to whom such an ethereal lady will belong. But this legitimate daughter is so unremarkable and frail. She may be outshone by the second daughter. I have heard that the third prince is interested in marrying the second daughter as a concubine. Don and Oppos, speak recklessly. Discussing the princes could lead to dire consequences. Apologies, I said nothing. Meanwhile, the delicate maiden that the crowd chattered about was genuinely feeling weak. Zhong Lingyue wrapped herself tightly in her fox fur cloak, nestling in the carriage. The day's exhausting endeavors had drained her spirit and body, and she succumbed to slumber all the way to the capital. In her half-conscious state, she seemed to hear someone calling her name. "Sister, sister." It was the voice of Yun. Zhong Lingyue abruptly opened her eyes. The calling grew nearer. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and spotted a boy breaking free from the attendants, rushing toward her. He appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. Despite his youth, he was quite tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a striking young lad. That is, if one overlooked his comically limping gait. The family letter she had received mentioned that a D had recently fallen from a horse and injured his leg, making movement a challenge. "Take it easy, young master," one attendant urged, carefully trying to assist him, but he waved them away. "Assist me? I am perfectly fine. A mere scratch. If not for your overreactions, I would have gone to Hang City to fetch my sister myself long ago." Zhong Lingyue gazed at him, feeling as if they were worlds apart. Yes, her yin should be like this, full of youthful vigor, his smile exuberant. Not someone clinging desperately to a killer's leg, merely seeking a glimmer of hope for her survival. But facing an onslaught from all sides, how could she escape? It was merely a matter of being a moment too late for Yun. Sister, why are you crying? Is it because you miss me too much? Zhong Lingyue waved his hand in front of his sister, only to be suddenly seized by her wrist. Sister, what's wrong? The warmth of his touch was undeniably real. Her Yun was still here. Her family was still with her. It was then that Zhong Lingyue regained her composure. She wiped her tears and forced a smile. Yes, sister has missed you dearly. It has been far too long. I knew it. Sister missed me the most. Mother and father cannot compare. The boy puffed out his chest proudly, instantly eliciting laughter from the group. Sister, I wish to ride with you. Very well. The youth hurriedly climbed onto the carriage, grimacing in pain from his injured leg. Yet he managed to smile brightly. As the carriage set off, it slowly made its way toward the General and Oppo's residence in the northern part of town. Does it hurt? Zhong Lingyue inquired, her gaze fixed on her brother's wound. Not at all. This minor injury will heal by tomorrow. Observing his feigned composure, Zhong Lingyue felt a deep sense of unease. He had always been terrified of pain. When he visited Hangzhou as a child, a peck from a chicken in the village had him weeping profusely. Yet this same boy, who feared pain so much, had never uttered a cry of anguish even in his previous life, right before his demise. While listening to a Yun chatter beside her, Zhong Lingyue maintained a smile on her face, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the object concealed in her embrace, and she clenched her fist resolutely. In this lifetime, she was determined to uncover the truth and avenge her enemies. Chapter 5. Could the fugitive eye speak of resemble you? As the convoy traversed the bustling city, a vendor stall was overturned, scattering fruits and vegetables across the ground, necessitating a pause for cleanup. The carriage came to a halt, awaiting the road to clear. Just as the path was becoming accessible again, a rapid clatter of hooves approached from the distance. The Qinyan guard was on duty, prompting pedestrians to hastily step aside. Zhong Lingyue glanced outside the carriage before turning to her elder sister, explaining, Sister, the Qinyan guard has been dispatched by the emperor, possessing the authority to oversee officials and mobilize troops. It must be a matter of urgency. Then let them pass first, Zhong Lingyue suggested, lifting a corner of the carriage curtain to peer out. A troop advanced swiftly, raising a cloud of dust, exuding an imposing presence. The leader, clad in luxurious robes, stood tall, his dark hair tied high, flowing wildly. Upon seeing this, passers-by instinctively retreated to the sides. It was Jing Yuheng, the prince's heir and commander of the Qinyan Guard, holding the title of third-grade official. As the horses drew nearer, Zhong Lingyue finally discerned the features of the man. He was strikingly handsome. No, a face she found hauntingly familiar. She froze in shock. Wasn't this the very man she had wounded that fateful night? To encounter him so soon upon entering the city? Immediately, Zhong Lingyue averted her gaze. Yet inexplicably, he turned back to glance in her direction. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. She hurriedly lowered the curtain to shield herself, but it seemed too late. The sound of hooves echoed, increasingly closer. Sister, what is it? Zhong Lingyue inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Just as he was about to lift the curtain to peek out, Zhong Lingyue seized his arm. Be quiet, don't move. Outside, Jing Yuheng reined in his horse, fixating his gaze on the carriage's emblem. Your Highness, what are you? The entourage following Jing Yuheng, including Zhou, and approached puzzled. Weren't we in a hurry to leave the city? Why have we stopped? This is the carriage belonging to the General of the North. Zhou speculated, is there something amiss? Just then, he heard Jing Yuheng declare, the Qinyan Guard is under orders to apprehend a fugitive. I request the occupants of the carriage to disembark and cooperate with the inspection. Zhou turned to Zhou Yu, bewildered. Didn't they already capture the fugitive? Is there another one? Zhou Yu mirrored his astonishment. What was their prince up to? Inside the carriage, upon hearing this, Zhong Lingyue clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. This man was truly troublesome. Could he have discerned something from a mere glance? No, it must be a coincidence. He could not possibly recognize her. The thief he had encountered was entirely disconnected from her current self. She could not afford a panic. "Sister, stay calm. I will step out to sea," Zhong Lingyue declared, dismounting first. Upon meeting Jing Yuheng's gaze, he cupped his hands in greeting. "Commander, there are only my sister and I within the carriage. There is no fugitive here. My sister is frail and averse to the cold. It is truly inconvenient for her to disembark. I ask for your understanding. I am conducting an investigation and cannot show favoritism. It is merely a brief check," Jing Yuheng asserted, his eyes intensely fixed on the curtain, seemingly convinced that there was something amiss inside. The atmosphere grew tense. Onlookers lining the street could not help but peer towards the carriage, murmuring, "A fugitive? Is there a fugitive hidden inside?" It seems to be from the General of the North's residence. The General of the North, renowned for guarding the frontier and achieving great military feats. How could his residence harbor a fugitive? As the crowd thickened, Jing Yuheng finally heard a voice from within. "Ayun, come help me." The soft, feeble tone emanating from the carriage was delicate, flowing like a gentle stream, compelling curiosity about the speaker's appearance. Zhong Lingyue shot a furious glare at Jing Yuheng before turning to assist the person inside. "Sister, take care." The curtain was lifted, revealing a pale, delicate hand, slender and white as a green onion, resting on Zhong Lingyue's hand. As his gaze traveled upward, he beheld a woman clad in a heavy fox fur cloak, bowing slightly as she emerged. Her long, dark hair was simply adorned with a white jade hairpin, cascading softly. She raised her gaze slightly, revealing a strikingly beautiful yet somewhat pallid face, her features exquisite and gentle. The lady descended gracefully from the carriage, covering her mouth as she coughed lightly, embodying an air of utmost fragility. Jing Yuheng scrutinized the poised woman, his brow furrowing deeply. The woman before him bore no resemblance to the enchanting thief who had leaned into his embrace that night. Yet, why did that fleeting glance make him feel she was the same? Could it be that he was mistaken? His gaze fell to the collar of Zhong Lingyue's cloak, which had been marred by the wound he inflicted on the thief. Sensing the scrutiny upon her neck, Zhong Lingyue remained composed, allowing his gaze to roam freely. "Commander, have you observed well? If there is nothing of concern, please allow us to proceed." Jing Yuheng tightened his grip on the reins, his horse growing restless in response to his agitation. Moments later, he gritted his teeth. "There is nothing amiss. I apologize for the abruptness, and I shall make amends at a later date." Zhong Lingyue turned to re-enter the carriage. A breeze swept by, carrying a faint scent of green bamboo fresh and familiar. Jing Yuheng and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted as he opened his mouth to speak, but Zhou Yu quickly leaned in, whispering in his ear, "Your Highness, she is, after all, the daughter of the General of the North. With the General returning to report on his duties, his influence is strong. We must tread carefully." The carriage curtain fell. Jing Yuheng stared intently at the curtain for a moment before withdrawing his gaze, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Let them pass." Chapter 6. What makes her superior to me? The convoy of the General's mansion vanished at the end of the street, and that penetrating gaze finally ceased to follow her. Zhong Lingyue let out a quiet sigh of relief. This person was remarkably perceptive, having discerned her unusual demeanor with just a glance. Fortunately, her skills in feigning composure were commendable, and she had likely not revealed any flaws. "Elder sister? Zhong Lingyue waved her hand before her. "Elder sister, how come you didn't hear me speak again? Were you frightened by the crown prince? Do not be afraid, elder sister. Although he is of royal blood, our general mansion is not to be trifled with. We will protect you." Zhong Lingyue managed to smile and nodded. Indeed, they would protect her. Therefore, in this lifetime, let her be the one to safeguard them. "Are we almost home? Hurry a bit. I long to see father and mother." At the general mansion, General Zhong Tianji, accompanied by his wife, Wang Qinlan, and others, awaited at the entrance. "They have arrived. The general, the eldest miss, is back. The carriage is at the alley," a delighted servant reported after scouting ahead. Good. Zhong Tianji took his wife's arm and strode down the steps, eagerly peering outside. Those following behind bore expressions of joy, except, "Shuang, your elder sister is returning. How can you show displeasure? Be careful lest your father be angered." From the crowd, a modestly dressed woman earnestly admonished a stunning young girl, who cautiously glanced at Zhong Tianji. appearing immensely restrained. She was Lin Yingyang, Zhong Tianji's concubine, brought back from Qingzhou 15 years prior. However, Zhong Tianji did not dote on her, and she existed almost like a shadow in the mansion, cautious and unobtrusive. Yet the girl beside her was different, defiantly lifting her chin and scoffing. I want to see what the elder sister, the celestial moon, looks like. Why is it that both of us are father's daughters? Yet her name is the carefully chosen celestial moon, while I am merely the trampled frost of the earth. I am not. You. How can you compare yourself to your elder sister? Why not? What makes her superior to me? The young girl's gaze was fixed intently on the frail figure that her father personally assisted down from the carriage, her fists clenched tightly. So what if she was legitimate, sickly, and weak? How could she resemble the daughter of the general and Appo's mansion? Only she deserved the title of the general's daughter. At the main entrance, Zhong Lingyue, enveloped in the warmth of her parents and Appo's affectionate inquiries, felt a strong and hostile gaze. Yet she did not look up. She knew who it was. Her second sister, who likely did not wish for her return to the capital. But she had to come back. If Zhong Lingyue behaved properly, she would remain the general and Appo's second young lady. If she harbored ill intentions, she should not blame her for being ruthless. Come, nearer. Let's see if you like the courtyard we prepared for you. Wang Qinlan held her daughter's hand, her gaze never leaving her, her eyes red as if she might cry at any moment. Madam, don't speak of what you prepared for you where. Did I not prepare anything? Zhong Tianji squeezed to the other side of his daughter, bending down his tall frame, his face full of affection. Every blade of grass and tree in that courtyard was personally chosen and planted by your father, and the swing was built by me. You und Appo's, go see if you like it. Hearing her parents boast before her elder sister, Zhong Ziyun could no longer contain herself and hurriedly limped ahead. Elder sister, I prepared the best pastries in the capital for you. I personally queued to buy them this morning. You must try them. A grand procession surrounded Zhong Lingyue as they made their way to her courtyard, even the servants following in hopes of rewards, leaving only Zhong Lingyue and her mother standing in place, abandoned and awkward. Shuang and Appo's, let us return. Lin Yingyang softly called to her. Zhong Lingyue glared at the figure of Zhong Lingyue, surrounded by admirers, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Why? Father dotes on her so. She is merely a legitimate daughter. She is a sickly wretch who would wish to marry her. Only she can bring greater glory to father. Montak Xiang, go convey a message to the third prince, stating I shall go outside the city to enjoy the snow tomorrow. She commanded the maid beside her, lowering her gaze. Yes, Shuang, you know well your father disapproves of your association with the third prince. You. Lin Yingyang hesitated. Aunt, this matter is mine to decide. You need not concern yourself. Zhong Lingyue coldly averted her gaze and slowly turned, stepping toward her own courtyard. Father, you will know who truly deserves your affection. In the courtyard of Lingyue, the family of four was engaged in heartfelt conversation, especially General and Appo's wife Wang Qinlan, whose tears flowed abundantly. You und Appo's, how could you appear so much more haggard than when we first met this year? Did you not write saying your health had improved? Was it the tumultuous journey through wind and snow? Though they visited Hangzhou annually to see their daughter, they still spent little time together, and she felt immense guilt. Thankfully, they had finally brought you and Appo's, her home. She would make amends and ensure she would suffer no more. Zhong Lingyue coughed awkwardly. The chill of the capital was still something she was not accustomed to. She had been frail and sickly since birth. But after a fortuitous encounter at her maternal grandfather's home, she found a master who not only restored her health, but also taught her martial arts. Yet, her master was eccentric and secretive, forbidding her from showcasing her skills or even mentioning his existence. Only upon learning of potential upheaval at home did her master relent, sending word for her traveling seniors to come to the capital to assist. To outsiders, she remained merely a delicate girl incapable of defending herself. However, such an identity was advantageous. After all, who would pay attention to a girl who could scarcely walk without gasping for breath? Even though the crown prince had expressed skepticism during the day, he had no evidence against her and could do nothing. observing the two women weeping. Zhong Lingyue struggled to maintain his composure as the head of the family. Yet, his son caught him discreetly wiping his eyes when he turned away. Zhong Ziyun stifled a laugh. He knew father was merely putting on a brave face, for he missed his elder sister immensely. He had witnessed his father secretly gazing at her portrait late at night. Master, returning to the city, the maid Zhu Yi, whom Zhong Lingyue had sent to gather information, returned quietly, signaling her with a shake of her head. Zhong Lingyue understood and immediately ceased her tears, sitting up straight. Please, all of you, leave us for now. She dismissed the others, leaving only the family of four in the room. Seeing her serious demeanor, though the others were puzzled, they subdued their emotions and sat upright. Yue, what is the matter? Zhong Lingyue stood and walked to the door. Outside, Zhu Yi had already circled the entire courtyard to check and nodded at her. All is clear. Rest assured, my lady. Zhong Lingyue nodded, closing the door and approaching her parents. She took out something she had protected throughout her journey and handed it to Zhong Lingyue. This is... Zhong Lingyue unwrapped the black cloth, revealing an opened letter. Father will know upon reading. Zhong Lingyue hastily unfolded the letter, and moments later, his expression darkened, fury igniting in his eyes as he slammed his palm on the table. Framed. This is a frame-up. I could never. Who wrote this? Who seeks to ensnare me? Zhong Lingyue. After guarding the borders for decades, detesting the bandits to the core, how could I collude with them to betray my country? Chapter 7. Who is the traitor? Seeing her husband seething with anger, Wang Qinlan could no longer remain seated. She snatched the letter from his grasp. Upon glancing at its contents, her own fury ignited. This is impossible. She turned to her daughter, demanding, where did this come from? Father, mother, do not panic. Please take a moment to sip some tea and calm yourselves. Allow me to explain. Zhong Lingyue said, as she served tea to her parents and handed the letter to her younger brother. Speak quickly, Yue, urged Zhong Lingyue and his wife. Unable to sip their tea, Zhong Lingyue wasted no time, stating directly, Father and mother, having read the letter, you may have surmised its implications. The letter, allegedly written in Father's name, details correspondence with the Black Cloud stronghold, plotting to recruit soldiers and hoard weapons to conspire with Liaogua against our Jin kingdom. This letter, without a doubt, was obtained from the Black Cloud stronghold. Nonsense. What can a mere Black Cloud stronghold accomplish? Even if I were to rebel, would I collaborate with a band of miscreants? Zhong Lingyue slammed his palm down, shattering the teacup in his fury. Calm down, my husband. Wang Qinlan interjected, grasping his hand to inspect for injuries, relieved to find him unscathed. Please continue. I trust Father is aware of the recent campaign against bandits by the Black Cloud stronghold. If this letter were to be publicly discovered, what consequences do you think would ensue? Betrayal and treason. A death sentence for 9 generations. Zhong Lingyue smacked the table again, his frustration evident. This would mean the lives of everyone in the General's household. Such absurdity. The Emperor would never believe this. But the seal on this letter is indeed your private seal. Wang Qinlan scrutinized the letter in disbelief. Impossible. Zhong Lingyue seized the letter, his voice dwindling as he examined it closely. This it truly bears my seal. Zhong Lingyue observed the expressions of her parents and brother, memories from her past life flooding back. Yes, when the evidence was presented, the Emperor initially dismissed it. The Northern Army had defended the borders valiantly against the Liao forces. How could they conspire with the enemy? Yet, the court was rife with speculation, and the Emperor had no choice but to order the immediate detention of everyone in the General's household for a thorough investigation. That very night, a catastrophic fire engulfed the General's residence. As she broke free from her guards to rescue her brother, they found their parents already lost in the inferno. The haunting image remained etched in her mind. The flames, the collapsing beams crushing her parents, who, though conscious, could not move, awaiting their grim fate. Don't come any closer. Take your brother and run. Ayun cried, desperate to rush back inside, but she held him back with all her might. Father, mother, she watched helplessly as they choked on blackened blood, the symptoms of poisoning. Indeed, had they not been poisoned, how could the skilled general have failed to escape? Run, get away, stay alive. Her parents' final breaths escaped them before her very eyes. She fled with a Yun through the secret passage. Yet, just when they thought they had escaped, a rain of arrows awaited them. Ambush. They had not escaped at all. Despite her training and self-assured prowess, she was powerless against the relentless onslaught of arrows. Her younger brother, barely older than a child, threw himself in front of her. Big sister, go now, his small frame shielded her. But the arrows pierced him like a sieve. He uttered not a single cry of pain, urging her to flee. He fell, clutching the leg of one of their assailants, merely wishing to buy her a moment and oppose, as respite. She escaped, but to where? Assassins surrounded them, arrows piercing her body. Why? She could not comprehend how a once happy family had descended into such tragedy. In her final moments, she heard the leader declare, "The northern general Zhong Lingyue has betrayed his country, aware of his grievous sins. He set fire to his residence and committed suicide in shame. It was all a premeditated scheme, a fabricated accusation aimed at annihilating the entire Zhong family and tarnishing the general's reputation. As for the forged letter, who would care? She seethed with hatred for those who had plotted against the Zhong family, yet she could not exact her revenge. She had believed she would die with her grievances unavenged. But fate had granted her a second chance at life. Regrettably, her rebirth occurred too close to the time the false evidence was to be discovered. She could only devise a plan to retrieve the forged evidence from the Black Cloud stronghold, creating chaos among those in the shadows. Buying time to investigate the true mastermind behind it all. "Father, there may be a traitor within our ranks," Zhong Lingyue cautioned. This was not merely due to the likelihood of her father's seal being pilfered by someone within the household. It was also because the ambushers who had lain in wait in the secret passage could only have known of its existence through someone familiar with the estate. Zhong Lingyue, a seasoned general versed in military strategy and human nature, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. We must not alert them to our suspicions. His private seal had always been stored in his study, under constant guard. How could someone have entered unnoticed? Even I am not permitted entry into father's study. Who could it be? Who is so malicious as to target our family? Zhong Lingyue exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his young face. The earlier joy of family reunion extinguished. Though Zhong Lingyue felt a pang of sympathy, she did not regret revealing this matter. If the conspirators had set their sights on the general's household, none of them would escape unscathed. Though young, Yun was clever and brave, possessing a resilient spirit. This matter concerned their family and Oppo's survival, and he must be aware and prepared to thwart any opportunity for the enemy to strike. Now that we have discerned the intentions of those in the shadows, we hold the advantage. We need not fear, Zhong Lingyue reassured him. Big sister, I'm not afraid. I will help you capture the enemy, Zhong Lingyue declared resolutely. Zhong Lingyue nodded. Very well. Those who would scheme against our household are likely officials from a court. It is most appropriate for father to investigate the matters of the past, while I shall uncover the traitor within. Wang Qinlan quickly regained her composure. Those who had seen battle feared not death, but she would not allow herself to be harmed without cause. Whoever dared to conspire against them would meet their demise. Zhong Lingyue solemnly agreed. This was his intent as well. Rest assured, my wife, I will protect you. The conspirators, having failed in one ploy, would undoubtedly strike again. He scrutinized everyone present, stating with gravity, once we step outside, we shall act as if nothing is amiss. We must not allow anyone to perceive our unease. The family meticulously analyzed the situation once more before changing the subject. As they prepared to leave, Zhong Lingyue suddenly recalled something and urgently reminded them, Father, Mother, please be vigilant regarding your food and drink. Everything must be inspected before consumption, including for Yun. My seniors have brought people to the capital. They should arrive in a few days. My senior sister is unparalleled in medicine and will surely protect my family. Zhong Lingyue and Wang Qinlan exchanged glances, silently agreeing to comply. The family exited the courtyard, their expressions as cheerful and untroubled as when they had first entered the room. Chapter 8. Doubt upon entering the residence. The couple, Zhong Lingyue and his wife, were devoid of smiles. My dear, how could you, being so far away in Hangzhou all these years, have foreseen the scheme against her? The Black Cloud stronghold is rife with bandits. How could one easily obtain such fabricated evidence? Zhong Lingyue resonated deeply with his wife's sentiments. He had attempted to inquire several times, but you and Amp, oppose, or deftly evaded the topic. He was not oblivious to her concealed emotions. She was reluctant to speak, and he had no intention of pressuring her. Wang Xinlan's face was marred by guilt. She must have secretly devised many plans for us. This child has endured so much suffering, yet we, as her parents, remain oblivious. As she spoke, a crucial thought seemed to dawn upon her, and she quickly turned to her husband. My dear, you must send someone to investigate the recent happenings at Black Cloud Stronghold. If there are traces of you and Amp, Oppos, or S involvement, we must erase all evidence and leave no incriminating links. I have already dispatched someone, Zhong Lingyue reassured her. But why do the masterminds wish to put us to death? Could it be related to that incident from years past? His expression bore the weight of gravity. Wang Xinlan clearly understood his implication. After a deep sigh, she fell into silence. After a considerable pause, she raised her gaze towards him. Once Yuer comes of age, we must quickly find a protector for her and arrange her marriage. According to our laws, misfortunes do not befall married daughters. Only by marrying you and Oppos. Her off will she be safeguarded should that matter truly resurface. The thought of marrying off their daughter so soon tugged at Zhong Lingyue and Oppos' heart. You and Oppos was not grown up beside us. After finally bringing her back, how could I bear to part with her? Yet, as you have seen, we are being targeted regardless of the intentions behind this scheme. If we manage to evade danger, it would be a blessing. If not, I shall ensure that you and Oppos finds a suitable lifelong partner. By the way, since Yin and Oppos has injured his leg, let him recuperate at home for the time being. He should not leave the estate. Wang Xinlan nodded in agreement. That is precisely my intention. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingyue was acutely aware that her words might arouse her parents and Oppos' suspicions. However, she understood that relying solely on her strength would not unveil the truth. At such a time, there was no need to feign independence. By remaining vigilant, they could avoid being ensnared in a trap. She trusted her family, and they reciprocated that trust. After dinner, Zhang Mama, the steward beside Wang Xinlan, presented 4 maidservants. Miss, these are personally selected by Madam to serve you. The 4 stepped forward to pay their respects. We are Jingma, Bangxia, Zissou, and Tiandong, here to serve the young lady. Zhong Lingyue noted their bright eyes and light steps, indicating their martial prowess. They were likely arranged by her mother for her protection. With Zhu Qing still away with her senior sister, she was short-handed, having only Zhu Yi by her side. Unfamiliar with the household staff, she hesitated to make arbitrary selections, yet felt assured with her mother's choices. Before departing, Zhang Mama whispered in Zhong Lingyue and Oppos' ear, these 4 have always served Madam faithfully and possess skills. They can protect you in critical moments, so you need not worry. Zhong Lingyue nodded, and, after seeing Zhang Mama out, turned her attention to the 4. From now on, I am your mistress. Everything you witness in Lingyue residence must remain confidential, including matters relating to my mother. All must abide by my commands. Should any fail to comply, they may leave at once. The 4 responded resolutely, yes, mistress. Before their arrival, Madam had emphasized that outside of Feihong courtyard, regardless of life or death, they belonged to the young lady. Excellent, Zhong Lingyue remarked with satisfaction, pointing to one of them. Jingma, prepare some sandbags for binding limbs and have them ready in the courtyard by tomorrow morning. What does the mistress require sandbags for? Jingma inquired, though she was visibly astonished. Indeed, she replied briskly. Bangxia and Zissou, keep a close watch on Lin Yang and her daughter. Report any unusual occurrences to me. In her previous life, Zhong Lingyue had not encountered Lin Yang and her daughter during the incident, leaving her uncertain whether they had perished, fled, or were indeed traitors. Regardless of the scenario, she would not overlook any suspicious individuals. Yes, Bangxia and Zissou affirmed in unison. And what of me? Tiandong asked eagerly. Zhong Lingyue regarded Tiandong and Amp, Oppos, as expectant expression, contemplating for a moment before earnestly instructing, prepare some laxatives for me. The dosage need not be excessive. Enough to induce several trips to the restroom will suffice. The swifter, the better. Understood. Tiandong complied, but then paused, sensing something amiss. She could not help but ask, "Mistress, what do you need laxatives for?" Zhong Lingyue smiled enigmatically. "It is merely a matter of reciprocity." Having been humiliated by someone in broad daylight, she felt compelled to repay the affront. The four maidservants exchanged glances, realizing that this young lady was quite different from their previous assumptions. At that moment, Jing Yuheng, who was interrogating prisoners late into the night, suddenly sneezed, breaking the previously tense atmosphere and rendering it somewhat awkward. Even the wretched prisoner momentarily ceased his lamentations. "Young master, be cautious of catching a chill," Zhou Yu remarked, clearing his throat and offering a cloak. The dilapidated temple in the mountains was drafty and frigid, and given the young master's injuries, he was at risk of succumbing to illness. "No need," Jing Yuheng replied darkly, refusing the offer. As a practitioner of martial arts, he was not one to fear such trifling cold. "There must be someone maligning me from behind." Casting aside the weapon in his hand, Jing Yuheng leisurely removed his bloody gloves and gestured to the scribe at his side. "Have him sign his name." The man, bound to a pillar, trembled as he pressed his handprint onto the paper. Jing Yuheng accepted the document with a hint of distaste, folding it neatly before stowing it away. Zhou escorted him down the mountain and returned to the capital. The captured individual was none other than Zhao Zhuang, the second in command of the Black Cloud stronghold. On the day of the raid, Zhou Yu and his companions had learned during their interrogations that Zhao Zhuang had not returned since descending the mountain the previous day. They subsequently dispatched someone to pursue him, and, after extensive searching, they finally discovered his whereabouts deep within the mountains, also noting that a group was pursuing him. To avoid prolonged entanglement, upon receiving the news, Jing Yuheng had rushed to the location, opting for immediate interrogation. Zhao Zhuang, having spent the past few days on edge, not only evaded his pursuers but also faced the threat of wild beasts, causing his mental defenses to crumble. Without enduring much torture, he readily divulged information. It turned out that he had eavesdropped on a conspiracy between the leader and a mysterious figure, plotting to frame General Zhenbei for treason. Following the success of their scheme, the figure promised to assist the leader in staging a death act, subsequently bestowing riches and power upon him. Zhao Zhuang, grasping the gravity of the situation, realized the leader was courting death. Though not particularly clever, he was not foolish enough to believe a person privy to such monumental secrets would be allowed to live. If the leader were to perish, it was likely the others in the Black Cloud stronghold would meet a similar fate. The leader's actions would spell doom for all his brethren. The more he pondered, the more frightened he became, fearing the leader would detect his unease and eliminate him first. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse to flee the mountain. However, upon reaching the base, he was pursued, and through sheer will and knowledge of the terrain, he managed to escape, ultimately being discovered by the Qingyun guards. Who seeks to frame General Zhenbei? Zhou pondered. General Zhong is a celebrated hero, renowned for his military accomplishments and beloved by the people. Who would wish to bring him down? Jing Yuheng scoffed derisively. Throughout history, how many loyal ministers and valiant generals have been wrongfully accused? However, this does not imply that he fully trusts Zhao Zhuang's assertions. Rather, upon analyzing the current circumstances, General Zhong has no incentive to betray his country. Should he turn against the kingdom of Jing, he would be deemed a traitor, facing the ultimate punishment. Even if the ruler of Liao were to bestow upon him titles and honors, they would pale in comparison to his current stature as the general of the north. Besides, how could a traitor instill confidence in the ruler of Liao? Clearly, treachery is a profoundly foolish endeavor, and the methods employed in this scheme are riddled with inconsistencies, almost as if they were deliberate. Yet, one matter grows increasingly intriguing. The evidence implicating the general of the north was likely pilfered by that female thief on the night in question. But how could she have known? If she is not a puppet master, then her connection must lie with the estate of the general of the north and the young lady he encountered in daylight. Zhou Yu, my subordinate, is here, Jing Yuheng remarked, drawing forth a bamboo hairpin from his bosom, twirling it thoughtfully before a sly smile graced his lips. Send someone to closely monitor the Zhong family, particularly the one I met during the day. You shall personally oversee this. Pay attention to every detail, understand? Yes. Chapter 9. Why does he wish to bathe the moment he enters the room? Upon hearing the laughter of the air, Zhong instinctively shrank his neck, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. This Miss Zhong is in for a torment. Wait, something is amiss. Why has the air suddenly taken an interest in Miss Zhong? My lord, has your daytime encounter with Miss Zhong led to affection? What about the woman in the portrait? Should I still capture her? Jing Yuheng. Upon noticing the heir's unusual expression, Zhou Yu hurried over to cover Zhou In's mouth. My lord, please do not be angry. You know Zhou In is not fully recovered from being kicked by a horse. He simply cannot think straight. It is nothing more. In truth, Zhou Yu himself was puzzled as to why the heir had fixated on Miss Zhong, but unlike Zhou In, he had not suffered a blow to the head and was clever enough to refrain from voicing his thoughts. Have him vanish from my sight. Jing Yuheng ground his teeth. Sooner or later, this fool would drive him to an early grave. All right, a group mounted swift steeds and returned to the capital. Meanwhile, someone had already arrived at the Jin Wangfu ahead of them. On a moonless night, a lithe figure blended seamlessly into the darkness. Despite the numerous guards at the Jin Wangfu, Zhong Lingyue had mastered her lightness skill exceptionally well. Her mentor had once proclaimed her as surpassing her predecessors. It was not difficult for her to evade detection. She silently approached the courtyard where Jing Yuheng resided. L'Ancien Résidence. The name of the courtyard was rather arrogant, much like its master. Remembering his domineering demeanor earlier in the day ignited a fire within Zhong Lingyue, prompting her to retrieve the laxative that Tiandong had prepared for her and stealthily made her way to the kitchen. At this late hour, only a drowsy servant remained in the kitchen, where a small fire simmered chicken soup, seemingly infused with dong K to nourish the blood. The unique aroma wafted throughout the room. It was evident whom the soup was intended for. Zhong Lingyue scoffed. Having been pricked by her, would he not need a good replenishment? However, given his earlier display of unbridled vigor, it was likely unnecessary. Instead, she would assist in alleviating his fire and clearing his bowels. To be cautious, Zhong Lingyue squatted in the shadows, eavesdropping for a while. Only when she heard someone inquire if the soup for the heir was ready did she confidently add the medicine. Once the servant fetched the soup, she followed stealthily to the main courtyard, determined to teach him a lesson and, more importantly, to gather intelligence. Initially, she adhered to a cautious strategy and did not draw near, but concealed herself on a beam outside the main courtyard. Yet, the biting cold wind of the snowy night was particularly piercing. Lying on the beam became unbearable, and seeing that the man had not yet returned, she decided to take the risk and climb through the window. Upon entering, Zhong Lingyue discovered that the room was not warm at all. The spacious interior lacked even a basin of charcoal, making it scarcely better than outside. How miserly, not even lighting a basin of charcoal. However, at least there was no cold wind blowing directly at her, so it was tolerable. With guards patrolling outside, she refrained from wandering aimlessly, instead using a cloth to wipe away the damp shoe prints on the ground before swiftly leaping onto the beam. For the sake of a quick escape, she chose a spot near the window surrounded by trees. Just as she settled on the beam, the sound of footsteps announced the heir's return. Quick footsteps approached rapidly. Zhong Lingyue glanced at her attire, ensuring that she was entirely concealed and that no clothing was protruding before she softened her breath and lay still. The door swung open, ushering in a gust of cold air and an overwhelming scent of blood. She listened intently as several individuals entered the room in succession. My lord, those who pursued earlier have been dealt with, but regrettably, they were all dead men, leaving no survivors. However, what Zhao Zhuang mentioned appears to be true. The mastermind wishes to conceal the frame-up of General Zhenbei, hence the need to eliminate witnesses. Additionally, we discovered a peculiar totem on the upper left arm of these dead men, likely a sign of their identity. Zhong Lingyue heard the rustle of paper, presumably as the speaker handed over a sketch of the totem. However, her position did not afford her a clear view of its details. Soon after, she recognized a familiar mocking laugh. Leaving a mark on the dead man. Does that indicate the opponent is foolish or deliberate? Investigate further. Ensure Zhao Zhuang remains alive. Understood. One by one, they exited, rendering the room quiet once more. Hidden in the rafters, Zhong Lingyue's expression turned serious upon hearing their conversation. It appeared that Jing Yuheng had ventured outside the city today for the matter concerning the Heiyun gang. The Zhao Zhuang they mentioned must be a crucial witness to prove that the general and Appo's residence had been framed. As for the totem on the dead man, regardless of whether it was a mark of the mastermind and Appo's identity, the fact that they wanted them to see it indicated its significance. Tracing this totem would undoubtedly lead to valuable insights. After learning of Jing Yuheng's identity during the day, Zhong Lingyue had pondered deeply. As the emperor's close guard, the Qingyan Guard had the responsibility to monitor officials. Why would they be involved with the Heiyun gang? It was highly likely that the Heiyun gang colluded with court officials, necessitating the Qingyan Guard's investigation. The night Jing Yuheng stealthily infiltrated Wang Dalon's quarters seemed to corroborate her suspicions. What information had the Qingyan Guard obtained? If she could glean clues from him, she could follow the trail to uncover the mastermind. Her visit had certainly not been in vain. Just as Zhong Lingyue was lost in thought, another servant entered the room. "My lord, the princess has prepared chicken soup for you. Please drink it while it and Appo's hot." Hearing the crisp sound of the bowl and spoon clinking together, a smile graced Zhong Lingyue and Appo's lips as she nearly forgot this matter. Yes, the chicken soup must be consumed while hot. Ideally, she should drink a bit more, and with frequent visits to the lavatory, she would have an opportunity to glimpse the totem, set it aside, and prepare some water. Yes, the smile on Zhong Lingyue's lips faded. Why does he wish to bathe the moment he enters? Is he not drinking the chicken soup? How then can she sneak a look at the totem? Servants bustled back and forth, carrying water, the sound of pouring seemingly resonating directly below her, and she could almost feel the rising steam. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over her. "My lord, the hot water is ready." Everyone withdraw. A deep voice emanated from directly below, seemingly affirming her fears. A group of servants exited the room, and the sound of the door closing made Zhong Lingyue shift her head slightly, peering down to find herself staring at the back of a head adorned with dark hair. Her expression froze. It seemed she had chosen an excellent vantage point. At that moment, she lay directly above the bathing tub. She watched as the man bent down to unfasten his belt, outer garments, and inner layers, revealing a well-defined shoulder. Although still bound with bandages, with faint traces of blood seeping through, there was an inexplicable allure to it. Below were his solid chest muscles. On that previous dimly lit day, she had been too hurried to escape to truly observe, but now, with the bright candlelight illuminating the room, every detail was clear. Her gaze instinctively drifted downward, but she quickly regained her composure and shut her eyes. No, she must not look. It would be prudent to leave him some secrets. Chapter 10. A Bath with Hidden Weapons. As she closed her eyes, her other senses seemed to sharpen. Zhong Lingyue heard the sound of water rippling, as if someone were playfully stirring it with their hand. The waves expanded in concentric circles, growing ever more abundant, while the rising warmth carried a faint herbal fragrance that weighed heavily upon her breath. Feeling a bit dizzy, Zhong Lingyue pinched her thigh to force herself to regain clarity. She must escape. Initially, she intended to wait for Jing Yuheng to examine the totem design in the chamber before making her departure. However, he might not drink the chicken soup as she hoped, and the longer she delayed, the more perilous her situation would become. In terms of martial prowess, she could not match Jing Yuheng, but at that moment he was confined within the bathtub, making it difficult for him to pursue her in the nude if he discovered her presence. She wagered he still possessed some semblance of dignity. Moreover, he was injured, which limited his movements. Thus, this was her optimal chance to flee. Without further hesitation, as she began to rise, Jing Yuheng detected her presence below. A fierce splash of water accompanied by a few gleaming flying darts was aimed directly at her. Zhong Lingyue reacted swiftly, her supple body arcing gracefully through the air. She deftly evaded the incoming projectiles, but the cascading droplets proved unavoidable. Despite her caution, she found herself splattered with bathwater. As she disdainfully wiped away the droplets, a second wave of darts came hurtling toward her, and this time, luck was not on her side. One of the darts struck her shoulder. Gasping, she pressed her hand against the wound and fled toward the window. Yet, Jing Yuheng had already hastily donned his clothes and leapt from the tub. Zhong Lingyue was a moment too late. A gust of wind rushed at her, forcing her to sidestep and retaliate, exclaiming, "You truly are shameless." To bring hidden weapons to a bath. Her emotions at that moment transcended mere shock. She distinctly remembered seeing him remove his clothing and leave it aside. Where had he concealed those darts? In the bathtub? Did he not fear injuring himself? Was he truly unwell? Yet, he was certainly more shameless than someone who would spy on a prince while bathing. Jing Yuheng smirked coldly, his assault relentless and fierce as he advanced toward her. Zhong Lingyue, both pained and infuriated, retorted, "Who would want to see?" The guard stationed outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the door. "Step back," Jing Yuheng commanded, forbidding their entry. "This accursed thief. I have vowed to capture her myself." In an instant, the bathtub rocked, water splashed everywhere, leaving a puddle on the floor. Zhong Lingyue found herself continually thwarted by Jing Yuheng and Oppo's prowess, and her injury further compromised her agility. In a moment of distraction, she slipped, nearly losing her balance. Grasping the edge of the tub, she managed to steady herself. However, this misstep provided Jing Yuheng the opportunity to swiftly maneuver behind her, seizing her neck and plunging her into the water. "How dare you scheme against me? I shall uncover your true identity." He was audacious enough not to even cover her face, believing she would not arouse suspicion. He intended to see if she possessed another visage. Jing Yuheng tightened his grip, forcefully pressing her down into the water. Zhong Lingyue struggled to breathe, swallowing several mouthfuls of bathwater, her situation becoming dire. As water invaded her nostrils, her breathing grew labored. Desperately flailing her arms, she found herself trapped, her head growing heavy, yet she refused to succumb. At the critical moment, she kicked backward with her leg. With a muffled grunt, the world around her suddenly quieted. When the pressure on her neck suddenly relented, Zhong Lingyue realized her kick had struck true. Though restrained and unable to exert much force, the blow was sufficient for a man. She hesitated no longer, taking advantage of Jing Yuheng's pain as he knelt. She dashed through the broken window, not bothering to wipe the water from her face. Simultaneously, the guards outside, alerted to the commotion, surged forward in pursuit. However, to Zhong Lingyue, as long as she was not captured, these individuals were no match for her agility. She quickly distanced herself from them. To avoid detection, she circled the city several times, changed into the garb of a servant from the general's household, and, after removing her disguise, discreetly returned to her courtyard through the back door, carrying the food box she had hidden earlier. "Master, what happened to you? You're injured? Why is your head wet?" The anxious Zhu Yi was the first to notice her as he hurried to assist her inside. "I will fetch a doctor." Jing Mo rushed outside, but Zhong Lingyue called out to him, "Come back. This injury must not be spoken of." She handed him the food box, instructing, "Burn its contents without leaving a trace." Upon opening, Jing Mo found the garment Zhong Lingyue had worn when she left. The upper garment was soaked and stained with blood. Her heart sank as she nodded, taking the clothes to a secluded spot in the backyard to dispose of them. The others followed Zhong Lingyue into the house. "Zui, prepare water. I need to wash up." Zhu Yi, who had already dashed in to retrieve the hemostatic powder, exclaimed, "Master, you must apply medicine to that wound immediately." Zhong Lingyue appeared to recall something, retching slightly and covering her mouth, urging, "Quick, prepare water. I need to rinse my mouth." The quick-witted Banksia promptly brought a cup of tea. Zhong Lingyue hastily drank several gulps. After repeatedly rinsing her mouth several times, she finally paused. Yet, the thought of being submerged in someone else's bathwater made her feel utterly unwell. Although it bore no strange odor, she again covered her mouth and retched. Ugh! The water. Chapter 11. Here Lies Vulnerability. Half-Summer offered another cup of tea. After gargling several times, Zhong Lingyue could no longer endure the turmoil. She sat weakly, allowing Zhu Yi to unfasten her garments to examine her wounds. Upon seeing the injury, Zhu Yi gasped sharply. There was a gaping wound on Zhong Lingyue and Oppo's left shoulder, appearing as though it had been inflicted by a concealed weapon. The injury, undoubtedly self-inflicted in a moment of cruelty, was a gruesome sight, especially against her pale complexion, which rendered it all the more alarming. "Stop looking, apply the medicine." Zhong Lingyue urged, biting her lip. Zhu Yi trembled as she tended to the wound, her heart aching for her mistress. My lady, did you not say this trip posed no danger? How could? The pain from the ointment made Zhong Lingyue grimace, yet she stifled any cries. I miscalculated. She reflected, unable to fathom that Jing Yuheng, that wretched man, would conceal a weapon. Otherwise, with her agility, she could have traversed the prince's residence freely. She had overestimated herself and underestimated Jing Yuheng. This injury was deserved. Next time, she would exercise greater caution. My lady, you should change your clothes and rest, Zissou suggested, bringing Zhong Lingyue's garments. Wait, I must bathe first, Zhong Lingyue insisted, rising. Her face and hair were sullied by someone else in amp. Oppo's bathwater, and enduring it any longer was intolerable. But your injury, it is not the right time for a bath. Not a concern, she replied nonchalantly, igniting a tempest of worry among Zissou and the others. Though unfamiliar with the eldest lady, they had often heard from the mistress and others that she was frail and often bedridden. Even after improving her health over the years, she still seemed delicate. Yet now, it was evident she had been in a brawl, unfazed by her injury, as if accustomed to such turmoil. Zhu, he had long been aware of this. Why, then, has the eldest lady concealed this from the mistress and the general? In the bathing chamber, several attendants assisted Zhong Lingyue in disrobing. With a clang, a blood-stained dart fell to the floor. My lady, Zissou picked it up and handed it to her. Dispose of it. Do not let anyone find it. Yes. Wait. Zhong Lingyue called to Zissou, hesitating before continuing. Never mind, clean it and keep it safe. She needed to retain the dart as a reminder that one must never underestimate an adversary. Soaking in the warm water, acutely aware of the silence from Jing Mo and the others, she spoke up. Regarding tonight's events, I know your doubts. You must have guessed that I am not as harmless as I appear to outsiders. I have my reasons for concealing matters from my parents, but you need only to know that I will not bring harm to the general's residence. The idea of rebirth was bewildering. She still pondered whether this was merely a surreal dream or a figment of her dying imagination. How could she explain such perplexing thoughts to others? Perhaps it was best left unspoken. Now that the mastermind behind the false accusations had discovered their loss, they would surely turn their attention to the general and Oppo's as residents. The more she appeared weak and ineffectual, the less likely she would be scrutinized, which would facilitate her investigation into the underlying matters. In the future, there may be those watching the general's residence. You must all be vigilant and ensure my injury remains undisclosed. Jing Mo and the others exchanged glances and responded in unison. Understood. After addressing the matters at hand, Zhong Lingyue reclined in the tub and added, by the way, due to my injury, I will be unable to practice with the sandbag for the time being. Jing Mo, please store it until I recover. Since that night, when she had sparred with Jing Yuheng, she had felt acutely the disparity between their strengths. She was still too weak. Following tonight and Oppo's encounter, that realization was even more pronounced. That wretched man possessed an extraordinary strength. Even now, she felt the lingering ache on her neck from his grip. Zhong Lingyue, still shaken, reached to touch her neck. However, he had not emerged unscathed either. The thought of the kick she had delivered brought her satisfaction. Surely, the prince's residence must be in disarray by now. In the Lingyue pavilion of the prince's residence, chaos erupted once more in the dead of night. Mr. Wei, startled from his slumber, was thrust into action by Zhou Yu, who urged him to check on the young master. Quick, go see the young master. Still dazed, Mr. Wei was forcefully ushered into the room. Upon entering, he heard an oppressive groan. When he saw the young master lying in bed, face flushed and veins bulging, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The young master. Has he been drugged again? No. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he was in pain. A pain that was indescribable. What has happened? Mr. Wei hurriedly approached to take the young master's pulse. As he did, he was taken aback by the severity of the situation, glancing downward toward Jing Yuheng and Oppo's abdomen. Young master, this is far worse than being drugged. Jing Yuheng's expression was ominously dark. Just tell me if it can be treated. Mr. Wei quickly averted his gaze and resumed checking the pulse. This time for an extended duration, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Young master, please, may I examine the injury? No sooner had he spoken than he felt a murderous gaze upon him, causing his back to dampen with sweat. Who had the audacity to injure the young master so ruthlessly? Young master, do not shy away from seeking medical attention. After what felt like an eternity, Mr. Wei managed to tuck the young master under the covers. Though the injury appeared serious, he hesitated, then continued. It seems not to have affected anything vital. With proper application of the ointment and adequate rest, it should heal without issue. Mr. Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, for had there been any complications, he could scarcely imagine the consequences. In matters concerning a man's dignity, he feared he might be silenced by the young master. Yet, for the sake of his own safety, Mr. Wei took the risk to caution Jingyue. However, this area is delicate. You must handle it with care. You are young and vigorous. But if you continue to overexert yourself, the repercussions could be dire. Handle it with care? Jingyue and Damp. Oppo's face darkened further. I have done nothing. Damn that female thief. Who is truly shameless? Chapter 12. I drink, and it is Jingyue was filled with fury. Zhou, the heir. Zhou walked in with his head bowed. Have the person been captured? Zhou and Oppo's expression stiffened as he quietly replied, not yet. That person ran away extremely quickly. Our men chased them to the vicinity of Lucien Bridge, but after that there were no traces. Incompetent. Zhou endured the scolding, silently protesting in his heart. Did the heir not fail to capture them as well? He was even kicked. After reprimanding others, Jingyue suddenly realized he had included himself in the scolding and fell into silence. It was indeed his oversight. That woman was slippery and elusive. She was not the type to surrender easily, having escaped last time as well. But it could not happen a third time. Was there anything unusual at the Northern General's residence? Zhou hesitated. I have not had the chance to check. They just returned after experiencing a chase, and, upon arriving at the residence, they found they were robbed again. The heir was injured. So how could I find time to visit the General's residence? Then go now. Investigate the Northern General's residence. From tonight onwards, scrutinize everyone entering and exiting, especially. Yes, I will certainly investigate Miss Zhong. Before Jingyue could finish, Zhou had already clasped his hands in salute, realizing the heir suspected that the thief from that night was Miss Zhong. Although the two looked completely different, he was aware that there were individuals in the martial world skilled in crafting human skin masks, capable of deception. If it truly was Miss Zhong, and the heir was being played with like this, the consequences would be dire. He hurriedly stood up and rushed out, fearing being called back. He did not wish to remain and bear the heir's wrath. Alas, he found himself somewhat envious of Zhou. Although the heir had dismissed him, it was still better than being a servant. Now he had to go hide in a corner again. Day by day, the Jin Wangfu truly could not function without him. Outside, the Jin Wangfei hurriedly approached with a group. What has happened to my son again? She had only just fallen asleep when she heard the commotion outside. After inquiring, the people in the residence stammered, and she guessed that something had happened at Lingyue residence again. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw her son and Oppo's subordinates looking flustered, and even Mr. Wei was present. Mr. Wei, has my son been injured again? Replying to the Wangfei, it is nothing. The subordinates are just here to change the heir and Oppo's medicine. Mr. Wei calmly lied, expertly maintaining his composure. Such matters concerning the heir and Oppo's dignity and the lineage of the Wangfu were not to be spoken of lightly. Just changing medicine? The Jin Wangfei was unconvinced and quickly ascended the steps toward the room. Mother, what brings you here? Inside. Jingyue feigned getting out of bed, but was stopped by the Jin Wangfei. Her gaze swept over him before finally landing on his face. Is everything truly fine? Jingyue appeared calm. It is nothing. Then why does your face look so pale? How many times have I told you not to push yourself? Your injury hasn't healed, yet you run around. Your body is not made of iron. She turned to the waiting maid. Has the chicken soup been prepared for the heir? The maid remained silent. Mother, you know I never drink those things. The Jin Wangfei fixed him with an intense stare. After a moment, Jingyue surrendered. Fine, I will drink it. The steaming chicken soup was brought out, wafting with aroma. Jingyue lifted the bowl and took a sip, The taste of Dangshen was overwhelming. He frowned, wanted to set it down, but he met his mother's expectant gaze. He endured the discomfort and finished the entire bowl in a few gulps. Seeing her son so obedient, the Wang Fei reminded him to rest well before finally leaving satisfied. Mr. Wei, who had been waiting outside, thought there was nothing more for him to do now that the Wang Fei had left, and he prepared to return. However, just as he reached the courtyard and was about to push the door open, he was swiftly grabbed by the guards of the residence. Mr. Wei, it seems the air has been poisoned. What symptoms? After drinking the chicken soup, he has been experiencing uncontrollable diarrhea. What kind of poison is so vile? Everyone in Lingyue residence spent another sleepless night. By afternoon, a pale Jing Yuheng awaited Zhou Yu. What has happened to you? How could he become so weak after just one night? Could it be? Zhou Yu instinctively glanced at a certain part of Jing Yuheng and Oppo's body. Worry etched on his face. Was the heir and Oppo's injury? Jing Yuheng, being perceptive, immediately sensed Zhou Yu and Oppo's thoughts and angrily retorted, I am perfectly fine. That damned woman kicked me. There. And it was a laxative. Utterly shameless. Once I catch her, I shall have her torn to pieces. Has that woman shown any unusual behavior? Zhou Yu quickly retracted his gaze, shrinking his neck. The woman Jing Yuheng had seen on the street yesterday was the legitimate daughter of the Northern General, Zhong Lingyue. She had been frail since childhood and was not accustomed to the capital and Oppo's climate, having been raised in Hangzhou until yesterday. After returning home, she had not gone out, nor had she summoned a doctor. Seeing Jing Yuheng lost in thought, Zhou Yu continued, today, while she was visiting the general and Oppo's wife, I probed her. She does not seem to be skilled in martial arts. In fact, she could barely walk and was supported by her maids. Could the support be due to an injury? Jing Yuheng inquired. Zhou Yu hesitated. That could be a possibility. However, he still felt that Miss Zhong seemed gentle and delicate. She hardly resembled the fierce individual who nearly crippled the heir last night. Could the heir have mistaken her? As he pondered, he heard his master issue a fierce command to continue monitoring and to further investigate. On the day of the Black Cloud Village raid, where was she? Zhou Yu nodded in affirmation, filled with righteous indignation as he headed toward the Northern General and Oppo's residence. For some reason, he had a premonition that the Northern General's residence would likely become his permanent station. Chapter 13. Fever the General's Manor in the North. Zhong Lingyue had lunch with her parents in the Feihong courtyard before being assisted back to her quarters by Jing Mo and others. Upon entering the room, Zhu Yi was about to speak when Zhong Lingyue's gaze silenced her. Someone was watching from outside. Zhu Yi immediately realized and whispered, My lady, could it be that your fall on the way this morning was also? Jing Mo and the others exchanged wary glances, peering outside. Zhong Lingyue nodded. Someone was probing them from behind. As a practitioner of martial arts, how could she not evade a mere concealed weapon? She had merely anticipated a test and feigned a fall. After all, to outsiders, she was merely a fragile woman, and a fall resulting from an ambush was entirely plausible. Surely, the one testing us must be the Crown Prince. Zhu Yi speculated, though her certainty was lacking. While it was highly probable that the shameless Jing Yuheng was behind this, she had taken the false evidence. And it was possible that the mastermind had not witnessed the incident at the General and Oppo's manor, prompting them to test each individual. In any case, you must remain vigilant and not reveal that I am skilled in martial arts and injured. Understood. Have there been any movements from concubine Lin and her daughter? Half-Summer stepped forward, reporting that the second miss had just secretly left the manor, heading towards the outskirts of the city. The subordinate suspected she was going to meet the third prince, and Zissou had discreetly followed her. As for concubine Lin, there were no unusual signs. With the emperor gravely ill and the third prince, as the son of the favored consort, gaining considerable support, many speculated that he would soon be named crown prince. The second miss's actions are rather concerning. Jing Mo hesitated to continue. Tian Dong scoffed. If it weren't for the early demise of the empress's legitimate son, he would have no chance. Our general is the Empress in Oppo's own brother. With the Empress having lost her legitimate son, her standing in the palace has diminished significantly. The second miss's actions are tantamount to disregarding the general's manor. Zhong Lingyue, who had been residing in Hangzhou, had secretly sneaked away to practice martial arts in the bamboo grove where her master was located during her free time, remaining largely uninformed about the political situation in the capital. However, she had overheard certain discussions. The maternal family of the favored consort, the Yin family, wielded immense power in court and had always been at odds with her father's political views. If the mastermind were indeed part of the third prince's faction, it was plausible. Do my parents know about this matter? They were originally unaware, but a few days ago, the third prince found the second Miss and Oppo's handkerchief at a restaurant and sent it back to the manor. The general and his wife then learned of it, leading to rumors that the third prince is interested in the second Mississippi. Half Summer replied. It was evident that merely returning a handkerchief had stirred considerable gossip, clearly indicating that the third prince was behind the scenes, stoking the flames. If he wished for discretion, how could he allow rumors to circulate? Is he attempting to win over my father? If so, the mastermind might not be him after all. What was my father's stance on this? The general had confined the second miss for several days, preventing her from leaving the manor. Yet today, curiously, he did not stop her. Her disguises are riddled with flaws. Had the guards not let her slip away, how could she have escaped? Zhong Lingyue nodded, realizing that her sister and Oppo's departure was likely orchestrated by her parents. With someone watching, she felt a sense of relief. The fact that the Black Cloud stronghold had not been discovered meant that the mastermind would likely be cautious, and for the time being, she could breathe a little easier, observing what could be uncovered regarding Jingyue. However, it was unfortunate, after last night's incident. That man would certainly be on high alert against her, making it difficult to gather intelligence. Her mind was a tumult of thoughts, leaving Zhong Lingyue feeling dizzy. She instructed Zhu Yi to help her lie down for a while. Yet, after 2 hours, she remained in slumber. When Zhu Yi and the others sensed something was amiss and entered the room, they discovered she was burning with fever, her body alarmingly hot. My lady, please wake up. Zhong Lingyue felt dazed, as if someone were calling her name, but her eyelids were heavy, refusing to open, and her entire body ached. She seemed to be engulfed in a sea of flames, with arrows raining down incessantly. No, Ayun, hearing their master murmur incoherently. Tiandong was nearly brought to tears. What should they do? They needed to summon a doctor, yet their mistress had forbidden it, and if they recklessly ventured outside, they would likely attract the attention of those lurking nearby. At this moment, what was more important, their mistress's health or those external matters? Both were crucial. Zhu Yi was not entirely clear on what her mistress was involved in, but she understood that whatever it was, her mistress must not be easily discovered. Now that she was unconscious, she could not afford to hinder her. They needed to call a doctor while maintaining utmost secrecy. But as soon as they left the manor, those lurking would surely be watching. How could they bring a doctor inside without arousing suspicion? That night, at the Jinwang Manor, Lingyue residence, Zhou Yi returned to report. Young master, Ms. Zhong returned to her courtyard this afternoon and has not emerged since. At the end of the Shun hour, she took a group of maidservants in a horse-drawn carriage to Kaiyun Pavilion. She returned to the general and Oppo's manor around the time of the Yu hour and has remained indoors ever since. Are you certain she stayed at Kaiyun Pavilion the entire time? Jing Yuhing inquired. Kaiyun Pavilion only serves ladies, and we were unable to enter, but we indeed did not see her exit. It is quite ordinary for her to have returned to the capital and to purchase fashionable fabrics and jewelry. Zhou Yi did not find this unusual. The items at Kaiyun Pavilion were unique and favored by noble women in the capital. Owning something from there was a point of pride. As a woman who had just returned to the capital, it was reasonable for Miss Zhong to be interested in such items. Women, after all, are drawn to glittering things. A few days prior, he had overheard the maidservants in the manor discussing a new fabric released by Kaiyun Pavilion, said to shimmer like water in the sunlight. Dazzling and captivating, and it had just gone on sale today, available only for on-site purchase, with no reservations accepted. It seems all the women in the capital have flocked there. He had just observed the scene outside and found it to be teeming with people. There were even reports of brawls breaking out over a piece of fabric, leading to arrests, pure madness. Jing Yuhing and Oppo's expression darkened. Do you truly believe she, being frail and unsteady on her feet, would venture out into the snow for mere clothing and jewelry, disregarding her health? Zhou Yu paused, then countered. Is that not the case? I just saw the princess consort also went there. Though she remained in her carriage, I saw Lady Li and 8 maidservants rush in, creating quite the scene. I wonder if the princess consort managed to seize anything. Jing Yuhong. Noticing his displeasure, Zhou Yu quickly knelt, acknowledging his oversight. This subordinate is at fault. I failed to be vigilant. Does Kaiyun Pavilion have a back entrance? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yu replied. Yes. What are you waiting for? Yes. This subordinate will investigate immediately. Chapter 14. An unexpected visitor half an hour later. Zhou Yu returned in a flurry. Your Highness, as you predicted, the manager of Kaiyun Pavilion stated that the establishment was bustling with patrons, rendering the front door utterly congested. A young lady disguised as a maid claimed that her mistress had insufficient funds and urgently needed to return home for more money. Thus, she was permitted to exit through the back entrance. Shortly thereafter, the same young lady returned accompanied by another woman dressed alike, asserting they needed to assist one another in retrieving items for their residence. Zhou Yu and Amp, Oppo's voice trailed off, his tone increasingly sheepish. Where do they go? Jing Yuhang inquired, his expression stoic. I am uncertain. However, I took the liberty of investigating the nearby medical establishments, and it appears that a female doctor was summoned for an emergency consultation not long ago and has yet to return. I have stationed someone outside the clinic to ascertain her whereabouts upon her return. Zhou Yu was nearly convinced that the doctor in question had indeed been summoned to the General and Oppo's residence. In retrospect, he recalled a maid among the entourage that left Kaiyun Pavilion who had kept her head down. However, he had been too preoccupied with Ms. Zhong to pay her any mind. Jing Yuhang remained silent, although he surmised that little more could be gleaned from the situation. If it were indeed her, one so crafty as to divert everyone's attention would surely have taken precautions for the aftermath. Conversely, if she were not the culprit, then inquiries would yield no fruitful results. Why would Ms. Zhong choose to evade detection and summon a doctor, rather than simply consulting one at the clinic? Wouldn't it be more prudent to avoid raising suspicion? Zhou Yu pondered aloud. Jing Yuhang approached the table, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea, taking a sip. The tea had steeped too long, rendering it somewhat astringent. Perhaps the Ms. Zhong Yu encountered was not her true self. If one can don a human mask, then surely there exist 2, or even 3. Of course, this is contingent upon the assumption that Miss Zhong is the thief in question. If she is not, then all is mere coincidence. Yet, he harbored little faith in coincidences. Zhou Yu, he commanded, prepare a few items for tomorrow, and convey that this prince has been remiss in his conduct towards Miss Zhong and seeks to offer his apologies in person. Furthermore, send a message to the Empress Dowager. The following morning, Zhong Lingyue awoke, attempting to prop herself up, yet feeling utterly drained. The commotion roused the attendant by her side. My lady, you are awake, Zhu Yi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. You frighten me to death. I shall summon the doctor at once. She dashed out in haste. Before long, Zhu Yi returned with a stranger clad in maid and Amp, Oppo's attire. Dr. Yi, please examine my mistress, she implored. Zhong Lingyue was assisted into a seated position, dazedly permitting the individual before her to check her pulse and assess her injuries. Fortunately, the fever had finally subsided, and with a few more doses of medicine, she would be well. However, the injuries required careful recuperation, avoiding any contact or exposure to water. Jing Mo and the others, alerted by the commotion, entered with warm water. They aided her in changing out of her sweat-soaked garments, applying ointments, and tending to her needs. Zhong Lingyue felt akin to a marionette, entirely at their mercy. This sense of helplessness was disconcerting, yet she refrained from voicing her discomfort until Dr. Yi was escorted to the adjoining room for rest. What transpired? Zhu Yi could no longer contain her curiosity. My lady, you succumbed to a high fever shortly after retiring yesterday afternoon and began to speak deliriously. We had no choice but to summon a physician. Zhong Lingyue leaned wearily against the pillow, letting out a soft sigh. Is the household aware of this? Zhu Yi shook her head. I do not know. Last night, Madame sent old Madame Zhang to deliver refreshments, and we merely informed her that you were fatigued from your journey and had retired early. Old Madame Zhang did not seem suspicious. Jing Mo offered a cup of tea. Zhu Yi is quite astute. She disguised herself as you and led us out to Kaiyun Pavilion to select jewelry. It was bustling with patrons, and I slipped out through the back to fetch Dr. Yi, imploring her to pose as a maid and blend in with the general and amp. Oppose. Entourage upon our return. In order to maintain discretion, we also procured numerous items last night. As she spoke, her tone began to waver with anxiety. Zhong Lingyue sipped the warm water, finding relief for her parched throat, and praised, "You all performed admirably. We shall distribute the jewelry among ourselves shortly." Zhu Yi smiled at her companions. I knew the mistress would not hold it against us. I have my eye on those earrings. You must not contest with me for them. Her playful demeanor elicited laughter, dissipating the tension that had lingered over Jing Mo and the others. Having only recently begun to serve her, they were still unfamiliar with Zhong Lingyue's temperament, and taking matters into their own hands had left them uneasy. Now, not only had she expressed her gratitude, but she had also presented them with gifts, leaving no room for displeasure. As for the earrings chosen by Zhu Yi, they were the least expensive among the jewels, as she had reserved the superior pieces for her companions. Such goodwill should not go unappreciated. Regarding Dr. Yi, Zhong Lingyue inquired, "Rest assured, I have made all the necessary arrangements. My sister-in-law happened to go into labor yesterday, and Dr. Yi was called to assist." Jing Mo stepped forward. With everything in order, Zhong Lingyue felt no further need for caution. Yet, she pondered the individual monitoring them from outside. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhu Yi leaned in, as if sensing her contemplation, and declared, "My lady, last night I noticed that the individual lingering outside our courtyard abruptly departed. I trailed them discreetly. Though I did not follow too closely, yet I observed them entering the Duke Jin and Oppo's residence." Duke Jin and Oppo's residence. Interesting. It was indeed he. Yet, she still could not discern where she had inadvertently revealed herself, prompting his suspicion. Clearly, she must exercise greater caution in the future, minimizing her interactions with him. However, Zhong Lingyue could not have anticipated that he would seek her out personally. Chapter 15. Has the young lady and amp, Oppo's injury healed? In the main hall of the general's residence in the north, General Zhong Tianji scrutinized the young man seated before him, sipping tea with an air of composure. A seasoned warrior, his gaze was sharp and commanding, instilling a sense of trepidation in ordinary folk who dared not meet his eyes for fear of having their thoughts unveiled. Yet, this young man, under the weight of his intimidating scrutiny, remained unfazed, exhibiting a certain boldness. However, the heir had just claimed to have inadvertently offended my daughter. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded sternly. "Though my general's household may not rival the esteemed status of a prince, we are not to be subjected to casual humiliation." Jing Yuheng set down his teacup, rising to bow respectfully. The previous day, the Qingyun guards, under imperial decree, were pursuing fugitives from the Heiyun stronghold and, encountering the general's carriage, feared a possible robbery. In the interest of ensuring the safety of your esteemed daughter, I acted hastily, unintentionally alarming Miss Zhong. Troubled by this, I have come to apologize in person and humbly request an audience with Miss Zhong. Zhong Tianji concealed his emotions, internally scoffing. What audacity! He speaks as if he bears no fault, yet cites royal orders. Who could possibly contest his actions? To claim his error would imply that serving the emperor was a mistake. Is he courting death? Now, with gifts in hand, he presents himself so lowly that I cannot even express my anger without appearing petty. Truly, he is a chip off the old block, the cunning son of Prince Jin. Yet, to think he could simply meet my daughter, how naive. My precious daughter is not someone any random man can visit. His expression darkened momentarily before breaking into laughter. "Ah, I see. If it is indeed an imperial pursuit, then my household should cooperate. There is no question of rudeness. This is to be expected. However, please take back your gifts. My daughter is frail and not in a position to receive guests." Jing Yuheng was not surprised by this dismissal. His gaze shifted to the elder matron behind him, who approached Zhong Tianji with a ceremonial bow. She opened a brocade box, revealing a splendid century-old ginseng. "What is this?" Zhong Tianji recognized the matron and Oppo's stern demeanor. which seemed familiar, and his suspicions were confirmed when Jing Yuheng spoke. This is Aunt Lin, who has long attended to the Empress Dowager. Yesterday, during my audience, I mentioned this incident, and my grandmother chastised me, insisting that I must apologize to Ms. Zhong and brought Aunt Lin along to ensure I fulfill this duty. If we cannot meet Ms. Zhong, Aunt Lin may have difficulty reporting back. Zhong Tianji was taken aback. At the same time, in the Jiayue pavilion, Zhong Lingyue had just finished her breakfast, preparing to rest when a young servant rushed in. Miss, the general requests your presence in the main hall. Zhong Lingyue was perplexed. What could her father want at this hour? It hardly seemed auspicious. The servant, breathless, relayed, "The heir of Prince Jin has arrived, wishing to apologize, and has brought a matron from the Empress Dowager and Oppose. As palace, he insists on seeing you." Zhong Lingyue and Oppose. S expression darkened with irritation. That insufferable man refuses to fade away. Clearly, her kick had not been sufficient to keep him at home. Understood. Inform my father. I shall go immediately. Yes. Once the servant departed, Zhu Yi and Oppose, as concern surfaced. My lady, the heir must suspect something about you. Is it wise to go? Of course, it is not an option to decline. Zhong Lingyue rose, a cold smile on her lips. He has invoked the Empress Dowager. How could I not attend? Moreover, if I do not go, he will only grow more suspicious. But if he probes further, you still bear injuries. What if it is discovered? Perhaps I should disguise myself as you again, Zhu Yi suggested. Previously in Hang City, her maternal family had sheltered Zhong Lingyue, preventing her from practicing martial arts under her master. She had to switch identities with Zhu Yi to escape undetected. However, that was only because Zhu Yi feigned illness. In front of her father, if Zhu Yi faltered, the consequences would be dire. Fear not. In front of my father, he would not dare overstep. Stay composed and do not reveal any signs of distress. Yes. Now, please assist me in my attire and makeup. Half an hour later, Zhong Lingyue entered the main hall, flanked by her maidservants. Ahem, father, your highness. She approached gracefully, performing a bow. Upon hearing her cough, Zhong Tianji immediately stood and strode to her side, helping her into a chair. My dear, you look weary. I cannot believe I made you come in this frigid weather. It is quite a hardship. Quickly, prepare more charcoal for warmth. He fussed over her while casting a sidelong glance at Jing Yuheng, barely restraining his dissatisfaction. Jing Yuheng maintained his calm demeanor, responding with a smile as if he had not sensed the ire from Zhong Tianji. However, Lin Ma and behind him appeared less than pleased. My father, what is the reason for my summons? Zhong Lingyue inquired. Although the servant had forewarned her, certain formalities must still be observed. Upon hearing her question, Zhong Tianji turned away, his expression darkening. My daughter has arrived, and the heir has already seen her. Are you at ease now? What is it that you see? Jing Yuheng rose and approached Zhong Lingyue, but Zhong Tianji's imposing stature blocked his path, his gaze fierce enough to suggest he might strike if he dared to advance further. Jing Yuheng halted, bowing formally from behind Zhong Tianji, addressing her. Miss Zhong, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Please do not hold it against me. A derisive snort interrupted him. Jing Yuheng glanced up, only to see Zhong Tianji averted his gaze. How awkward. It slipped out inadvertently. Faced with Jing Yuheng and Oppose, as courteous demeanor, Zhong Lingyue felt compelled to rise, reluctantly stepping aside to acknowledge him. Your Highness is too kind. Has your injury healed? I have brought excellent healing ointment. Jing Yuheng inquired with genuine concern. What injury? Zhong Tianji abruptly turned to Zhong Lingyue, scrutinizing her from head to toe. My dear, are you injured? Where? How severe? Zhong Lingyue. She clenched her fists in silent rage. That insufferable man. This is an obvious provocation. What injury? How could the heir make such a claim? She looked at Jing Yuheng with confusion, disbelief etched on her features. Seeing her bewilderment, Jing Yuheng feigned astonishment. Is it not true? Yesterday, I saw Ms. Zhong accompanied by a female physician. Oh no! Before he could finish, Tiandong, standing behind Zhong Lingyue, hastily interrupted. Nonsense. She was merely. Zhong Lingyue realized the trap and swiftly turned to Tiandong. What is it? Is someone unwell? Tiandong, now realizing her blunder, turned pale, but with a nod from her mistress, she quickly continued, "It is just. I've been feeling unwell and was concerned about being ridiculed, so." Now, with the physician's presence in the residence, her earlier explanation about attending to Jing Mo's sister could not possibly hold. "Is it better now?" Zhong Lingyue asked, her tone filled with concern. "If you are unwell, you should return to rest." "Much improved. Thank you for your concern, my lady," Tiandong replied stiffly, bowing. Upon witnessing the profound bond between the two, Jing Yuheng couldn't help but smile, realizing that he had misjudged the situation. It was a relief that Miss Zhong was well. "Thank you for your concern, young master," Zhong Lingyue replied with a polite smile, her face radiating gratitude. "Your understanding of the affairs of the general and Appo's residence is truly remarkable. Even I was unaware that a maidservant had summoned a physician. I appreciate your attentiveness." Jing Yuheng remained silent, while Zhong Tianji immediately cast a suspicious glance toward him. This young man was evidently keeping a watchful eye on the general's estate. What exactly were his intentions for visiting? Zhong Lingyue, wishing to disengage from the conversation, turned to her father, indicating her desire to take her leave. Zhong Tianji, eager to send his daughter back promptly, urged, "Very well, my dear, do return swiftly." Zhong Lingyue performed a bow and began to depart. "Wait!" Just as she reached the door, she was called back. Zhong Lingyue ground her teeth in frustration. What more did he want? "Miss Zhong, please hold on. The other day, I found something and am uncertain if it belongs to you." Chapter 16. The misunderstanding is quite significant. Jing Yuheng took out a wooden box made of sandalwood, opened it, and presented it to Zhong Lingyue. Her hand, concealed within her sleeve, clenched tightly. Inside the box lay the bamboo leaf hairpin gifted to her by her senior brother. Jing Yuheng held the pin out before her, asking, "Is this yours?" Zhong Lingyue calmly shook her head, stating, "I do not recognize this item." "Is that so?" Jing Yuheng and Appo's slender fingers traced the pin and Appo's head, pressing gently, causing the barbs along the pin to suddenly reveal themselves, gleaming coldly and appearing exceedingly sharp. Zhong Lingyue was instantly startled, retreating several steps and nearly losing her balance. "How could this hairpin be?" "Do not be afraid, Yuer." Zhong Tianji interposed himself in front of her, glaring at Jing Yuheng. "What is the meaning of this, young master?" Jing Yuheng fixed his gaze upon Zhong Lingyue's face, missing not a single change in her expression. Her countenance was filled with panic, and beads of cold sweat emerged from her forehead, as if genuinely frightened. If this were an act, her performance was indeed commendable. However, the female thief from that night had also been quite the actress. "My apologies for frightening you, Miss Zhong. It was a misunderstanding on my part. Such a harmful hidden weapon could not possibly belong to you. It stands to reason that only a vile and despicable individual would wield such a tool. I take my leave." Zhong Lingyue thought to herself, "That scoundrel! How dare he speak in riddles?" As Jing Yuheng placed the hairpin back into the box and prepared to depart with Aunt Lin, a man resembling a guard suddenly burst through the door. Kneeling before Jing Yuheng and exclaiming, "Young master, the man has confessed and said that his accomplice is—" Silence. Jing Yuheng's expression shifted, cutting him off. "Return to the residence." The group hastily exited the residence of the Grand General of the northern town. With the farce concluded, both parties were aware of the underlying truths. Save for Zhong Tianji, who sensed something amiss but failed to comprehend it fully. "You and Appo's. Are you hiding something from your father? That young man does not seem to have come to apologize sincerely. Are you involved with him?" Faced with her father's suspicions, Zhong Lingyue fell silent. She had yet to devise a suitable excuse to deflect his inquiries. The charcoal in the hall burned brightly, reddening her face. Zhong Tianji observed his graceful daughter and recalled Jing Yuheng's fixation on the general's household, even invoking the Empress Dowager's name to see her. Suddenly, everything clicked into place, and he slammed his palm on the table in anger. "That wretched boy! How dare he covet my daughter? He dreams too grandly. Such insolence is intolerable. Rest assured, I will not allow that scoundrel to lay a finger on you." Zhong Lingyue responded, "Father, your imagination is quite remarkable. You could write novels with such talent." The misunderstanding was indeed considerable. However, seeing that her father and Appo's as thoughts had strayed, she decided to let him remain in error, as long as it did not involve any notion of her affections for that despicable man. Little did Zhong Lingyue know, she was not the only one with such misunderstandings. Within the Yong'an palace, the white-haired Empress Dowager reclined on her couch, feigning sleep. The palace maid stood quietly, not daring to make a sound. Aunt Lin slowed her pace, approaching the Empress Dowager and bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, how fare you?" The Empress Dowager remained with her eyes closed, casually inquiring, "What news?" "A young master took me to the residence of the Grand General of the northern town." "Oh, what business did he have there?" The person reclining on the couch opened her eyes, curiosity flickering within them. The maid stepped forward to assist her. Aunt Lin glanced at the Empress Dowager, hesitating to speak. The Empress Dowager immediately dismissed the others. "Speak freely," Aunt Lin replied. "It seems the young master has taken an interest in the Grand General and Appo's daughter." She recounted the events that transpired at the General and Appo's residence in detail. "I have never seen the young master so attentive to a woman, even going so far as to feign your command to meet her. He misinterpreted the situation regarding Miss Zhong's injury and even brought medicine and high-quality ginseng. Such thoughtfulness." "Indeed," the Empress Dowager chuckled. "Among my many grandchildren, only Ming Jing has yet to grasp the concept of marriage, preoccupied as he is with battles. The Emperor has attempted to arrange a marriage for him several times, but he has consistently evaded the topic. Look at that granddaughter of the Intaifu. She is well-versed in the arts and possesses beauty, yet he feigns ignorance, avoiding her at every encounter. Who would have thought he would venture to a young lady's residence?" The Grand General and Appo's daughter is the Empress and Appo's niece? "Yes, this young lady, I have not had the pleasure of meeting. What do you think?" The Empress Dowager asked Aunt Lin, then continued to muse. "General Zhong is upright and loyal. Surely his daughter is admirable as well. Miss Zhong appears dignified and graceful, but she seems somewhat frail." The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment, finally recalling. "Ah yes, General Zhong and Appo's wife fought valiantly while pregnant. Alas, a pitiful child. However, her frailty may affect her offspring. But if Ming Jing is fond of her, very well, let us first meet her. Half a month from now is the Empress's birthday celebration. I shall inform her that I wish to see Ming Jing's chosen one. Let her arrange for the eligible daughters of court officials to be presented in the palace." "Understood," Aunt Lin replied, setting off for the Empress's palace. Upon confirmation, Aunt Lin returned with news. "Your Highness, the Empress's sentiment is that several princesses and young ladies have also reached marriageable age. It would be most agreeable to view them together, and we may also invite the outstanding young gentlemen of the court for a more festive occasion." "Oh," the Empress Dowager expressed surprise. How rare for the Empress to desire such merriment, as she is usually averse to crowds. "If so, let us proceed accordingly. I shall join in the festivities." "Certainly." Within the Lingyue residence, Zhong Lingyue suddenly sneezed several times in succession. The maid, Zhu Mu, hastily moved the charcoal basin closer. "Master, perhaps you should wear an additional garment?" Tian Dong approached with clothing in hand, her expression anxious. "Not necessary." Zhong Lingyue felt her face flushed from the heat, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She had no need for more clothing. Yet upon hearing her refusal, Tian Dong knelt before her. "Master, it is my reckless behavior that has brought this upon you. Please punish me." She had returned from the front hall, filled with trepidation, and since her master had not spoken, her guilt only deepened. Though she was unaware of why the Crown Prince and Appo's heir had fixated on her, or how he had discovered their invitation of a female physician, she believed she had inadvertently jeopardized her master and Appo's affairs. Zhong Lingyue did not allow her to rise. Her mother had sent 4 individuals, Jing Mo, steady and wise, Zisu and Banxia obedient. Only Tian Dong, with her impulsive nature, spoke her mind without restraint. While her candor was endearing, it could lead to trouble if left unchecked. This incident would serve as a lesson. She must learn the gravity of her actions to remember in the future. In her service, caution and prudence must take precedence. She cast her gaze down at the kneeling figure and spoke. "The injury I sustained was indeed a result of the Crown Prince and Appo's heir, but he is uncertain whether I am the one he seeks. Tiandong lowered her head, her mind in disarray. What does my master mean by this? Chapter 17. Crown Prince, it seems we have been deceived. Among the group, Jing Mo reacted the quickest. She suddenly understood. The Crown Prince in Appo's heir is testing our master. If our master truly invited a doctor into the residence, it is highly likely that he is the one he seeks. Tiandong's words confirmed her suspicions. But didn't Appo's Tiandong later say that she was feeling unwell and needed a doctor to take a look? This is quite ordinary. ISN and Appo's Tiet. Banxia was equally perplexed. Have you forgotten? To the outside world, Dr. Yi was summoned to assist my sister-in-law with childbirth. We did not invite any physician yesterday. Jing Mo and Appo's expression turned grave. Calculating the time, Dr. Yi had only just returned to the clinic when the Crown Prince's heir arrived. Thus, my explanation has only intensified the Crown Prince's heir's suspicions. Tiandong's complexion turned pale with fright. It is she who has harmed our master. Master, I am deserving of death. I am deserving of death. Tiandong anxiously prostrated herself, tears streaming down her face. She should not have said that. Seeing her in such a state of panic, Zhong Lingyue helped her up. Since the incident has already occurred, we must think of a remedy. Tiandong, what do you think we should do? Since a physician has been invited to the residence, we must ensure that this matter is executed properly. After pondering for a moment, Tiandong suddenly looked up at her. I understand. I will handle it immediately. The others, with solemn expressions, withdrew, leaving only Zhu Yi to attend to Zhong Lingyue. Master, since the Crown Prince's heir is already suspicious, it is likely too late for remedy. Zhong Lingyue nodded, acknowledging the lateness of the situation. Then why? Do you still want Tiandong to go? She opened the bottom drawer of the vanity and retrieved a dart. Examining it closely, a flicker of irritation passing through her eyes before she tossed it back into the drawer. If I do not let her do something to remedy this, she will be restless. As for the Crown Prince and Appo's heir, Zhu expressed concern. He did not capture me on the spot, nor does he have evidence. He can only harbor suspicions. For the time being, he cannot do anything to me. However, the guard accompanying him mentioned a person who is likely the leader of the Black Cloud stronghold, Wang Dalong, who is in cahoots with him, the mastermind behind the plot against the general and Appo's residence. But such confidential information, how could the Qingyuan guard speak of it in public? Moreover, in her opinion, Wang Dalong would not easily confess. If he does not reveal the mastermind, he can survive for a while longer. Once he does, he will only hasten his demise. It seems that Jing Yuheng is doing this intentionally to lure her into a trap. If she were to go, it would provide him with indisputable evidence. Zhong Lingyue scoffed. Since he is so idle, I shall find him some more work. Zhu Yi, you go. That night, the prison holding Wang Dalong was ambushed. The Qingyuan guards, having set up an elaborate trap, captured the intruders all at once. Did you catch anyone? Jing Yuheng, who was seated and toying with a bamboo leaf hairpin, inquired. Zhou nodded with excitement. Yes, we caught someone. Ever since the heir dismissed me and assigned me to guard Wang Dalong, I have been disheartened. Thankfully, tonight went smoothly. I must have earned merit, and the heir will surely summon me back. Zhou proudly waved his hand. Quick, bring him up. Jing Yuheng frowned. Although it was bait he had said, he felt a twinge of disbelief at how easily the fish had been caught. An indescribable emotion surged within him. He wondered why he felt as if he did not want her to be caught. No, that cannot be. Why would he think such a thing? This damned female thief has toyed with him. He wished to dismember her and feed her to the fish. Yes, dismember her. It must be that he was too excited about the capture. Jing Yuheng immediately rose to look back. In the night, the Qingyuan guards escorted a small, masked figure toward him. Though the light was dim, he could already imagine the furious expression on that thief and Appo's face. Jing Yuheng jeered. TSK, why are you still masked this time? I recognized you long ago. He strode forward and yanked off the person in Appo's mask, revealing a panicked man in Appo's face. The individual reeked of alcohol, and whether from fear or something else, he even hiccuped, causing a foul stench to permeate the air. Jing Yuheng's smile froze, his anger flaring. Who are you? The man, terrified, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "My lord, spare me. I'm just passing by. I did nothing. Please, my lord, see clearly." Jing Yuheng was furious. "Zhouan, at your service." Zhouan grinned as he squeezed in front of Jing Yuheng, eagerly awaiting praise. "Is this the person you captured?" His fist cracked ominously. Zhouan, oblivious to the anger in his tone, replied cheerfully, "Yes. This person approached the prison gate, and I apprehended him without any effort. It was a piece of cake." "Your Highness, you are too cautious. With just this little thief, there was no need to mobilize over 100 Qingyun guards and personally oversee the operation. I could have handled it alone." Jing Yuheng interrupted. "Enough. Silence." He pointed at the bound man. "Someone, check if he has undergone any disguise." "Yes." A group of Qingyun guards surged forward, twisting and pulling at the man in amp. Appo's face, causing his screams to echo throughout the night. "Moments latte." One of them stepped forward to report, "Commander, this person has not undergone any disguise." Jing Yuheng kicked the man over, furious. "Speak. Who sent you here?" The man, now a swollen mess with tears and mucus smeared across his face, looked utterly grotesque. I was sent by someone named Enai Jinchuan. I lost a bet to him, and he told me to wear this outfit and come here, claiming that this would clear my debt." "My lord, I beg for your mercy. I truly did nothing. I was merely passing by." Zhouan burst into laughter. "How could anyone have such a foolish name as Enai Jinchuan? You are truly stupid. Ha 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 ha. He is mocking you, and you actually listened." A cold, murderous glare shot over, silencing Zhouan instantly. Something seems off." He quickly realized, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it seems we've been played." Jing Yuheng kicked out in frustration. Zhouan fell to the ground in a heap. The other Qingyun guards turned their faces away. Zhouan certainly knew how to provoke the air. He deserved that kick. Previously, when they heard Zhouan had been kicked by a horse, they did not believe it. But now they were convinced. Chapter 18. The Hairpin Ceremony from the Shadows. Zhong Lingyue observed the proceedings with unadulterated glee. She had never been one to suffer fools gladly. And if Jing Yuheng sought to manipulate her, she would return the favor in kind. While her actions might deepen his suspicions, she remained unconcerned, knowing that without concrete proof, he could do little to her. For now, she reveled in her triumph. Upon her leisurely return to the general and Appo's manor, she encountered Zhou Yu, a spy lurking outside the estate. In high spirits, Zhong Lingyue chose to ignore his presence. Let him observe if he so desired. She slipped into the manor, unnoticed. That night, she slept soundly. The following morning, shortly after Zhong Lingyue finished her breakfast, Wang Qinlan arrived with a retinue of attendants. They carried over a dozen exquisitely crafted chests, overflowing with resplendent jewelry and garments that dazzled the eye. "My dear," Wang Qinlan began, "now that you've returned, you must be lacking in attire and adornments. See if you find these to your liking." When Zhong Lingyue remained silent, Wang Qinlan gestured for several unfamiliar middle-aged women to step forward. "I'm unsure if these clothes will fit you perfectly, but fear not. These ladies are master seamstresses from the Kaiyun Pavilion. Their skills are unparalleled, and they can take your measurements and create bespoke garments for you." Still, Zhong Lingyue offered no response. This unnerved Wang Qinlan, who grasped her daughter into Appo's hand and asked, "What troubles you and Appo's? Have I done something to displease you? I know I and Appo's wronged you these past years. Do you resent me for it?" The child she had borne at great risk, whom she had nurtured for only a year before sending her to Hangzhou, was never far from her thoughts. However, she had been left with no alternative. The winters in the capital were long and bitterly cold, while the other seasons were dry and plagued by sandstorms. Despite her meticulous care, you and Appo's health continued to suffer. Doctors advised that only the warm, temperate climate of the south could improve the child's constitution. "No," Zhong Lingyue managed, her voice thick with emotion. Although she had been raised in her maternal grandparents' and Appo's home, they had treated her with exceptional kindness. From a young age, they had instilled in her an understanding of her parents' and Appo's love and the circumstances that had compelled their separation. Her father never failed to send her gifts whenever he received a valuable reward, and her mother visited her every year. Despite not growing up by her parents' side, She harbored no resentment towards them. Instead, she admired their valorous service to the nation. It was this admiration that had inspired her to study martial arts under her master, in the hope of one day joining her parents on the battlefield. Now, witnessing her mother and Amp, oppose, as cautious attempts to appease her, she felt a pang of heartache. "Mother, I adore everything you've prepared," she exclaimed with a smile. "I'm so glad," Wang Qinlan replied, her face lighting up. "Your birthday is just a few days away, and I intend to host a grand hairpin ceremony for you, so that all of the capital may witness the splendor of my exceptional daughter." Soon, Zhong Lingyue's birthday arrived. It was the second day of the 11th month, and the sky was clear after snowfall. The eldest daughter of the general of Zhenbei was to have her hairpin ceremony, and nearly all the noble women of the capital graced the occasion with their presence, creating a lively atmosphere. As the ceremony had yet to commence, the guests gathered in small groups, engaging in idle chatter. Unsurprisingly, the primary topic of conversation revolved around the day and Amp, oppose, as protagonist. The Zhong family and Amp, oppose, as eldest daughter is truly blessed. Her father is the general of Zhenbei. Her mother is a madam with a second-rank title, and her aunt is the empress. I even heard that the empress had initially intended to serve as the chief officiant, but she was unable to attend due to illness. However, I witnessed the gifts she sent, a dozen sets of elaborate head ornaments, each worth a king's ransom. Indeed, now that Miss Zhong is about to come of age, she will soon be betrothed. I wonder which fortunate family will win her hand. Speaking of which, has anyone seen what this Miss Zhong looks like? My eldest son is of a suitable age for Miss Zhong. TSK, don't even dream about it. With Miss Zhong's status, she could marry a prince, let alone your son. Yes. I was only joking. Perhaps the Zhong family doesn't prioritize social standing? Oh, I heard that the third prince has taken a fancy to the Zhong family's second daughter. I wonder if that's true. Even if he does, the Zhong family and Oppo's second daughter is merely a concubine and Oppo's child. Surely he wooed and Oppo's to marry her as his primary consort? Marrying the eldest daughter would be more fitting. Behind the crowd, Zhong Lingshuang's expression soured as she glared at those who were comparing her to her elder sister. Seeing her mistress's distress, Mo Xiang attempted to console her. "My lady, pay no attention to their gossip. The third prince would never marry the eldest daughter." Zhong Lingshuang clenched the embroidered handkerchief in her hand, a feeling of suffocation gripping her chest. Why must a daughter born of a concubine always be looked down upon? It wasn't as if she had any say in the matter. Aside from her birth status, how was she inferior to Zhong Lingyue? These people had never even met Zhong Lingyue, yet they praised her to the heavens. She would wait and see if they would still be singing her praises later. "Montak Xiang, fetch the gift I prepared for my elder sister." "My lady, Montak Xiang hesitated. Perhaps it would be best if we didn't. I fear the general might." "Enough with the nonsense. Do as I say." "Yes." At noon, the hairpin ceremony officially commenced. The guests made their way to observe the proceedings. As the ceremony began, silence fell over the entire venue. "Invite the one receiving the hairpin from the east chamber." All eyes turned toward the entrance. A young woman adorned in vibrant attire emerged. Though she wore no makeup, her features were exquisite, her movements graceful and refined, captivating all who beheld her. Every eye was riveted upon her, expressions of astonishment and admiration etched on their faces. Even Jing Yuheng, concealed among the trees, couldn't and Oppos, help but steal a few glances at Zhong Lingyue. He had to concede that the female thief possessed a certain allure. "Young master, ISN and Oppos, Miss Zhong beautiful?" Zhou Yu remarked to his master, his tone suggestive. Jing Yuheng immediately averted his gaze, casting a frigid glare at Zhou Yu. "Are your eyes deceiving you?" She and Amp, Oppos, as putting on an act. When Amp, Oppos, as so appealing about her. Zhou Yu, his eyes were perfectly fine. He had clearly seen that the young master had been momentarily captivated. "Keep a close watch. If anything goes awry today, you and Oppos, be held accountable." As Jing Yuheng turned to leave, Zhou Yu urgently called out, "Young master, Arn and Oppos, you going to watch?" Jing Yuheng scoffed. "I have no time to waste staring at her. As the man vanished from sight, Zhou Yu chuckled under his breath. Who was it that had insisted on personally overseeing the proceedings this morning? After being outwitted that night, the young master had been seething with rage, desperate to apprehend the culprit. However, he had been hampered by a lack of evidence. Thus, upon learning of Miss Zhong and Appo's hairpin ceremony, he had declared his intention to attend and seek out proof. As he finished his thought, a pebble struck Zhou Yu squarely on the back of his head. He cried out in pain, causing the tree branches to sway, dislodging large clumps of snow that melted into puddles on the ground. Zhou Yu dared not utter another word. However, he knew that the young master was still nearby. The hairpin ceremony continued. Perform the initial pinning ceremony, donning the initial ceremonial attire. On this auspicious day, with favorable winds and propitious clouds, our family and Appo's virtuous daughter comes of age. We bestow upon her the first veil, symbolizing the shedding of childish inclinations and the embrace of virtue. After the 3 additions and 3 bows, the ceremony concluded. Everything had proceeded smoothly, almost suspiciously so. Just as Zhong Lingyue began to harbor doubts, she noticed Zhong Lingyue approaching with her maidservant. As expected, she had arrived. On that day, Zhong Lingyue had left the manor. Later, Zhisu, who had been tailing her, confirmed that she had indeed met with the 3rd prince. However, they had merely pretended to run into each other and exchanged a few words. Zhisu had been unable to get close enough to overhear their conversation, and thus had failed to gather any incriminating evidence. She had instructed Zhisu to continue monitoring her movements. In recent days, Zhong Lingyue had remained within the confines of the manor, but Zhong Lingyue was certain that she was not idle. Elder sister, Zhong Lingyue said with a smile as she approached, raising her voice. Today is your hairpin ceremony, and I have prepared a special gift for you. Montak Xiang, please bring me the gift I prepared for my elder sister. Chapter 19 Guidance. Upon hearing those words, the guests who were about to disperse remained in their places. Being well versed in the affairs of the inner chambers, they quickly caught the scent of gossip. The second Miss Zhong, setting aside her status as a concubine's daughter, was not only proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also skilled in martial arts. Such an exceptional individual undoubtedly harbored resentment towards her legitimate elder sister, who overshadowed her. If that were the case, the act of gifting must be laden with ulterior motives. Otherwise, she could have presented her gift privately. The desire to seize the limelight was all too apparent. With a smile, Zhong Lingyue expressed her gratitude to her younger sister. Mo Xiang, laboriously carrying a long wooden box, approached Zhong Lingyue. Zhong Lingyue opened the box, and the onlookers craned their necks to see. Inside lay a long sword, its hilt adorned with intricate patterns, and the scabbard crafted from fine ebony, indicating its considerable worth. Does my elder sister fancy this gift? Our father is a great general, and our mother has fought alongside him in battle, a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with man. Although I have never met my elder sister, I can only assume she is as accomplished as our mother. Thus, I had a sword specially made for her. While I have trained in martial arts from a young age, my skills are but superficial compared to my elder sister's. I hope for her guidance. Zhong Lingyue and Appo's words were indeed skillful, simultaneously praising her biological mother and belittling herself to elevate her elder sister. Those unaware might genuinely believe her to be a dutiful daughter and a harmonious sibling. Zhong Lingyue suppressed a cold laugh within. Such cunning calculations. Due to her frail constitution, she could not practice martial arts. Yet Zhong Lingyue presented her with a sword. In a household of martial prowess, she, as the legitimate daughter, was utterly lacking, even inferior to a concubine and Appo's daughter. Such a revelation would indeed become a source of ridicule. This was a deliberate attempt to strip her of dignity, thereby enhancing her own. Noticing Zhong Lingyue and Appo's silence, Zhong Lingyue felt a surge of satisfaction, but feigned a look of anxiety, asking, "Elder sister, do you not like the gift I have given you?" The sword was heavy, yet Zhong Lingyue effortlessly drew it from its scabbard, one hand on the hilt, the other on the scabbard, slowly revealing the blade that glinted coldly in the sunlight, an intimidating sight. She waved it casually, nodding in satisfaction, then held the sword before Zhong Lingyue. Elder sister, would you care to give a try? She inquired with a smile. Though phrased as a question, the tone of Zhong Lingyue sent a chill through the onlookers. The atmosphere grew tense, with some of the observing ladies discreetly stepping back. Good heavens, the people of the general's household are indeed formidable. Even a coming-of-age ceremony has turned into a display of weaponry, too frightening. I did not expect that the second Miss Zhong would also be a formidable character. One could only wonder how she would fare against the eldest daughter. Hidden among the trees, Zhou Yu broke an orange in half with force, muttering to himself. If it were me, being subjected to such passive-aggressive probing, I would certainly give her a kick to show her my strength. As Zhou Yu prepared to take a bite of the orange, a slender hand suddenly reached over, snatching the half-orange away. Turning, he beheld his master, who had appeared beside him on a tree branch. "Young master, why have you returned?" he asked. "You've come just in time. The show is about to begin." He recounted the earlier exchange between the two young ladies. "Tell me, do you think the eldest miss will retaliate against the provocation from the second?" Zhou Yu asked. "She will not," Jing Yuheng replied coolly. "Why not?" Zhou Yu was skeptical. After all, even a cornered rabbit would bite when threatened, let alone this pampered eldest daughter. Jing Yuheng remained silent. "She will not act out immediately, but what follows is uncertain." Holding the orange he had just snatched, he noticed the fruit was torn messily, juice splattering everywhere, rendering it unappetizing. With a hint of disdain, he handed it back to Zhou Yu, then took out a silk handkerchief to wipe his hands before shoving it into Zhou Yu and Amp, Oppo's, grasp, finally taking the remaining orange for himself and peeling it leisurely. Zhou Yu felt exasperated, but had no recourse. He turned back to observe the escalating drama. Word had spread that the two young ladies of the Zhong family were about to clash, and the crowd swelled as onlookers, including those who had previously settled into their seats, stirred at the prospect of entertainment. Having just ensured the comfort of their most important guests, Zhong Tianji and his wife hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Zhong Lingyue brandishing a sword in front of his precious daughter, Zhong Tianji's expression darkened immediately. "Someone, escort the second miss home. She is unwell." "Father." Zhong Lingyue looked up at her father's cold gaze, her resentment towards Zhong Lingyue intensifying. Why was it that their father never acknowledged her? What had she done wrong? Today, she was determined to humiliate Zhong Lingyue. She wanted her father to see that she was far superior to her elder sister. "Father, I merely wish to ask elder sister for guidance in martial arts." With all the guests present, and it being elder sister and Oppo's, coming-of-age ceremony, why not let everyone witness it? She raised her voice, ensuring all could hear. The stage was set, the audience was ready, and it was time for the performers to take the spotlight. "You." Zhong Tianji felt a surge of rage, his hands stiffening, ready to strike. "Father." Zhong Lingyue promptly intervened. A smile graced her lips, since her sister sought guidance. As the elder sister, she could not refuse. Chapter 20, Mockery Yet You. Zhong Tianji, in a fit of urgency, approached Zhong Lingyue, bowing his head to speak softly. Your health is not well. There is no need for such." Wang Qinlan was equally incensed by Zhong Lingyue's provocations. Though she possessed a straightforward disposition, she could not overlook the subtle schemes at play. This illegitimate daughter was intentionally aiming to humiliate her own daughter. She cast a fierce glare at Zhong Tianji. Had it not been for his drunken misdeeds from years past, Lin Yingyang would never have entered their household and given birth to a daughter who was a thorn in her side. Yes, her daughter was not skilled in martial arts. But what of it? Wang Qinlan's daughter had her own protectors. The absence of martial prowess mattered little. Zhong Tianji comprehended his wife's meaning, his expression a blend of helplessness and regret. The events of that year had faded from his memory. Upon waking from his stupor, he had found a woman sobbing, claiming he had wronged her. Yet, he distinctly recalled that no one had entered his chamber before sleep, nor did he harbor any recollection of such transgressions. But what good was regret now? Wang Qinlan shifted her gaze back to her daughter. With your mother here, you may do as you please. No one shall force you into anything you do not desire. Mother, I still seek your elder sister's guidance." Zhong Lingyue hastily interjected. thrusting a sword into Zhong Lingyue's hands with an insistence that left her unprepared. The weight of the weapon nearly caused her to falter, and she staggered back a few steps, steadied only by Zhu Yi's support. She appeared stunned, perhaps by fright or the biting cold, and began to cough repeatedly. The onlookers exchanged glances. The eldest daughter of the Zhong family. In the branches above, Jing Yuheng, finishing an orange and wiping his hands, smirked with a hint of derision. She truly had a talent for theatrics. With a mere kick, she could shatter windows, and with a single strike, she could displace a bathing tub. Yet here she was, so weak that she could scarcely wield a sword. Who would believe it? Zhou Yu leaned closer, Your Grace. Do you think we might have truly misunderstood? I perceive that Miss Zhong is indeed quite delicate in that day. I witnessed her maid visiting the clinic. Upon inquiry, I learned that a female doctor had attended to the general's residence. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Jing Yuheng shot him a cold glance. Though he said nothing, the meaning was unmistakable. He deemed Zhou Yu foolish. Zhou Yu, am I truly foolish? He silently resolved to refrain from further inquiries. Among the crowd, Zhong Lingyue, observing Zhong Lingyue and Appo's estate, struggled to suppress a laugh that threatened to escape. Elder sister, in your condition, who would ever wish to marry you? Even if you were a noble, legitimate daughter, what difference does it make? You would still be met with disdain. Yet, these words remained unspoken. Zhong Lingyue feigned disbelief. Sister, your condition. The gathered company, initially perplexed, soon grasped the situation. The Zhong daughter, celebrating her coming of age today, was frail and unskilled in martial arts. In truth, a woman's lack of martial ability might not be so grave. Some esteemed families even looked down upon women who practiced martial arts, regarding them as coarse. However, frailty was a serious matter. Among the assembly were members of the officialdom and prominent families. Which household would be willing to take a bride of poor health? The eldest daughter of the Zhong family, of such status, was expected to become a legitimate wife. Should she be unable to bear children in the future, it would jeopardize the family lineage. As this dawned upon them, the officials who had previously considered an alliance with the general and Appo's estate quickly abandoned the thought. Sister, I was unaware of your condition. I heard previously that you were quite well, which is why Zhong Lingyue feigned concern, suggesting that perhaps it was best to let the matter rest. Seeing her goal achieved, Zhong Lingyue could scarcely contain her smile, though she maintained a facade of caring. No need. Zhong Lingyue, with some effort, handed the sword to Zhu Yi beside her, smiling gently as she remarked, It is merely a matter of guidance. It requires little exertion. Sister, shall we begin? This left Zhong Lingyue momentarily stunned. Begin what? What did her words imply? How could one who could barely hold a sword possibly compete with her? The spectators shared her confusion, including Zhou Yu in the tree. He bore a puzzled expression, beginning to doubt himself. If this Zhong daughter were indeed the one from that night, she would possess martial skills but feign ignorance. Thus, if they were to compete, her ruse would be laid bare, making competition impossible. Conversely, Jing Yuheng seemed to have discerned something. His interest piqued as he intently watched Zhong Lingyue. To Zhong Lingyue's question, Zhong Lingyue smiled. Did you not say you wish for my guidance? How can I assist in your skills if you do not demonstrate? Zhong Lingyue. The crowd erupted in a clamor. What? The eldest miss claims she shall instruct the second miss in martial arts? Is this highest? Do you not understand? The eldest daughter of the Zhong family is mocking her sister, compelling the second miss to perform swordplay before us, all while claiming to offer guidance. Who stands to be humiliated here? Oh, this eldest miss seems rather intriguing. The second miss is surely digging her own grave. Indeed, such is the plight of an illegitimate child of little standing. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhong Lingyue's face darkened, and she could only feign composure as she replied, Since elder sister cannot wield a weapon, surely you cannot comprehend. How would you know what I comprehend? Have you not seen me before, and thus do not know me? Yet, she sought to evade the challenge, though Zhong Lingyue would not grant her such an opportunity. With all our esteemed guests present today, sister, you must commence without delay. Those of the general and Appo's household always uphold their word. She countered with Zhong Lingyue and Appo's prior declaration. Zhong Lingyue, The onlookers began to cheer. Indeed, we have long heard of the second Mrs. Prowess in both literature and martial arts. Today, we must witness it firsthand. Precisely. The second miss is so remarkable. We must see your skills. Zhong Lingyue glanced at Zhu Yi, who understood the cue and respectfully offered the sword to Zhong Lingyue. Second miss, please. At that moment, Zhong Lingyue found herself in a predicament. There was no retreat, and she could only accept the sword. Yet, after a brief moment, realization seemed to dawn upon her, her expression returning to normal, even breaking into a smile. My sword play is far from lacking. Should Zhong Lingyue, one who knows not the art, falter in her guidance, it would only bring disgrace upon her. Thus, Frost would be the one to embarrass herself before the esteemed elders. Chapter 21. The Flaws in Sister and Amp. Oppos. As swordsmanship, the crowd parted to create an open space. Attentive servants promptly brought chairs for the esteemed guests to take their seats. Zhong Lingyue sat in the front row, composed and serene, watching as Zhong Lingyue performed her sword dance. In the sunlight, the young girl's dark hair floated gracefully as she executed a flourish, the tip of her sword glimmering with a cold light, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. Dressed in red against a backdrop of white snow, she moved with elegance, captivating all who beheld her. Most of the ladies present were unfamiliar with martial arts and could only appreciate the superficial display. They nodded in admiration as they witnessed her seamless movements. This second young lady is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder she hails from a family of generals. She must be coming of age soon. I have heard she is also quite adept in the arts of music, chess, painting, and calligraphy. As the praises filled the air, a deeper smile crept on a Zhong Lingyue and Oppos' face, and her movements quickened. Meanwhile, Zhong Tianji and his wife, standing to the side, exchanged only a few glances before withdrawing their attention. Wang Qinlan wore a look of disdain. How embarrassing for their family. Dancing is one thing, but does she think wielding a sword and flailing it around makes her a martial artist? Only those ignorant of the art would be deceived. However, concern flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Zhong Lingyue. This child has been frail since childhood. It is a luxury for her to live like a normal person. How could she possibly comprehend swordsmanship? Madam, perhaps it would be better to write her a note to convey your thoughts? Zhong Tianji suggested. Though Wang Qinlan was somewhat displeased with him, she pondered for a moment and, unable to devise another plan, nodded in agreement. Just be cautious. Lingyue is sensitive and would surely dislike being laughed at. Don't let anyone catch on. Rest assured, I shall take care. Zhong Tianji hastened away to prepare a note for their daughter. Just as he was about to send it, Zhong Lingyue completed her performance. She sheathed her sword and approached Zhong Lingyue with an air of self-satisfaction. Elder sister, I humbly seek your guidance. All eyes fell on Zhong Lingyue's face. In the midst of such scrutiny, the note could not be passed. Wang Qinlan shot a fierce glare at Zhong Tianji. Zhong Tianji was taken aback, having not anticipated such a swift conclusion. What should he do now? Wang Qinlan tightened her grip on the armrest of her chair, meticulously observing her daughter's expression. Should she show any sign of discomfort, she would whisk her away immediately. After all, her daughter was frail and could not endure the cold. Sitting for too long could certainly cause her distress. No one would humiliate her. Elder sister? Zhong Lingyue urged. Zhong Lingyue raised her gaze to the triumphant Zhong Lingyue. Her expression troubled. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Are you certain you wish for me to speak? Perhaps it would be better if I refrained. This hesitation only served to further bolster Zhong Lingyue's pride. She knew that a person who languished in illness could never truly grasp the essence of her swordsmanship. Having boasted publicly of imparting wisdom, she now sought to evade the challenge. Not a chance. Today, she would ensure that her sister would be thoroughly embarrassed. Elder sister, please do share where I might improve. I am eager to learn. She feigned humility. With so many guests present, Zhong Lingyue remained hesitant, glancing at her parents once more, yet she ultimately declined. Perhaps we should wait until the gathering concludes. Elder sister, earlier you declared before our elders that you would offer guidance. If you do not speak now, it may be perceived. She glanced at the crowd, adding, it may be seen as if you are simply boasting. which would tarnish the reputation of our family, as Zhong Lingyue's words rang out. Many in the audience regarded Zhong Lingyue with altered expressions. The eldest daughter of the Zhong family appeared gracious, yet it seemed she was not above engaging in such behavior. A young lady should maintain her dignity. Speaking grandly without substance is unbecoming, especially for the legitimate daughter of a general. Wang Qinlan, her simmering anger finally erupting, exclaimed, "Enough! My daughter is not one to be subjected to your idle gossip. Someone show them out. Mother, please wait." Zhong Lingyue stood up. She looked at Zhong Lingyue, who was basking in the praises of the crowd, and sighed with resignation. "Very well. If my sister wishes for me to speak now, I shall do so, but I ask that she refrain from taking offense afterward." Zhong Lingyue, unperturbed, scoffed at the notion that her sister could offer any substantial critique. "Elder sister, please do share. Then I shall speak." Zhong Lingyue regarded her, enunciating clearly, "Your swordsmanship is riddled with flaws." At that moment, Zhong Tianji could no longer contain his laughter, which resonated awkwardly in the suddenly silent space. He quickly stifled his mirth, turning away, yet the tremors of suppressed laughter betrayed his struggle. What does General Zhong mean? Is the eldest daughter correct or incorrect? Why does he find this so amusing? Though Wang Qinlan did not laugh. She pinched her thigh to maintain her composure as the head of the household. Lingyue's words were indeed astute. Yes, riddled with flaws. The maidservants surrounding Zhong Lingyue wore expressions of suppressed laughter, reflecting the unspoken camaraderie of the moment. Zhong Lingyue felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, chilling her to the bone. The expression on her face faltered, yet she forced out a few tears. "Elder sister, you do not even possess martial skills. How could you possibly comprehend my swordsmanship? I did not know you lacked the ability. Thus, I sought your guidance, not intending to embarrass you. If you are upset, you may strike or scold me. But this swordsmanship is something I have diligently studied since childhood. How can you so disparage it?" She spoke through her tears, her gaze timid, embodying the image of a forlorn young girl, which only served to make Zhong Lingyue appear harsh and unreasonable. Seeing her sister's tears and the shifting glances of the crowd, Zhong Lingyue felt her own eyes welling up. "Dear sister, how could you say such things? I merely spoke the truth. I held my tongue earlier to spare you from embarrassment, believing you would graciously accept my insights. Had I known you could not bear the truth, I would have preferred to be misunderstood than to speak unkindly you." Zhong Lingyue was momentarily at a loss for words. She had not expected her elder sister to be so adept at theatrics, managing to extricate herself from blame while painting her as the unreasonable one, unable to accept the truth. However, she was not so easily defeated. "Since you claim my swordsmanship is flawed, I invite you to elucidate upon my errors." Zhong Lingyue felt a wave of trepidation. Perhaps it was best not to speak after all. "I fear you may." Chapter 22. Defeated in one move, Zhong Lingyue gritted her teeth. "What my sister says is true. I can endure it. If what my sister claims is indeed genuine, I shall humbly accept it." Zhong Lingyue chuckled inwardly. In that case, she would not hold back. "Bamboo intent. Master, since this is guidance, mere words may not suffice. Thus, I shall demonstrate the sword technique once more, allowing bamboo intent to spar with me as I instruct. Surely everyone will gain clarity." Upon hearing this, those present nodded in agreement. It was indeed a splendid idea. Though Zhong Lingyue looked down on sparring with a maid, the thought of defeating her and thereby humiliating Zhong Lingyue compelled her to reluctantly consent. However, she had her reservations, despite the intention to hold back. Such contests inevitably resulted in collisions. What if she were to injure her sister? Fear not. Since it is a competition, it should be taken seriously. Should I harm my elder sister and oppose? Miss Maid, I hope my elder sister will not hold it against me. Zhong Lingyue smiled. She would never actually harm bamboo intent. Mo Xiang, fetch my sword. Noticing that bamboo intent lacked a sword, Zhong Lingyue, unwilling to appear to take advantage, prepared to lend her own, instructing Mo Xiang to retrieve her usual weapon. To her surprise, bamboo intent casually picked up a wooden stick from the nearby flowers and stepped on the stage. "Thank you. Second miss, but this will suffice," she said dismissively, albeit in a manner that was quite insulting. Fuming, Zhong Lingyue and Amp, oppose. S only desire was to swiftly bring this arrogant maid to the ground, disregarding any concerns about appearing to take unfair advantage. She twirled her sword and charged forward without granting Bamboo intent any time to prepare. Such behavior lacked decorum, attacking before the signal had been given. Several ladies present shook their heads disapprovingly. Unperturbed, Bamboo intent nimbly retreated. Simultaneously, Zhong Lingyue spoke, Bamboo intent, strike at her lower body. With a swift motion, Bamboo intent struck Zhong Lingyue and oppose. S calf with the wooden stick. It appeared merely a gentle tap, yet Zhong Lingyue and oppose. S leg weakened, forcing her to kneel before the audience. Defeated in one strike. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Dear sister, the fundamentals of martial arts are paramount. If one's stance is unstable, endurance is difficult to achieve. Zhong Lingyue's face flushed crimson as she tightened her grip on the sword, rising to her feet and urgently lunging at Bamboo intent. Zhong Lingyue maintained her calm demeanor. Bamboo intent, right rear. Bamboo intent stick struck Zhong Lingyue's posterior, causing her to stumble perilously close to falling. Zhong Lingyue did not grant her a moment to recover, continuing, right hand. A strike landed on Zhong Lingyue and oppose, S wrist, causing her to involuntarily release her sword with a clang as it fell to the ground. Before she could retrieve it, another hit to her rear sent her crashing to the floor. Bamboo intent, quick-witted, kicked the fallen sword aside, preventing her face from colliding with the blade. Dust flew and cries of pain echoed. A profound silence enveloped the room. It was Zhong Lingyue and Amp, oppose, S anxious voice that broke the stillness. Quick, help second sister up. A throng of servants surged forth, forcibly lifting the still prostrate Zhong Lingyue. At that moment, she felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Never had she experienced such humiliation in her life. The thought of lying on the ground forever to escape facing others crossed her mind. Yet, she was unceremoniously pulled upright, her face covered in dirt and utterly disheveled. Faced with the pointing fingers of the onlookers, she rolled her eyes and nearly fainted. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain in her waist jolted her back to consciousness. Bamboo intent, fear etched on her face, bowed repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry, second miss. It was not intentional. I deserve punishment. Zhong Lingyue glared fiercely at the maid who had reduced her to such a state, wishing to vent her frustration by eliminating her. Yet, she found herself powerless in that moment. Second sister, are you all right? Zhong Lingyue approached with a concerned expression. It is all my fault. I should not have suggested this. With a face full of regret, she urged quickly, assist second sister back and summon a physician to tend to her. I and oppose am fine. Zhong Lingyue gritted her teeth, her tone laced with sarcasm. What remarkable skills you possess. Elder sister, I have learned much. Zhong Lingyue feigned ignorance of the underlying sentiment, responding humbly, you flatter me, dear sister. With more practice, you will surely improve. Zhong Lingyue. As this farce reached its conclusion, Wang Qinlan stepped forward with a smile, attempting to mediate. The sisters share a close bond. It is merely a friendly spar, a bit of playful banter. Let's not dwell on it. It is nearly mealtime. Please, everyone, let's take our seats. The audience, having witnessed a grand spectacle, eagerly complied as they moved to dine. As soon as they sat, familiar ladies began to whisper among themselves. What a delightful performance today. Indeed, I initially believed the second miss of the Zhong family to be skilled in both literature and martial arts, but it appears to be mere rumor. My daughter was eager to learn from her. Thankfully, she did not pursue it, or it would have been quite the embarrassment. This second miss lacks martial prowess and character. Did you see how the elder miss extended her hand multiple times, yet she remained aggressive, ultimately facing such disgrace? Oh, were you not the one who claimed the elder miss lacked virtue? How is it that you now criticize the second miss? I must have misremembered. The elder miss remains considerate even in the face of her half-sister and oppose. As provocations, she handles it with such poise. Indeed, I believe the second miss acted with malice, knowing full well the elder sister's capabilities and publicly insisting on her guidance. Such cunning at a young age. Without proper guidance, who knows what she might become? The crowd exchanged opinions, diminishing Zhong Lingyue and Amp Oppo's reputation until Wang Qinlan, visibly displeased, cleared her throat, prompting them to cease their gossip. Of course, Wang Qinlan did not seek to defend Zhong Lingyue. She merely wished to prevent them from turning their attention toward her daughter. Once the guests had departed, the general and Amp Oppo's residence finally fell silent. Zhou Yu, observing the lingering Jing Yuhang, could not resist asking, "Young master, are you not leaving?" The show has concluded, and the excitement has dissipated. The elder miss of the Zhong family dispatched the second miss with just a few words, revealing her true martial capabilities. To be honest, I rather admire the elder miss and Amp Oppo's demeanor. Faced with her half-sister and Amp Oppo's taunts, she remained unflustered, neither enduring in silence nor losing her temper, effortlessly revealing the truth. Moreover, that maid of hers possesses quite the acting talent. I observe her taking advantage of the chaos to strike the second miss multiple times, all the while feigning fear and distress. I am beginning to believe that the elder miss of the Zhong family is indeed the thief from that night, for her maid is quite adept at theatrics. Surely she learned from her mistress. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his own master countered, "You are mistaken." "Huh? Did you not always suspect the elder miss was the thief? Why do you now claim otherwise?" Jing Yuhang shot him a disdainful glance. "Your ignorance is your own failing. It has nothing to do with me." With that, he leaped away, swiftly disappearing from Zhou Yu's view. After pondering for a while, Zhou Yu realized, is the young master attempting to boast of his own cleverness? How narcissistic. Wait, is he really that foolish? Chapter 23. The young master takes you to the theater. Why are you still here? Another branch struck Zhou Yu on the head. He clutched his nape and turned, his face a mask of grievance. "Young master, didn't Oppos you ask me to keep an eye on Miss Zhong?" At this moment, Miss Zhong was still conversing with General Zhong and his wife. Jing Yuhang sighed, "What a fool. What can you discern by merely watching? Cool, I shall take you to the theater." Zhou Yu and Amp Oppo's eyes brightened at the mention of performance, and he promptly followed Jing Yuhang as they leapt away. However, they found themselves scaling the walls of the general's residence, soon sneaking into an outer courtyard, evading the guards, and concealing themselves behind a rockery at the back of the house. "Young master, why are we entering the residence?" Zhou Yu tiptoed behind Jing Yuhang, his face filled with vigilance, fearing discovery. He was accustomed to surveilling from the trees outside the walls, and this sudden intrusion felt rather disconcerting. Yet, there were no guards in sight. "This is Miss Zhong and Amp Oppo's quarters." Zhou Yu immediately recognized the courtyard. Having spent several days familiarizing himself with the layout of the general and Amp Oppo's estate. Inside, he could hear the sound of weeping and curses directed at Zhong Lingyue, punctuated by the shattering of objects, suggesting a fit of rage. Indeed, who would and Oppos to be infuriated after such a public humiliation? "But, young master, is this what you meant by watching a performance?" Zhou Yu queried, puzzled. When did the young master develop an interest in eavesdropping on women and Oppos quarrels? It seemed rather dull. Jing Yuhang, in a surprisingly good mood, patiently elaborated, "Who do you think she despises the most today, after being so humiliated? Surely, it is the eldest Miss Zhong. If she weren't and Amp Oppos confined within these walls, she and Amp Oppos likely be seeking vengeance." Zhou Yu finally grasped the situation, his face alight with excitement. "Young master, do you mean?" Jing Yuhang smirked, gently nudging Zhou Yu forward. "Go, divert the guard's attention." Zhou Yu realized, "So, you intend to watch the show yourself while using me as bait?" At the entrance, two elegantly poised maids stood guard, displaying evident impatience. They were in the service of Wang Qinlan and had just escorted the second Miss Zhong back. Hearing her vitriolic tirades against the eldest Miss Zhong, they were tempted to rush in and teach her a lesson, but with orders from their mistress, they could only endure. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them. "Who, an assassin? Quickly pursue." The two exchanged glances, drawing their swords and giving chase. The chaos ensued as the maids and servants scattered in all directions. Inside, Zhong Lingyue, alarmed by the commotion outside, instinctively grasped her sword. Ma Xiang, are you there? No response. She anxiously scanned her surroundings, just as a hidden projectile struck her leg, causing her to crumble to the floor. Who is it? Another dart struck her other leg. Yet neither inside nor outside was there a soul in sight. Zhong Lingyue, drenched in sweat from fear, struggled to draw her sword, eventually crawling out of the room in a frenzy. In the main hall of the general's residence, all the servants had retreated. Wang Qinlan was engaged in conversation with Zhong Lingyue. My dear, regarding today's incident, I regret you had to endure such humiliation. It was my oversight. She has generally been reliable, and I never anticipated such. Rest assured, I have ordered her confinement, and she will come to apologize shortly. Zhong Lingyue nodded in agreement. She was indeed at fault today. However, he was abruptly interrupted by his wife as cold glare. Wasn't it you who caused the trouble? For years, I have treated her and her mother with fairness, ensuring the second miss has received the same opportunities, engaging renowned instructors for her studies in the arts. I even humored her desire for martial training, hiring a respectable master, yet she dismissed him for a mediocre alternative. I never objected to her privileges, which surpass those of many legitimate daughters. But how has she treated my Yuandamp? Oppo's. During Yuandamp, Oppo's coming-of-age ceremony, she behaved as if she were the main attraction. Were it not for Yuandamp, Oppo's cleverness, who knows how those gossips would have spun the tale? Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingyue beamed with pride. Indeed, my daughter possesses great wisdom, just like me. You err. How did you uncover your sister's flaw? He smiled down at her. Just as Zhong Lingyue was about to respond, her temperamental mother interrupted once more. Don and Amp, Oppos. T try to change the subject. How do you propose we resolve this? From her expression just now, she showed no inclination to admit her fault. Will she continue to climb over you and Amp, Oppos, in the future? Zhong Lingyue and Amp, Oppos' face paled at her words. Impossible. Everything is under your command. She is your daughter. You would not abandon her. Madam, Zhong Lingyue was growing desperate. Have you ever seen me speak harshly to them over the years? I admit I was wrong in that past incident, but I truly silence. I have no desire to quarrel in front of you. Zhong Lingyue interjected. You both seem to have argued enough. Father, mother, please calm down. I was not harmed today. I'm merely a bit weary. I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing she was tired, the couple quickly ceased their dispute, showering her with comfort before allowing a few maids to escort her back. As she exited the main hall, Zhu Yi and others approached to support her. Zhong Lingyue allowed them to assist her in silence, her thoughts adrift. A few maids wore concerned expressions, and it was Zhu Yi who broke the silence. My lady, what troubles you? Zhong Lingyue returned to the present, her gaze shifting to Jing Mo and the others. You have been close to my mother. What is father and mother's attitude toward the second sister and Aunt Lin? Chapter 24. Do not delay the master from fishing for these past years. Zhong Lingyue had been absent from home. Her parents never mentioned Lady Lin and her daughter in their letters, leaving her with scant knowledge about them. All she knew was that Lady Lin had been taken in by her father during his stationing in Qingqing, and that her younger sister was merely 8 months her junior. This implied that while her mother was still pregnant with her, her father was already involved with Lady Lin. What was the matter her parents referenced from years ago? Why did they appear so peculiar when discussing it? Furthermore, she believed she had not offended Zhong Lingyue, yet the latter harbored such deep animosity towards her. Jing Mo and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent. If they would not speak, she could inquire with others. Ultimately, it was Jing Mo who broke the silence. In response to the master, the lady does not favor Lady Lin and her daughter. The general has never shown any concern for them either. The general did not merely disregard them. He practically ignored their existence. Even the servants had a greater sense of presence before the general than Lady Lin and her daughter. Nevertheless, although the general and the lady disliked them, they were still their superiors. The lady, being strict in her management, did not mistreat them, and thus the household dared not offend them, merely following their orders. Why? Zhong Lingyue inquired. Jing Mo lowered her head, hesitant to continue. These matters were the private affairs of their masters. they were not at liberty to disclose them. Seeing their demeanor, Zhong Lingyue chose not to press further, recognizing their reticence stemmed from caution, hinting at deeper secrets. With the internal traitor yet to be apprehended, Zhong Lingyue had now emerged at this critical moment. Was it merely a matter of resentment towards her, or was there a more sinister intent at play? Lost in thought, Zissou hurried towards her. "Master, there's an assassin in the second missing amp. Oppo's, as courtyard. An assassin? What a coincidence." Zhong Lingyue raised an eyebrow. "Have they been captured?" "Not yet. The lady in Oppo's attendants went to pursue, but the second miss took the opportunity to escape, brandishing a sword. I saw her heading this way. However, the assassin did not harm anyone, appearing to deliberately lead her away. Master, should I go and restrain her?" Zhong Lingyue shook her head. It seemed she needed to confront Zhong Lingyue. Moreover, she feigned casualness, turning her gaze towards the large camphor tree outside the estate. In winter, most trees had shed their leaves, standing bare, while this camphor tree remained lush and towering, an ideal hiding spot. Yet, the usual spot where one might lurk was now devoid of any presence. Was it that they had ceased to watch? Or could it be that the assassin within the estate was affiliated with the Jin Wangfu? Another trial? "You all return first. I shall take a stroll alone," she instructed her companions. "But with an assassin in the estate, master, it is unsafe for you to be alone." "Never mind. You may return." Jing Mo wished to persuade her further, but was pulled away by Zhu Yi. "Hurry, do not delay the master from fishing." "Jing Mo? What fish could one possibly catch in this biting cold?" Zhong Lingyue chuckled softly. Zhu Yi had indeed led her astray. After dismissing her followers, Zhong Lingyue strolled along the lakeside. The banquet had just concluded, and many tasks remained. The servants were bustling about. Even those trimming branches had been dispatched to assist in the front courtyard, leaving this area unusually vacant, perfect for conducting clandestine affairs. Zhong Lingyue tightened her cloak and walked leisurely. Blossoming plum trees lined the lake, and she casually plucked a few branches to admire, appearing to merely be enjoying a garden stroll. Before long, she heard hurried, chaotic footsteps approaching from the opposite side. Lowering her head to inhale the fragrance of the plum blossoms, she suppressed a fleeting smile and stepped onto the bridge connecting both banks. "Didon and Oppos, chase me help. Someone please." Zhong Lingyue stumbled forward, her face a mask of terror. It appeared she was being pursued by something, with hidden weapons attacking her relentlessly. In her panic, she had fled from the rear courtyard, seeking aid, yet found no one along the way. Overwhelmed by fear, she ran aimlessly, too terrified to look back, for she knew that if her pace faltered, whatever haunted her would strike. It was as if she had encountered a ghost. With her gaze cast downward, she ran desperately forward, colliding with someone and dropping her sword. "Ah, second sister? What? What happened to you?" Zhong Lingyue, surprised by the sudden impact, looked up at the frantic Zhong Lingyue. As she attempted to rise and assist her, Zhong Lingyue and Oppo's expression changed upon seeing her. In an instant, her demeanor shifted to one of madness, and she lunged at Zhong Lingyue, gripping her throat with an expression full of resentment. "Zhong Lingyue, it is you who has brought me such disgrace today." Zhong Lingyue feigned shock, struggling to free herself. "Second sister, release me. Why do you hate me so?" The events of today, I did not anticipate. Seeing Zhong Lingyue's innocent expression only fueled Zhong Lingyue's wrath. Today, it should have been I who shone brightly. Yet, I became the laughingstock of all. If this gets out, how shall I hold my ground among the young ladies of the capital? Watching the face of the girl she had gripped turn crimson, Zhong Lingyue felt a twisted satisfaction. "Why? You still have the audacity to ask. We are both daughters. Yet why does father ignore me while showering you with affection? All these years I have strived diligently. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, I have excelled in all. Yet he does not even glance my way. I sought out a master to learn martial arts, yet he still remains indifferent." As Zhong Lingyue lost all reason, Zhong Lingyue's eyes flickered. "So, you wish to kill me and father?" "Ah, yes. If I kill you, father will finally see me. I am his only daughter." Zhong Lingyue tightened her grip, suddenly pushing Zhong Lingyue against the railing of the bridge. She was nearly toppled over the edge. craning her neck to scream for help, but the pressure on her throat rendered her voiceless. A forceful shove from Zhong Lingyue would send her plummeting into the depths below. Now it is just the two of us. If you were to accidentally fall into the water and drown, it would merely be an unfortunate accident. Big sister, do not blame me. Blame yourself. Sister, do not act impulsively. Zhong Lingyue appeared to struggle, yet her eyes remained fixed on Zhong Lingyue's face, not missing a single expression. She believed about 70 to 80% of what Zhong Lingyue said, despite her hatred for their father and her. Zhong Lingyue merely sought her life, still yearning for their father and Appo's recognition. Therefore, the matter of false testimony should not concern her. Otherwise, should it be revealed, the entire general's residence would be implicated, which was not Zhong Lingyue's desire. Moreover, with her current foolishness, she did not seem fit to act as an informant. Thus, it was time for her to retaliate. The actions taken against her earlier warranted a lesson in return. Zhong Lingyue swiftly grasped Zhong Lingyue and Appo's wrist, easily breaking free. However, upon raising her gaze, she spotted Jing Yuheng leaning casually against a red plum tree across the bank. Clad in dark attire, he toyed with a freshly plucked plum blossom, and when their eyes met, he gave the blossom a playful shake. With an alluring smile, he raised an eyebrow, as if to jest, why the charade has ceased. Zhong Lingyue. Chapter 25. Young master, please exercise restraint. The haunting presence of a deceased man lingered in the air, prompting Zhong Lingyue to unleash a string of curses under her breath. This individual was clearly intent on catching her in the act, and it seemed likely that Zhong Lingyue had been lured here by him as well. At this moment, she knew she could not afford to reveal any signs of weakness. How could a lady, who struggled to even lift her sword, hope to contend with the capable second miss? Casting a glance over the lake and Appo's surface, which was lightly glazed with ice, Zhong Lingyue gritted her teeth and loosened her grip on Zhong Lingyue and Appo's hand, allowing her to pull her downwards. Yet, even as she prepared to endure her own suffering, she would not grant Zhong Lingyue any advantage. Thus, amidst the chaos of their sisterly skirmish, one was unable to resist and was pushed off the bridge, while the other slipped and followed suit. On the shore, Jing Yuheng had initially been smiling. Zhong Lingyue and Appo's compliance had not been in vain. He had successfully drawn her to this location. As he observed her being cornered, he found himself intrigued. Was this pretentious young lady of the Zhong family finally ready to strike back? He was eager to witness her reaction, even if she discovered his true intentions. Would she abandon her counterattack and revert to her charade upon seeing him? The wintry waters of the lake were frigid. If she bore any injuries, the plunge could very well cost her dearly. Did she truly dare? When Zhong Lingyue unexpectedly fell from a bridge, Jing Yuheng and Appo's breath caught in his throat. He immediately discarded the plum blossom in his hand, and his figure vanished from sight. He had no time to contemplate the situation. As the sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, Zhong Lingyue shut her eyes tight. She clenched her fists, forcefully suppressing the instinct to escape, allowing herself to plummet. Fear not. She could swim. The lake was not deep. She would not perish. Despite her mental assurances, her tense body betrayed her true feelings. She was afraid. In mere moments, she was descending rapidly, the chill of the water already wrapping around her. With a resounding splash, someone fell into the water, breaking the thin layer of ice and sending droplets flying. Contrary to her expectations of piercing cold, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Instinctively, she grasped onto something, only to hear a muffled grunt. "Ah, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Upon hearing the familiar mocking tone, Zhong Lingyue's eyes flew open. "Jing Yuheng, how cruel of you, Miss Zhong, to grasp my injured shoulder without regard for my well-being. I saved you, and yet you seek to harm me. Truly heartless." Zhong Lingyue realized she had inadvertently clutched his left shoulder, precisely where she had wounded him with her hairpin that fateful night. Hastily withdrawing her hand, a flicker of discomfort crossed her face. Jing Yuheng observed the shift in her expression with keen interest. He had caught her in his embrace as they landed on the opposite shore. Noticing her silence, he remarked thoughtfully, "Ms. Zhong, It seems you are indeed ruthless, even towards yourself. I am impressed. As he spoke, he tightened his grip. Zhong Lingyue and Amp, Oppo's face paled, and she nearly cried out in pain. How excruciating. He was probing her wounds. What? Have I touched a sensitive spot? He teased, noticing her pallor. Zhong Lingyue replied, What are you talking about, young master? I am uninjured. I was merely startled earlier. Thank you for saving my life, but propriety dictates that you release me. Propriety? Jing Yuheng laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Zhong Lingyue could feel the vibrations of his laughter in his chest. She clenched her teeth, suppressing the urge to retaliate. She understood his amusement stemmed from that night at Haiyan's High. It had been an act of desperation, not an attempt to take advantage of him. She exerted her dainty strength to break free, but to no avail. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else? Kindly release me. However, Jing Yuheng did not relent. Instead, he scrutinized her wind collar and said pointedly, A few days ago, a female thief wounded me and fled, but I marked her neck. A jolt of alarm shot through Zhong Lingyue. If he were to discover her scar, it would be impossible to explain. Yet, he was clearly testing her resolve, and her flustered demeanor would only raise his suspicions. Calm. She must not reveal her unease. What mark? Young master, what are you speaking of? Jing Yuheng leaned in closer. Do you truly not understand what I mean? His warm breath brushed against her ear, and the soft fur of her collar tickled her neck, sending shivers down her spine. She felt an unfamiliar presence enveloping her, subtle yet potent. It was as if his intense gaze was searing into her skin, igniting a fire in the very spot where she bore her wound. Zhong Lingyue stiffened, heat rising to her cheeks. Young master, please exercise restraint. She was gambling, wagering that he would not dare to lift her collar. Though he appeared audacious, he had demonstrated a degree of integrity. Otherwise, he would not have fallen for a ploy that night. He would not resort to direct confrontation, but would merely probe her with words. As his presence drew ever closer, she clenched her fists, her breath hitching, while her heart raced uncontrollably, causing the hairs on her arms to stand on end. Would he truly refrain from taking action? Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet it could have been merely a fleeting moment. She heard him amid a soft chuckle. Then, unexpectedly, he set her down. He had not acted upon his impulses. Zhong Lingyue exhaled quietly, relieved. She had won her gamble. Meanwhile, hidden from view, Zhou Yu observed the entire scene unfold. Is this the grand spectacle the young master spoke of? To witness him rescue a damsel in distress? I never anticipated he would lure the second miss here merely for this purpose. Wait a moment. Wasn't it Oppo's? He supposed to test the eldest miss and Oppo's as martial prowess? Why did he end up saving her instead? What new strategy is this? However, while the young master reveled in his glory, the flailing figure in the lake now required urgent attention. Finally, the two on the shore remembered Zhong Lingyue and Amp, Oppo's, as presents. Chapter 26. Why rescue her? Second sister. Zhong Lingyue hurriedly bowed to Jing Yuheng and implored, I beseech you, my lord, to save my second sister. I cannot swim. Jing Yuheng responded with a cold smile. Did not Miss Zhong just assert that men and women should not engage in close contact? I fear that may not be appropriate. Zhong Lingyue faltered, realizing the contradiction. Indeed, why would he come to her aid? Was it not to witness her unraveling? The smile on Jing Yuheng and Oppo's lips froze. Why did he feel compelled to rescue her? Had he, like Zhou, suffered a blow to the head? Both fell into an unexpected silence. In the lake, Zhong Lingyue continued to flail desperately, her cries for help fading into a whisper. Help! Save! Gurgle! Gurgle! Should he save her or not? If she were to perish, the implications would be dire. On the shore, the two remained unmoved, while Zhou Yu, hidden in shadows, grew increasingly anxious. What was the meaning of their hesitation? Jing Yuheng scrutinized Zhong Lingyue, questioning her lack of urgency. Was she truly giving up so easily? Although Zhong Lingyue had brought this fate upon herself, attempting to take a life, neglecting to save her would tarnish his reputation as one who turns a blind eye to suffering. The noble women of the capital held their honor in the highest regard. Should this incident become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly tarnish his name. Zhong Lingyue was acutely aware of this. She would never allow Zhong Lingyue to die. Her delaying tactics were merely a ruse. Though Zhong Lingyue harbored murderous intent towards her, it was not her nature to sympathize with one who wished her harm. She intended for her to linger in the water a while longer, to taste the bitter fruits of her actions. Time was running short, and any further delay might result in a tragedy. Feigning deep sisterly affection, she implored once more, "I beseech you, my lord, to extend your hand. The Zhong family will be eternally grateful for your kindness." Yet, Jing Yuhang remained unmoved, arms crossed, observing with disinterest. "What concern is it of mine?" Zhong Lingyue sighed inwardly. "How truly heartless. If you refuse to assist, then I shall." She feigned desperation and rushed toward the lake's edge. However, concealed from Jing Yuhang's view, her hand slowly gestured toward a hidden location. Moments later, several figures emerged from the shadows. "Master, how did you come here? We have been searching for you." Upon sighting Zhu Yi and the others, Zhong Lingyue seized the opportunity, urging, "Quickly, save my second sister." "Yes." Zhu Yi sprang toward the center of the lake and swiftly retrieved the struggling Zhong Lingyue, bringing her back to shore. Soaked to the skin, she was unceremoniously dropped on the ground, unconscious. The others rushed to render aid. In the shadows, Zhou Yu's eyes widened in shock. How did they emerge from beside him? Were they not watching all along? Does this mean he has been discovered? Before he could ponder further, he was suddenly seized. "And master." Jing Yuhang and Appo's cold voice cut through the air. "Have you seen enough?" Zhou Yu stammered, "I have. Seen enough. Then why not depart?" The two swiftly exited the general and Appo's residence. Jing Yuhang stated, "There is no need to keep a constant watch over her." "Really?" Zhou Yu exclaimed with delight. He would no longer have to endure the biting cold of the night. He had even contemplated purchasing a quilt. The long, frigid nights were unbearable. "Wait, does this mean Miss Zhong is not the person from that night?" Zhou Yu inquired. Uncertain, Jing Yuhang replied, though his expression betrayed confidence. All indications pointed to Zhong Lingyue being the one from that fateful evening. When he mentioned the wounds on his body, she did not exhibit surprise, indicating her prior knowledge. Furthermore, who, knowing they would fall into water, would not struggle. Her body was rigid, descending without movement, a deliberate act clearly intended for his observation. Before encountering him, she had evidently planned to retaliate. Moreover, she bore injuries. Despite her efforts to conceal them, he had discerned the fleeting pain that crossed her features. Why would a lady of the inner chambers sustain wounds, especially in the same place struck by his dart? Surely that could not be mere coincidence? Yet, none of this constituted concrete evidence. Even if he were convinced, he could not apprehend her, unless images of earlier events flashed through his mind. If he were to unveil the collar of her garment, or perhaps tear open her neckline, should there be genuine injuries, he would possess irrefutable proof. However, if it were all mere coincidence, and she were truly innocent, such actions would unjustly harm her reputation and be a grave insult. He held no desire to act in such a manner. "Why not keep watch then?" Zhou Yu pressed. "If I do not, how can I gather evidence?" Jing Yuhang cast a sidelong glance at him. "You're already being monitored. How can you expect to observe others?" Zhou Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Stammering, I do not know how Ms. Zhong and Appo's servants appeared so near to me. It must be coincidence." Despite his best efforts to remain hidden, how had he been discovered? "My lord, if that false evidence truly belongs to Ms. Zhong, we must acquire it. This item is not only fraudulent, but also serves as evidence against the orchestrator of these events." Jing Yuhang understood this well. He regarded Zhong Lingyue with a blend of personal vendetta and pressing political necessity. The emperor was gravely ill, and the crown prince had yet to be appointed. Factions within the court were stirring restlessly, conspiring both internally and externally. Those who dared to frame the general of the north were no ordinary individuals. Should this turmoil be allowed to escalate unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Her ability to obtain the false evidence in advance indicated her knowledge of crucial matters. Since she was on guard, he decided to leave the affairs of the general and Appo's residence for the time being, instructing, "Keep a distant watch and do not act rashly. Investigate Wang Dalong and Appo's background. Wang Dalong had remained silent during his captivity, likely fearing for his life. By withholding information, he hoped to buy time, perhaps awaiting rescue. Jing Yuhang resolved to thwart that hope. Have there been any leads regarding the totem? Some progress has been made, but further verification is required. Results will be forthcoming in a few days. Expedite the process. Yes, Zhou Yu acknowledged and prepared to depart. However, one question lingered in his mind, growing increasingly bothersome, compelling him to voice it. My lord, why did you save Miss Zhong earlier? Though Jing Yuhang asserted uncertainty, it was evident he believed Miss Zhong was the very individual who had toyed with him and absconded with the false evidence. Should that be the case, was it not fitting that she should suffer for her actions? Why then had he intervened? Zhou Yu and oppose, as curiosity was piqued. I wish to know. The response he received was a firm kick to his backside. Get lost. Chapter 27. Why not let the person come out on their own? In the general and oppose's residence in the north, even though the watchful eyes had withdrawn, Zhong Lingyue still had to maintain her faade. Thus, she and Zhu, along with others, carried the unconscious Zhong Lingshuang back to her own courtyard and summoned a physician before returning to her own residence, Lanyueju. The news of an assassin infiltrating the general's manor had already spread like wildfire. Zhong Tianji and his wife hurried over. Where are you all right? Are you injured? The couple approached her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Upon confirming she was unharmed, they finally relaxed. Zhong Lingyue noticed their concern, and her gaze flickered slightly. Her daughter was fine. It was just her younger sister who had fallen into the water. She wondered if it was related to the assassin and oppose's appearance. She chose not to mention that Zhong Lingshuang had attempted to harm her, mainly to spare her parents further worry. Furthermore, the internal traitor had yet to be apprehended, and she could not afford to alarm the enemy prematurely. Even if Zhong Lingshuang regained consciousness, she would dare not speak of her actions. To conspire against a legitimate sister was no trivial matter. Not only would outsiders judge her, but even those within the general and oppose, as household would not forgive her. It seemed that Zhong Lingshuang had indeed lost her senses at that moment. Otherwise, how could she have acted so recklessly? As long as you are unharmed. Today's events must have frightened you. Please rest well, Wang Qinlan reassured her. And what about my second sister? Zhong Lingyue cautiously inquired. You need not worry about that. Focus on your own health. Wang Qinlan interrupted, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. The couple, having arrived in haste, departed just as quickly. After a while, Zhisu, whom Zhong Lingyue had dispatched, returned with news. Master, the general and madam went to see the young master and then returned to their courtyard. Zhong Lingyue inquired, did they not go to see my second sister? No. However, madam did send some nourishing herbs over. Zhong Lingyue fell into contemplation. The indifference displayed by her parents towards Zhong Lingshuang was indeed apparent. They had not visited the visibly injured Zhong Lingshuang, but instead prioritized her and Yun. It was no wonder that Zhong Lingshuang harbored such jealousy towards her. If she were in Zhong Lingshuang and oppose's position, she too would find it difficult to remain calm. But what lay behind this behavior? She turned to Zhisu and asked, what of Aunt Lin? Did she go to see my second sister? She did, but... Zhisu hesitated before continuing. I find Aunt Lin somewhat peculiar. Peculiar in what way? I cannot say for certain if I misjudged. But Aunt Lin did indeed rush into the second young lady and oppose, as courtyard, crying and wailing. Yet, I sensed something off about her demeanor. It appeared somewhat contrived. When Madame and the General visited you, I could see genuine worry on their faces, but Aunt Lin, despite her tears, bore no signs of concern, as if she was merely putting on an act. And how did she treat my second sister in the past? Aunt Lin was known for her modesty and integrity, and she had always been very good to the second young lady, though the latter, being proud and haughty, often looked down upon Aunt Lin. Have you noticed anything unusual while keeping an eye on her these days? Zhong Lingyue pressed on. Zhisu racked her brain for some time before shaking her head. No, Madam does not favor Aunt Lin, and they seldom see each other. Aunt Lin rarely leaves her courtyard and spends her days embroidering handkerchiefs and such. She has an oppose. He left her courtyard recently? Correct. And what of her servants? Have there been any unusual activities or departures? The servants have been as usual. Wait. Zhisu suddenly recalled something. Aunt Lin and Oppos. As personal maid, Qiao and Oppos. Left the manor a few days ago, claiming she went to sell some of Aunt Lin and Oppos as embroidery. I later inquired and learned that since entering the manor, Aunt Lin has taken to making embroidery to pass the time. Her skills are quite good, and she sells them every month, purportedly saving money for the second young lady and Oppos as dowry. She cast a nervous glance at Zhong Lingyue. I heard from those in her courtyard that selling embroidery has always been her routine. Madame is aware and has not interfered, so I did not think much of it. I must have overlooked something. Seeing Zissou and Oppos' alarmed expression, Zhong Lingyue understood that she was still shaken by the previous incident with Tiandong. It seems she had become overly cautious. It is nothing. Since this is her monthly practice, it does not seem unusual. Relieved that Zhong Lingyue did not blame her, Zissou was about to take her leave when she was abruptly called back. Wait, what is it, master? Zhong Lingyue pondered for a moment and then looked at her. Just to be safe, Zissou, please investigate whether there is anything amiss with Aunt Lin's embroidery and where she usually sells it. She feared that the more ordinary the situation appeared, the more easily something might be overlooked. If being overly suspicious was the price to pay, she preferred to engage in unnecessary diligence rather than ignore any potential clues. Yes, the following evening, Zissou returned. Master, I have inquired. Aunt Lin has been selling her embroidery at Jiyu Pavilion for years. I pretended to be a seller myself to gather information, and indeed, Jiyu Pavilion accepts embroidery for sale. But the materials such as thread and fabric must be provided by their store, and the designs must conform to their specifications. Zissou presented the drawings and embroidery materials she had acquired. I examined them, and they are all quite ordinary styles. I did not detect anything unusual. Zhong Lingyue received the items and scrutinized them, finding nothing amiss. Did you see the embroidery that Aunt Lin sent over? Zissou shook her head. When I arrived, all the embroidery Aunt Lin had sent to Jiyu Pavilion had already sold out. Sold out so quickly? Yes, the shopkeeper mentioned that her skills are commendable, hence the quick sales. Perhaps I could sneak some from Aunt Lin's courtyard? She suggested. Not yet. Wait until next month when she sends something out again. Keep a close watch and discreetly purchase all her embroidery. Perhaps I am indeed overthinking this. Since Aunt Lin currently posed no suspicions, who could the internal traitor be? Zhong Lingyue sank once more into contemplation. In recent days, her mother had also been scrutinizing the household staff. Although some were found to have made mistakes, they did not appear to be the traitor. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light. As long as the adversary continued to hide, they were at a standstill. However, if the traitor could not be found, why not let them reveal themselves? Chapter 28. Marriage proposal having come to a realization. Zhong Lingyue hurriedly made her way to Feihong courtyard. Unexpectedly, she encountered Granny Zhang, who had come to summon her. Miss, I was just on my way to fetch you. Zhong Lingyue, puzzled, inquired, Is there something concerning my mother? Granny Zhang beamed widely indeed. The lady has matters to discuss with you. Come quickly. Seeing the delight on Granny Zhang's face, Zhong Lingyue suspected it might be good news. Granny Zhang gave an enigmatic smile. You shall find out upon your arrival. Following Granny Zhang into Feihong courtyard, Zhong Lingyue had barely taken a seat when she was whisked away to the inner chamber by the mysteriously smiling Wang Qinlan. Hurry, bring out the portraits for my Yuer to see. What portraits? Zhong Lingyue asked, curiosity piqued. Wang Qinlan remained silent with a smile, as two maidservants approached carrying a large wooden chest. Upon opening it, a multitude of scrolls spilled forth. Wang Qinlan bent down to retrieve one, unfurling it before Zhong Lingyue with a beaming expression. Yuer, take a look. Do you like it? Zhong Lingyue's gaze shifted, and upon seeing the image, she was instantly taken aback. It was a man. The portrait depicted a gentleman amidst a crimson plum grove, diligently painting. Clad in a simple white robe, he held a brush, his head slightly bowed, revealing a finely chiseled profile. The artist and Oppos' skill was remarkable, with merely a few strokes. He had captured the essence of a poised and gentle young man. Mother, this. Zhong Lingyue turned to her mother, bewildered. What is the meaning of this? This is Xie Yunjie, the third son of Minister Xie. He came of age earlier this year and was the third-place winner in the palace examination, personally bestowed with the title of and Oppos, flower of the court and oppose, by the emperor. Presently, he serves as an editor at the Hamlin Academy. Although his official rank may not be high, his future is exceedingly bright. Mother, my dear, we have verified his credentials. This young man is indeed handsome and humble. The CF family is known for their strict upbringing, and he is certainly a commendable match. What do you think, Yuera? Do you like him? Zhong Lingyue hesitated before speaking. Mother, are you arranging a marriage for me? Yes. Wang Qinlan nodded with a smile. You have reached the age of maturity. It is time to consider suitable candidates. Zhong Lingyue fell silent. Noticing her daughter's lack of response, Wang Qinlan grew anxious. Yuera, what's the matter? Do you not fancy him? If not, I have many other distinguished portraits you may choose from. Flustered, she hastily presented several more images. Here is the eldest grandson of the Wang family, the fourth son of the Zhang family, and this one is... Mother, Zhong Lingyue interrupted, signaling for everyone to leave. Once they were alone, she spoke candidly. Mother, I have just returned and wish to spend more time with you and father. I do not desire to marry so soon. Such nonsense. Wang Qinlan and oppose. S expression turned stern, her voice cold. It has always been the way of the world for men to marry and women to wed. Your marriage cannot be delayed. With her sudden shift in demeanor, Zhong Lingyue was not intimidated. Instead, she smiled and nestled into her mother's embrace. Mother, stop pretending. You could never bear to be harsh with me. Wang Qinlan was taken aback. How could her daughter see through her? In her past on the battlefield, enemies would flee in terror at her sight. She could be quite fearsome when necessary. I am not pretending. Do not give me that playful attitude. This marriage must be settled promptly. Mother, Zhong Lingyue buried her face in her mother's arms, her voice choked with emotion. Do not think I am unaware of your father and oppose intentions. You wish to marry me off early to protect me. Don and oppose. To you? Wang Qinlan fell silent. Her daughter was astutely perceptive. Since you understand, you ought to heed your parents and oppose wishes. Wang Qinlan gently stroked Zhong Lingyue and oppose hair, speaking earnestly, if such a day arrives. At least you may be safeguarded. All of these suitors were carefully selected by your father and me. While their backgrounds may not be the most illustrious, they are all commendable individuals with admirable families. Should any misfortune befall our household, they will surely protect you and ensure you are not wronged. But have you considered, Mother, that if calamity truly strikes, my life will never be at peace? Zhong Lingyue raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As long as we uncover the mastermind behind it all, everyone in the general's household will be safe. I have some ideas. Since the traitor does not reveal themselves, we must provoke them into taking action. As she shared her plan, she noticed her mother seemed distracted. Mother? All right, I shall discuss this matter with your father. Wang Qinlan paused before steering the conversation back. It is wonderful that you wish to stay by my side, but we must finalize your marriage first. We can always discuss the timing of the wedding later. Mother, Zhong Lingyue attempted to protest, but Wang Qinlan's resolve was unyielding as she shoved the portraits into her hands. Take a look and see if any catch your eye. In a few days, we will attend the Empress's grand celebration. This year, the Empress has invited eligible children of officials to the palace for the banquet. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to meet some young gentlemen. But what of the traitor in the house? Leave the household matters to your father and me. Do you believe us incapable of handling it, that you must bear this burden alone? That is not what I meant. Then relax and enjoy the occasion. Wang Qinlan smiled at her, urging her to embrace her youth and carefree spirit. At your age, you should be free of worries. Free of worries. Is that truly possible? As Zhong Lingyue left Feihong courtyard, she walked in a daze. The specter of her past family and oppose, as tragedy loomed over her like a heavy stone, ready to fall at any moment. Until she could remove that burden, she could not achieve true peace of mind. Moreover, her mother and oppose, as earlier demeanor felt peculiar, as if there were other secrets being kept from her. Chapter 29. The Crown Prince's royal viewing soon. The day of the Empress's Qinqiu banquet arrived. Early in the morning, Zhong Lingyue was roused from her slumber by several maidservants eager to prepare her for the day. In the past, Zhong Lingyue favored simplicity, eschewing elaborate attire. However, her mother had sent a plethora of vibrant garments and jewelry, providing ample opportunity for Zhu, Yi, and the others to showcase their skills. The group chattered animatedly as they deliberated over her makeup and adornments, laboriously transforming her for over 2 hours until Zhong Lingyue finally gazed at her reflection in awe. This was indeed a stark departure from her usual style. Was it not a tad too ostentatious? She regarded herself in the mirror, feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet, it was meant to be striking. Her ladyship typically donned far too plain attire. Today, this ensemble truly captivated the eye. Indeed, it would be a shame for such beauty to remain unadorned. I have never encountered anyone as lovely as Our Lady. Today, she is certain to outshine all others. Listening to the effusive praises from Zhu, Yi, and the others, Zhong Lingyue's spirits lifted considerably, although she still felt somewhat out of her element. What woman does not cherish beauty? She, Zhong Lingyue, was no exception. "My lady, Madam has inquired if you are ready to depart," Zhong Momo cheerfully announced, her smile widening upon seeing Zhong Lingyue's splendid appearance. Such a graceful young lady would undoubtedly attract the admiration of many suitors today. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhong Lingyue informed her mother that she was prepared to leave. At the entrance of the general's residence, Zhong Xiun, who had been waiting eagerly, rushed towards her as soon as he spotted her. "Sister." The youthful boy sprinted towards her with unrestrained joy. "Sister, you look truly beautiful today." Zhong Lingyue chuckled. "Be careful. Is your leg fully healed?" "All better. You have no idea. Father and mother forbade me from going out while I was injured. I've been terribly restless these past few days." He chattered excitedly, keeping pace beside her. "I'm so glad to be attending Aunt's birthday celebration. Otherwise, I would have been cooped up for who knows how long. I must tell you, Aunt is so kind, and the treats she prepares in the palace are absolutely delectable. I'll take you to try them later." Behind them, Zhong Tianji and his wife exchanged glances filled with warmth, observing the sibling bond between them. Indeed, if only. Wang Qinlan began, but hesitated. Zhong Tianji tightened his grip on her hand, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, my dear. Ayun will surely look after you and Amp, Appo's." As the family made their way to the entrance, a sudden, unexpected voice disrupted the harmonious scene. "Father, Mother!" Zhong Lingshuang rushed forward, draped in a heavy cloak. "I wish to attend the Empress's Qinqiu banquet as well." Wang Qinlan's expression darkened at the sight of her daughter. Her voice cool as she replied, "Given your current health, there is no need for you to attend." "Mother, I am quite recovered now. Please allow me to go," Zhong Lingshuang insisted, kneeling down and speaking earnestly. "I was wrong that day. I assure you, I will cause no trouble today." Wang Qinlan remained unmoved, unconvinced by Zhong Lingshuang and Appo's apology. Who could predict what chaos she might incite once inside the palace? In desperation, Zhong Lingshuang turned to Zhong Tianji. "Father, your mother speaks wisely. You are still unwell. There is no need to force yourself to attend. Return and rest," Zhong Tianji stated firmly, siding with Wang Qinlan. Zhong Lingshuang remained kneeling, resolute in her unwillingness to leave until they consented to her request. Wang Qinlan, unable to tolerate her daughter and Appo's affected demeanor, felt her anger rising. Just as she was about to reprimand her, Zhong Lingyue interjected. "Mother, since my younger sister has recovered, why not allow her to join us?" Zhong Lingyue stepped forward. You? Wang Qinlan was perplexed. While she knew her daughter to be kind-hearted, she also recognized that Zhong Lingyue was not one to easily forgive those who had plotted against her. Indeed, Wang Qinlan perceived a deeper intention in her daughter's gaze. Suddenly, she seemed to grasp something and declared, "If that is the case, then she may accompany us, but she must adhere to proper decorum and remain low-key. Understand?" Zhong Lingshuang was baffled by Zhong Lingyue's intercession. After all, she had once wished her harm, yet her sister now acted as if nothing had transpired. Could there truly be someone who returns good for evil? However, she no longer had the luxury of pondering such thoughts and could only feign gratitude. "Thank you, mother." "Thank you, elder sister." Thus, the group entered the palace. At the palace gates, Yining, the chief maid of the empress, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon spotting the carriage from the general's residence, she promptly approached and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, General Madam." The Empress requests that you first proceed to Feigns Palace for a reunion. As Wang Qinlan and the others disembarked from the carriage, Zhong Tianji suggested, Madam, you should go to Feigns Palace first. I will escort Ayun. Yining interjected, General, the Empress has expressed concern for your son. Given his recent injury, she would like him to accompany you to Feigns Palace as well. Zhong Tianji paused, glancing at his son before nodding. Very well, let us go. Zhong Ziyun, elated, tugged at Zhong Lingyue's sleeve, urging her forward. Sister, hurry. Aunt must have prepared a plethora of delicious treats. Wang Qinlan watched the two of them for a moment before turning to Zhong Lingshuang, saying, You should also join them. Zhong Lingshuang softly acquiesced and followed the group towards Feigns Palace. Upon their arrival, Zhong Lingyue finally beheld her aunt, the Empress. Clad in an opulent bright yellow robe and adorned with a phoenix crown, she sat regally. The resplendent hue commanded respect, compelling one to bow in reverence. Yet, her gentle gaze radiated warmth, dispelling any fear and instilling a sense of familiarity. The group approached to pay their respects. Excellent. Yuer, come sit beside me, the Empress. Zhong Mianyi beckoned with a smile. My dear child, I have eagerly awaited your return to the capital. Zhong Lingyue stepped forward as the Empress scrutinized her from head to toe, nodding in approval. You resemble your sister-in-law so much. You are truly a great beauty. Do visit your aunt more often. As she spoke, the Empress removed a bracelet she had been wearing and placed it in Zhong Lingyue's hands. Beside them, Zhong Ziyun, feeling a twinge of jealousy, exclaimed, Why does aunt only gift sister? What about me? The Empress laughed. Of course, you shall not be overlooked. I have prepared your favorite pastries early this morning. Yining, take this greedy little cat to indulge. Zhong Ziyun, overjoyed, rushed off, leaving only the ladies in the palace. Wang Qinlan cast a worried glance at Zhong Mianyi. I have heard that you were unwell recently. Are you feeling better now? Today's banquet will be quite crowded, and the proceedings intricate. Will you be able to manage? In truth, Wang Qinlan also wished to inquire why the Empress had suddenly decided to introduce the princes and princesses to Zhong Lingyue. From her understanding, the Empress had always preferred to avoid such matters. Over the years, aside from significant decisions requiring her approval, she had delegated most trivial affairs to the noble consort. I am managing well, dear sister-in-law. Do not fret, the Empress reassured her. However, regarding today and Appo's affairs, Zhong Mianyi discerned her implied meaning and explained. Today's matters stem from the will of the Empress Dowager, who wishes to use the Qinqiu banquet as an opportunity to present the crown prince to the world. Yet, fearing that the young man may refuse, she has tasked me with finding a pretext. In truth, she harbored a vague suspicion. On that particular day, the matron from the Empress Dowager's palace had deliberately mentioned Yuer, which could not have been a mere coincidence. Subsequently, she instructed Yining to investigate, and indeed, she learned that the crown prince had visited the general's residence. The general's house and the crown prince's manor had never shared a particularly profound relationship. After his visit, the Empress Dowager promptly sent someone over, which inevitably invites contemplation. The Empress felt a subtle anxiety creeping in. Yet, what were Yuer's thoughts on this matter? As she shifted her gaze, she noticed that her niece appeared to harbor a faint sense of joy. Chapter 30. It is best to bestow him a marriage. Immediately Zhong Lingyue felt a flicker of delight. However, the reasons for her joy were worlds apart from the queen's intentions. She was pleased because the Empress intended to present Jing Yuhang for a match, which indicated that the young man would soon be engaged to a noble lady. With all this bustling activity, surely the Empress would not have time to scrutinize her closely, allowing her to work with greater ease. A matchmaking is splendid. Let it happen swiftly. It would be ideal if you were to be wed at once. In stark contrast to her exuberance, Zhong Lingshuang, who stood silently nearby, lowered her head to conceal a fleeting expression of regret. She had accompanied them today with the belief that the Empress was to select a bride for the prince, but now it seemed that was not the case. What significance did her presence hold now? Although the crown prince was admirable, he paled in comparison to the third prince. The third prince was the son of the favored consort and had the highest prospects of inheriting the throne. If she could become his secondary consort, once she bore a child, her status would be secure, and even her aspiration for the primary consort position would not be out of reach. On that day, not only Zhong Lingyue, but even her father would have to pay her respects. She would be the most accomplished child of the Zhong family. No one could look down upon her. The flames of desire ignited within Zhong Lingyue and Appo's heart, swiftly dispelling her earlier disheartenment. Even if today did not involve selecting a bride for the prince, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Last time, at the hairpin banquet, she had been careless, choosing the least favorable swordplay and suffered humiliation at the hands of Zhong Lingyue. This time, she would ensure that everyone regarded her with newfound admiration. Before long, a palace maid announced that arrangements had been made in the imperial garden. Wang Qinlan rose with her daughter to take their leave. The matron would lead the children there first. The empress nodded, allowing her sister-in-law to take you and Appo's, and the others to have a look, while she instructed the maid to guide them. Upon exiting Fengyi Palace and following the maid and Appo's directions for about a quarter of an hour, they finally approached their destination. Even from a distance, the fragrance of plum blossoms wafted through the air. In winter, when most flowers wilt, the plum blossoms were in full bloom. The palace cultivated numerous varieties, creating a dazzling spectacle. The young gentlemen and ladies had mostly arrived, creating a lively atmosphere. The customs of this dynasty were more liberal, and the restrictions between men and women were not as stringent as in previous eras. In the imperial garden, young men and women engaged in merriment on either side of a flower wall lined with vases of plum blossoms. The young men gathered to play a game of throwing pots, their cheers ringing out, while the elegantly adorned young ladies cast glances in their direction, stifling laughter behind their handkerchiefs. However, it was not entirely proper to stare at the young men, so the ladies engaged in light conversation, predominantly about attire and jewelry. Among the noble ladies of the capital, appearances were paramount, and today's occasion prompted them to dress to impress, each vying for attention. Of course, family background and status were of greater importance. Those from esteemed families were invariably well regarded. At that moment, a group of ladies surrounded a girl with slightly darker skin, her hair adorned with numerous hairpins, showering her with compliments. "Sister Qi, you look exceptionally beautiful today. That gilded butterfly hairpin on your head is stunning. Is it the latest design from Cayenne Pavilion? Wow, I heard this hairpin is one of a kind, and many sought to acquire it but failed. Who would have thought it would be on Sister Qi? In my opinion, this crimson gold and ruby hair ornament suits your fair complexion splendidly, and those gourd-shaped earrings certainly appear exquisite." Qi Yingxue, basking in the praise, suddenly heard a derisive laugh from not far away. The mocking voice sneered, "TSK. Some people think that by adorning themselves with jewelry, they can compensate for their average looks. It's a pity that no matter how much gold and jade they wear, it remains a waste." Upon hearing this, Qi Yingxue understood she was being ridiculed and retorted, "Indeed, my father is willing to spend money for me. I can have whatever I desire, and whether this adornment is a waste is not for you to judge." Just as the rebuffed girl felt anger rising and struggled to respond, she turned to the person beside her and exclaimed, "But sister, it is naturally beautiful. Even a simple pearl hairpin looks lovely on her. Some people who overdo it only end up as mere accessories." The girl known as Unraveling smiled lightly. "You flatter me, dear sister." The girls who had been praising Qi Yingxue intended to argue back, but fell silent upon realizing she was speaking of Unraveling. Even Qi Yingxue ceased her retorts. What could she say when the truth was undeniable? Unraveling, the granddaughter of the esteemed Grand Tutor, had grown up under his guidance. Not only was she graceful and charming, but she also excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Last year, at the Flower Appreciation Banquet, she composed a spring poem that captivated all, earning her the reputation of a talented lady in the capital. Unraveling approached Qi Yingxue with a smile. "Sister Qi, it has been a while. I still remember the plum blossom cake you sent me last time." Upon hearing this, Qi Yingxue's displeasure vanished, replaced by surprise. "Sister likes it? I happen to bring some today." She retrieved a piece of plum blossom cake wrapped in oiled paper from her sleeve and offered it to her. Originally, she had worried that the palace banquet might not be to her liking, so she had brought it along. Since sister enjoyed it, it was only right to present it to her first. Joyfully, she extended the treat, but Unraveling and Appo's smile faltered momentarily as she hesitated to accept it. Lingyue, unaware of her change in demeanor, leaned closer, linking arms with Unraveling as she spoke. I also made plum blossom wine recently. Once it's ready, I'll send some for you to taste. Unraveling forced a smile and replied, all right. This scene did not go unnoticed by the young men near the flower wall, who praised Unraveling. Truly, she is the daughter of the Grand Tutor, graceful and poised. Moreover, her talents are unmatched. Unraveling's beauty rivals that of a celestial being. Suddenly, a young man pointed toward the entrance of the imperial garden, his expression one of awe. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of his astonishment. Amidst the shimmering light, a young girl emerged, radiating elegance. Dressed in a peach-pink gown with intricate patterns and a layered skirt of azure, her waist was adorned with a flowing silk ribbon. Her hair was styled in an exquisite updo, and she moved with an ethereal grace, her complexion as fair as the finest jade. The atmosphere fell momentarily silent before erupting into a buzz of excitement. As all eyes were drawn to Zhong Lingyue, she remained composed, walking beside her mother, allowing the murmurs to surround her. Which family does this young lady belong to? How have we never seen her before? She must be from the general's residence in North. I heard not long ago that the eldest daughter of the Zhong family has returned to the capital. She resembles a willow swaying in the breeze, a true beauty. Does the eldest daughter of the Zhong family have a betrothal already? As the crowd's attention focused on Zhong Lingyue, the smile that had graced Unraveling's face began to falter. She could not deny that the eldest daughter of the Zhong family was indeed more beautiful than herself. Moreover, she had heard that the crown prince had visited the Zhong family not long ago. Could it be that he harbored feelings for this Zhong Lingyue? Today, she must not allow her to overshadow her. Chapter 31. My indifference towards the crown prince surrounded by her admirers. Lingyue suddenly found them gravitating towards Zhong Lingyue, who had just been the center of their flattery. It was evident that their affections were insincere. With a cold huff, she made her way to her seat. Not long after she sat down, a faint, refreshing scent of bamboo wafted through the air as someone took the seat beside her. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see the eldest daughter of the Grand General of the North, who had just been the object of everyone and Appo's admiration. Although she initially intended to ignore her, she found herself captivated by Zhong Lingyue and Appo's sparkling eyes and radiant smile. You and Appo's, quite beautiful, Lingyue managed to stammer. Feeling her cheeks warm, Zhong Lingyue chuckled softly. Thank you, my name is Zhong Lingyue. I and Appo's, Lingyue, she replied. Zhong Lingyue raised an eyebrow, realizing she was the daughter of the Marquis of Anyun. Prior to attending the banquet, she had familiarized herself with the officials and their connections. The Marquis, once a commoner, had distinguished himself in the military, earning accolades and a title after heroically sacrificing an arm to save the emperor. As a military general, he was quite acquainted with her father. After their introductions, the conversation dwindled, largely due to Zhong Lingyue and Appo's reserved nature and Lingyue and Appo's awkwardness. Silence enveloped them until a eunuch announced the arrival of the emperor, empress, and imperial concubine. Following the customary greetings, the emperor, frail from illness, exchanged pleasantries before departing, leaving the atmosphere considerably lighter. As the guests engaged in merriment, Zhong Lingyue found little joy in the festivities, as the essence of such gatherings remained unchanged: social maneuvering and pleasantries. Soon enough, the time arrived for the evening's highlight. The imperial concubine suggested, "Your Majesty, today is a celebration worthy of greater festivity. Each young lady here possesses unique talents. Why not showcase them as a gift to the Empress?" The Empress nodded in agreement. "What do you propose?" The imperial concubine, eyeing a vibrant plum blossom centerpiece, suggested, "Let's play a game of passing the drum. When the music halts, the blossom will fall into the hands of the chosen young lady, who shall then display her talent. What say you, Your Majesty?" The Empress found the idea splendid, and thus it was decided. "Ening, please make the necessary arrangements." "Yes, Your Majesty," Ening replied, efficiently directing the palace attendants. It was evident that this had been premeditated, as many in attendance were already aware, yet feigned ignorance. The reactions from the young ladies varied. Some were shy, others eager to seize the opportunity, while a few bowed their heads in trepidation. As the servants rearranged the seating, the young ladies retreated to the floral backdrop, engaging in hushed conversations. Why the sudden call for performances? I haven't prepared anything. I heard the Empress is selecting a consort for the third prince. Oh, how sudden. If I had known, I would have prepared something. Fear not, sister. Your skills on the guqin are exceptional. You need not worry. But, sister, your painting is truly extraordinary. As they spoke, they noticed Zhong Lingyue standing nearby and exchanged cautious glances, subtly distancing themselves from her. The warmth of their sisterly camaraderie evaporated in an instant, replaced by a palpable tension. Before long, Qi Yingxue found herself alone, save for the back of Qi Yingxue, who was engrossed in the plum blossoms, muttering to herself. Zhong Lingyue observed with a smile tinged with irony. To attract a man and amp, Oppo's attention, these young ladies were expected to blossom like flowers, to be selected at will. Such was the harsh reality for women in this world. When Qi Yingxue turned to Zhong Lingyue, noticing her peculiar expression, she couldn't end amp, Oppo's, help but ask, why are you smiling like that? It an Oppo's, rather unsettling. Zhong Lingyue glanced at the nervous girls adjusting their attire and makeup and chose not to answer, instead asking, why aren't you preparing? Huh, I lack talent. I only know how to cook, Qi Yingxue admitted, having just admired the exquisite plum blossoms. Ideal for brewing plum wine. She longed to gather some to take home. Besides, she had no desire to marry. And you? You seem like you possess many talents. Qi Yingxue inquired. Zhong Lingyue shook her head. I have not prepared a performance. Really? You should. A simple dance or a tune on the guqin would surely captivate the princes, Qi Yingxue encouraged, secretly thinking that with such beauty, Zhong Lingyue would attract admiration effortlessly, unlike herself, who would be overlooked without her father's influence. Except for Sisterin, who genuinely cared for her and appreciated her plum cake. Zhong Lingyue scoffed. I have no interest in the crown prince. The notion of being selected as a prospective bride for him is repugnant. I would rather keep my distance. Even if I did have an interest, I would never allow myself to be paraded like a flower for him to choose. Wait, the crown prince? Wasn't it said that they were selecting a consort for the third prince? Zhong Lingyue froze, her expression shifting. Oh no, she had inadvertently revealed too much. Perhaps I misheard. I shall go inspect those blossoms over there. With that, she lifted her skirts and walked away, and Qi Yingxue, intrigued by the flowers, followed her. Wait for me. On the other side of the floral wall, a group of young men overheard the conversation, their faces lighting up with mischief as they looked at Jingyue. TSK. I have no interest in the crown prince. Who would have thought our prince could also be spurned? Minqing, did you do something to offend the young lady? Isn't the eldest daughter of the Zhong family newly returned to the capital? How does she already know Minqing? I know. That day, Minqing caught someone, and the girl was in the Zhong family and Oppo's carriage. Everyone saw how he made it difficult for her. No wonder she doesn't and Oppo's like him. Ah, Minqing, this was your misstep. That Zhong girl seems delicate. How could you treat her like a criminal? Delicate? She plays the part quite well. Everyone believes it. Jingyue scoffed, plucking a budding flower from the vase before carelessly stripping the petals away. Oh, uninterested? Is that why she secretly watches him bathe? Or throws herself at him? She's quite adept at being disingenuous. Chapter 32. Unable to bear her idleness, the palace attendants were well trained, and the venue was quickly arranged. The noble ladies gathered together, and, as the drumbeat commenced, the plum blossom in their hands was passed from one to another. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. All eyes followed the delicate branch of plum blossoms, and when it landed in the hands of Enryu, a clear cheer erupted. For she was the most celebrated talented lady in the capital, and her skills were what everyone anticipated. However, she showed no attachment to the branch, swiftly passing it to the next person. The crowd sighed in disappointment at this. Enryu lowered her head, appearing shy, but she had her own schemes. Qi Yingxue remained beside Zhong Lingyue, watching as the plum blossom drew closer to her. She clasped her hands together and began to pray fervently. Not to me. Not to me. Please stop. I beg you, let not be me." Her devotion was so intense that when the girl beside her received the flower branch and attempted to pass it to her, she was utterly oblivious. Zhong Lingyue, observing this, couldn't and oppose, he helped but chuckle. The drumbeat ceased abruptly. Qi Yingxue opened her eyes in excitement. "Wonderful. It and oppose. That's not me." Beside her, the girl who had failed to pass the branch wore a look of resentment. "You did that on purpose." Qi Yingxue turned to see Zhang Wanxiang, the very girl who had just mocked her, to curry favor with Enruyu, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So it an amp. Amp, oppose. Su Zhang Wanxiang. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must perform well." Zhang Wanxiang's face was extremely pale. If Qi Yingxue had not deliberately avoided the pass, the branch would not have remained in her hands. "Who is this young lady?" inquired the queen, seated in the main position. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Wanxiang stiffly rose and bowed to the queen, replying, "I am Zhang Wanxiang, the daughter of Zhang Zhiheng, the rights supervisor of the Imperial Medical Institute." The queen nodded indifferently. "Do you have a talent to showcase?" Zhang Wanxiang tightened her grip on the embroidered handkerchief, hesitating for a moment before responding. "I would like to play the guqin for Her Majesty and amp, oppose, as birthday." "That would be splendid." An attendant soon brought forward the guqin. Zhang Wanxiang gazed at the instrument placed in the center, and as she overheard the murmurs of the other noble ladies and gentlemen, her heart raced, and she began to sweat. She shot a glare at the gleeful Qi Yingxue before taking her seat behind the guqin. As the notes began to resonate, Zhang Wanxiang played a familiar tune known throughout the capital, but her skills were mediocre. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes and the pressure of the moment, she stumbled through several wrong notes, drawing disapproving glances. After struggling to finish the piece, the audience remained silent for an awkward moment. Eventually, a few scattered claps broke the stillness, but they were half-hearted. Zhang Wanxiang's face flushed crimson as her hands clenched uncontrollably at her sides, inwardly cursing Qi Yingxue countless times. It was the queen who finally broke the tension, smiling as she said, "The first performer is always nervous. Miss Zhang, your courage is commendable. Here is your reward." Zhang Wanxiang, blushing, thanked her and hurriedly returned to her seat with the token of appreciation handed to her by an attendant. The second round of passing the flower branch began with her. As the drums beat, Qi Yingxue swiftly passed the plum branch to Zhong Lingyue, letting out a sigh of relief. However, as she turned away, Zhang Wanxiang's sleeve brushed against Qi Yingxue and damp, oppose, as tables seemingly by chance, and she then averted her gaze. With each passing round, more noble ladies displayed their talents, painting, poetry, and dance, though all were rather mediocre. In another round, the drumbeat ceased, leaving the plum branch in the hands of Zhong Lingyue. The atmosphere suddenly became more vibrant. Setting aside the previous incident where Zhong Lingyue had exposed her swordplay, Zhong Lingyue's other talents were indeed noteworthy. Over the years, she had garnered a modest reputation for her beauty and skills in the capital, which had caught the attention of the third prince. Zhong Lingyue walked gracefully to the center, prepared to perform on the guqin, her forte. As the piece concluded, applause erupted swiftly. Her artistry was indeed exquisite, with each string and note perfectly executed, the melody flowing like a clear stream in the mountains, graceful as drifting clouds. A testament to her hard work, the audience was captivated, and even the imperial consort praised her profusely. Receiving such admiration from the consort, who was the third prince's mother, filled Zhong Lingyue with elation. Did this signify that the third prince took notice of her? Feigning nonchalance, she cast a glance toward the front of the male guests, hoping to catch a glimpse of the third prince, only to find him deliberately avoiding her gaze, looking elsewhere. Following his line of sight, she discovered Zhong Lingyue, who was quietly sipping tea. Her heart sank, the joy dissipating entirely. How could the third prince be? Meanwhile, the queen shifted her gaze towards the unassuming Zhong Lingyue, a look of confusion on her face. She had noticed several times that the plum branch had reached you and oppose, her hands only for the drumbeat to suddenly stop, swiftly passing to the next lady. Was she imagining things? How could you ever be so quick? On another side, Jing Yuhing smirked. She seemed so at ease, watching the performances of others. Yet, why can't I stand to see her so leisurely. In the hall, Zhong Lingyue remained unaware that she had drawn attention. Nonetheless, it was indeed curious that the plum blossom had halted by her side several times. Fortunately, she had acted quickly and passed it along. The chance to showcase herself was not something she coveted. In the Empress Dowager's palace, the elderly matriarch, attended by palace maids, expressed her surprise upon hearing from Granny Lin. "Is it not her turn yet?" Granny Lin bowed and replied, "Indeed, is strange. I specifically instructed the drummers. Yet several times, Miss Zhong has evaded the passing. Did you see if she did this intentionally?" Granny Lin bowed her head. "I cannot be certain. It may simply be coincidence." The Empress Dowager snorted coldly. "Then I shall go and see for myself." Shortly after, her retinue made its way to the imperial garden. As another round commenced, when the flower branch approached Zhong Lingyue's direction, the drumbeat quickened, causing a flutter of anxiety in her heart. She sensed that this time, the plum branch was likely to fall into her hands. Indeed, as Qing Xue passed the branch to her, the drums ceased. Zhong Lingyue was prepared, ready to fling the branch away as soon as it touched her hands, but unexpectedly, a sharp pain shot through her wrist. Chapter 33, Esteemed Heir. "Is this your jade bead?" Zhong Lingyue's hand loosened, causing a flower branch to tumble to the ground, this time without the possibility of being passed around. Simultaneously, a smooth jade bead fell, rolling to her feet, the very culprit that had struck her wrist. A sudden hush enveloped the room, broken only by a low, familiar chuckle, one that was decidedly irritating. Without needing to turn around, Zhong Lingyue recognized the source of the mischief. Damn Jing Yuheng! Here he was again, causing her trouble. At the main table, the imperial concubine smiled at the empress, inquiring whose fault it was that the flower branch had fallen. The empress glanced at her niece, whose expression suggested dissatisfaction. She was about to demand a do-over when, unexpectedly, the usually compliant imperial concubine boldly declared, "I believe that since the flower branch has fallen, why not allow the last girl who touched it to showcase her talent?" "What do you think, your majesty?" The empress attempted to interject once more, but was interrupted. "I believe the imperial concubine has a point." This time, she could not retort, for it was the Empress Dowager who spoke, having just arrived. Everyone promptly rose to pay their respects. The Empress Dowager raised her hand, dismissing the formalities, and took her seat at the main table. She scrutinized Zhong Lingyue, who bowed her head and said, "Is this the eldest daughter of General Zhong? Lift your head, so I may behold you." With a resigned sigh, Zhong Lingyue complied, her reluctance overshadowed by the necessity of the moment. Meanwhile, the Empress and Appo's suspicions were confirmed. The Empress Dowager seemed to have an immediate understanding of Yu and Appo's identity, suggesting a clear intent behind her visit. Concern gnawed at the Empress and Appo's heart. Prince Jin, being the legitimate second son of the late emperor, possessed both literary and martial prowess that rivaled the current sovereign. Had the late emperor not occupied the position of firstborn, the question of succession would be far less certain. With the current emperor and Appo's prolonged illness and the crown prince and Appo's indecisiveness, the military power held by her brother was already a source of envy. Should an alliance with Prince Jin be forged, it might lead to suspicions regarding the loyalty of the northern general, and the emperor could easily harbor doubts about her brother. The entire household of the northern general could find itself in jeopardy. Thus, for the sake of the greater good, this union must not happen. Yet what do you err? If she truly harbored feelings for the young prince, what course of action should be taken? While the empress wrestled with her worries, the Empress Dowager commented, "Indeed, she is quite charming. I have heard you were frail in your youth. Has your health improved?" Zhong Lingyue, hearing the Empress Dowager's inquiry, sensed a hidden agenda. Was it possible that the last time that insufferable Jing Yuheng brought his aunt, she had not seen enough and had sent her to probe further? Feigning gratitude, she responded cheerfully, "In response to your majesty, my health has." She suddenly seemed unable to contain herself, covering her mouth to cough. I have recovered well." In such a moment, to declare her frailty outright would be too conspicuous. She had to take the opposite approach, convincing the Empress Dowager that she was merely enduring. As expected, the Empress Dowager's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Her gaze turned to Jing Yuheng, observing that his attention was indeed fixed on Zhong Lingyue, and she felt a pang of frustration. Is it true that Ming Jing has taken a liking to that frail daughter of the Zhong family? With so many noble ladies present, why must he choose her? The Empress Dowager sighed inwardly, resigning herself to observe further. Since it is your turn, why not display your talents? Her tone was tinged with disinterest. How could one, with such an ailing constitution, hope to produce heirs? A secondary wife might be acceptable, but the daughter of the Northern General would be ill-suited for such a role. Zhong Lingyue had no desire to be the center of attention, and feigned another cough. In response to your majesty, I am unskilled and have only learned to play the qin. I had intended to make a fool of myself, but just now. She paused, her expression showing distress. I was unexpectedly struck on the wrist by a bead, and now I find it difficult to play. Her words sparked a murmur among the audience, particularly among the ladies, who found amusement in her predicament. What a flimsy excuse. Who would believe that? Indeed, how could it be that her wrist was struck so perfectly? It seems she is merely a facade, terrified of embarrassing herself on stage. The Empress Dowager, too, perceived her lack of ability and thought her excuse a mere cover for stage fright. Though she should have felt slighted. A new thought crossed her mind. If the Zhong family's daughter was indeed unremarkable, perhaps Ming Jing would ultimately lose interest, and her spirits lifted as she amiably stated. Then I shall not press you. Please, take a moment to rest. Thank you, your majesty. After expressing her gratitude, Zhong Lingyue did not return to her seat, but instead bowed again, saying, Your majesty, I have one matter to report. What is it? Zhong Lingyue extended her hand, revealing the recently retrieved jade bead, and inquired aloud. This bead struck my wrist just now. It appears to be of great value. It must belong to someone here. I implore everyone to assist in finding its rightful owner. The crowd leaned forward, gazing at her delicate hand, which held the jade bead glimmering in the sunlight, undeniably exquisite. Such a precious object could not belong to an ordinary person. At that moment, the expressions of those present shifted. Ah, her hand was truly struck? How coincidental. I thought she was deceiving us. It seems I was mistaken. Whose cruel prank is this? How could one carelessly toss something to strike another? Indeed, it is rather shameless. The crowd began to scan for the bead and amp, oppos, as owner. Meanwhile, the princes and young nobles seated in the front rows wore expressions of intrigue. One of them pondered aloud. This bead seems oddly familiar. Indeed, I feel as though I have seen it before. Could it belong to you? How could it possibly be mine? I have no desire to throw a bead at a young lady. Ah, I recall this jade bead was part of a tribute from a vassal state. There were 10 pieces which father bestowed upon us brothers. I had one set into my crown, though I did not wear it today, the third prince remarked. Then it does ring a bell. I have one of those beads at home. The heir of the Duke of Enden exclaimed, suddenly pointing at Jing Yuheng, who sat calmly sipping tea, as realization dawned upon him. Ming Jing, I remember you set that jade bead into your garment, didn't you? Is this the very piece? Wait, where is your bead? All eyes turned to Jing Yuheng, and Zhong Lingyue too shifted her gaze to him, her expression innocent as she asked, Esteemed heir, is this your jade bead? Chapter 34, I believe you two make quite a pair. Jing Yuheng leisurely set down the teacup in his hand, casting his gaze downward. Moments later, his expression turned to one of astonishment. Indeed, the jade bead that belonged to him had gone missing. Zhong Lingyue. Ah, such a master of pretense. Jing Yuheng rose and strolled towards Zhong Lingyue. Although the distance was brief, he moved deliberately slowly, as if it were intentional. Before the eyes of many, he stood before Zhong Lingyue, mere steps apart. He lowered his gaze to the jade bead in her hand, then lifted his eyes to rest upon her face. The jade bead in Miss Zhong's possession must be the one lost by this prince. Yet he could not fathom how it had come to rest in her hands. Jing Yuheng returned the question to Zhong Lingyue. Towering over her, he blocked her view entirely. She could see nothing but him. Zhong Lingyue tilted her head to meet his dark gaze, suddenly smiling. Since the prince was unaware, then the humble lady was even less so. She chose not to respond to Jing Yuheng's inquiry. Naturally, she understood well who had lost the bead. If it belonged to the prince, she would return it, but she would kindly remind him to take better care of his belongings lest. Zhong Lingyue regarded Jing Yuhang and extended the bead toward him, perhaps fearing it would not be so easily reclaimed. Should there be a next time? It would not be presented in such a manner. Her words carried profound implications. While others may not grasp their meaning, Jing Yuhang certainly did. He smiled in return and raised his hand, then expressed his gratitude to Miss Zhong. Jing Yuhang reached out to grasp the jade bead resting in her palm. Zhong Lingyue's gaze involuntarily fell upon his hand. His hands were exquisitely beautiful, long and elegant, with prominent knuckles. Under the light, they resembled finely carved works of art. As he raised his hand, his sleeve slipped back, revealing a slender wrist of pale skin, with veins standing out robustly, exuding a sense of strength. In that moment, the exquisite jade seemed to pale in comparison to his hand. At such close proximity, Zhong Lingyue could even discern a hint of color at his fingertips. Her breath caught, and she averted her gaze in a fluster. Suddenly, a chill brushed against her palm as if something had gently grazed it. Turning her gaze back, she saw Jing Yuhang had taken the bead, his demeanor unremarkable. Zhong Lingyue dismissed the strange thought that had crept into her mind. How could he possibly caress her palm so brazenly in front of so many? It was reminiscent of seduction. Surely, she had misinterpreted his intentions. He could not possibly act in such a manner. Zhong Lingyue resumed her seat, unaware that Jing Yuhang, walking away from her, wore a deeper smile at the corners of his lips. She has calluses in her palm. Such calluses were not unusual. Many young ladies who had practiced the piano or embroidery since childhood bore similar marks. A bit of soothing balm would suffice to remedy them, but those would typically be found on the fingers. Hers, however, were in the palm, and hands that wield weapons often bore calluses there. This further validated his suspicions. In high spirits, he returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingyue sat down, still somewhat dazed. Beside her, Qi Yingxue, who had been resting her chin on her hand, leaned in excitedly, whispering, "Hey, I think you two make quite the pair." "Who?" she asked instinctively. "Why, you and Prince Jin." As soon as Zhong Lingyue heard this, she snapped back to reality, clearing her mind of the chaotic thoughts that had enveloped her. The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. "Is your vision not quite right?" Qi Yingxue. What was wrong with her eyes? The two had stood together, looking perfectly matched. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Many had been left in awe, especially Sister An, who had been staring at them intently. Even now, wait, Sister An seems to be staring at Prince Jin. Before Qi Yingxue could further speculate, and Ryu stood up first. She gracefully walked to the center and performed a curtsy. "Your Majesty, since Miss Zhong's hand is not convenient, may I offer a piece to celebrate the Empress's longevity and prosperity?" The Empress, pleased by her words, readily consented. She had always favored the granddaughter of the esteemed in Taifu and was eager to see Ming Jing take note of Ryu and Amp, Oppos, as talents. Cheers erupted from the male guests. After such a long wait, they were finally able to witness the brilliance of the capital's most talented woman once more. The eunuchs had already set up the qin, not the palaces, but one brought by Ryu herself. Clearly, she was well prepared. However, presenting her performance at this moment diverged from her original plan. She had intended to wait until everyone else had performed before taking the stage, thus aligning with her status and leaving a lasting impression, while also allowing for comparison with the other young ladies in Oppo's talents. Yet, she had panicked. For years, she had harbored feelings for Prince Jin, even when he showed no interest. She remained hopeful. After all, he treated all young ladies with equal regard, and she believed he simply had no inclinations toward romance. Surely, he would one day recognize her merits, for her family background, beauty, and talent were not inferior to anyone else's. A few days ago, her informants mentioned that Prince Jin had visited the Northern General and Oppo's residence, causing a flicker of unease within her, yet she remained confident. However, upon seeing Zhong Lingyue and Oppo's appearance today, she felt a twinge of panic. She patiently awaited her chance to observe Zhong and Amp, Oppo's talents, delighting when she heard the latter claim her skills were lacking, but unexpectedly. While others may have dismissed the incident of the lost jade bead as mere jest, she understood that if it were not intentional on his part, How could Zhong Lingyue have found his cherished jade bead, a gift from the emperor himself? It could not have been carelessly discarded. She had to admit that Jing Yuhang certainly treated Zhong Lingyue differently. Thus, she could no longer remain idle. She acknowledged her jealousy. She did not want the prince's attention lingering on Zhong Lingyue, even if it meant compromising her dignity by taking the initiative to perform. Yet, she felt compelled to stand out now. She wanted the prince to see that she was the one most suited to him. Alas, the goddess had intentions. But the king remained oblivious. Once Enryu finished her piece, amidst the enthusiastic applause, her gaze shifted to Jing Yuhang, only to find him preoccupied with the jade bead in his hand, not sparing her a glance. The affection she poured into her melody paled in comparison to the lifeless bead he held. And that bead was the one Zhong Lingyue had just handed to her. Chapter 35. Who is truly innocent? Ming Jing, cease your play with that bead. Missen has been gazing at you intently for quite some time. You ought to offer her some response. The third prince observed with a mocking expression aimed at Jing Yuhang. Beside him, the second prince raised an eyebrow and chuckled. The melody is filled with deep affection. It moves even my heart. You must not disappoint Missen, who is so earnest. Jing Yuhang did not even lift his head. Brothers, do not misconstrue the intentions of others. This tune is a tribute to the Empress's longevity. It has nothing to do with me. He tucked the jade bead into his robe and added nonchalantly, to slander a lady and oppose, as purity is unworthy of a gentleman. The princes exchanged glances, bemused by his pretense. It was evident to all that Miss Anne's affections for him were well known, yet he spoke of slander? Truly, he was acting the part of a gentleman. How can this be? Their eyes shifted towards another individual. The heir of the Duke of Indong, Jing Yenin, discerned their intent and leaned forward with a knowing smile, suggesting, "Then what is your stance on the eldest daughter of the Zhong family? Surely, you are not feigning ignorance. Who could pilfer from you? You are intentionally vague. It appears your feelings towards her are not so innocent." Jing Yuhang scoffed. Who is truly innocent here? I have not scrutinized her closely. Just then, Jing Yenin opposed and pointed at him, exclaiming, "You did not deny it." Jing Yuhang paused, disinterested in engaging in their banter. "Yet you were quite passionate in discussing your connection with Missen, fearful we might associate you with her." Jing Yenin oppose, and swiftly exposed his contradiction. How can this be the same? I have no connection with Miss Enryu whatsoever. Seeing his silence, the third prince rolled his eyes and inquired, Ming Jing, do you truly have no feelings for Miss Zhong? With a disdainful expression, Jing Yuhang replied, how could I possibly be interested in her? I am not blind. Then I have fewer competitors. The third prince feigned relief. The others immediately caught onto the hidden meaning behind his words. The second prince pondered. Are you enamored with Miss Zhong? The third prince remained silent, which implied agreement. The second prince took a sip of tea, concealing a fleeting emotion, and remarked, Yet I have heard that you favor the second daughter of the Zhong family. She gazed at you several times during the banquet. The third prince, unfazed, glanced at Jing Yuhang and retorted, to slander a lady and oppose, as purity is unworthy of a gentleman. He echoed Jing Yuhang's earlier words, downplaying any connection with Zhong Lingyue. Now, the others remained silent, fully aware of the third prince's ulterior motives. All present were astute enough to recognize the schemes he harbored. The general of the northern town commands a formidable army of 300,000 and is the empress and Appo's own brother. Should the empress have a legitimate son, it would be expected that the general's house would support him. However, the unfortunate truth is that the empress's son has passed away, leaving the future of that military power uncertain. Previously, the eldest daughter of the Zhong family was absent from the capital, while the second daughter had garnered significant fame. The third prince had initially considered that even though the second daughter was of lesser birth, marrying her as a secondary consort could forge an alliance with Zhong Tianji. If their daughter were wed to him, Zhong Tianji would find it difficult to support anyone else. However, now that the legitimate daughter has returned to the capital and it has come to light that the second daughter is not favored, his ambitions must shift accordingly. If he could wed the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, then the power of 300,000 troops would rightfully belong to him. Graceful and virtuous ladies are indeed the desire of gentlemen. The eldest daughter of the Zhong family is undeniably beautiful. The heir of the Duke of Endong glanced at the female guests and then at Zhong Lingyue, suddenly shaking his head. Yet this eldest daughter appears too obedient. I prefer a fiery spirit. Were he a prince, perhaps he might feel differently. But fortunately, he has no throne to inherit, allowing him a life free from such convolutions. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate for his uncomplicated existence. Upon returning his gaze, he noticed Jing Yuhang smiling. Ming Jing, what is amusing you? Am I mistaken? Jing Yuhang shot him a glance. Our esteemed physician, Mr. Wei, possesses remarkable skill. The heir of the Duke of Endong was perplexed, and what of it? Jing Yuhang replied, I believe you ought to have your eyesight examined. And Oppos, too obedient, and Oppos, what a ridiculous statement. Does it pertain to Zhong Lingyue in any way? The heir of the Duke of Endong. The banquet, laden with ulterior motives, finally approached its conclusion. After witnessing Enruyu and Oppos' performance, the empress departed, leaving word for Jing Yuhang to visit Yong'an Palace afterward. Once the empress and the favored consort took their leave, the guests began to prepare to exit the palace and return home. The empress had matters to discuss with Zhong Tianji and his wife, leaving Zhong Lingyue and her sister in the imperial garden to await their return. Noticing the third prince and his entourage preparing to depart, Zhong Lingyue and Oppos' expression grew anxious. She sensed a change in the third prince's demeanor towards her. She had to see him. As a maidservant approached to clear away the wine cups, she feigned ignorance and collided with her, spilling wine onto her attire, leaving a noticeable stain. "Oh, my clothes are wet." The maidservant knelt in panic, pleading, "Please forgive me, Mississippi. It was not my intention. What shall I do with my soiled garments?" Zhong Lingyue exclaimed, feigning distress. She looked down at the kneeling maidservant and asked, "Is there a place nearby where I can change?" "Yes, I shall take you there at once." Zhong Lingyue turned to Zhong Lingyue, her expression apologetic. "Elder sister, I must go change. If father and mother return, please inform them. I shall be back shortly." Her clumsy act was easily seen through by Zhong Lingyue, yet she chose not to expose her. Instead, she nodded, "Go ahead." Zhong Lingyue hurriedly followed the maid out of the imperial garden. Not long after, Zhong Lingyue also followed, suspecting her sister intended to meet the third prince. Indeed, from a distance, she watched as Zhong Lingyue dismissed the maid, leading her, and hurried in the direction the third prince had taken. Zhong Lingyue quickened her pace to follow. The path grew increasingly secluded, making it an ideal spot for secrets to unfold. As Zhong Lingyue was not well acquainted with the palace and Oppos' layout, she dare not draw too close for fear of being discovered. She trailed until they reached a rockery, where Zhong Lingyue suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 36, Unexpectedly. Miss Zhong has a penchant for this. Zhong Lingyue refrained from rushing forward, instead choosing to conceal herself in a corner of obscured vision, patiently waiting for a considerable time. It mattered not that she could not catch up. Opportunities abound, but should she reveal herself, there would be no second chance. As anticipated, her instincts proved correct. After a while, she suddenly heard a man's hushed voice nearby. "Are you certain no one is following us?" Immediately thereafter, a familiar female voice chimed in. "Brother Qinglan, you are being overly cautious. I was quite careful on my way here. No one will discover us." "Brother Qinglan, do you no longer have feelings for Ling Shuang?" It was the voice of Zhong Lingyue. Zhong Lingyue shifted slightly, just enough to glimpse the silhouettes of the two through a gap in the rockery. The man, of course, was none other than the third prince. At this moment, they stood unusually close, clearly not in a pure relationship. Faced with Zhong Lingyue's insinuation, the third prince's expression stiffened slightly, and after a moment, he feigned concern, explaining, "How could that be? It is merely that there are too many people today. We must avoid suspicion, lest it tarnish our reputations." He presented himself as considerate of their mutual interests. In truth, when Zhong Lingyue had approached earlier, he had no intention of engaging with her. However, upon reflection, since she had come to him willingly, why would he push her away? If he were to take both ladies of the Zhong family into his household, would that not provide greater security? "But why then did you still watch my elder sister during the banquet? Do you hold affections for her?" Zhong Lingyue probed. Upon hearing this, the third prince felt a flicker of annoyance, but kept it hidden. I observed her because I heard of her actions during the coming-of-age ceremony. As expected, she possesses a rather sharp demeanor, he replied insincerely. In recent days, under his careful orchestration, many were already aware of his involvement with Zhong Lingyue. Her embarrassment on that occasion had also reflected poorly on him. In contrast, the eldest Zhong's sister exhibited far more intelligence, discreetly mending her reputation. If he were to ascend to the throne, the position of empress could not be held by a simpleton. For now, however, Zhong Lingyue was solely self-interested, yet she held potential value, bolstered by her decent appearance. Spending leisure time with her could serve as a pleasant diversion. Upon hearing the third prince's words, Zhong Lingyue and Appo's expression became subtly complex. She leaned into his embrace, concealing the fleeting resentment that crossed her face. Did he truly think her a fool? How could he not see through such insincere affection? Just because she was a concubine and Appo's daughter, must she yield everything to Zhong Lingyue? No, she was unwilling. Only by ascending to that lofty position could she command respect, now needing the third prince and Appo's status and power to elevate herself. When Zhong Lingyue lifted her gaze once more, her face was filled with emotion. Really? Brother Chenglan, you will not disdain me for my lack of skill in the arts? In truth, my elder sister bears no fault. She merely speaks the truth. It is I who is too proud. She intentionally belittled herself. As expected, upon hearing this, the third prince, filled with sympathy, drew her closer. Frost, you need not defend yourself against her. If she bullies you, I shall certainly avenge you. Zhong Lingyue, moved, rose on her tiptoes to offer him a kiss. The third prince, welcoming the gesture, savored the moment. The two soon found themselves entwined in a passionate embrace. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Zhong Lingyue observed this spectacle in disbelief. This pair was engaging in clandestine meetings, and yet they used her as a source of amusement? Were they mad? The increasingly intimate sounds echoed around her, almost as if whispering in her ear, accompanied by the rustling of garments, sending shivers down her spine. Surely they would not dare to engage in such acts under the broad daylight. It was winter. Were they not afraid of the cold? Why did she keep stumbling upon such scenarios? Her presence here today was not due to idleness. The third prince harbored ill intentions. And regardless of whether he was the puppet master, it would be beneficial to glean more insight into his character. She had anticipated overhearing something of value, yet unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon such scandalous matters. It had not been long since the last incident at Haiyan's High. Zhong Lingyue furrowed her brow and turned, only to find herself face to face with a familiar observer. You. A broad hand reached across to cover her mouth, stifling the sound she was about to make. Zhong Lingyue and Appo's eyes widened. Jing Yuheng, how could he be here? Had she been so engrossed in her observations that she had failed to notice him? Keep quiet, and I shall spare you, came his deliberately lowered voice in her ear. Zhong Lingyue was taken aback. This esteemed heir of the Jin Wang. Do you not find your words somewhat familiar? Familiar? Just as she instinctively began to nod, she quickly stilled her head. He was tricking her. Those words were precisely what he had said when they first met at Haiyan's High, when he had threatened her. If she nodded, would she not be admitting to being the woman from that night? Zhong Lingyue shot him a fierce glare. How close she had come to a blunder. Thankfully, her wits had saved her. As a low chuckle escaped him, she had yet to process the situation before she leaned in and covered Jing Yuheng and Appo's mouth with her hand. Silence. Do you understand? Stealing a glance at the engrossed couple, she sighed in relief. At least they had not been discovered. However, through her sleeve, her hand was grasped tightly, the strength startling. As she attempted to retract her hand from Jing Yuheng's grip, he leaned down, his voice dripping with mockery. I never expected Miss Zhong to have such tastes. Zhong Lingyue glared at him once more. The same could be said of you. Do release me. Her eyes signaled, focusing on his hand, still clutching her own. Feigning ignorance, Jing Yuheng continued to tease her. However, he soon provoked her ire, and suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his palm as she bit down hard. He immediately withdrew his hand, looking down to see a row of delicate bite marks near his thumb, well-defined and damp. He was both amused and exasperated, on the verge of asking if she was part dog when his mouth was once again covered. Zhong Lingyue looked up at him, paused briefly, and then rose on her toes, whispering in frustration, "Could you possibly be quiet?" The familiar fragrance of cold bamboo wafted toward her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. With his bitten hand concealed behind his back, he could not help but run his fingers over the spot, where the fleeting pain had dissipated, leaving behind a tingling sensation. Quite peculiar. Jing Yuheng, for once, nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 37. Did you harbor affections for the third prince? Zhong Lingyue released her grip and retreated to her original hiding place, leaning against the artificial rock, waiting patiently. Exiting now would be too conspicuous. She had to wait for the pair on the other side to finish and leave before she could depart. The amorous sounds persisted. Perhaps it would be easier to bear alone, but with a man beside her, Zhong Lingyue suddenly felt a warmth in her ears. Despite not being the first time she had overheard such intimate encounters with him, it was clear that this was not something one became accustomed to. She was, after all, still a maiden and sensitive to such matters. The previous time, she had been forced to engage in seductive behavior to save her life. It was truly embarrassing in retrospect. Chung Lan, darling. Not here. Then where, my love? Ah, you're such a rogue. Zhong Lingyue, listening to their flirtations accompanied by heavy breathing, felt her body stiffen. How much longer would this last? Were they not concerned about catching a chill? Even she, fully clothed, felt cold. Just as she was cursing inwardly, the person beside her, who had been silent for some time, suddenly leaned closer. Several piercing cries of a hawk echoed in the air, carrying an inexplicable sense of danger. She looked up and saw a sharp, dark shadow rapidly approaching. Suddenly, she was enveloped in someone's embrace. Something was thrown over her head, and darkness descended before her eyes, her senses flooded with an unfamiliar scent. A faint but assertive fragrance of agarwood permeated her senses. After a moment of bewilderment, she realized that the object covering them was Jing Yuheng's black cloak. He was currently holding her in an embrace, his hands braced against the rock face on either side of her. The space between them was narrow, almost touching. The heavy cloak overhead caused the temperature in the confined space to rise sharply. Light filtered through the gaps. Zhong Lingyue looked up at him, the dim light outlining his features. He was looking down at her, his lips slightly parted, yet silent. Zhong Lingyue instantly understood his meaning. Do not make a sound. Outside, only the sound of the hawk circling in the air remained, and the pair on the other side of the artificial rock had fallen silent. The absence of amorous sounds only amplified Zhong Lingyue's discomfort. It was too close. The distance between her and Jing Yuheng was far too intimate. So close that Jing Yuheng could touch her lips with the slightest inclination of his head. Zhong Lingyue's breath hitched, and she instinctively tried to turn her head. But he warned her in a low voice, "Don't move." She froze, her hands clenching and unclenching at her sides, her palms drenched in sweat. She averted her gaze, moving it slightly downward to avoid his face, only to find it resting on his slender neck. In the dim light, she could make out the faint blue veins pulsing beneath his pale skin, disappearing into his collar. Involuntarily, her thoughts drifted to Jing Yuheng's hands. The backs of his hands, too, were marked with prominent veins, strangely alluring. Zhong Lingyue did not know why she had such a vivid impression of his hands. Her breathing grew heavy, and she closed her eyes in a panic, unaware of the tautness in his neck and the bobbing of his Adam's apple. The brief moment felt like an eternity. Seeing Zhong Lingyue and Appo's closed eyes, Jing Yuheng allowed his gaze to linger on her face. He recalled the Empress Dowager's words. That eldest daughter of the Zhong family has a pleasing appearance. He conceded that the Empress Dowager was correct. Undeniably, she was strikingly beautiful, especially her eyes, which were dark, clear, and captivating, even when she was glaring. It was those eyes that had allowed him to recognize her in the street at a single glance that day. Jing Yuheng's gaze drifted downward, uncontrollably drawn to her lips, and his breathing quickened. Her lips were exquisitely shaped, full, rosy, and very soft. He had touched them just moments ago, as if under a spell. Jing Yuheng lowered his head, moving closer to those petal-like lips. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Zhong Lingyue opened her eyes. They were mere inches apart, their lips about to touch. The rapid thumping of a heart echoed in the confined space. Whose heart was it? Instinctively, Zhong Lingyue recoiled, forgetting that she had nowhere to retreat, and bumped her head against the artificial rock behind her. However, instead of the expected pain, Jing Yuhang chuckled. Miss Zhong and Amp, Oppo's head is as hard as iron. Zhong Lingyue realized that her head was resting against the back of his hand and immediately leaned forward to avoid his touch, only to find herself moving closer into his embrace. She froze, unsure of what to do, caught between advancing and retreating. Finally, Jing Yuhang reached out and pulled the cloak from over their heads. "What are you doing?" she asked, flustered. "Are you not afraid of being discovered with such a grand gesture?" Jing Yuhang led her a few steps away. "They have already departed. Does Miss Zhong still wish to hide here?" Zhong Lingyue peered out and saw that Zhong Lingshuang and the third prince were no longer there. The hawk that had been circling overhead was also gone. Where had they left? Zhong Lingyue stared blankly at the spot, feeling disoriented. When had her vigilance become so lax that she had not noticed anything? It was all Jing Yuhang's fault. It was all because of his strange behavior that she had become so distracted. So, why had he appeared here? Had he truly been following her all along? But hadn't Oppo's tea left after the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet? With that thought, Zhong Lingyue lifted her skirts and hurried after him. Why did the heir apparent appear here? Could it be that you were truly following me? Jing Yuhang paused and countered. Then why was Miss Zhong here? In truth, his appearance here was partly coincidental and partly related to her. Jing Yuhang was well aware of the Empress Dowager's purpose in summoning him to Shoan Palace, to persuade him to settle down. However, he had not expected the Empress Dowager to mention Zhong Lingyue, asking if she was indispensable to him, and, if so, suggesting an imperial marriage. He scoffed. What a joke. How could she be indispensable to him? Jing Yuhang immediately refused. He grew impatient and excused himself, seeking some fresh air, when he caught a glimpse of Zhong Lingyue's figure. Seeing her wandering around instead of leaving the palace, Jing Yuhang suspected something was amiss. Thus, he had followed her. However, he had not expected her to be eavesdropping on a private rendezvous between the third prince and a woman. Recalling the third prince's words at the banquet, Jing Yuhang turned to the person beside him and asked coldly, "Did you harbor affections for the third prince?" Zhong Lingyue was incredulous. "Is your mind addled? Just because you are blind, do not insult my taste, all right? How could I possibly harbor affections for a scoundrel like the third prince? Even if Zhong Lingshuang is not a good person and deliberately approaches the third prince, he did not keep his distance from her in the slightest, showing no restraint and disregarding a woman in Amp, Oppo's reputation. He is simply a dissolute and shameless individual. I would rather fancy you than that third prince." Chapter 38. This person. Has she scolded him into foolishness? No, that cannot be. Zhong Lingyue was taken aback. Why did she feel compelled to compare him to this individual? Is there truly no other man in the world aside from the third prince? Lowering her gaze, she endeavored to mask the fleeting discomfort that crossed her face. Meanwhile, Jing Yuhang, ever observant, failed to notice Zhong Lingyue's peculiar demeanor. Despite being chastised quite abruptly, he felt no anger. Rather, a sense of delight coursed through him. Indeed, his eyes remained perfectly normal. Upon hearing a soft chuckle, Zhong Lingyue looked up at him in confusion. Had this man truly been scolded into foolishness? What could possibly be the reason for his laughter? In show and Oppo's and palace, the Empress Dowager, having awaited Jing Yuhang and Oppo's return in vain, let out a sigh. This rascal must have fled again. Every time she broached the topic of his marriage, he displayed such impatience. Aunt Lin, standing nearby, chuckled, "Your Majesty, you must have suspected this all along, haven't you?" The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of that. I can hardly fathom Mingjing's thoughts. Does he not harbor feelings for that young lady from the Zhong family? I even granted him a marriage proposal, yet he appears discontented. Could it be due to my request that Ruyu accompany him to the estate? Ruyu is gentle and virtuous. What could possibly be amiss? Pray tell, what is he truly thinking?" Aunt Lin lowered her head and chuckled softly. "This servant does not know. Perhaps the young master is simply shy? There are certain matters I cannot speak of, Yet I can discern that when the Empress Dowager proposed the marriage to Miss Zhong, the young master's expression was indeed quite different. I even suspect he hardly registered the latter part of your statement. Oh, could he really be shy? The Empress Dowager sighed again. Then I shall truly abstain from intervening this time. Should he come seeking my assistance in the future, I shall not be so easily persuaded. Returning to the Imperial Garden, Zhong Lingyue found herself in a state of perplexity. Just then, the sound of someone sobbing interrupted her thoughts. The palace attendants moved swiftly, restoring the garden to its former glory, and the guests had nearly all departed, leaving only Qi Yingxue, who squatted in a corner, sniffling, along with a flustered attendant. The jewels adorning her hair swayed with her sobs, precariously close to falling. Zhong Lingyue stood still for a moment, unable to bear the sight, and approached her, motioning for the attendant to retreat. The attendant bowed gratefully and hastily withdrew. Engrossed in her tears, Qi Yingxue was utterly oblivious to Zhong Lingyue's presence. Suddenly, a handkerchief was offered before her. She looked up to find Zhong Lingyue's smiling face. "Oh, you have come to mock me too. Please leave. You needn't concern yourself." Zhong Lingyue. Why are there so many inexplicable individuals today? She had come with goodwill, yet was met with disdain. Her temper flared, and she was about to retract the handkerchief and leave, but before she could, Qi Yingxue swiftly snatched it away, and by the time she regained her composure, the handkerchief embroidered with bamboo branches that Zhu Yi had gifted her was now sullied with snot and tears. She withdrew her outstretched hand. "Forget it," she thought. "I shall discard this handkerchief." As she stood up to leave, her leg was suddenly grasped. "Please, you cannot go." Zhong Lingyue was speechless. How could one wish to shoo her away, yet cling to her at the same time? This person's thoughts were even more inscrutable than Jing Yuing's. Wait, why was she thinking of that insufferable man again? Qi Yingxue pulled herself closer to Zhong Lingyue's side, crying as she spoke, "You find me repugnant, don't you?" Zhong Lingyue glanced down at her skirt, now smeared with tears, and nodded. Indeed, she found it distasteful. However, she did not leave. Instead, curiosity compelled her to crouch down. Has someone wronged you? Given her father's standing in the court, there should be few who would dare to mistreat her. Her inquiry only provoked Qi Yingxue into a more vehement sob. The noise was quite unbearable. Growing irritated, Zhong Lingyue snatched the handkerchief from Qi Yingxue's grasp, crumpled it, and stuffed it into her mouth. "Wow, Qi Yingxue was taken aback. Her cries abruptly halted. Naturally, with her mouth obstructed, she could produce no further tears. "Now, how can we speak properly?" Zhong Lingyue asked her. Qi Yingxue nodded. She was truly frightening. Hadn't she seemed gentle before? Was this her true nature? Receiving her answer, Zhong Lingyue then pulled the handkerchief from Qi Yingxue and Appo's mouth and discarded it onto the ground. The handkerchief, drenched in tears, left her fingertips feeling damp and uncomfortable. She glanced around, seeing nothing of interest, her gaze landing on her now soiled skirt. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, she decided to wipe her hands on the fabric. Forget it. She would change when she returned home. Qi Yingxue, observing Zhong Lingyue and Appo's disdainful gesture, felt a twinge of embarrassment, her face growing warm. It seemed she truly was being looked down upon. Nonetheless, she did not depart. "Now speak. What troubles you?" Seeing Zhong Lingyue's impatient expression, Qi Yingxue felt a twinge of fear, but still clutched her skirt. She said she liked the plum cake I made, so I kindly offered her the one I brought with me, but it was tossed aside and trampled." Qi Yingxue produced a flattened oil paper bag from her sleeve, faint footprints still visible upon it. Upon seeing the bag in her hand, her tears, which had momentarily ceased, threatened to overflow once more, but a stern glance from Zhong Lingyue stifled them. "Oh, I know they all dislike me. They find me uncouth and say I cannot match my jewelry properly. I am aware of all this, and I am not so heartbroken. But she did not scorn me like the others. She even said my plum cake was delicious, and I saw her put away, yet now it is discarded on the ground. She had thought she found a true friend who genuinely cared for her, only to realize it was all a facade. Listening to her, Zhong Lingyue quickly understood. This was a tale of unrequited sincerity. However, Qi Yingxue did not reveal the identity of the one who had wronged her. Though she was not one to offer comforting words, seeing Qi Yingxue in such distress prompted her to utter a few kind reassurances. Otherwise, the noise would draw attention, and others might think her a bully. In truth, this was a blessing in disguise. Rather than remain in ignorance, discovering the insincerity of others now would spare her deeper heartache in the future. However, Qi Yingxue gazed forlornly at the plum cake in her hand. Zhong Lingyue understood that being deceived by a so-called friend must be excruciating, and she was about to offer more words of comfort when Qi Yingxue exclaimed, "But how could she waste my plum cake if she no longer likes me? I woke before dawn to make it. It was truly delicious." Zhong Lingyue. After a lengthy silence, she finally inquired, "So, your sorrow stems from the plum cake?" Chapter 39. Whence comes this rumor? The atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat awkward. After a prolonged silence, Qi Yingxue quietly remarked, "This is what I brought to the palace banquet to stave off hunger. I didn't eat a single piece and gave it all to her, leaving myself famished. On such a cold day, the dishes at the banquet had grown cold, glistening with oil and lacking any appeal. She could only sip tea to quell her hunger, yet her heartfelt intentions were trampled upon. Of course, she deceived me, and that saddened me," Qi Yingxue added. Indeed, she felt a pang of sadness, yet somehow, once she expressed it, the sorrow dissipated. After all, she had grown accustomed to such disappointments over the years. Noticing Zhong Lingyue's silence, Qi Yingxue felt inexplicably anxious and asked, "Are you angry?" To her surprise, she found Zhong Lingyue gazing at the plum blossom cake in her hand. "Is the plum blossom cake you made truly that delectable? So much so that it outweighs the loss of friend, even if that friend is but a facade?" Huh? Qi Yingxue was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the focus to lie there. She nodded vigorously. "It's really delicious. If you don't believe me, try it." Flustered, she hurriedly unwrapped the oily paper and offered the delicacy, suddenly recalling, "I wrapped it very tightly. It's not dirty inside." Seeing Zhong Lingyue's lack of response, Qi Yingxue awkwardly chuckled and withdrew her hand. Indeed, how could a young lady raised in opulence ever consume something that had been trampled upon? Although it was not dirty, the disparity between them remained vast. Before her father enlisted, she had even eaten steamed buns that had fallen to the ground. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, she contemplated consuming the cakes herself, only to have a fair hand reach out and grasp a piece from the oily paper. Zhong Lingyue took a bite of the plum blossom cake. It melted in her mouth, a gentle sweetness mingling with the fragrance of plum blossoms, devoid of the cloying sweetness that often stuck to the teeth. It was the texture she relished. "Not bad," she conceded, affirming Qi Yingxue's claim that the cake was indeed quite tasty. "Do you not mind it?" Zhong Lingyue countered. "Didn't you say it was very clean?" Qi Yingxue suddenly laughed. "Right, it's very clean." She too pinched a piece of cake and popped it into her mouth. With the cake consumed and tears no longer shed, Zhong Lingyue felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. She clapped her hands and stood up. Before long, Zhong Lingyue returned at a brisk pace, having indeed changed into a new outfit. "Elder sister, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Zhong Lingyue observed the person before her. Aside from a slight flush to her cheeks, there was no indication of distress. Even her hair remained impeccably arranged. She had concealed her actions remarkably well. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have guessed that her younger sister could be so audacious. However, she was capable of murder, so what could she not do? It was merely a pity that she hadn't overheard anything of value today. Soon, Zhong Tianji and his wife emerged from the Queen's palace, and the group prepared to leave. Before departing, Qi Yingxue hurriedly gathered the oily paper and chased after them. "Do you want more plum blossom cake? I can make you some more." Zhong Lingyue, somewhat helpless, shook her head. "No need. Although the plum blossom cake is indeed quite good, if I desire more, I can have a chef's at home prepare it. Qi Yingxue is not a professional pastry chef." "Oh, very well then." Qi Yingxue lowered her head, feeling a hint of disappointment. As Zhong Lingyue was about to leave, she could not resist asking once more, "Can I come to play with you?" Zhong Lingyue paused, after waiting a long while without a response. Qi Yingxue was about to give up and turn back when she unexpectedly heard Zhong Lingyue say, "You may." "Really?" She immediately dashed over and linked her arm with Zhong Lingyue's. Zhong Lingyue felt a bit stiff. Were they truly this close? Of course it's true. Wang Qinlan interjected with a smile. Do not overthink it, Miss Xue. Our wearer is not very expressive. She considers you a friend, which is why she doesn't want you to make pastries. Upon hearing Wang Qinlan's words, Qi Yingxue's eyes lit up. That's all right. I enjoy making pastries for good friends. I shall come to find you in a few days. Zhong Lingyue acquiesced. The group exited the palace and returned home. On the way back, Zhong Lingyue shared a carriage with her mother, Wang Qinlan, while Zhong Tianji and his son rode outside. Wang Qinlan was deep in thought about the budding friendship between Qi Yingxue and her daughter. There were many noble young ladies in the capital, and while Wang Qinlan did not know them all, she held a particularly vivid impression of a young lady from the Yuan marquis family, not for any trivial reason, but simply because she stood out remarkably amidst the crowd. Recalling the headdress worn by Qi Yingxue, Wang Qinlan still felt her eyes dazzled. It was a veritable treasure trove, akin to a walking jewelry box. The girl was also pitiable, having lost her mother at a young age. The Yuan marquis had deep affections for his wife, and to this day had not taken another. As a single man, he could not provide the meticulous care a young lady required, nor did he grasp the nuances of aesthetic matching. Thus, Qi Yingxue was somewhat lacking in that regard. However, she had a keen sense of people. The girl was refreshingly innocent, not one to gossip, a good child indeed. By the way, this Yingxue also had an elder brother, who was among the young gentlemen she had introduced to wearer. If only. Wang Qinlan's thoughts wandered far. The Yuan marquis, due to health reasons, could no longer take to the battlefield. He held a title but lacked military power, and forming a union with the Yuan marquis family would not draw ire. Furthermore, as there was no matriarch in their household, and given that Qi Yingxue was a good girl, if Yuan were to marry into that family, she would likely not face undue hardship. This seemed to be an extremely favorable match, but it would ultimately depend on you and Amp, Oppos, or S feelings. Moreover, earlier, the queen had mentioned something concerning Yuan. Noting her mother's solemn expression, Zhong Lingyue immediately surmised it must pertain to her conversation with the queen. Mother, if there is something to say, please speak freely. Wang Qinlan, seeing her daughter's perceptiveness, decided to dispense with hesitation. Then I shall speak plainly. Where do you harbor feelings for the crown prince? Cough, cough, cough. Mother, what are you saying? Zhong Lingyue was startled. The cold wind seeping through the carriage seems causing her to choke, prompting a fit of violent coughing. Why are you coughing so badly? Wang Qinlan, flustered, rushed to pat her back and pour her water. After a sip of warm water, Zhong Lingyue finally regained her composure, exclaiming, Why would you think that? How could I possibly like that crown prince? Wang Qinlan scrutinized her face, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind her words. You truly do not harbor feelings? Seeing the astonished expression on her daughter's face, which did not appear feigned, Wang Qinlan gradually relaxed her tense demeanor. Truly, Zhong Lingyue replied emphatically. How could she ever develop feelings for that wretched man? That's a relief, Wang Qinlan sighed. Earlier, the queen summoned you and your father for this very matter. The Empress Dowager wishes to introduce you to the crown prince. Zhong Lingyue nodded and took another sip of water. She was aware of this, but what did it matter to her? The Empress Dowager mentioned that the crown prince seems to have taken an interest in you. Cough, cough, cough. Once again, Zhong Lingyue was caught off guard, bending over in a fit of harsh coughing, her face turning crimson. Where did this rumor originate? That scoundrel Jing Yuheng could possibly have an interest in her? What kind of interest? Malicious intent? Chapter 40. Staring at the Jin Prince's residence, but your father also mentioned that the heir apparent of Jin Prince specially came to visit, just to see you. Lady Wang deeply believed this, thinking her daughter was so exceptional that it was natural for her to attract the admiration of young men. Moreover, she had subtly sensed something amiss during the banquet. The heir apparent of Jin Prince did indeed seem to have a special interest in you and Amp. Oppos. Zhong Lingyue finally understood the source of the misunderstanding. However, she didn't know how to explain it. Was she supposed to say that the heir apparent of Jin Prince had no romantic intentions towards her and only wanted to expose her identity? The heir apparent of Jin Prince was impeccable in terms of appearance and family background, and he was deeply trusted by the emperor, making him an excellent potential husband. However, Lady Wang paused, giving Zhong Lingyue a profound look before continuing. But the current political situation is uncertain, and your father holds military power. If we were to form an alliance with the Jin Prince and Appo's residents, at that time, not only would the General Zhenbei and Appo's manor be suspected by the Emperor, but even the Jin Prince and Appo's residents would be implicated. Even if you and Appo's were to marry into the family, it would be difficult to guarantee that she wouldn't and Appo's be harmed, and the consequences could be even more severe, unless Lady Wang shifted her thoughts to another matter. But that matter was too perilous. If not handled carefully, the entire family would suffer. Before Lady Wang could continue, Zhong Lingyue understood the gravity of the situation. The military power in her father and Appo's hands could be both a lifesaver and a catalyst for disaster. The fate of the general and Appo's manor in her previous life was still vivid in her mind, with the schemer still hidden in the shadows. She couldn't and wouldn't push the General Zhenbei's manor into the fire. Mother, rest assured, I have no interest in the heir apparent of Jin Prince. The general's manor will not form an alliance with the Jin Prince's residents. Moreover, she had no mind to think about such things right now. Catching the person behind the scenes was the most important thing. Today, she had deliberately brought Zhong Lingyue into the palace with her mother, hoping that the absence of the master of the house would loosen the guard's vigilance and tempt the mole to act. She had already instructed Zhu and the others to keep a close watch on all areas. Upon returning, she expected to have some results. Lady Wang, seeing her daughter's confident demeanor, believed that she was not lying. This was a happy outcome. However, until the marriage was settled, she and her husband would remain uneasy. She still needed to find a good husband for Yue as soon as possible. With this in mind, Lady Wang grasped her daughter's hand and said, Yue, rest assured, Mother will find you the best husband. Zhong Lingyue, who was about to tell her mother about the mole, was speechless. How did the topic shift back to finding a husband? Wasn't it Appo's catching the mole more important? Along the way, Zhong Lingyue kept looking around, trying to find excuses to divert her mother's attention. However, the topic always circled back. When they finally arrived at the general's manor, she eagerly lifted the carriage curtain and jumped out, her movements so agile that she didn't seem like someone who was perpetually weak. By the time her figure had disappeared into the manor, Zhong Tianji was still awkwardly perched on the stirrup, halfway on and halfway off the horse, looking quite comical. My lady, she. Lady Wang, seeing this, couldn't help but smile. What kind of posture was that? Where's Yue? How did she disappear as soon as she got off the carriage? Zhong Tianji finally came to his senses and slowly extended his other foot from the stirrup. After a moment of thought, he said, My lady, I think our Yue might have the potential to become a martial arts prodigy. Lady Wang was speechless. Lanwei residence. Zhong Lingyue hurriedly entered the courtyard, where Zhu and the others had been waiting for a long time. How is it? Any unusual activity in the manor? Zhu and Jingma exchanged glances and shook their heads. Everything in the manor is as usual. There's nothing out of the ordinary. No movement at all. Zhong Lingyue was surprised. Such a good opportunity, yet the person in the dark didn't Appo's act? Was this person truly patient, or had she been wrong all along, and there was no mole after all? Was it someone from the outside? Still somewhat skeptical, she asked again, Is there nothing unusual in Consort Lin and Appo's courtyard either? Zissou, who had been watching that area, nodded. Indeed, there and Appo's nothing out of the ordinary. Consort Lin has been embroidering, and none of the servants in her courtyard have left. After so many days, they had found nothing. Zhong Lingyue felt somewhat frustrated. Since this side had reached a stalemate, then there was only Zhu, Jingma, Banxia, Mistress. The three stepped forward. Starting tomorrow, I want you to help me keep an eye on the people from the Jin Prince's residence. Since we haven't made any progress here, we can only start with Jing Yuheng, who knows more clues. The Jin Prince's residence is heavily guarded, so don't keep too close a watch. Just focus on the movements of the people under the heir apparent of Jin Prince. It's been so long since we found those totems on the assassins. There should be some leads by now, right? Following behind him, even if we can Appo's eat the meat, we can at least get a sip of the soup. It can't be worse than our current situation, where we have no progress at all. Remember to disguise yourselves well, and don't let anyone discover your identities. But if we leave, what about you, mistress? I'll be fine here. Before Zhong Lingyue could finish speaking, someone from the gatehouse hurriedly came to report, "Eldest miss, there are 2 young ladies looking for you outside the gate. One of them says she's your friend from your maternal grandparents' family, and the other says she's your maidservant." "Mistress, it must be Zhu Qing and Miss Qingli who have arrived," Zhui exclaimed excitedly. "If they are by your side, then I can rest assured." Zhong Lingyue smiled and said, "Then quickly go and bring them into the manor." Zhui rushed out. Not long after, Zhui brought the people back. As expected, it was Zhong Lingyue's other personal maidservant, Zhu Qing, and her senior sister, Shun Qingli. Before they even entered the door, their voices arrived first. "Little Yeye, aren't you going to come and greet me?" A bewitching voice came from afar. Zhong Lingyue smiled and quickly went out to meet them. "Senior sister." A fiery red figure appeared and everyone into Amp. Oppo's sight with an elegant posture. Before Jingma and the others could see her face clearly, she pounced on Zhong Lingyue. Zhong Lingyue dodged the enthusiastic embrace. "TSK and Oppo's. It's been so long. What's wrong with the hug?" Shun Qingli chided, taking advantage of Zhong Lingyue's inattention to flash forward and finally hug her. Zhong Lingyue, who was suffocating from the fiery embrace, was helpless. "Senior sister, it and Amp. Oppo's. It's been a year, and senior sister is still as overwhelming as before. Little junior sister still smells so good and comfortable. Much better than those stinky men." Shun Qingli buried her head in Zhong Lingyue and Oppo's neck and took a deep sniff before finally letting go. Beside them, Zhu Qing, who had been following behind Shun Qingli, finally found a chance to step forward and salute. "Mistress." Zhong Lingyue helped her up and asked, "Was your journey here smooth?" They had returned later than expected. Zhu Qing glanced at Shun Qingli, who was leaning on her mistress as if she had no bones, and gave a dry laugh. "It was quite smooth. Except for being chased by different men along the way, everything else was quite smooth." Zhong Lingyue immediately understood and looked at Shun Qingli. "Senior sister, how many admirers have you attracted this time?" Shun Qingli immediately became annoyed. "What? Is it my fault that I and Oppo's am too charming and those men insist on following me? I can end Oppo's. Help it." Seeing that Zhong Lingyue seemed unconvinced, she said anxiously, "Really? I came as soon as I received Master and Oppo's letter. For this, I even used the muscle-softening powder that I had carefully developed to knock down those stinky men. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so fast." Chapter 41. Next time, use more strength, understood? Zhong Lingyue chuckled lightly. "Thank you for your hard work, senior sister. It and Oppo's. It's no trouble at all. I've long heard that the capital is filled with handsome men, so just arrange a few good-looking ones for me as compensation," she replied. Zhong Lingyue sighed inwardly. Knowing her senior sister and Oppo's lecherous nature would not be easily changed. Noticing her daze, Shun Qingli playfully pulled her into the room, leaning down to tease her. "Why is the little junior sister still so shy? Didn't I show you the world before?" Zhong Lingyue could only respond with silence. "You really need to see more. Otherwise, your innocence makes you prone to being deceived by men." As the two of them entered the room outside, Jing Mo and the others stared at Shun Qingli's retreating figure, utterly mesmerized. "This young lady, so formidable. This is Zhu Qing, and that is our master's senior sister, Shun Qingli. Her medical skills are exceptional," Zhu Yi introduced. As for Zhu Qing, like her, she was sent to Hangzhou to serve the master from a young age, growing up alongside him. Over the years, they learned various skills together. She excelled in martial arts while Zhu Qing focused on medicine. A year ago, Shun Qingli journeyed through the Jianghu, and the master sent Zhu Qing to practice her medical skills. Tiandong watched the lively Shun Qingli and pondered, but ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts. Shun Qingli and Oppo's temperament seemed vastly different from her name. Hearing the name, she had expected a genteel young lady akin to their master, but then again, their master was not exactly gentle either. Inside the room, Shun Qingli shed her boisterous demeanor from outside, taking Zhong Lingyue's hand to check her pulse. Although her little junior sister had been well taken care of over the years, she always felt the need to personally examine her to feel at ease. Moments later, Shun Qingli hurriedly began to pull at her clothing, exclaiming, "How are you still injured?" It and amp, oppos, that's almost healed. Zhong Lingyue realized she could no longer hide it and allowed her to uncover the wound on her shoulder. It had only been half a month since she was injured by Jing Yuheng and oppos as hidden weapon, and the scab had yet to fall off, looking somewhat alarming. Who did this? Shun Qingli was furious. How could her precious little junior sister be hurt like this? Who was it? Tell your senior sister. I will go poison him right now. Shun Qingli was seething, already mentally going through the list of poisons she could administer, finally selecting the most agonizing one. Seeing Shun Qingli frantically rummaging through her belongings for poison, Zhong Lingyue quickly restrained her, pressing her down onto a chair. Senior sister, please calm down and listen to me. I can't calm down. Hurry and tell me. Who is it? Shun Qingli insisted. Zhong Lingyue, seeing her agitated state, could only hastily say, Senior sister, don't worry. I and oppos, already taken revenge. How did you take revenge? Zhong Lingyue and oppos, face flushed as she leaned in to whisper in her ear. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingli burst into laughter. Really? You actually know that trick? Zhong Lingyue looked at her. ISN and oppos. Tia, what you taught me? Shun Qingli laughed. You and oppos. Mastered it even better. Yes. This trick is the most effective against men. So, did ensure he will be childless? Zhong Lingyue hesitated. I donned oppos. No. Seeing that scoundrel Jing Yuheng bouncing around happily, he probably hasn't oppos. Suffered too much yet. Don and oppos. No. That means you didn't end oppos. Kick hard enough. Next time, use more strength, understood? Zhong Lingyue replied. I and oppos. Be more careful next time. Seeing her junior sister understanding, Shun Qingli felt satisfied but then pressed. You still haven and oppos. Told me who hurt you. Since he is still alive, tell me who he is, and I and oppos. Go administer some medicine. Zhong Lingyue hesitated. What? Are you infatuated with him? Seeing her silence, Shun Qingli grew anxious. Of course not. Zhong Lingyue hurriedly denied. I can't make a move on him yet. I still need him. Noticing Shun Qingli's inquisitive expression, she quickly continued. Has Master mentioned the reason for your visit? Upon mentioning serious matters, Shun Qingli and oppos' demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Yes, Master mentioned that the General and oppos' residence is in danger of being framed and exterminated. She paused, observing Zhong Lingyue and oppos' unchanging expression before asking, what exactly is going on? Zhong Lingyue did not withhold information from her. Apart from the details of her reincarnation, she shared everything else she knew, of course omitting the specifics about having to seduce Jing Yuheng. After listening, Shun Qingli took some time to process the information. So, you need to gather intel from the Crown Prince Jin, who has been bothering you, in order to find the mastermind behind this? Zhong Lingyue nodded. Yes, so, senior sister, you cannot act against him yet, or my lead will be severed. Understood. He cannot die just yet. After a moment of contemplation, she stood up and rummaged through her belongings. Then I shall prepare some laxatives for him. Zhong Lingyue replied. What? Zhong Lingyue chuckled awkwardly. I and oppos, already done that. Now it was Shun Qingli and oppos' turn to be stunned. After a lengthy silence, she began to clap. Excellent. You and oppos, truly absorb my essence. You are ready to venture forth. Shun Qingli exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. The Crown Prince Jin is in for quite a trial with you. I almost feel embarrassed to poison him again. Zhong Lingyue could only respond with silence. After dinner, Zhong Lingyue took Shun Qingli to Feihong courtyard to pay respects to her parents, allowing Shun Qingli to examine their health as well. In her previous life, her parents had been poisoned, but she was unaware of when it had occurred. Although they regularly had doctors check their pulses, she never felt reassured. Her senior sister had received Master's teachings in both medicine and poison. If there were any signs, she would surely be able to detect them. At this moment, Shun Qingli had changed out of her flamboyant red attire, now dressed modestly and gracefully, taking small steps to follow Zhong Lingyue. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yi trailed behind the two, unable to suppress their laughter at their exaggerated walking styles. Zhong Tianji and his wife were unaware of Zhong Lingyue and Appo's martial arts training, so Shun Qingli and Appo's identity as her senior sister had to be concealed. Thus, they publicly introduced her as a friend she had made in Hangzhou. Seeing her courteous demeanor and sweet tongue, Zhong Tianji and his wife had no suspicions about Shun Qingli's identity. Afterward, she checked the pulses of her two elders. "How is it?" Zhong Lingyue inquired. Shun Qingli smiled as she withdrew her hand. "Rest assured, Uncle and Aunt's health is perfectly fine. You are so cautious. Mother has said that your father and I are well," Wang Qinlan added with a smile. Zhong Lingyue finally felt reassured but still requested Shun Qingli to come regularly to check on her parents. Shun Qingli was already there to assist her, so she naturally agreed. Since Miss Shun is our Yuer's friend, she can stay comfortably in the residence. Yuer has just returned to the capital and is unfamiliar with everything. Having you around will surely bring her joy. "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt," Shun Qingli expressed her gratitude with a smile. As they conversed, the steward rushed in. "General, there are people from the Dingyuan Marquis' residence at the door, requesting an audience. They claim it is urgent." Chapter 42. Poisoning the residence of the Duke of Dingyuan. Is that not the Qi family? When they parted during the day, Qi Yingxue seemed perfectly well. Could something have transpired afterwards? A sense of unease gripped Zhong Lingyue's heart. Meanwhile, Zhong Tianji and his wife found the situation peculiar. Although they were familiar with the Duke and Appo's household, their sudden visit was indeed strange. They promptly instructed the doorman to summon the relevant parties. Soon, a young servant from the Duke's residence was brought in. The lad appeared flustered, drenched in sweat, and immediately knelt before them. "I come on the orders of the Duke and the young lady." Shortly after the young lady returned home today, she began to suffer from severe abdominal pain. She suspects that the plum blossom cake she made may have been the cause. Concerned that it might affect Miss Zhong, she sent me to check if anything is amiss with her. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianji and his wife immediately turned their attention to Zhong Lingyue. Do you feel unwell?" Wang Qinlan hastily stepped forward to examine Zhong Lingyue from head to toe. Zhong Lingyue shook her head, stating that she felt no discomfort. Moreover, her senior sister had checked her pulse earlier and found nothing unusual. Meanwhile, Shun Qingli, standing nearby, took her hand and examined her pulse again, shaking his head in affirmation that all was well. Zhong Lingyue pondered for a moment. She had only consumed a small piece of the plum blossom cake. The rest had been devoured by Qi Yingxue. Could it be that there was no issue with the cake, or was it possible that the problem lay elsewhere? She turned to the kneeling servant and inquired, "Has the doctor determined the cause yet?" The servant shook his head. "The doctor has not yet discerned the issue. As for the young lady, her condition remains unchanged. She continues to suffer from severe abdominal pain. The Duke and the young master are still by her side. Since Miss Zhong is unharmed, I must return to report this immediately." Zhong Lingyue glanced back at her parents. "Father, mother, I must go see her." If Qi Yingxue was in such a dire state and still thinking of her, she could not remain indifferent. Zhong Tianji nodded. "Go quickly. I will arrange for a carriage." Zhong Lingyue turned to Shun Qingli, but before she could speak, Shun Qingli first instructed the agile Zhu Yi, "Return and fetch my medical kit. Once you have it, hasten to the Duke and Appo's residence. Go, lives are at stake. Do not delay." Shun Qingli added. Zhong Lingyue nodded and addressed the servant. "The young lady accompanying me is highly skilled in medicine. Please lead the way." The servant, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young ladies. I shall guide you right away." The carriage sped swiftly towards the Duke of Dingyuan and Appo's residence. Upon their hurried arrival at the courtyard where Qi Yingxue resided, chaos reigned within. Servants rushed in and out, their faces etched with anxiety. How can there still be no diagnosis after all this time? Is there no medicine to alleviate the pain? Quickly, summon another doctor. Use my token to summon the imperial physician. The Duke stood outside the room, urgently directing his servants to seek the physician. Beside him stood a young man adorned with a jade crown, his face equally troubled as he gazed into the room. Zhong Lingyue exchanged concerned glances with Shun Qingli. The situation appeared grave. They hastened forward. "Duke, I am Zhong Lingyue, daughter of the General of the North. I have heard of Miss Qi and Amp, Oppos, ailment, and have brought a physician to examine her. May we enter? Miss Zhong is unharmed? I heard Lingyue mention that you also consumed the plum blossom cake. Qi Zhaoshan exclaimed anxiously. Zhong Lingyue shook her head. I fear the issue does not lie with the plum blossom cake. Duke, may we please enter to assess the situation? The Duke, desperate and at a loss, found a glimmer of hope in Zhong Lingyue's words and nodded hastily. Quickly, go inside and attend to my daughter. Zhong Lingyue and Shun Qingli rushed into the room. Inside, Qi Lingyue writhed in agony, clutching her abdomen, sweat drenching her hair, her complexion pale and distressing. Ah, it hurts. Woe is me, am I nearing death? The doctor sat beside the bed with a silver needle in hand, visibly perplexed. This does not seem to be merely indigestion. It resembles poisoning. Shun Qingli stepped forward briskly, pushing aside the elderly doctor, seizing Qi Lingyue and Oppos' hand to check her pulse, observing the bluish-gray hue at her fingertips. As I suspected. You, the elderly doctor stammered, pointing his needle at Shun Qingli. Who are you? Without time to address his query, Shun Qingli snatched the silver needle from his grasp and decisively inserted it into an acupoint on Qi Lingyue and Oppos' body, exhibiting remarkable resolve. The elderly doctor was left dumbfounded. Do you have any more needles? Hand them over, Shun Qingli demanded. The elderly doctor, instinctively defensive, tucked away his needle pouch, bewildered by this audacious newcomer. Impatient, Shun Qingli called out, Where is Zhu Yi? Why has she not arrived yet? I'm here. Master, save me. Zhu Yi, having arrived with remarkable agility, leaped into the courtyard, only to be confronted at the door. Who are you? A young gentleman brandished a sword, blocking Zhu Yi and Amp, Oppos' path. Zhong Lingyue stepped outside the room. Qi Gongzi, she is my maid and has come to deliver the medical kit. Lingyue has been poisoned and requires immediate treatment. What? Poisoned? The Qi family father and son exchanged incredulous glances. Are you certain? Could there have been a misdiagnosis? How could my sister, in perfect health, be poisoned? Qi Jinghua questioned her vociferously. Is the person you brought reliable? So many doctors could not discern the issue. On what basis do you claim poisoning? At this moment, Zhong Lingyue found no desire to engage in futile arguments with one who had lost his rationality. I have no reason to deceive you. Saving her life is of utmost priority. She pushed past Qi Jinghua, intent on bringing Zhu Yi inside. However, Qi Jinghua clutched her wrist, unwilling to relent. Can you guarantee my sister and Amp, Oppos' safety? Release me, Zhong Lingyue replied impassively. If you continue to hold me back, I cannot assure you of anything. If I meant her harm, I would not have come at all. Ultimately, it was Duke Qi Zhaoshan who decisively intervened. We trust the young lady. Jinghua, let her in at once. After so many doctors had proven ineffective, and with no knowledge of when the imperial physician might arrive, his daughter could hardly afford to wait. Miss Zhong is right. If she had any ill intent, she would have simply remained at home rather than wade into this turmoil. Reluctantly, Qi Jinghua released her grip, but still harbored doubts. Following them into the room. Once Shun Qingli had retrieved her customary silver needles, her speed in administering treatment increased significantly. Yet, Qi Lingyue and Oppos' cries were exceedingly distressing. Feeling vexed, she produced a handkerchief from her pocket to muffle the girl's cries. Additionally, she pressed on another acupoint, effectively restraining her movements. As Qi Lingyue lamented, the elderly doctor rushed over upon seeing Qi Jinghua, exclaiming in alarm, Qi Gongzi, she is acting recklessly. If anything were to go awry, it could lead to loss of life. He had practiced medicine for decades and had never witnessed such chaotic needling, especially targeting perilous acupoints. Chapter 43. I escort the young lady home upon hearing the commotion. Qi Jinghua and Amp, Oppos' expression grew solemn as he attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Zhong Lingyue. They are currently attending to someone inside. Please wait here, young Master Qi. With a darkened countenance, Qi Jinghua unsheathed his sword and stepped forward, demanding, Let me pass. Zhong Lingyue moved with remarkable swiftness, her actions almost imperceptible, and before anyone could react, Qi Jinghua and Amp, Oppo's sword was forcibly returned to its sheath. Qi Jinghua, perplexed, declared, "If anything happens, I will take full responsibility." He opened his mouth to say more, but was interrupted by a voice from within. "It's all right now. How does it feel? Is the pain lessened?" Shun Qingli turned to rummage through the medicine box, retrieving a white jade porcelain vial, which she handed to a nearby maid, instructing her to dissolve a pill in warm water and bring it back. The maid, looking dazed, complied and exited. After a moment of silence, Shun Qingli, still organizing the medicine box, inquired, "Why is there no response?" "This poison does not affect the throat." "Wah!" came the muffled sound of Qi Yingxue, who was gagged. Zhong Lingyue entered the room, chuckling softly, and bent down to remove the cloth from Qi Yingxue and Oppo's mouth. "Sister, you have silenced her." Qi Yingxue, immediately agitated, exclaimed, "Why you all like to gag people?" At her words, Shun Qingli cast a knowing glance at Zhong Lingyue, a look filled with meaning. You and Oppo's, he truly learned her essence." Feeling embarrassed, Zhong Lingyue turned her head away. It was not her fault. It was all due to her elder sister and Oppo's teachings. Previously, when they had teased their senior brother with itching powder, he had laughed incessantly until their sister had silenced him with a cloth and bound him to a pillar to prevent him from moving. However, it was her sister who later suffered, as their brother trapped her in a formation and left her hungry for an entire day. Noticing the two exchanging glances while disregarding her presence, Qi Yingxue grew anxious and shouted, "Are you even listening to me? I can enamp Oppo's to move my arms or legs." After swiftly releasing the acupoints on Qi Yingxue and Amp Oppo's body, Shun Qingli smiled as she witnessed her leap from the bed, indicating that the pain had subsided. Qi Yingxue stood stunned, lowered her gaze to feel her abdomen, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it really doesn't hurt anymore. You're amazing, miss. The medicine is here." The maid returned with a bowl, and Shun Qingli raised her eyebrows in encouragement. "Drink up." Without hesitation, Qi Yingxue lifted the bowl and gulped it down. In the crowd behind them, Qi Jinghua silently sheathed his sword. Beside him, Duke Dingyuan Qi Zhaoshan patted his shoulder, advising, "Next time do not act rashly. You should apologize to the ladies shortly." He then pushed through the crowd to approach the inner chamber. "Thank you, ladies, for saving my daughter's life. I express my gratitude here and shall visit your residence to thank you properly another day." He bowed deeply to Zhong Lingyue and the others, including Zhu Yi, recognizing their efforts. Had it not been for them, he could not fathom how long his daughter would have endured suffering or worse. Zhong Lingyue and the others quickly returned the gesture. "No need for such formality, Duke. Yingxue is my friend. It is only right. Yingxue is truly well now. Father, rest assured, I truly feel fine." Qi Yingxue chuckled while patting her belly, then turned to Zhong Lingyue and bowed. "Lingyue, thank you all. Earlier, the lady mentioned that the young girl had been poisoned. May I inquire what kind of poison it was?" All eyes turned to Shun Qingli, who was now the center of attention. Even the elderly doctor stared intently at her. "Perhaps my old eyes are failing me. This young lady is clearly an expert." Shun Qingli surveyed the crowd, but remained silent. Duke Dingyuan understood immediately, dismissing the attendants and the doctor while instructing everyone, this matter must not be disclosed. After some time, Zhong Lingyue and Shun Qingli, accompanied by Zhu Yi, exited the Duke and Oppo's residence. "Thank you for your help today, sister." Zhong Lingyue expressed her gratitude to Shun Qingli. Earlier, sister mentioned that the poison was crafted from rare ingredients, making it unrecognizable to most physicians. While it was not lethal, it could cause relentless abdominal pain for 3 days, truly insidious. Had it not been for sister's expertise in toxins, Qi Yingxue would have likely continued to suffer. Based on the timing of the incident, Qi Yingxue had been attending the Empress and Amp Oppo's birthday banquet, claiming she disliked the food and only drank tea, suggesting that the poison had been administered in her tea. The person capable of administering such a poison must harbor a grudge against Qi Yingxue, and only someone with access to this poison could have done so. Observing Qi Yingxue and Amp Oppo's earlier demeanor, Zhong Lingyue surmised that she likely had a suspect in mind. In that case, let her investigate herself. Oh, if you wish to thank me, why not? Shun Qingli smiled meaningfully before I came. I gathered information about the handsome young men in the capital. Miss Zhong, please wait. Before Shun Qingli could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Turning with irritation to find Qi Jinghua approaching, a charming smile adorning his face. Leaning closer to Zhong Lingyue, he whispered, "This young Master Qi is rather handsome." Zhong Lingyue grasped her hand and whispered urgently, "Sister, do not act recklessly. He is the son of Duke Dingyuan. If he truly takes a liking to you, only to be discarded later, it could cause unforeseen trouble." Observing Qi Jinghua's unwavering gaze upon her disciple, Shun Qingli understood. Ah, so this is the romantic interest of my little sister. She decided to refrain from interfering. Quickly, I suddenly feel unwell. Zhu Yi, help me to the carriage. Shun Qingli tugged at Zhu Yi, jumping into the carriage with agility. But, my lady, Zhu Yi protested, trying to break free. Do not worry. Nothing will happen right at the Duke and Amp. Oppo's S-gate. Besides, do you think her little sister is defenseless? Shun Qingli pushed Zhu Yi into the carriage and pulled down the curtain. Zhong Lingyue, somewhat bewildered, turned back to the carriage, meeting Shun Qingli and Oppo's gaze as she peeked through the window, smiling and winking. Little sister seized the opportunity with the handsome young man, Zhong Lingyue. Though she did not fully comprehend her sister's meaning, she had an inkling that it was not a serious matter. Miss Zhong, she turned around to see a tall figure standing before her, his bronze skin almost blending into his dark attire, nearly merging with the night. Disliking close proximity to others, especially given that it was Qi Jinghua, who had been unfriendly towards her earlier, Zhong Lingyue instinctively took a step back, creating distance between them. Do you need something, young Master Qi? Her tone was less than cordial. He clearly noticed her displeasure, and Qi Jinghua and Oppo's handsome face flushed crimson, though his dark complexion masked it. I have come to apologize to you. He paused, clasping his hands in respect. I was overly hasty earlier, and my words were thoughtless. I hope you will forgive me. Seeing his sincere apology, Zhong Lingyue and Oppo's anger diminished somewhat. After all, he was genuinely concerned for his sister, and since her sister and Oppo's name had not been invoked, it was reasonable for him to be skeptical, given her own tone at that moment. Very well. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. She turned to board the carriage. Noticing her frosty demeanor, Qi Jinghua regretted his earlier impulsiveness and quickly followed her. It is unsafe at night. I shall escort you home. Chapter 44. It is your presence that alleviates our worries no need, Zhong Lingyue replied, stepping onto the carriage, with her and her senior sister present. If danger were truly to arise, it would be difficult to ascertain who would be in peril. Moreover, Qi Jinghua, who had followed closely behind, noticed the contingent of guards accompanying the carriage, each brandishing their weapons with an intimidating demeanor. Qi Jinghua thought to himself, it seems he is indeed unnecessary for her protection. As the coachman pulled the reins, the carriage turned towards the residence of the Grand General in the north of the town. Qi Jinghua stubbornly rode his horse not far behind, determined to escort Zhong Lingyue and her companions back to their abode. Oh, it appears that young Master Qi is still following us. He seems quite persistent, Zhong Lingyue commented lightly. He may simply be bored and out for a stroll, she added, noting that this path was not exclusive to her family, and he was free to traverse it at will. I believe he harbors feelings for you, Shun Qingli interjected. Not one to boast, she prided herself on her keen eye for men. The earlier flustered appearance of Qi Jinghua before her junior sister could not possibly be attributed to anything other than infatuation, unless he was merely in urgent need of relief. It was not an exaggeration. Her junior sister and Oppo's beauty was such that even women admired her, let alone men. Aside from being somewhat dark in complexion, Qi Jinghua possesses a commendable physique and appearance. Do you truly have no other thoughts about him? Zhong Lingyue replied, none whatsoever. Then I'm curious about your preferences. What sort of person do you like? Zhong Lingyue felt somewhat exasperated. Why was she being asked this question repeatedly over the past few days? It was indeed a headache. Her gaze shifted to the lively scene across the street, and she promptly grasped Shun Qingli and Amp, Oppo's, hand, exclaiming, "Sister, why not visit the night market?" "All right." Shun Qingli and Amp, Oppo's, attention was swiftly diverted. The carriage turned towards the bustling night market. Qi Jinghua paused momentarily on his horse, and, after a brief hesitation, tightened the reins and followed suit. Not far away, a shadow darted past, vanishing into the night. 15 minutes later, at the Jin Wangfu, Lingyue Pavilion. After receiving the report from the guard, Jing Yuheng straightened his posture and confirmed, "She has gone to the Dingyuan Marquis and Amp, Oppo's, residence?" Indeed. How could Zhong Lingyue have suddenly visited the Dingyuan Marquis and Oppo's estate? When had she established any connection with them? Could it be related to the case involving the Black Cloud Gang? And what of the current situation? Is she still at the Dingyuan Marquis and Amp, Oppo's, residence? The guard bowed. "Just now, I saw Ms. Zhong leaving the Dingyuan Marquis' residence to return by carriage. However, midway, the carriage turned around and headed towards the bustling market. What could she possibly seek in the market? Merely to peruse the night market? Was her intention truly so innocent?" Jing Yuheng was skeptical. "Send more men to follow her closely. Whatever she does, report back immediately." "Understood." The guard obeyed and hurried out, suddenly recalling something and hastily returning with another report. "I just remembered, Ms. Zhong and Amp, Oppo's, carriage was also followed by the son of the Dingyuan Marquis." Jing Yuheng lowered his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. "What did you say?" The guard stiffened, bowing his head as he spoke. "The son of the Dingyuan Marquis went to the night market with Miss Zhong." With a loud crash, the teacup on the table shattered into two. The guard looked up, only to find that the heir had vanished from his seat. Outside, a voice filled with frustration could be heard. "Lead the way. In this dynasty, there was no curfew, and the night market of the capital was always thriving." Despite the winter chill, the streets were more crowded than usual as the new year approached. When the carriage reached the alleyway, it was blocked, making further progress difficult. Zhong Lingyue and her companions alighted, opting to walk instead. Observing the stern guards trailing behind, Zhong Lingyue sighed and turned to the captain of the guards. "Sing, you may return now." The captain clasped his fists. "Miss, the streets are crowded. We must accompany you for your protection." Zhong Lingyue glanced at the citizens who had retreated to the sides of the street and replied, "With Zhu Yi here, there is no cause for concern." Having these guards follow her was utterly stifling. She had lost all interest in shopping. It was uncomfortable to be watched so intently. However, the captain hesitated when Qi Jinghua, who had been following not far behind, stepped forward. "With me watching over Miss Zhong, you may rest assured, I will ensure her safe return to the General and Amp, Oppo's, residence." The captain shot Qi Jinghua a disdainful glance. "It is precisely your presence that gives us worry." He could see through Qi Jinghua and Amp, Oppo's, intentions. Why else would he be so insistent on following? Yet, it was evident that the young lady did not wish for them to accompany her, and they could not defy her wishes. After a moment of contemplation, the captain acquiesced. The group withdrew, though they did not venture far, but rather changed their attire, concealing their weapons and blending into the surroundings. Zhong Lingyue likely understood this, but chose not to comment. After all, they were merely following orders. Why make it difficult? As long as it did not disrupt her enjoyment with her sister, it was acceptable. As for Qi Jinghua, Zhong Lingyue said nothing. She recognized his obstinacy. There was no point in trying to dissuade him. Thus, she and Shun Qingli strolled hand in hand through the night market, with Qi Jinghua following a few steps behind, sword in hand, exuding a protective aura. On the second floor of Xuanwei Tower, Jing Yuheng observed the scene unfold before him. "Ha, so you have driven away the guards, only to wander the night market with a man? Zhong Lingyue, you certainly know how to indulge." In the street, Zhong Lingyue and Shun Qingli, while walking, stumbled upon a particularly lively stall with an exceptionally long queue. Intrigued, they tiptoed to peer inside, only to find it was merely a stall selling sugar paintings. Shun Qingli immediately lost interest. These stalls are everywhere. Are the people of the capital truly so lacking in discernment that they would queue for this? "Are you from out of town?" A handsome young man nearby initiated conversation. Shen Qingli nodded yes. Why? You may not know, but this is different from elsewhere. The stall owner and Oppo's skills are exceptional. He creates paintings with sugar that resemble the subjects perfectly. Moreover, the young man paused mid-sentence, as if about to pose a riddle. And what else? Zhong Lingyue inquired with curiosity. And whoever receives one from their beloved will remain together forever, correct? Shen Qingli interjected, having anticipated his words. The young man was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you know? Young lady, aren't you from out of town?" Shen Qingli scoffed lightly, displaying her disdain. These stalls all follow the same formula. It is those of you who are consumed with love that are easiest to swindle. Zhong Lingyue could not help but laugh. Sister, you are as straightforward as ever. The young man was left speechless. You, Don and Oppos, slander us. The sugar figures from this stall are indeed accurate. Those who bought them before have all found their partners. Shen Qingli glanced at Zhong Lingyue. Come, junior sister, enlighten him. Chapter 45. Go and buy that sugar figurine stall for this young master. Zhong Lingyue wore an expression of resignation, yet she spoke up. Esteemed sir, it is not the sugar figurines that hold significance, but rather the affection shared between lovers. If the other party does not harbor feelings, acquiring an entire stall of sugar figurines would be of no avail. The young man fell silent. It seemed there was some truth to her words. However, Zhong Lingyue glanced at one individual who was holding a sugar figurine and marveled. The craftsmanship of the stall owner is indeed exquisite. This sugar figurine bears a striking resemblance to its counterpart, clearly indicating that the vendor possesses remarkable skills and a keen sense for business, adeptly using such gimmicks to attract customers. Do you wish for one? Shen Qingli inquired. Zhong Lingyue shook her head. No, there are too many people. I dislike queuing. With the time spent in line, I could savor many other delights. Shen Qingli nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed and acquire something else ahead. Zhu Yi followed closely behind them. Meanwhile, not far away, Qi Jinghua contemplated briefly before joining the end of the queue at the sugar figurine stall, unaware of Zhong Lingyue and Oppos, as prior conversation or the additional significance of the sugar figurines. He merely observed that Zhong Lingyue appeared to appreciate them, and thus he thought to purchase one as a means of atonement and gratitude. In the private room of Xuanwei Tower, a guard knocked before entering. Young master, how fares it? Ms. Zhong seemed inclined to purchase a sugar figurine, but upon seeing the lengthy queue, she decided to leave. Jing Yuheng raised an eyebrow. TSK, truly lacking in patience. And Qi Gongzi? He inquired. Qi Gongzi is assisting Miss Zhong in queuing for the sugar figurine. Jing Yuheng wore a disdainful expression. He certainly knows how to curry favor, but it is a futile endeavor. Would she, Zhong Lingyue, truly be swayed by such trifles? Qi Jinghua is indeed deluding himself. However, the subordinate had just overheard someone mention that purchasing a sugar figurine from that stall for a beloved could lead to lovers being united. As soon as the guard finished speaking, a loud crash echoed. Another teacup shattered. Affection? Where does such sentiment arise? Is one-sided devotion also considered affection? The reporting guard bowed his head, barely daring to make a sound, perplexed by the young master and Oppos' peculiar demeanor that day. He silently lamented, "When will brother Zhou return? I truly wish to distance myself from the young master now." Just as he was inwardly praying for Zhou and Oppos' swift return, he heard the young master grit his teeth and command, "Go, procure that sugar figurine stall for this young master," ahead of Qi Jinghua. Yes. The guard immediately sprang to his feet, only to be halted at the door. Wait, does the young master have any further instructions? Inform the street officials to strengthen vendor regulations. Anyone involved in false advertising shall be severely punished. The guard was left speechless. At the sugar figurine stall, Qi Jinghua had been waiting for quite some time. Just as the figurine for the person ahead was being completed and it was about to be his turn, a sweating man in black suddenly dashed out from the side, brandishing a gold ingot before the stall owner. "Boss, I have purchased this stall." Upon seeing the gold ingot, the stall owner and Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement, brighter than the ingot itself, as he bowed and exclaimed, "Thank you, noble sir, thank you." Having accepted the gold ingot, the owner began to usher away the waiting customers. "We're not selling today, not selling." The disgruntled queue dispersed, leaving only Qi Jinghua. As the owner prepared to leave, Qi Jinghua grasped his arm urgently. "Boss, I have waited in line. Please complete my sugar figurine before you depart." He offered a silver ingot. The owner stared at the silver in his hand, then glanced at the man who had bought the stall, negotiating. "Esteemed sir, how about I have purchased this stall. You may leave, but do not touch anything else." The black-clad guard declared firmly. If it were anyone else, the owner might have turned a blind eye. But with Qi Jinghua, it was quite another story. The young master had bought the stall specifically to vex him. The stall owner, reluctantly raising his hands, said to Qi Jinghua, "Esteemed sir, it is not that I am unwilling, but I truly cannot." "Very well." Qi Jinghua did not wish to complicate matters further, retracted his silver, and walked away with a sense of disappointment. Without the sugar figurine, he would seek other delights instead. When Qi Jinghua caught up with Zhong Lingyue and the others, they were already laden with various small trinkets they had just purchased. Although they had dined, their long stroll had left them hungry. "Let's find a place to eat something. Which restaurant in the capital is the finest?" Shen Qingli asked. Zhong Lingyue shook her head. "I do not know. You have been back in the capital for so long, and you have yet to figure this out? Were you not the most fond of such matters before?" Shen Qingli exclaimed, incredulous. Zhong Lingyue fell silent. Shen Qingli then realized her oversight. "Curse it! How could I forget about the matters concerning my little junior sister's family? With such a heavy burden upon her, she likely has no appetite for these trivialities. Nevertheless," she thought, "since we are out for enjoyment, let us endeavor to be happier. Will brooding over daily troubles solve anything? One must eat well to have the strength to confront villains. No?" As she consoled Zhong Lingyue, she inquired with passers-by and learned that the most renowned establishment in the capital was Xuanwei Tower, and she quickly led them there. Just as they arrived at Xuanwei Tower and Oppo's entrance, they spotted a familiar sugar figurine stall set up, surrounded by a throng of people clamoring. "Hey, why are you not selling?" "I have money." "Indeed, if you're not selling sugar figurines, you might as well go home. Is this stall merely for show?" "I have stated, this stall has been purchased by our master. Not selling means not selling." The guard from the Jin Wangfu wore a grim expression. The young master had commanded him to buy the stall, and just as he had pushed it to the entrance of the restaurant, he was besieged and unable to leave. Upon seeing the stall and Oppo's sign, the crowd insisted he produce sugar figurines. "My dear, I have heard that eating sugar figurines will strengthen our bond, so you must buy one for me." A woman cooed at the man beside her. The man, upon hearing this, puffed up with bravado and stepped forward. "Who is your master? Bring him out. I want this stall." "Want to meet my master? You think you're worthy?" The guard crossed his arms, scoffing. "Hey, my temper." The man rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, causing chaos to ensue. From the sidelines, Shen Qingli watched with amusement. "See? What did I tell you? These individuals who would buy sugar figurines merely for show aren't quite right in the head." Zhong Lingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, they're not quite right. Chapter 46. What on earth does this man intend to do? Let us depart. There is nothing of interest here. Let us venture inside for a meal. I wonder if the limited secret roasted chicken that man mentioned is still available. Shen Qingli held on to Zhong Lingyue's arm as they entered the Xuanwei building. True to its reputation as the finest restaurant in the capital, it was completely filled with patrons at first glance. The attendant at the entrance wore an apologetic expression. "Esteemed guests, I regret to inform you that we are currently at full capacity. No seats available? What about the private rooms upstairs?" The attendant replied, "There are none left either. As for the secret roasted chicken, I am afraid it has been ordered by the guests in the private suite above. Perhaps you could suggest some other dishes?" Shen Qingli inquired. The attendant shook his head, apologizing. "The secret roasted chicken is limited each day. The last one has already been claimed." Hearing the news of the chicken and Oppo's unavailability, Shen Qingli's enthusiasm waned. Qi Jinghua stepped forward to suggest, "The crispy duck at the restaurant across the street is quite delightful. Perhaps the two ladies might consider trying it?" Shen Qingli looked at Zhong Lingyue. "What do you say? I certainly do not wish to return home on an empty stomach." Zhong Lingyue nodded. "Very well then." As they were about to exit, they were suddenly called back. "Miss Zhong, please hold on." Zhong Lingyue turned to see a somewhat familiar man hurrying down from upstairs. "Miss Zhong, my lord the young master." has heard you have yet to find a seat and extends a special invitation for you to join him in the private room upstairs. He has also ordered the secret roasted chicken. The young master? Zhong Lingyue finally recalled. He was the same individual who had been perched on a tree outside her home. He was one of Jing Yuheng's subordinates. The young master? Is he the son of the Prince Jin? Shun Qingli suddenly exclaimed with excitement. The very same young master who was kicked by my junior sister? I must meet him. Zhou Yu hesitated before nodding. Indeed, my master is the son of Prince Jin. He scrutinized the newcomer. And who might you be? What had transpired in merely a few days that warranted the appearance of another person? Moreover, why was she so animated? Shun Qingli, in her excitement, paid no heed to Zhou Yu's thoughts. She turned to her younger sister, winking mischievously. My dear Yaya, I truly wish to savor that secret roasted chicken. Why not join the young master? Zhong Lingyue wore a resigned expression. She was well aware of her sister and Appo's intentions. Her interest lay more with Jing Yuheng than the chicken. However, Zhong Lingyue was not keen on going. Every encounter with that insufferable man had not ended well, and who could predict his motives this time? It felt like a trap. Sensing Zhong Lingyue's reluctance, Shun Qingli leaned closer and whispered, "Aren't you seeking clues from him? Do not let this golden opportunity slip away. One must venture into the tiger's den to catch the cub." Dear sister, Zhong Lingyue contemplated silently for a moment before nodding. Then I shall thank you, young master. The group ascended the stairs. Qi Jinghua followed suit, but was unexpectedly stopped. Esteemed sir, the private room is at full capacity. Zhou Yu gestured towards the opposite restaurant, noting the ample empty seats available there. Qi Jinghua paused before responding. I am accompanying Miss Zhong. Today, I must escort her home. Zhou Yu, sword in hand, interjected, my master has stated that, given his relationship with Miss Zhong, he will see her home after the meal, so you need not concern yourself with her, sir. Qi Jinghua, what relationship do the young master and Miss Zhong share? The implication behind those words was unmistakable. Seeing that he remained unyielding, Zhou Yu raised his voice. Could it be that your skills surpass those of my master? Qi Jinghua pondered briefly. The son of Prince Jin, commander of the Qingyun Guard, was indeed formidable, yet he was no slouch himself. He clasped his fists and replied, Your young master's prowess is undoubtedly reassuring. However, I have promised to escort Miss Zhong home. I shall not go back on my word. If there are no seats upstairs, I shall wait downstairs. Zhou Yu, caught off guard by his persistence, found himself at a loss. He could only follow Zhong Lingyue and the others upstairs to report. Upstairs, at the entrance of the private room, Shun Qingli pulled open the door. Stepping in front of Zhong Lingyue, she blocked her friend behind her and boldly pushed the door open, entering first. Inside, the room was spacious and lavishly adorned. Beyond the screen, a large round table capable of seating dozens was visible, yet only one man occupied the hostess' seat, idly toying with an empty teacup. Ah, it's rather empty, isn't it? Shun Qingli remarked as she surveyed the room's layout and guest distribution, sauntering over. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, following closely behind, felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing her pointed comment. It was indeed empty save for his master. Yet could he admit it? The young master had instructed him not to allow Qi Gongzi upstairs, but had given no reason to turn him away. Was he to fabricate a justification? If he allowed him entry, would the young master not be displeased? Miss Zhong, she greeted, approaching to bow, and then introduced Shun Qingli. This is my dear friend, Miss Shun. Miss Zhong, what a coincidence to meet again, Jing Yuheng said leisurely as he poured tea into a new cup, raising his head with a smile. Please, take a seat. He gestured toward the nearby round stool. Yet Zhong Lingyue did not move closer. Instead, she chose a seat at the farthest end and smiled back. Isn't it amusing how fate works? It depends on how the young master wishes to arrange things, does it not? She was skeptical of this supposed coincidence. Surely, he had been watching her since she stepped out. How else would he have known of her arrival just as she reached the bottom of the stairs? Now he was putting on an act. As for the seating he arranged, she had no intention of occupying it. Who knew what tricks he had up his sleeve? Jing Yuheng raised an eyebrow. It seems Miss Zhong does not favor the position I designated for her. No matter. He lifted the cup of tea, sauntering towards her, bending to place the teacup before her. With the cup set down, he did not leave. Instead, he sat right beside Zhong Lingyue. Then let Miss Zhong decide. This position is quite agreeable. Zhong Lingyue. What on earth does he intend to do? With so many empty spots, why must he choose to sit beside her? Shun Qingli observed Zhong Lingyue's reaction, deep in thought. Her younger sister indeed felt differently towards the son of Prince Jin. The earlier Qi Gongzi had not been afforded the same proximity. More importantly, her sister had not shied away. Chapter 47. Who harbors malicious intentions? Observing the disdainful expression on Zhong Lingyue and Appo's face, yet noting her in action. A flicker of intrigue crossed Shun Qingli and Appo's eyes as she shifted her gaze towards the Crown Prince of Jin. Indeed, he was a remarkable specimen. It was no wonder her junior sister looked down upon the man downstairs. There was evidently someone better. The Crown Prince not only possessed striking features, but also exuded an air of regal elegance that set him apart from the ordinary. Moreover, Shun Qingli scrutinized Jing Yuheng closely. The Crown Prince must possess exceptional physical resilience. Otherwise, an ordinary person could not withstand the torment her junior sister inflicted upon him. The relentless poking, kicking, and drugging must have been quite the ordeal. Nevertheless, he brought it upon himself. Her junior sister's injuries could not be in vain. Yet, it would be wise for her to check him over to ensure there were no lingering repercussions. Otherwise, it could have future ramifications. As Shun Qingli audaciously assessed the situation, her eyes suddenly met a pair of cold, piercing ones that emanated an intense pressure. She quickly averted her gaze, feigning interest in the view outside. This man was truly formidable. Jing Yuheng withdrew his gaze and extended a specially prepared menu from Xuanwei Tower to the person beside him. Aside from the secret roasted chicken, what does Ms. Zhong wish to order? I shall place the order. Zhong Lingyue declined. The Crown Prince may decide. I have no particular cravings. Then I shall order. Upon hearing food, Shun Qingli's apprehension dissipated, and she leaned forward to reach for the menu in Jing Yuheng's hand. However, he seemed oblivious to her presence, retracting the menu and handing it to Zhou Yu behind him. Then let us proceed with my selections. Understood. I shall inform the waiter immediately. Shun Qingli was taken aback. She exchanged a glance with Zhong Lingyue, blinking in disbelief. Was she so insignificant that this crown prince failed to notice her? With such beauty sitting here, how could he overlook her? Zhong Lingyue offered an apologetic smile in response. I am sorry, senior sister, for dragging you into this. This insufferable man was clearly doing this on purpose, targeting not only her, but also her companion. As the two exchanged silent glances across the table, Jing Yuheng's voice broke through the tension, tinged with an unusual tone. Miss Zhong does not enjoy Xuanwei Tower's cuisine. What does she prefer? Street-side sugar figurines? Zhong Lingyue turned to him, perplexed. What did he mean? She had not been mistaken. He indeed had someone tailing her. Otherwise, how would he know she had lingered at the sugar figurine stall? Jing Yuheng did not answer her question, but continued with his cryptic remarks. Miss Zhong, you are still naive. When encountering such vendors, one must exercise caution. Their sweet talk is merely a ploy to part you from your money. All talk of love and affection is but a facade. Zhong Lingyue was utterly bewildered. What exactly do you mean? The intent of this prince is to caution you against those with ulterior motives who might attempt to deceive a young lady with mere trinkets. It would be unwise to trust them lightly, lest you find yourself regretting it later. Zhong Lingyue turned to her senior sister, seeking help with her eyes. Do you comprehend his meaning? Who is trying to deceive me? Meanwhile, Shun Qingli could barely contain her laughter. Witnessing the innocent confusion on her junior sister's face was utterly amusing. Ha ha! This crown prince truly is like playing music to a cow, seeing that she remained oblivious. Jing Yuheng coldly commanded, Go, procure a sugar figurine for Miss Zhong. Zhou Yu, who had just rushed in, hesitated. Your Highness. He seemed to struggle with his words. Perhaps it is best to refrain from discussing this. What is it? Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs, growing increasingly intense, as if something had been knocked over with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Shun Qingli, ever the enthusiast for excitement, rushed to the window. Wow, she exclaimed, beckoning Zhong Lingyue. Come quickly, there's a brawl downstairs. Zhong Lingyue, eager to avoid the odd Jing Yuheng, quickly joined her at the window. Below, chaos reigned at the entrance of Xuanwei Tower, centered around the conspicuous sugar figurine stall. 5 individuals were embroiled in a melee, surrounded by a crowd pointing and whispering. For we're ganging up on one, a man in black whom Shun Qingli had noticed earlier buying from the sugar figurine vendor. Despite being outnumbered, he held his own, delivering blows that left the other 4 battered and bruised. The manager of Xuanwei Tower attempted to mediate, but to no avail, growing increasingly frantic. Suddenly, another figure rushed in to join the fray. "Hey, isn't that the man who followed us earlier, the one with young Master Qi?" Shun Qingli exclaimed. Zhong Lingyue nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is him. Could it be that he also wishes to purchase sugar figurines?" Shun Qingli teased. "What a folly." Shun Qingli sighed in disbelief. "Are the men of the capital all as foolish as donkeys? To engage in a brawl over a mere sugar figurine stall? Dear lady, one cannot generalize," Jing Yuheng interjected, having overheard. The 2 women turned to face him. Sitting with casual composure, Jing Yuheng leisurely lifted his teacup. "Do not conflate this prince with the ruffians below. I have stated that some harbor ill intentions. Ms. Zhong must learn to discern wisely." As his words fell, a loud crash resounded from below, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps racing up the stairs, growing nearer until they reached the door of their private room. "Your Highness," the door burst open with force. A somewhat familiar figure in black lunged into the room, sliding to a halt before Jing Yuheng, breathless and drenched in sweat. Zhou Yu attempted to intervene, but failed. "Your Highness," the black-clad guard panted. "Forgive my incompetence. The sugar figurine stall has been dismantled." Jing Yuheng paused, his expression darkening. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The guard, oblivious to the danger in Jing Yuheng's gaze, assumed he had not been heard and repeated loudly, "Your Highness, the sugar figurine stall you instructed me to buy has been destroyed." Silence. Zhou Yu, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly covered the guard's mouth and dragged him away, all the while apologizing. "Your Highness, he is not in his right mind. I shall take him for treatment." With a resounding thud, the door to the private room slammed shut. The uproar from downstairs continued. "You lot upstairs. Your people injured this young master. Yet you wish to hide? Come down and apologize. I shall count to 3. If you do not appear, I shall." The raucous voice gradually faded, leaving the scene below in eerie silence. However, the stillness above was even more profound, a silence as thick as death. Zhong Lingyue's gaze fell upon Jing Yuheng's face, her expression one of incredulity. The sugar figurine stall below had been purchased by the Crown Prince? Chapter 48. What is he so anxious about? Confronted with Zhong Lingyue's inquiry, Jing Yuheng first set down the teacup in his hand, then turned his gaze towards the exquisite screen adorned with peonies. "What do you think of this screen, Miss Zhong?" Zhong Lingyue replied, "Those are actually peonies." Jing Yuheng responded, "Oh, it seems this young master has misjudged the flowers." He then called out, "Zhou Yu, why hasn't the food been served yet?" No one answered. Rising from his seat, he made to leave. When one is feeling guilty, they often feign busyness. "So, what is he anxious about?" "Wait," Zhong Lingyue called out, stopping him. "I have another question for you, young master. You mentioned that those who buy sugar paintings are of dubious character, thus advising me to be cautious. If you have purchased the entire sugar painting stall, does that not imply?" She assumed he was typically brazen, doing as he pleased, but was astonished to see him now wearing an expression of discomfort. How peculiar. It was quite satisfying to witness his embarrassment. She raised her gaze to his face, smiling as she anticipated his folly. To her surprise, he suddenly approached her. When they were but a step apart, Jing Yuheng halted. "My purchase of the entire sugar painting stall merely indicates." He leaned closer, whispering in her ear with a teasing grin, "It merely indicates this young master is wealthy." Zhong Lingyue. What do you mean?" Her smile faltered, her anger surging within her. Hearing his low chuckle only fueled her fire. So he was toying with her? Zhong Lingyue took a step forward. Her hand emerging from her sleeve, her palm clenched into a fist. Yet, just as her fist was about to strike his abdomen, she suddenly realized. Now she understood. This man was deliberately playing tricks on her tonight. His ambiguous words were intended to provoke her into action, were they? Not a chance. She would not fall for it. But as for the meal, she would not partake. With a swift push, she shoved him aside and stormed out. Realizing something was amiss, Shun Qingli hurriedly followed her. At the entrance, the confused Zhu Yi rushed down the stairs behind them. "Master, what is happening?" "Miss Zhong," a figure sprinted after them. It was Qi Jinghua, who had been negotiating with the shopkeeper regarding a broken decoration at the entrance, having intervened in a scuffle he witnessed. "Allow me to escort Miss Zhong home." "They're an amp, oppose. Es no need." "But I promised." At this, Zhong Lingyue said nothing and continued her way out. These men, one after another, must have something wrong with their heads. Qi Jinghua hesitated but chose to follow. "Master Qi, please stop. You needn't concern yourself with escorting Miss Zhong home." A familiar voice rang out from behind. Zhong Lingyue scoffed coldly, but did not turn back, striding forward. She should never have been fooled by him. Ahead, the carriage from the general's residence was already waiting. She quickly climbed aboard, yanking down the curtain. Shun Qingli and Zhu Yi exchanged glances before hastily joining her in the carriage. "Back to the residence." "Yes, miss." The carriage turned, making its way toward the North Town General and Amp, Oppo's, as residence. Qi Jinghua attempted to mount his horse to pursue them, but Jing Yuheng signaled to the shopkeeper beside him. The shopkeeper quickly grasped his intent and followed after with the account book. "This young master, about the compensation plan you mentioned earlier, there are still some issues." Qi Jinghua was once again halted. Jing Yuheng smirked. "Go, pack up the dishes I ordered." Inside the carriage, a loud thud resonated. "Miss," a guard inquired, noticing the commotion. "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped my head," Shun Qingli explained, leaning out and rubbing her forehead. She then gazed with amusement at the person who had just struck the carriage. "I have a question that I'm unsure whether I should ask." "Then don't," Zhong Lingyue retorted irritably. "That won't do. I must ask." Shun Qingli leaned closer, grinning. "Little junior sister, what exactly are you angry about?" Zhong Lingyue huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. "Am I angry?" Shun Qingli turned to Zhu Yi. "What do you think?" Zhu Yi nodded vigorously. "She's absolutely furious." She had never seen her master display such overt emotions before. Zhong Lingyue huffed again, turning her head away. "Being toyed with and tested. Is that not a valid reason to be angry?" "But master, this young master of the Jin Wang has tested you before, hasn't he? You've handled it with such grace previously. What happened in that room?" Zhu Yi asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhong Lingyue was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had been aware that he had ulterior motives in inviting her to dinner and would surely test her at every turn. Why then was she so flustered tonight? "Let me guess, was it because of that sugar painting stall?" Shun Qingli inquired playfully. "What does the sugar painting stall have to do with anything?" Zhong Lingyue immediately denied. Seeing her reaction, Shun Qingli's smile grew even more meaningful. Earlier, Master Qi was in line at the sugar painting stall, and then this young master of the Jin Wang had it purchased. Why do you think he did that? Did he not say it himself? He is wealthy. Zhong Lingyue scoffed, and not very bright either. Shun Qingli laughed heartily. "My dear junior sister, if that were truly the case, what reason do you have to be angry?" Zhong Lingyue. Shun Qingli chose not to elaborate further, but she could see that her junior sister's attitude toward the young master of the Jin Wang was indeed different. Only, she had yet to realize it herself. Chapter 49. She, surprisingly, let down her guard against him. The journey from Xuanwei Building to the Northern General and Oppo's residence was not far, and before Zhong Lingyue could fully comprehend her thoughts, the carriage had already come to a halt. You have finally returned." As she stepped out, she spotted her father standing at the entrance. "Father, what brings you here? It's quite breezy tonight. You must take care not to catch a chill." "I could not rest easy without my precious daughter returning home." Zhong Tianji chuckled as he approached. Yet, upon catching sight of something in the periphery, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold huff. Zhong Lingyue, engrossed in her own thoughts, failed to notice this subtle change. "Is everything well with you, my daughter? I had someone send word back to the residence. Did you receive it?" She had instructed someone to inform her parents of her safety while she planned to visit the night market with her senior sister, never expecting her father to wait at the door for her. "I did receive it. It's cold outside. Please let us go inside." Zhong Tianji then turned to Shun Qingli, speaking gently. "Miss Shun, please join us inside. My wife has arranged accommodations for you. Should there be any shortcomings, do not hesitate to inform us. consider this your home." Shen Qingli expressed her gratitude with a smile, glancing back as she followed them inside. General Zhong. Just as Zhong Tianji stepped inside, he was abruptly called. An annoyance flickered across his face. "Had I known, I would have hastened my pace." Without needing to turn, he recognized the voice. The guard who accompanied Yue had reported that the young man from the Qi family was to escort her home, which had already displeased him. "Huh, do my guards need assistance in ensuring my daughter's safety? Is it necessary for him to escort her? Were it not for his wife's intervention, he would have rushed to the night market himself." Yet, just as one young man from the Qi family departed, another, Prince Jin's heir, arrived. This heir harbored no good intentions towards his daughter, and now Zhong Tianji could no longer remain composed. He rushed to the entrance to wait. However, he had no intention of acknowledging the prince, choosing instead to act as if he were invisible. To his surprise, the young man sought to assert his presence. Zhong Tianji pushed his beloved daughter into the residence and instructed Zhu Yi to ensure her safety before turning his attention to the prince. "What brings you here? In this darkness, I failed to notice your presence." Jing Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "Did you not see me? You seemed to glance my way just now." The pretense was too obvious. "What brings you here? It is quite unbecoming of you to arrive unannounced." Zhong Tianji replied with a stern countenance, his feet firmly planted, clearly unwilling to welcome him inside. Jing Yuheng observed Zhong Lingyue's retreating figure, preparing to speak when Zhong Tianji suddenly descended the steps and positioned himself directly in front of him. This scene felt oddly familiar. Zhong Tianji's hostility was palpable, as if he feared for his daughter's safety. However, what he might not realize was that his daughter was no delicate flower. With a smile, Jing Yuheng explained, "I noticed Miss Zhong left in haste, forgetting the dishes ordered at Xuanwei Building. Since I was passing by, I took the liberty of returning them to her." "Zhou Yu," he called over his shoulder. "Yes." Zhou Yu approached, carrying a food box. "General Zhong, this contains the dishes ordered by Miss Zhong. Please pass it along." As the sound of hooves echoed from a distance, Jing Yuheng's smile widened. "Since Miss Zhong is safely home, I shall take my leave. It's quite windy outside, General. Do close the door swiftly." It was not until the pair on horseback vanished from sight that Zhong Tianji processed the situation. He looked down at the hefty food box in his hand, perplexed. The heir of Prince Jin departed so easily. Did he truly come merely to deliver dishes? Moreover, what kind of route linked the prince's residence and the general's? Upon entering the residence, Zhong Tianji found his daughter still waiting for him, and he promptly pushed aside other thoughts. "Why are you still here? Go rest." Zhong Lingyue approached him with a smile. "Father, was there something outside?" She had sensed Jing Yuheng following her home, and his sudden call to her father must have been to discuss something important. "It's nothing," Zhong Tianji replied, contemplating as he handed the food box to Zhu Yi. "The heir of Prince Jin claims this contains your ordered dishes. You may handle it yourself. If you wish to eat, consult Miss Shun first to ensure there are no issues." "He came to deliver a food box?" Zhong Lingyue found this hard to believe. She had pondered all the way home about his motives, and now, seeing the food box, she was taken aback. Could he truly be so kind-hearted, or was there something amiss with the contents? With a mind full of questions, she returned inside. Meanwhile, as the gates of the general and Appo's residence closed, Qi Jinghua finally arrived, only to be met with the sight of the tightly shut gates. He had arrived too late. Yet, knowing Zhong Lingyue was safely home brought him some peace. He turned his horse around, heading back to the Dingyuan Marquis residence. In a nearby alley, Jing Yuheng and his servant emerged on horseback. Observing Qi Jinghua's retreating figure, Jing Yuheng chuckled. With that pace, he thought he could escort someone home? Arriving only after the gates have closed, he didn't even get a chance to enter. Zhou Yu turned to his master, puzzled by his apparent satisfaction. "My lord, have you forgotten that it was you who instructed the innkeeper to stop young Master Qi? Otherwise, he would have." "Otherwise what?" Jing Yuheng shot him a glance. Zhou Yu recoiled slightly, laughing nervously. "He would have been sent away by Miss Zhong. I heard it clearly. She didn't allow him to escort her home." Jing Yuheng chuckled, recognizing that some individuals simply indulged in their own fantasies. With his master's mood brightening, Zhou Yu felt emboldened to ask, "But my lord, why did you deliver Miss Zhong home? You even brought her that specially made roast chicken." Jing Yuheng who typically shunned greasy foods, would have otherwise devoured the last piece of roast chicken himself. Now, he was likely savoring it instead of braving the cold alongside his lord. As Zhou Yu continued speaking, he noticed the smile on Jing Yuheng and Amp Oppo's face suddenly vanish. Just as he contemplated whether to make a run for it, he saw his master pull the reins and ride off with a solemn expression. Zhou Yu. He quickly urged his horse to catch up, not daring to utter another word. The biting wind stung Zhou Yu's face, and as he noticed his master riding faster, a sense of foreboding settled in. This was unusual. Today, Jing Yuheng was decidedly off. In the past, if he or others said something amiss, Jing Yuheng would have exploded in anger. Yet now, he remained silent, which was even more alarming. Upon reaching the Jin Wang residence, Jing Yuheng, instead of taking his usual bath and attending to other matters, locked himself in the study, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. What had come over him? Meanwhile, at the Northern General's residence, Zhong Lingyue emerged from her bath to find Shun Qingli happily gnawing on roast chicken, grease smeared all over her face. Are you sure you don't want to bite? It's truly delicious, especially fragrant. Shun Qingli raised a chicken wing. I shan't. I have no intention of eating anything that man sent. Senior sister, you should eat less. Who knows if there is something amiss in this? Be cautious. Rest assured, I have thoroughly examined it. It is pure and untainted, devoid of any poison. But what if it isn't poison and you can't detect it? She exclaimed anxiously. Shun Qingli suddenly chuckled, teasingly remarking, Are you afraid he might have slipped in a laxative? Zhong Lingyue was momentarily speechless, struggling to articulate her thoughts, finally managing to say, In any case, I must remain vigilant regarding the items he has sent. As she spoke, her expression shifted to one of concern. Vigilance. Yes, she had always been wary of Jing Yuheng. Yet why had she allowed him to ramble on at Xuanwei Building, almost believing his words? She had, indeed, lowered her guard against him. Chapter 50. The young Master Qi of the Dingyuan Marquis House is quite admirable days later. Zhu Yi and others, who have been closely observing the Jin Wangfu, returned with news. Master, there has been activity among the subordinates of the Jin Wang heir. After several days of surveillance, we discovered they are indeed investigating a certain totem, which ultimately led them to the maternal family of the imperial concubine, the Yin family. They're currently focused on the third prince and the Yin family. On that night, Zhong Lingyue overheard that Jing Yuheng and Amp Oppo's assassins were pursuing Zhao Zhuang, the second in command of the Heiyun stronghold. These assassins bore a unique totem. Tracing its origin would undoubtedly reveal their identities. Although she had not seen the totem's appearance, she was certain Jing Yuheng would investigate it. By monitoring the movements of his subordinates, she could ascertain the identities of those he uncovered and thus gain a valuable lead. Zhu Yi produced a piece of paper from his bosom, upon which was drawn a totem identical to the Yin family's crest. The very same totem being investigated by the Jin Wang heir's men. The third prince? Zhong Lingyue pondered. Could it be that the third prince is framing the general's residence? If that were the case, why would he still seek to ally with them? Perhaps this was merely a facade for others to witness, while his true intention was to eliminate the general's residence, all the while feigning an interest in alliance to dispel suspicion. Yet, what could be his motive for eliminating the general's residence? Zhong Lingyue found herself perplexed. Presently, the empress has no sons, and her father has always been loyal solely to the emperor, never engaging in factionalism. With the third prince's ascension as the most likely candidate for the throne, should he succeed, her father would naturally pledge his loyalty to him. Therefore, the third prince had no need to eliminate the general's residence. Her father's vigilance at the border had rendered the Liao nation incapable of taking advantage of any situation. If her father were to encounter misfortune, Liao would undoubtedly stir restlessly, which would bode ill for Jing nation. Was there something she had overlooked in this intricate web of intrigue? Or could it be that the third prince himself was also being framed? After all, Jing Yuheng had a point. Why would assassins, intent on murder, carry insignias that could reveal their identities? This appeared all too deliberate. However, there remained a possibility that it was a case of feigned vulnerability, deliberately exposing one and Oppo's identity to evoke sympathy, thereby diverting suspicion. Regardless of the scenario, keeping an eye on the third prince was certainly prudent. Should he be the orchestrator, monitoring him would allow for strategic preparation. If not, those who framed him would likely attempt further schemes, revealing more clues. Master, what shall we do now? Should we also surveil the third prince and the Yin family? Zhu inquired. Not yet. Continue observing the Jin Wangfu. If the third prince and his faction truly have plans, they will reveal themselves in due course, she commanded. The three departed to maintain their watch over the Jin Wangfu, while Zhong Lingyue made her way to Feihong courtyard. As New Year's Eve approached, the household was abuzz with activity, servants busy hanging red silk and festive lanterns, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhong Lingyue observed the smiling faces around her, but her thoughts drifted to memories of the previous life, where bloodshed had led to their downfall. She silently vowed that she would not allow such tragedies to repeat. This year, no, every year henceforth, every member of the general's residence would live in peace. Upon reaching the entrance of Feihong courtyard, she concealed her solemn expression and entered with a smile. Yue, what brings you here? Did I not say the weather is cold, and you need not come to pay your respects? You should rest more, her mother, Wang Qinlan, remarked, beckoning her closer after dismissing the servants. After greeting her mother, Zhong Lingyue followed her inside. Mother, has father not returned from court yet? She asked. Wang Qinlan nodded with a smile. Tomorrow marks the 20th day of the 12th month. All officials will begin their holiday, and on this final day, there is much to attend to. Your father may need to visit the military camp as well. He likely won't be back early. Zhong Lingyue nodded in understanding. Is there something on your mind? Wang Qinlan noticed her daughter and Appo's contemplative expression and inquired. Zhong Lingyue confirmed, Indeed, I have matters to discuss. But it's best to wait for father. I shall wait for him here with you. She glanced at Wang Qinlan. What were you busy with just now? Is there anything your daughter can assist with? At this, Wang Qinlan beamed and said, Ah, how fortuitous. The day after tomorrow is the full-month banquet for Lord Xie's grandson from the Ministry of Rights. Our family must go to offer our congratulations. I have nearly prepared the gift. Come and see if anything needs to be added. The Xie family from the Ministry of Rights? Zhong Lingyue mused, the name sounding familiar. I feel I have heard of them before. Indeed, they're the family of Xie Yunjing, the talented scholar I mentioned before. This visit will also afford you the chance to meet the young master of the Xie family and see if he suits your fancy, Wang Qinlan said, holding her daughter's hand with a smile. The young master of the Xie family is quite commendable, of course. She paused, then added meaningfully, the young Master Qi of the Dingyuan Marquis house is also quite admirable. The other day, the Dingyuan Marquis and young Master Qi came to express their gratitude and mentioned you. You had hidden away. Could it be that you were shy? Zhong Lingyue. Shy? Nonsense, she thought. That question should never have been posed. Mother, these gifts are for the young master of the Xie family, correct? Perhaps we should also prepare some for his mother? She quickly redirected the conversation. Wang Qinlan, upon hearing this, smiled with delight. Rest assured, I have already prepared those. It is a daunting ordeal for a woman to give birth. She is the one who suffers most. I fear that others may not consider her as thoroughly as you do. In this world, women often face undue hardship. On that day, the focus of everyone's attention would likely be on the child, with few expressing concern for the mother. Zhong Lingyue embraced Wang Qinlan, her voice choked with emotion. I have heard that when you bore me, it was a perilous experience. Indeed, it was during a time of war. Your father and the soldiers were fighting on the front lines, and I had to guard the city gates to protect the citizens and their families. Unfortunately, I was with child and suffered complications, resulting in your frail health at birth, and my own body was left weakened. The doctor feared I would never. As Wang Qinlan reminisced about that year, she suddenly paused, as if realizing something, leaving her last words unspoken. Zhong Lingyue, feeling her mother's pain, was immersed in sorrow and did not notice her mother's hesitation. Chapter 51. Why Dawn and Damp? Oppos. T. You investigate yourself if they want and damp. Oppos. T. Tell you? Wipe your tears quickly. When your father returns, he will blame me. Wang Qinlan took out a handkerchief to dry her daughter's tears, carefully concealing the emotions flickering in her eyes. The mother and daughter exchanged heartfelt words for a while, eagerly awaiting Zhong Tianji's return. Madam, I'm back. Is Yuek here too? That's splendid. Zhong Tianji strode into the courtyard, his spirits high upon seeing both women. He presented the pastries he held, urging, "Come, taste these freshly baked delicacies." The family of three gathered to savor the sweet treats before delving into serious matters. Zhong Lingyue relayed the information she had gathered through Zhu Yi. The implication was that the mastermind behind the scenes could be the third prince. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianji's expression grew grave. Zhong Lingyue nodded, acknowledging the possibility but puzzled by her father's motives. "Father, have we had any conflicts with the third prince?" "No, there have been none." "Then, that is indeed strange." Zhong Lingyue pondered deeply. In that moment, Zhong Tianji exchanged a knowing glance with his wife. "Perhaps, as you suggested, there may be another possibility. The true mastermind might not be him." Zhong Tianji comforted, patting her shoulder. "You need not worry too much, Yue. I shall send someone to follow them. If there is any connection to him, it will surely reveal itself. Additionally, I have looked into Wang Dalong, the leader of the Black Cloud village. Before his capture, his mother had already gone missing from their hometown, likely hidden by him or his accomplices. If we can locate his mother, she might lead us to the true mastermind." Zhong Lingyue agreed, recognizing that extracting information from Wang Dalong would be the swiftest way to uncover the truth. She wondered if Jing Yuheng had already managed to pry information from him. Collaborating with him might yield fruitful results, though she still hesitated to fully trust him. Handing over the evidence would place the fate of the general's residence in another's hands, a risk she dared not take. It would be wiser to proceed cautiously. The family discussed the surveillance plans further, confirming their strategies before Zhong Lingyue prepared to leave. Just as she was about to depart, she turned back, recalling something. "Father, what do you intend to do about the third prince and Oppos? Has interest in my second sister. I will never consent to this." Zhong Tianji replied resolutely. "But if the third prince were to become the crown prince?" "That will not happen," he interrupted, suddenly recalling something, his tone softening. "Leave this matter to me. You need not worry." Zhong Lingyue acknowledged him and exited Feihong courtyard, intending to return to her own quarters. However, halfway there, she abruptly turned back. Something was amiss. Her father's attitude was unusually confident that the third prince would not ascend to the throne. He was hiding something from her. Avoiding the servants around Feihong courtyard, she stealthily leaped into the garden behind it. Over these past days, she had familiarized herself with the layout and the positions of the guards. She knew precisely where to tread. Yet, as she descended along the wall, she nearly caught the attention of a patrolling guard. Thankfully, she remembered a large stone that concealed her from view. Crouched behind the stone, she peered out. The main hall and Oppos' doors were firmly shut, and the courtyard brimmed with people. A quick glance revealed that all those stationed outside were loyal to her parents, numbering over a dozen, not counting those hidden from her sight. Her parents must be inside. With so many guards present, eavesdropping on their conversation would be impossible. The very fact that they were so guarded indicated there was a significant issue at hand. Her parents were undoubtedly concealing something from her. Inside, Zhong Tianji and Wang Qinlan sat with serious expressions. "My dear, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Wang Qinlan sighed. "I fear that the incident from years ago has leaked. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why the mastermind would seek to destroy the general and Oppos as residents. Those who know about that incident are trustworthy and would never speak of it." Zhong Tianji affirmed, "Perhaps there are other oversights. Do not forget. There remains an unapprehended traitor within the estate." Wang Qinlan's face was etched with worry. "We must hasten to marry Yue off." Zhong Tianji, though reluctant, nodded in agreement. "Make the arrangements." Zhong Lingyue remained hidden for quite some time, and when the crowd finally dispersed, she stealthily exited Feihong courtyard, returning to her quarters with utmost caution. Shen Qingli was waiting for her inside. Upon seeing her enter, she waved her overexcitedly. "Junior sister, come quickly." She pushed a food box towards her. "This is roasted chicken from the tasting pavilion, which I queued for personally. You must try it. This time it isn't from the crown prince's son, so eat freely." Zhong Lingyue sat down at the table, her voice subdued. "Sister, I have no appetite. What is the matter? I heard from Zhu Qing that you visited Feihong courtyard. Did something happen?" She leaned in, concern etched on her face. "I sense that my parents are hiding something from me." She had a foreboding feeling that their secret was related to the general and Oppo's residence being framed. She even suspected that her parents already knew the reason behind the attack, but refused to disclose it to her. Their urgency to marry her off only reinforced her belief that once the matter was exposed, it would endanger the entire family. They sought to protect her, but she wished to safeguard them as well. She did not want the tragedies of the past to repeat themselves. Noticing her distress, Shen Qingli moved closer and said, "I believe you're also concealing something from me." "What? Are you not? Then perhaps you could share the details of your interactions with the Crown Prince's son? His demeanor towards you seems quite unusual." Zhong Lingyue was taken aback. "That is not something I can divulge." "See? You are no different," Shen Qingli shrugged. "Just because I do not inquire does not mean I am not curious. I simply know that if you choose not to share, my questions will be in vain." Zhong Lingyue nodded thoughtfully. "Then it is settled. No matter how you ponder, they will not reveal anything to you. It will be better to eat something first. Once you are nourished, you will have the strength to think of ways to apprehend the mastermind." Furthermore, she tore off a piece of chicken leg and offered it to Zhong Lingyue with a smile. "Silly girl, if they won't talk, won't you go investigate for yourself?" The thrill of uncovering the truth through her own efforts would undoubtedly be far more exhilarating than receiving information from others. Zhong Lingyue accepted the chicken leg, lifting her gaze to meet her sister's. "Sister, are you also curious about my relationship with Jinyuan?" Shen Qingli merely smiled enigmatically. Chapter 52, Exceptional Stamina A. "I couldn't and oppose. TB bothered to investigate. However, I did stumble upon some intriguing tidbits. Would you care to hear them?" Shen Qingli snatched the chicken leg back and stuffed it into her mouth. Given her little junior sister's naive disposition, even if she managed to uncover something, it would undoubtedly be as bland as water, utterly unexciting. Nevertheless, the appearance of the crown prince was indeed striking. Ultimately, it was the little junior sister's lack of composure that needed addressing. She ought to acclimatize herself better to avoid being easily swayed by men. Zhong Lingyue stared at her. "Anxious? What?" After finishing the entire chicken, Shen Qingli wiped her hands with a handkerchief and stood up, beaming at Zhong Lingyue with a captivating smile. "Little junior sister, this evening, I shall take you somewhere special." Upon seeing her sister's enchanting smile, Zhong Lingyue instinctively wished to decline, knowing that it likely wasn't a respectable place. However, Shen Qingli whispered something in her ear that rendered her unable to refuse. As night fell, the two exited the general's residence and headed to the night market. They found a place to change their appearance before Shen Qingli led Zhong Lingyue to their destination. Navigating through a narrow alleyway from the bustling city center, they arrived at an inconspicuous establishment devoid of any signage, exuding a low-key ambience. Two refined young attendants stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Zhong Lingyue, they approached with warm smiles. "Ladies, may we see your identification tokens?" "What identification tokens?" Zhong Lingyue pondered. But Shen Qingli had already produced a jade plaque from her sleeve and handed it over. Upon seeing it, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of deep respect as they bowed profoundly and opened the door. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come in." As the door swung open, a dim light spilled forth, illuminating the path ahead. Under the attendant's guidance, Zhong Lingyue followed Shen Qingli into a tea house, where numerous women were engaged in tea drinking, presenting an entirely normal scene. However, once they entered a private room, a black silk band was tied over their eyes, rendering them sightless and reliant on others for direction. Zhong Lingyue felt herself being led through a narrow passage, turning left and right intermittently, until, after a considerable time, she faintly heard the distant sound of a zither. The black band was finally removed, and as she opened her eyes, the room before her unveiled itself, contrasting starkly with the tea house they had just seen. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, filled with a sweet fragrance mingling with a subtle hint of wine, which was not overwhelming but rather intoxicating. An alluring melody wafted through the air. At the center, on a lotus-shaped stage draped in translucent curtains, stood a man in white, playing the zither. Though his head was bowed, his striking features were evident, and surrounding him were 6 similarly tall and handsome men performing a dance. Seated below the stage were women. Without exception, all elegantly dressed. Most had handsome gentlemen by their sides, sharing food and drink, or embracing intimately. This was evidently an establishment catering exclusively to women seeking male companionship, and it was remarkably discreet. Zhong Lingyue halted, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Shun Qingli turned back to her, noticing her unease, and smirked as she pulled her forward. Little junior sister, it's not your first time here. Why are you still so bashful? Shun Qingli teased. As Zhong Lingyue glanced up, she caught sight of a couple locked in a passionate kiss and quickly turned away, only to see a noble woman reaching out to caress the abdomen of her male companion, leaving her utterly unsure of where to look. In resignation, she closed her eyes and allowed Shun Qingli to lead her onward. Shun Qingli's laughter echoed in her ears, and Zhong Lingyue felt her cheeks flush. Indeed, this was not her first visit. Previously, when they were in Hangzhou, her sister had suggested they visit such a place to broaden her horizons. At the time, she had been curious but had only gone once, never to return. It had been far too overwhelming. Today marked her second visit. This male escort establishment was larger and more refined than the one she had encountered in Hangzhou, and the clientele appeared to possess a higher social standing. She could tell that the women present were not of ordinary lineage. Some might even belong to official families. Thus, her sister Namp, Appo's earlier mention of certain individuals being here could very well hold truth. Though she felt out of place, she had to adapt. Esteemed guests, how about this location? The attendant guided them to a front row seat. Their arrival attracted the curious gazes of other women, astonished that two such young ladies could secure a spot in the front row. Today, Zhong Lingyue wore the mask she had previously donned during her time in the Black Cloud stronghold, exuding a vibrant allure, while Shun Qingli maintained an air of cool indifference. Very well, Shun Qingli nodded nonchalantly. As her words fell, a dapperly dressed man approached, gently untying their cloaks and hanging them up with great care. Zhong Lingyue felt goosebumps rise all over her skin, yet she suppressed her discomfort and feigned calmness. She had a purpose for being here and couldn't afford to slip up. Shun Qingli noticed her demeanor and shot her an appreciative glance. Yes, this was the way to go. One must enjoy the service without raising suspicion. Once seated, the attendant presented a portfolio, leaning in to inquire, esteemed guests, please feel free to choose at your leisure. Zhong Lingyue and Appo's gaze fell upon the attendant's exposed chest beneath his wide collar, and instinctively she averted her eyes, only to lock onto his suggestive smile. Would the esteemed guests like some company? Zhong Lingyue. She gripped her thigh tightly to avoid looking away. Maintaining an air of composure, she scrutinized the attendant from head to toe before smirking and stating firmly, "You are unworthy." The attendant's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his smile, presenting the portfolio once more. "Please, do take your time selecting." Zhong Lingyue accepted the portfolio and began to leaf through it. Within, there were portraits of men, each accompanied by their names, personalities, talents, and more. Her gaze lingered on a particular line. Qinyu, skilled in sword dance, possesses exceptional stamina, able to perform 7 times in one night. Chapter 53. I must have him. Does Milady find this one to your liking? Noticing Zhong Lingyue's gaze lingering on the page featuring the portrait of Qinyu, the observant attendant swiftly discerned her interest and inquired with remarkable tact. It seemed this lady was smitten with Master Qin. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingli turned her head with a mischievous grin. Little sister has taken a fancy to someone. I must see which gentleman has caught her eye. As soon as Shun Qingli saw the description, she raised an eyebrow at Zhong Lingyue with an ambiguous smile. I didn't expect little sister to have such tastes. Can you handle a septuple climax? That was not the case. She wasn't an Appo's tea. Zhong Lingyue and Appo's face, hidden beneath the human skin mask, flushed crimson. Could she confess that she was merely shocked by the description? Was it now common to introduce oneself with such audacity? Just as she was about to deny it, the attendant began to bow apologetically. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guest, but Master Qin has not yet arrived today. Perhaps you would care to select another. Not yet arrived? Shun Qingli interjected, her face full of jest. Could it be that he is still recovering from last night's exertions? After all, 7 times in one night must take quite a toll. The attendant returned an ambiguous smile and nodded, then turned to Zhong Lingyue, ready to recommend another master. Perhaps Milady would prefer. Zhong Lingyue had originally intended to choose someone else, but upon hearing that this man had not yet arrived, she immediately made her decision. I must have him. As long as this Qin Yu arrived late, she wouldn't have to choose anyone else. She was here to find clues, not to seek out a man. Moreover, she disliked intimate contact with these men. But this, what? Can I choose him? This lady has money to burn. Zhong Lingyue slammed a gold ingot on the table with a show of extravagance. The attendant and Appo's eyes lit up instantly. He nodded with a smile and said, Of course. Of course. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. We will go and urge Master Qin to come at once. Zhong Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Shen Qingli had also chosen a master. While the attendant went to summon him, she leaned over and whispered in Zhong Lingyue and Appo's ear, the second one from the left. The Madam of the Prime Minister. Zhong Lingyue smiled, as if she had heard something amusing, and continued to speak in Shen Qingli and Appo's ear, her gaze not even glancing to her left. After waiting a while longer, she pretended to watch the performance on stage and glanced to the left. In the dim candlelight, she could vaguely make out a woman dressed in luxurious attire, sitting there. Judging from her profile, she looked to be in her early 40s. In reality, according to Zhong Lingyue's knowledge, the Madam of the Prime Minister was already in her 50s. Two young men were kneeling beside her, one pouring wine for her, the other peeling an orange and feeding it to her mouth. Zhong Lingyue was secretly astonished. If she was indeed the Madam of the Prime Minister, then she was truly quite the player. This madam was a character. In recent days, her senior sister had also been helping to monitor the Prime Minister and Appo's residence. She said that she had discovered a secret yesterday, which was that the Madam of the Prime Minister had been secretly visiting this male brothel. That was why she had brought her here to investigate. If it weren't in Appo's for her senior sister and Appo's familiarity with such schemes, ordinary people would probably not have realized that this seemingly normal tea house was actually such a place. Zhong Lingyue pretended to casually glance in other directions and saw several familiar faces, all of whom she had met at her coming-of-age ceremony that day. This was truly... How is it? Exciting? Shen Qingli leaned over again to tease her. Look at them. How much they enjoy themselves. If a man is useless, you have to replace him. Zhong Lingyue. There seems to be some truth to that. Why can men have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but women can't? And Appo's find someone outside? You want to gather clues, Don and Appo's you? Once you become familiar with them, what clues one and Appo's you have? Shen Qingli chuckled and pinched her cheek. Don't act rashly today. We've just arrived, and they're still wary. Come a few more times, and these people will naturally be curious and take the initiative to talk to you. Zhong Lingyue nodded. She was not as familiar with such schemes as her senior sister. Listening to her was sure to be correct. Before long, the master that Shen Qingli had chosen arrived. He was a gentleman who seemed very refined in his every move. However, when he raised his hand to take the wine, his sleeve slipped, revealing his extremely muscular arm underneath. Clearly, this master only looked weak on the surface, but in reality, he was also trained. Shen Qingli reached out and touched it, nodding in satisfaction. She leaned over to Zhong Lingyue's ear and imparted her experience. A man who is good to look at but useless is also no good. His body must be strong. Zhong Lingyue's face turned red with embarrassment. She couldn't escape, so she could only listen with a stiff upper lip. Moreover, she vaguely felt that someone was watching in the dark, probably observing everyone in Appo's actions. Zhong Lingyue focused her gaze on the man playing the zither on the stage, pretending to be completely captivated. In an unopened room on the 2nd floor, a masked woman moved a vase back to its original position. The mechanism was activated, and a wooden panel moved to block the opening looking down on the 1st floor, restoring it to its original state. From the surface, there was no trace. Have those two who just came been checked? She asked the maidservant who was bowing beside her. The lady in the azure clothes has a high-level jade token. She has never been seen before, so she must have spent a lot in other branches. She seems to be an old hand, so there should be no problem. As for the other one, she is probably brought to see the world. She is very inexperienced, but she is very generous with money. I wonder which family's young lady she is." The masked woman chuckled softly and said sarcastically, "Have you ever seen any young ladies in the capital come to such an improper place? Pay more attention and report any unusual movements at any time. Also, check the identity of the jade token's owner." "Yes." The maidservant bowed and retreated. The masked woman sat down gracefully, picked up the unfinished handkerchief on the side, and continued. Her embroidery was very exquisite, and the peony flowers embroidered on it were lifelike. Before long, a middle-aged woman dressed as a noblewoman rushed in with a flustered expression. She walked to the masked woman in a few steps and knelt down with a thud. "Master, the people below just reported that Wang Dalong and Amp, Appo's mother was taken away by the Azure Guard. The subordinate does not yet know the specific details. Yen, who risked his life to send the message back, is still unconscious and in critical condition. The others probably." The person was full of worry. Without saying, one could guess that the others must have been lost. The masked woman put down the embroidered handkerchief in her hand and stood up. Even after hearing the bad news, there was no panic in her eyes. Instead, she calmly instructed the kneeling person, "First, find a doctor to save Yen. Be sure to do your best. Also, have people clear all our traces. Do we need all of that on Lauer and Amp, Appo's side? Leave it alone." "Yes, but the Azure Guard has captured Wang Dalong's mother. Wang Dalong probably can't hold on anymore. Once he confesses, I'm afraid it will affect our plan." "Heh." The masked woman suddenly sneered, then advanced the plan. "After holding back for so many years, it's time for us to move." Chapter 54. This Ms. Zhong is quite the player. In the Qingyan Garden Appo's prison, Jing Yuhang had just finished interrogating Wang Dalong. Zhou Yu and Zhou En followed closely at his side as they made their way out. Zhou En, beaming with pride, reveled in his success of rescuing Wang Dalong's mother from the clutches of their adversaries. He believed he had earned the favor of the heir. "My lord, since Wang Dalong has confessed that it was the third prince who instructed him to frame the general and Appo's residence, should we not promptly report this to His Majesty?" Zhou En inquired. Jing Yuhang halted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Zhou En, perplexed. "Was I mistaken? Why does my lord regard me with such disdain?" Jing Yuhang then turned his attention to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, steeling himself, stepped forward, stating that he sensed something amiss. "What do you mean?" Zhou En quickly pressed. Earlier, Wang Dalong had mentioned that the individuals he had interacted with had never shown their faces, merely presenting a token symbolizing their allegiance to the third prince. Surely, even a fool would not be so brazen, trusting others with such a significant emblem. Zhou En scratched his head, contemplating the third prince and Appo's apparent lack of intelligence. Zhou Yu retorted, "That does not excuse your own ignorance. Such a grave matter of framing the sitting general could not possibly be handled with such careless exposure of identity, especially by someone as unreliable as Wang Dalong. Has there been any unusual activity from the third prince or the Yen residence today?" Jing Yuhang inquired. Zhou Yu shook his head, confirming that their surveillance had yielded no signs of disturbance at the Yen residence or among the family members. However, he noted that Madame Yen had just left the estate, supposedly visiting a tea house, a place they had previously discreetly investigated, known for its revelries. If this is indeed the doing of the Yen family, such a heavy burden would likely deter Madame Yen from seeking entertainment, he concluded, suggesting that it was unlikely the third prince's faction was responsible. As for the tea house, Zhou Yu could not resist a jest, remarking how Madame Yen, who appeared so dignified, surprisingly indulged in such pleasures behind closed doors. "Have we thoroughly investigated those involved?" Jing Yuhang interrupted, dismissing Zhou Yu and Appo's as trivial comments. "Yes, they all bore the Yin family and Appo's insignia. While they appear to be a cohesive group, their martial prowess is notably inferior to the previous encounter. Additionally, one woman managed to escape, though her injuries render her survival unlikely. Indeed, the individuals sent this time are clearly not as formidable." Zhou En interjected, "But wait, Wang Dalong's mother is evidently of greater significance than the last victim, Zhao Zhuang. If we were to capture her, the identity of those behind the scenes would inevitably be revealed. Surely, they should have dispatched more capable operatives instead of these insignificant pawns. Is there a conspiracy afoot?" He glanced at his lord for confirmation. Such a straightforward deduction seemed beyond the comprehension of the hidden puppet master. Jing Yuhang smirked. It seems there is more than one hand at play here. If the initial pursuit was meant to draw attention to the marks on the assassins, leading them to the third prince's faction, considering Wang Dalong believed he was collaborating with the third prince, then why would the orchestrators take his mother? Wuden and Amp, Oppos, T would have been swifter to force Wang Dalong and Amp, Oppos, as confession directly, thereby pinpointing the third prince? This seems redundant. Thus, the abduction of Wang Dalong's mother today indicates a desire to prevent him from confessing, or perhaps a fear that he might divulge information detrimental to their interests. This aligns perfectly with Wang Dalong and Oppos' own testimony. Although greedy, he had shown filial piety by relocating his mother to safety before the incident, yet they ultimately discovered her whereabouts. Upon seeing his mother captured, Wang Dalong's resolve crumbled, and he confessed everything without reservation. It turned out he had not entirely trusted his contacts and had pilfered an item from one of them, intending to use it as leverage should they turn against him. Zhou Yu arranged for reliable individuals to investigate the location Wang Dalong mentioned, retrieve the item, and bring it back immediately, being cautious to keep our movements hidden, as the mastermind may be monitoring us and could seize the opportunity to reclaim it, Jing Yuhang commanded. Understood, Zhou Yu replied. Jing Yuhang remained stationary, lost in thought. There was still one aspect that puzzled him. If the hidden item could lead them to the true puppet master, why dispatch such inferior fighters? Were they short on skilled personnel, or was there something he had overlooked? Furthermore, regarding the forged evidence, Wang Dalong had asserted that his contacts had vehemently promised that the seal on the document belonged to General Zhong, a seal not easily obtained. Thus, it was highly probable that there was a mole within the general and Oppos' residence. Had she, who had taken the forged evidence in advance, already uncovered the identity of the traitor? Perhaps from her, they could glean further clues. Bring someone in. Just as Jing Yuhang contemplated summoning someone to inquire about any recent anomalies at the general and Oppos' residence, a figure rushed in from outside. My lord, we have located the individual from the portrait. She has been seen near the night market, and our agents are already on her trail. When I returned, she entered a tea house. A tea house. Upon hearing the urgency in his subordinate and Oppos' voice, Jing Yuhang's suspicion was piqued. This was no ordinary establishment. Could it be the very one we painstakingly infiltrated? Zhou Yu was the first to react, his eyes wide with surprise. The messenger nodded affirmatively. Zhou Yu was taken aback. Truly, she went inside? Are you certain she didn't merely wander in or linger outside? It has been confirmed that she entered the premises accompanied by individuals wielding high-grade jade tokens, indicating this is not her first visit. This revelation caused Zhou Yu to glance at his lord, realizing the implications. Seeing the change in Jing Yuhang's expression, he restrained the words that threatened to spill forth, though he could not help but marvel inwardly. This Ms. Zhong is quite the player. Chapter 55, why is he even more bashful than her? Should I send someone to keep an eye on her? Wait until she comes out to catch her in the act? Zhou Yu tentatively suggested. Little did he know. As soon as he spoke, Jing Yuhang strode out with a solemn expression. Lead the way. Zhou Yu and Zhou hurriedly followed. Your Highness, are you going in person? Wherein and Oppos? To you the one who said you wooed and Oppos T. The person in front suddenly halted, causing Zhou Yu to nearly collide with him. Are you sure you can catch her? Zhou Yu was left speechless. Should he catch her or not? Seeing him at a loss for words, Jing Yuhang pressed further. She has left the residence. Why was there no report? Zhou Yu sighed internally, feeling increasingly perplexed by his lord and Amp, Oppos' intentions. Initially, any movement of Miss Zhong warranted meticulous reporting. However, ever since that incident at Xuanwei Building when Jing Yuhang escorted Miss Zhong home and Zhou Yu inquired about it, his lord locked himself in the study for an entire night. The subsequent time Zhou Yu reported Miss Zhong and Oppos' whereabouts, Jing Yuhang had instructed him to cease reporting trivial matters, especially meaningless outings to night markets. Hence, when Ms. Zhong left the residence for an evening stroll, he naturally refrained from reporting it. Now, was he to be blamed for that? Alas, this was truly taxing. The group discreetly made their way to the night market in small batches. From the third floor of shop across the entrance of the tea house, they had a commanding view of the activities in the alley below. Jing Yuheng stood by the window, gazing into the distance. The alley was pitch dark, devoid of any life. Why hasn't Tishi come out yet? Zhou Yu remained silent, reluctant to voice his thoughts. Zhou Yu, still oblivious to the situation, chuckled. Perhaps we must wait until tomorrow. A lady who frequents such places is certainly not merely there for tea. It is unlikely she would emerge so quickly after engaging in flirtation with the young gentleman. No sooner had he spoken, when an unpeeled orange soared through the air, precisely landing in his mouth. Zhou Yu, witnessing this, bent his head in an effort to suppress his laughter. With Zhou present, he felt reassured. If anyone were to face the brunt of it, it would be him. Immediately send someone in to see what she is doing. Zhou Yu and oppose. His amusement faded, and he cautiously replied, Your Highness, that might be a bit challenging. Jing Yuheng shot him a cold glance. Zhou Yu quickly divulged all he knew. Your Highness, the owner of this tea house is quite enigmatic. We have yet to uncover any details. Moreover, all who enter must possess a special jade token. Then how did you manage to get in before? Zhou Yu paused, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. We arranged for a male attendant to infiltrate. To avoid revealing his identity, that person, well, only upon entering did we realize that not just any man could fulfill that role. Looks and physical fitness are merely the basics. He must also be adept at charming women, possess a sweet tongue, and, of course, have some talent. Otherwise, he would be eliminated in this fiercely competitive environment. Bring him here, Jing Yuheng commanded. Yes. Zhou Yu promptly exited. Shortly thereafter, he returned in a flurry. Your Highness, he may not be able to come today. What happened? Zhou Yu offered an awkward smile, subtly implying he is unwell. In truth, he had engaged in some rather vigorous activities the previous night and was now injured. See, I told you this job was difficult. These women are like wolves, too terrifying. Jing Yuheng remained silent. Moreover, I happened to sneak into his residence and stumbled upon someone urging him, claiming that a generous young lady had specifically requested him. Could it be that? Zhou Yu hesitated. Generally, those who visit such places are not young ladies, so it is highly likely that this lady is. Isn't that a coincidence? Clearly, Jing Yuheng had reached the same conclusion, his expression darkening instantaneously. A cold laugh escaped him, causing Zhou Yu to lower his head further in trepidation. Even Zhou En, who was slower to react, sensed that Jing Yuheng appeared quite furious. But what was he angry about? Because their man had been disrespected? Inside the tea house, Zhong Lingyue inhaled the sweet fragrance and listened to the sound of the guqin. Her eyes fluttering closed as she drifted towards slumber. Setting aside the men, this truly was a place of relaxation. Her senior sister had long since taken that young gentleman upstairs, and most of the other female patrons had departed, leaving only a few who remained to enjoy the music. The absence of those peculiar sounds allowed her to feel at ease. However, her moment of tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, she sensed someone sitting beside her. She immediately opened her eyes and turned to see a sharply defined profile. The man sat there, expressionless and rigid, not even glancing her way. A servant who had accompanied him bent low, bowing and smiling at Zhong Lingyue. Esteemed guest, your requested Qin Yu has arrived. Qin Yu? He truly came? She had thought she could avoid him tonight. Zhong Lingyue then scrutinized the man beside her. Any gentleman serving here would undoubtedly be handsome. But unlike the delicate and gentle type she had seen earlier, this one had a more rugged appearance, his features hard and unsmiling, giving the impression of a bad temper. Compared to the other's enthusiasm, he seemed as though he had been forced to come. Shouldn't those serving here be trained? Is it possible that someone actually likes this type? She summoned the servant and quietly inquired, Are you certain it's him? He didn't quite look the part. The servant chuckled lightly, explaining, This esteemed guest, our Qin Yu, has always had this demeanor. But do not be afraid. He merely appears aloof. His smile is rather inviting. Once you experience it, you'll understand his merits. Zhong Lingyue, esteemed guest, please feel free to try. Try what? Before she could collect her thoughts, the servant suddenly seized her hand and reached towards the area just below Qin Yu and Appo's abdomen. What was he trying to do? Zhong Lingyue was taken aback and instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Qin Yu reacted even more swiftly, dodging her grasp. Zhong Lingyue. Although she had no intention of doing anything to him, why was he even more shy than she was? Zhong Lingyue scrutinized Qinyu. Why did it seem like his expression was somewhat stiff, as if, just as she began to sense something amiss, Qinyu, who had originally evaded her, suddenly leaned closer. With a forceful tug, he pulled her hand towards him, causing her to tumble into his embrace. Before she could struggle, he lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Are you afraid I am not Qinyu?" Zhong Lingyue felt a twinge of guilt. She hadn't anticipated his hearing would be so acute. However, she couldn't back down at this moment. Therefore, she steadied herself and countered, "What if you differ from the description in the book? Shouldn't that raise suspicion?" Zhong Lingyue noticed that he seemed momentarily taken aback, and, just as she thought to reclaim her hand, she found she could not pull it away. Next, she heard Qinyu chuckle, producing a handkerchief from somewhere and vigorously wiping her hand, as if he found it distasteful. Whether it was her imagination or not, it seemed he was wiping the very spot where the servant had grasped her. When she turned to look, she realized the servant had mysteriously retreated. Suddenly, Zhong Lingyue heard Qinyu speak again. "Do you think I differ from the descriptions in the book? In what way? Do you believe it is my lack of swordsmanship? Or perhaps my waning stamina? Or could it be?" A warm breath whispered near her ear as that person almost leaned against her, inquiring, "Do you think I would require less than 7 times in a single night?" Chapter 56. "Perhaps, my lord, you should take some medicine? Even if you were to indulge 10 times in a night, it would be of no avail." Zhong Lingyue thought to herself. Her posture remained unchanged, seemingly unperturbed by such intimate proximity. However, her other hand, concealed within her sleeve, subtly rubbed against something, a faint powder lingering at her fingertips. Alas, is Master Qin truly as formidable as they say? Zhong Lingyue mocked with a smile. Having initially assumed that he would not arrive due to a lack of rest the previous night. "There's no need for you to force yourself, my lord. Thank you for your concern, but I assure you, my health is quite robust," Qinyu emphasized through clenched teeth, leaning closer to her ear. "But you, my lady, it seems this is not your first visit to such a place. Why have I not encountered you before?" Zhong Lingyue quickly discerned the probing nature of his words and recalled the sensation of being watched earlier from above. It dawned on her that the owner of this establishment had begun to harbor suspicions about her. It was only logical. This venue welcomed even prominent figures like Lady Yin, and with so many officials' families present, they must bear considerable risks and thus exercise caution. Moreover, it was highly probable that those orchestrating events behind the scenes held significant influence in the court. Otherwise, how would an ordinary person dare to engage in business with the families of officials? She had yet to acquire any useful leads and could not afford to reveal her intentions. Thus, she smiled at him and replied, "Indeed, this is not my first visit. However, I must admit, one like you is a first for me." Her hand rested lightly against his chest, and through the thin fabric, her fingertips traced the subtle contours, clearly feeling the tension building within him. "Relax, will you?" She gently patted his waist. Qinyu seized her hand, scrutinizing her expression, which appeared entirely composed. "Is this woman serious? It seems she has a knack for seduction, just as she did at Heiyunjai." However, as Qinyu and Appo's gaze swept over her, he noticed her ears flushed with a deep crimson. A delighted smile crept across his lips, and he suddenly wrapped his arms around Zhong Lingyue and Appo's waist, lifting her effortlessly. "Oh, what are you doing?" Zhong Lingyue exclaimed. Qinyu looked down at her, chuckling softly. "My lady, do relax. Since this is not your first visit, you must know what comes next. I apologize for my tardiness. I cannot afford to waste any more precious time." He strode forward, carrying her up the stairs to the 2nd floor, eager to proceed. Zhong Lingyue was taken aback. Wasn't this man just shy and reserved a moment ago? What had changed? Could it be the medicine? Wait, the medicine. Surely he hadn't actually taken it. The servant had implied that Master Qin had been overworked the night before, and despite his earlier disinterest, he now seemed fervently enthusiastic. "My lord, truly, there is no need for such measures. Taking that kind of medicine is harmful to your health. Perhaps I should find someone else, and you may continue to rest," she suggested. To her surprise, he shot her a glance and kicked open the door to the adjoining room, shutting it behind him. Then, with a sinister grin, he said, "What kind of medicine would I consume? Do you not know, my lady?" Zhong Lingyue was taken aback. What did he mean? Just as she attempted to retract her hand, he caught her fingers and brought them close, asking meaningfully, "What is it this time? A softening powder or a laxative? Or do you wish to try something different?" Zhong Lingyue and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly withdrew her hand, leaping back several paces. Jing Yuheng, the person before me, is indeed Jing Yuheng. No wonder she found his expressions so stiff and peculiar. He was wearing a poorly crafted mask. Before she could catch her breath, he closed the distance between them, and they instantly found themselves in a scuffle. It felt as if they had returned to that night at Heiyunjai, in a cramped space, unarmed, and needing to avoid detection from the outside. This time, however, Zhong Lingyue's techniques were evidently much sharper than before. Each strike bore significantly more power. After a deft maneuver, Jing Yuheng caught her waist from behind, chuckling, "My lady, your skills have improved remarkably." As he spoke, she executed a swift kick, and he instinctively recoiled, only to be met with a sharp pain as her foot connected with his knee. Jing Yuheng. "Ah, it seems the young lord has learned a lesson," Zhong Lingyue retorted, while seeking further opportunities to counterattack. Since the last encounter had taught her the value of strength, she had not idled away her time at home, having sandbags prepared daily to enhance her power. Even if she couldn't defeat him now, she was determined to make him pay. Their fight continued in the confined room. A flurry of movements exchanged without drawing attention, yet accidents were inevitable. Just as Zhong Lingyue missed a kick, a vase fell from the shelf behind Jing Yuheng, crashing to the floor with a resounding clatter. What was that noise? A man in Oppo's voice called from outside. Both paused alert and exchanged wary glances towards the door as footsteps approached. Zhong Lingyue's body tensed, and she met Jing Yuheng's gaze, just as he silently mouthed two words to her: "Cooperate." Without much hesitation, she nodded. She had come to gather information, and Jing Yuheng was not here to play the part of a courtesan. He was either here to capture her or had stumbled upon her while gathering intelligence. Regardless, at this moment, their objectives aligned. They could not allow the outside world to notice anything amiss within. Their personal accounts could wait until later. "Qinyu, are you in there?" Came a knock at the door. Zhong Lingyue glanced at Jing Yuheng, who gestured for her to remain silent while he approached the bed. He kicked it several times, causing it to shake violently and emit suggestive creaks. Then he returned to her side, leaning down to whisper, "You must call out." Zhong Lingyue. Call out. What? She wasn't foolish. She quickly grasped his intention. In such a situation, she knew what to say, but knowing and saying were two different matters. It felt humiliating. She was reluctant to comply. "Qinyu, what has happened? Are you in trouble?" The person outside continued to knock, likely wary of barging in, while still unsure if there were guests inside. Seeing her hesitate, Jing Yuheng laughed and teased her in a low voice. "My lady cannot do it. That night, you were not so." Before he could finish, Zhong Lingyue delivered a punch to Jing Yuheng's abdomen, leaving him stunned and incredulous. Unable to suppress a laugh, Zhong Lingyue cleared her throat and called out, "Oh, my lord, have you not eaten? You seem to lack strength. I specifically requested you because I heard you were quite impressive and waited for you all night." With a playful tone, she added, "What if my lord took some medicine?" Chapter 57. There is no need for such proof. Upon hearing the commotion from within, those outside immediately understood, teasingly remarking about Qin Yu's daily antics that were indeed detrimental to his health. It seemed there was more than one person outside. Another voice chimed in with a suggestive laugh, noting that today's esteemed female guest appeared far more formidable than the previous ones, and that Qin Yu would surely face consequences for it. Their conversation faded into the distance, the impending crisis averted. As Jing Yuheng found himself in a precarious situation, Zhong Lingyue reveled in her triumph, only to be unexpectedly swept off her feet and tossed onto the bed. Someone was watching. Jing Yuheng leaned down, whispering in her ear, cautioning her about a small opening on the left wall. Zhong Lingyue and Oppo's expression changed instantly, ceasing her struggles. It seemed Jing Yuheng spoke truthfully. She had sensed eyes upon her even downstairs. The unseen observer was exceedingly cautious, even intruding upon their privacy within the room. Jing Yuheng slightly raised himself, reaching for the ties at his waist, and, as he loosened them, called out to the person on the bed, suggesting, "If you need to take medicine, my lady, you shall soon find out." In his guise as Qin Yu, Jing Yuheng had worn only a thin outer garment upon entering. With the ties undone, he revealed his bare chest, showcasing a vivid circular scar on his left shoulder. Zhong Lingyue promptly shut her eyes, refusing to look further. Jing Yuheng leaned down again, advising her to loosen her own clothing, assuring her, "Do not worry, I shall not look." With that, he turned his face away. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Lingyue, observing him as he supported himself on either side of her, took a deep breath and began to unfasten her collar. In a fleeting moment, she discarded her outer garment, letting it fall to the floor. Pondering further, she removed several hairpins and cast them aside as well. Simultaneously, she rose, resting a hand on Jing Yuheng's shoulder as if intending to kiss him, while her other hand lowered the gauzy curtain by the bed, obscuring their forms. "Hurry," she urged, her tone tinged with impatience, and she softly reminded him to draw down his side of the curtain as well. Jing Yuheng reached for his side, unfastening the curtain without casting a glance in Zhong Lingyue's direction. Once the drapes had fallen completely, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon his rising chest, causing her ears to flush once more. She extended a hand, pulling the neatly folded quilt towards her, offering it to him. "Use this for now." After a brief moment, they found themselves huddled together on the not-so-spacious bed, one clad in inner garments while the other was covered by the quilt, the scene eliciting an unexpected amusement, particularly the sight of the man, clutching the quilt at the bed and amp. Oppo's edge would lead any onlooker to believe she had indeed taken liberties with him. Zhong Lingyue couldn't and amp. Oppo's. He helped but marvel at the fickle nature of fortune. Previously, she and this man had observed others in intimate encounters from the shadows, and now, it seemed, they were facing retribution, caught in a similar predicament themselves. What now? She was about to speak when suddenly, the bed jolted violently. Jing Yuheng had kicked the bedpost. "What are you doing?" she hissed, lowering her voice. Jing Yuheng raised an eyebrow and kicked the bedpost again, insinuating, "Have you surrendered so soon? Does that not imply I require medicine?" Zhong Lingyue retorted, "That is Qin Yu, not you." "Oh." The bed ceased its movement abruptly, and Jing Yuheng asked in a hushed tone, "Does the lady believe I do not need medicine?" "Who knows?" She instinctively glanced at him. Recalling the kick she had delivered earlier, her curiosity piqued. Was he truly unscathed? Although her kick had not been forceful, her sister had mentioned that he seemed rather fragile. Under the intensity of his gaze, which seemed to promise retribution, Zhong Lingyue quickly averted her eyes, contemplating the potential for future collaboration. She pondered whether it would be wise to avoid exacerbating their relationship, and thus tentatively suggested, "How about I find someone to examine you?" In response, he kicked the bedpost repeatedly, causing an even more vigorous shaking. "I am perfectly fine," he vehemently insisted. Zhong Lingyue noted the evident concern he harbored regarding this matter. Moreover, he indeed possessed an inexhaustible vigor. Choosing silence, she sat there, rocking the bed gently. "You took what Wang Dalong had hidden," he abruptly stated, changing the subject. Zhong Lingyue turned to him, her expression one of confusion. "What?" She feigned ignorance. "Do not deny it. I know it was you." Seeing her silence, Jing Yuheng continued, "You did not come here tonight merely to seek Qin Yu, did you?" If he was not mistaken, she had arrived with Madame Yan. If she were genuinely seeking amusement, her reaction would not be so innocent, especially since she had brought medicine. Had he not been cautious, he would have been the one incapacitated. Everything she had previously displayed was mere bluster. With this thought, Jing Yuheng found himself smiling. For some reason, he felt rather pleased at this moment. "Why not? If it weren't for your interference, I would have." Zhong Lingyue continued to deny. "Would have done what?" Jing Yuheng suddenly leaned closer. "I'm 100 times better than Qin Yu. Should I not suffer a little to let you?" "Who cares?" Zhong Lingyue instinctively lifted her leg to kick him, only to have him grasp her ankle, causing her to lose her balance and fall onto the bed. "You, do not move. Someone is watching." Though their garments prevented actual contact, the warmth of his hand swiftly penetrated the fabric, sending a shiver through Zhong Lingyue as she felt an unfamiliar sensation at that spot. Jing Yuheng observed her blushing ears, unable to resist leaning closer, chuckling softly. Next time you lie, remember to hide your ears as well. The vivid redness was a clear indication of her embarrassment. To his surprise, before he could finish, the person who had been lying on the bed suddenly lunged at him. Jing Yuheng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively releasing her, and was toppled onto the bed. As he felt her bury her head against his neck, the familiar scent of bamboo wafted around them, causing Jing Yuheng and Appo's body to tense. His throat involuntarily moved, and just as he was about to speak, he was met with a wet sensation on his ear, sending tremors throughout his body. What was she about to? There was truly no need for such proof. However, the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his ear. Ugh! Zhong Lingyue sat up, wiping the blood from her lips, glaring fiercely at the man beneath her. Next time, remember to hide your ears. Jing Yuheng. Seeing the man appear dazed from her bite, Zhong Lingyue finally felt her frustration dissipate. Lowering her head to grab a piece of fabric to wipe her hands, she was abruptly jolted as the bed shook violently, followed by a loud crash. The bed collapsed. Chapter 58. I am dissatisfied. I demand a refund. The collapse of the bed was an unforeseen calamity for both Jing Yuheng and Zhong Lingyue. At that moment, Zhong Lingyue felt as if the weight of the world had descended upon her. Her instinctive reaction was to flee. However, just as she attempted to rise and escape, she found her vision obscured by the gauzy curtains. After a struggle, when she finally managed to pull the curtains aside, she was met with a cascade of her garments and a quilt, which enveloped her entirely. Put on your clothes first. She heard a voice command from within the cocoon of blankets. Wait, what? Zhong Lingyue protested, bewildered by the predicament. How could she possibly maneuver when wrapped so tightly? Jing Yuheng emerged first, extending his long arm to retrieve his outer robe from the floor, shaking it out before reluctantly donning it. Just as he finished dressing, a man burst through the door, his voice familiar, resembling that of the one who had knocked moments before. His tone conveyed feigned concern, but his expression was one of unmistakable glee. Qingyu, what happened here? Without acknowledging the intruder, Jing Yuheng stepped forward to shield the scene from prying eyes. He towered over the man, who attempted to rise on tiptoe for a better view. Why do you appear taller today? Qingyu, were you always this much shorter than me? Soon, others drawn by the commotion gathered at the doorway, creating a bottleneck of curious onlookers. A servant broke through the crowd, inquiring, Young Master Qin, what transpired? His gaze swept over the individuals present, and he gasped, Why is your ear bleeding? At this utterance, all eyes turned to Jing Yuheng and Appo's ear, and reactions varied from bemusement to sympathy. Who is this guest of Qingyu and Appo's? This is quite the spectacle. Indeed, which lady could be so fierce? It seems she is not of ordinary stock. I heard quite the ruckus from within, and now the bed has collapsed. How intense! Qingyu is renowned for his strength. If he could not withstand it, what manner of woman could it be? Surely someone who has been holding back for too long. But I saw Qingyu with a young, beautiful girl. She should not be capable of such force. Could it be a legendary figure? As the crowd murmured, Jing Yuheng appeared unfazed, standing impassively until he heard movement behind him. Casting a sidelong glance, he observed Zhong Lingyue finally emerging and declared, The bed was damaged by the esteemed guest inside. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Zhong Lingyue, having just donned her attire, was indignant. What do you mean I broke it? If it weren't for this man kicking the bedpost, it would still be intact. How dare he shift the blame onto me? I am but a delicate girl. How could I possibly cause such damage? I am not heavy. She was incensed at the way they regarded her. A mixture of fear and an inexplicable respect. Is there something wrong with them? With a sardonic smile, Zhong Lingyue marched directly towards the servant in charge. Qingyu, I am dissatisfied. I demand a refund. The servant, startled, inquired, What seems to be the problem? His technique is abysmal. 7 times? I doubt he could manage even one. She pointed accusingly at Jing Yuheng, raising her voice. Hurry and replace him. I have spent so much money, and this is all I receive? A rickety bed that collapses under its own weight? Do not dare attribute this to me. The servant, bowing deeply, replied with a forced smile, "My esteemed guest, we sincerely apologize. It is entirely our fault. Would you permit me to arrange another room and select a different attendant?" Zhong Lingyue's expression softened slightly. "Very well." The servant gestured to the men crowding the doorway. "These gentlemen are available for your selection." As the words left his lips, the once bustling doorway was suddenly deserted, leaving only swirling dust to mark the previous excitement. In an instant, all had fled, their distant voices echoing in terror. "Run, if Qin Yu cannot handle it. We are surely no match. That girl is too formidable. I fear for my own safety." The servant stood speechless, while Zhong Lingyue glanced at Jing Yuhang, who coughed discreetly, suppressing a smile. The servant, stifling his laughter, suggested, "Perhaps you could take his place?" Zhong Lingyue feigned innocence. The servant, terrified, fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Forgive me, esteemed guest. I am unworthy." As he apologized, he cast a pleading glance at Jing Yuhang. "Brother, you are my only hope. Can you not endure a little longer?" Jing Yuhang sighed. "Enough of this dreary affair. It seems there is little left to pursue. Let's speak of this another time. Go find a young lady who accompanied me." The servant dashed out as if liberated from a great burden. Once again, the room was left with only the two of them. Zhong Lingyue, her patience waning, kicked over a nearby stool. "Pick that up," she commanded. Jing Yuhang complied, appearing obedient as he approached and righted the stool, lowering his gaze as if intimidated by her presence. "In truth," he whispered softly, "the others have departed." Taking advantage of the moment, he glanced toward the door, where the small opening had now closed, leaving no trace of the previous assembly. Once assured that no one was watching, Zhong Lingyue exhaled in relief. However, her gaze fell upon Jing Yuhang's injured ear, and discomfort washed over her. Earlier, she had acted on impulse, biting him without forethought. Reflecting on her own actions, she could scarcely believe she had been so bold, especially toward the man. Sensing her scrutiny, Jing Yuhang raised a hand to touch his wounded ear, smirking as he remarked, "Your methods are quite diverse, my lady. They're truly hard to foresee. I wonder what trick you shall employ next. Perhaps you might enlighten me, so I may be prepared." Zhong Lingyue bristled at his sardonic tone, aware that their mutual grievances had only intensified. The words she had intended to voice evaporated as she regarded him warily. Previously, he had wounded her with a dagger, and she had retaliated in kind. Their encounters had been a back-and-forth exchange of hostilities. Yet, today's bite was an affront he could not reciprocate. Chapter 59. What are you playing at? Zhong Lingyue pondered quietly. Now that he had discovered the medicine in her possession, it seemed impossible to take him down. In terms of martial arts, she was no match for him. She could flee with her lightness skill, yet she was still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Even her entry had been guided with her eyes covered, making escape appear quite challenging. One wrong move could alert others. Perhaps she should wait until they were outside. "There is a traitor in the General and Oppo's residence." They spoke in unison. Zhong Lingyue was taken aback. What? How did he suddenly? Does he know? Jing Yuhang lowered his gaze upon her, hardly allowing her time to react before continuing with the question. "Did you take that item to assist them? To collaborate?" "Our objectives are the same." Zhong Lingyue fell silent. She had contemplated cooperating with Jing Yuhang to glean more clues from him, but now that he had brought it up, she couldn't end Oppo's help but wonder if he had ulterior motives. This matter concerned the lives of everyone in the General and Oppo's residence, and she had to be more cautious. "You may take your time to consider. When you have made up your mind, go to the Xuanwei building and find Manager Shang. Keep the item hidden." Hearing footsteps approaching from a distance, Jing Yuhang swiftly exited, whispering in her ear, "This account will be settled next time." Zhong Lingyue. Why is he leaving so suddenly? Shen Qingli strode in, visibly displeased as if she had been disturbed. Behind her was the same young servant, who stopped at the entrance and did not follow her inside. Zhong Lingyue immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. "These people are inadequate. I am not pleased. I may not return next time." Before Shen Qingli could respond, the young servant hastily bowed an apology and spent considerable effort to soothe Zhong Lingyue and Oppo's emotions. As before, they had to leave with their eyes covered. During this process, Zhong Lingyue protested against wearing the blindfold again, and the servant had to coax her once more before she was finally escorted out. After they left, the veiled woman in the shadows pushed open the door. "My lady, they surely are not," the woman beside her inquired. But the person following them reported that the two seemed to have not had their fill of entertainment and had gone to another brothel. The masked woman shook her head. It did not appear so. If they were indeed here to investigate, there was no need to cause such a commotion to draw attention. What about Qin Yu and Amp, Oppo's side? Any anomalies? None. He has had a stroke of bad luck and was bitten. He should be unable to entertain guests for a while. I have instructed him to rest. At Qin Yu's residence, Jing Yuheng had returned to his original appearance, his visage still breathtakingly stunning. If one were to overlook his bitten ear, the real Qin Yu cautiously spoke. "My lady, do I also need someone to bite my ear? Otherwise, I fear it may expose me." With a loud crash, the wooden table split in two and fell to the ground. Zhou Yu and Zhou stood with bowed heads, trembling, their faces flushed. "Get out." A moment later, all three were kicked out of the room. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingyue and Shun Qingli entered another brothel and, seizing an opportunity, slipped out through a side door. Once they changed back into their original attire and removed their disguises, they returned to the general's residence well into the night. After bathing, the two lay together. Shun Qingli could hardly contain her eagerness for gossip. "Hey, what was happening on your end? Weren't you supposed to take him down as agreed? How come I saw Qin Yu leave with blood on his ear? Did you bite him? What are you playing at?" Zhong Lingyue replied. Zhong Lingyue thought her senior sister had remarkably keen eyes. "Could it be that you truly have an interest in Qin Yu? In terms of looks, he pales in comparison to that Jin. He is Jing Yuheng." Zhong Lingyue interrupted her. "What?" Shun Qingli was initially shocked, then chuckled knowingly. "Oh, so it didn't Amp, Oppo's. That's that unfortunate man. No wonder. This ear-biting incident is rather mild." Zhong Lingyue felt her cheeks flush at Shun Qingli and Amp, Oppo's laughter and immediately retorted. "It an Oppo's. That's not what you think." "Oh, what do you think I think?" Shun Qingli countered. "I have no thoughts whatsoever. It's your own guilty conscience," she laughed. Zhong Lingyue. Seizing the moment, Shun Qingli quickly shifted the topic. "What was he doing here? Was he here to capture you?" Zhong Lingyue was momentarily stumped by her question. She too felt puzzled. If Jing Yuheng truly intended to capture her, why was she now lying safely in her own bed? If he had other matters, it appeared he had not been engaged in anything significant. "We fought, and afterward, we noticed someone spying, so we staged a scene, and then he left." "You fought? Were you injured?" Shun Qingli inquired urgently, beginning to inspect Zhong Lingyue's clothing. Zhong Lingyue shook her head, sensing something was amiss. They had exchanged blows for quite a while, yet she bore no injuries, while he had received several kicks from her. That did not seem characteristic of his skill level. She wasn't arrogant enough to believe that in just a few days, her martial arts could have improved to the point of surpassing him. Or was he merely toying with you? Shun Qingli pointed out astutely. Zhong Lingyue paused before continuing. "He also mentioned wanting to collaborate with me. You agreed?" Zhong Lingyue shook her head. "Not yet. I haven't made up my mind. By the way, did you discover anything on your end?" Shun Qingli replied. "Tisk. How did you know I would investigate? Did you truly think I would just sleep in my room?" Though Zhong Lingyue had only accompanied her senior sister to such places twice, she was well aware of her disposition. Firstly, she merely flirted with these men on the surface, engaging in light banter and perhaps a little touching, but never crossing the line. She found it distasteful. Secondly, at such a critical juncture, her senior sister had specifically brought her along, clearly intending to help uncover something. Otherwise, she wouldn't and Oppos. Tia followed so closely after Madame Yen had left. Speaking of which, Shun Qingli sat up excitedly. "I truly suffered today. You have no idea how infuriating that old lady was. She was quite the entertainer." She had indeed kept an eye on Madame Yen, following her upstairs after seeing her ascend. She deliberately entered the room adjacent to hers, secretly drugging the drink of the gentleman who had accompanied her, leaving him in a deep slumber. Afterward, she stealthily entered the neighboring room and listened to the intimate performances all night. Never mind the specifics. I want an amp, Oppos, to recount them, lest we be left with a shadow of trauma. In summary, It seems that this old lady is either completely oblivious or that the Yin residence has nothing of note. I didn't end amp, oppose, hear anything useful today. However, I found the proprietor of this establishment rather intriguing. Zhong Lingyue nodded in agreement. Yes, it is indeed peculiar. The owner appears very cautious, constantly watching me, even while in the room. Yet, if he is so wary, how does he dare to associate with so many officials? If word were to leak out, it could lead to his demise. Shun Qingli continued. However, this might mean that these officials have some leverage over him, making it quite easy for those behind the scenes to extract information. Sometimes, a woman's role can surpass that of a man. Is he attempting to use these officials to influence court matters? If that is the case, there could be great turmoil in the court, Zhong Lingyue speculated. That remains uncertain. However, this is not our primary focus of investigation. Did you not mention that the Crown Prince of Jin is the commander of the Qingyan Guards? Inform him, and let him investigate, Shun Qingli proposed. Zhong Lingyue, I believe it goes without saying that he has begun to harbor suspicions. Shun Qingli raised an eyebrow at her. Oh, it seems that the junior sister is quite well acquainted with the Crown Prince of Jin, isn't she? Chapter 60. Why have you not tied up your hair today? Zhong Lingyue felt that her senior sister was overthinking. In truth, she hardly understood Jin Yuheng at all, merely based on their first encounter. His unwavering gaze upon her was enough to attest to his keen perceptiveness. Furthermore, the fact that he could infiltrate their circle under the guise of Qin Yu suggested that perhaps Qin Yu was, in fact, his accomplice. To this day, she remained oblivious to where she might have revealed a flaw. She even pondered whether her identity had been compromised. Yet if it were indeed exposed, why had he not unmasked her that evening? This man was undeniably inscrutable to her. Henceforth, she resolved to exercise greater caution. Time swiftly passed, and the day arrived for the banquet celebrating the full moon of Xiashongshu and Amp, Oppo's long-awaited grandson. As a second-rank official who had once instructed the princes in etiquette, Xiashongshu was held in high esteem by the emperor, which rendered his standing in court quite evident. Naturally, Xiashongshu and Oppo's grandson and Oppo's full moon banquet was a grand affair, with numerous guests in attendance, including several princes. Zhong Lingyue was roused early by a servant sent by her mother and endured quite a bit of fussing before finally being adorned to her mother's satisfaction. For others, it was merely an ordinary full moon banquet where one might indulge in food and drink, but for her, it meant an opportunity to meet the third young master of the Xie family. She held little interest in this matter, yet out of respect for her parents and Oppo's sincere intentions, she resolved to make an appearance. Perhaps the young master of the Xie family was equally disinterested. After all, she was no golden treasure, appealing to all who laid eyes upon her. As the group prepared to depart, Zhong Lingyue was suddenly summoned back by a servant dispatched by Aunt Lin, who claimed that Aunt Lin was unwell and requested her presence. Zhong Lingyue had evidently hoped to seize this opportunity to meet the third prince, having dressed with utmost care for the occasion. However, upon learning of Aunt Lin's condition, she hesitated briefly before choosing to return home to attend to her. Zhong Tianji, upon hearing of this unexpected turn of events, displayed a calm demeanor, merely instructing the household staff to summon a physician while directing the carriage to prepare for departure. Will father and mother not take Ayun along? Zhong Lingyue inquired, noticing the absence of one individual. He practiced riding and archery all day yesterday and was too tired. When I sent someone to call him this morning, he was still asleep, so I allowed him to rest at home, Wang Qinlan replied. Zhong Tianji nodded and chuckled. That lad was quite stubborn after injuring his leg in a fall. Now that he and Oppo's recovered, he insists on honing his skills to protect you. Zhong Lingyue smiled in agreement. When he returns, I shall pay him a visit. She refrained from further questioning, although her suspicions regarding Zhong Lingyue and her mother had not entirely dissipated. She instructed Zhu Yi to keep an eye on them and retained only Zhu Qing by her side. Upon arriving at the Xie residence, Wang Qinlan first took Zhong Lingyue to meet the matriarch, the grandmother of Xiashongshu. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a lively atmosphere filled with laughter. As they approached the main hall, they were announced, and the matriarch, with her neatly arranged white hair and kind visage, exuded an aura of warmth and grace. Undoubtedly a beauty in her youth, a young girl, seemingly 3 or 4 years of age, was perched beside her, eagerly reaching up for sweets, which the matriarch playfully withheld, eliciting giggles from everyone present. Upon hearing the announcement, the matriarch turned with a smile, teasingly inquiring, "Why have you arrived so late? Has this young lady been hiding away? Is this Moon in Oppos?" She continued. "Come closer, so I may have a look at you." Wang Qinlan, smiling, guided Zhong Lingyue forward to pay her respects. "Dear matriarch, you have misunderstood. With such a lively gathering and splendid scenery at the Xie residence, we couldn't help but admire the sights along the way, which delayed our arrival." After a round of laughter, they settled down, with Zhong Lingyue standing quietly beside her mother, content to remain in the background. However, she could distinctly sense the gazes directed at her from all corners of the room. Clearly, the two families had conspired, as the ladies present frequently steered the conversation in her direction. She maintained her composure, nodding and smiling at opportune moments. Before long, another announcement rang out, declaring the arrival of the third young master. This young master was none other than Xie Yunjing. Upon observing his appearance, Zhong Lingyue noted that he was indeed a dashing young man, exuding a gentle charm that befitted his title as the emperor's favorite scholar. After exchanging pleasantries with the elders, the matriarch interjected, "We have been engaging in lively conversation, but the younger ones must be feeling drowsy. Chanfeng, take Miss Zhong out for a stroll." Xie Yunjing, maintaining a composed demeanor, bowed in acknowledgement, fully aware of the underlying intentions of this arrangement. Wang Qinlan turned to her daughter with a smile. "Go on. You mentioned earlier how lovely the garden is. Let young Master Xie show you around." Zhong Lingyue, recognizing there was no escaping this, nodded in acquiescence and bowed to the assembly before departing the main hall alongside him. The matriarch watched their retreating figures with satisfaction, while the matriarch of the Xie family, Xie Yunjing's mother, bore a smile that masked a flicker of concern. This Miss Zhong possessed an admirable lineage and beauty. She had encountered her at the coming-of-age ceremony and noted her composed demeanor and grace under pressure. However, there lingered doubts regarding her health. If there were any impediments to her bearing offspring, it would pose a significant issue. At the Jin Prince's residence, Jing Yuheng was summoned to the quarters of the Jin Princess. "Why have you not tied up your hair today?" The Jin Princess immediately noticed her son's unusual appearance. Since coming of age, he had consistently worn his hair in an elegant crown, yet today it was only partially bound. "Ahem, mother summoned me today. For what reason?" Jing Yuheng deftly shifted the topic. "Today is the full moon banquet for Xie Shangshu and Appo's grandson. You must attend on behalf of your mother." "I shall not go." Jing Yuheng resolutely declined. He had other pressing matters to attend to. The Jin Princess replied, "You will go, whether you wish to or not. Several princes and dignitaries from the Duan and Li royal families are attending. If our Jin Prince's residence is absent, we shall be the subject of gossip, appearing to disregard our princely status. Then why does mother not attend?" The Jin Princess shot her son an exasperated glance. "Is it not because of you? The Xie family's grandson has reached his full moon, and the matriarch will certainly mock me. I cannot bear the shame." The animosity between the Jin Princess and Xie Shangshu's wife, son, had festered since their youth, both renowned talents in the capital. Time and again, they had competed against each other. With the Jin Princess marrying the Jin Prince, she had elevated her status, yet Sun had borne 3 sons, though none matched the prowess of her own Mingjing. Now, however, Sun's sons were married, and her grandson had reached his full moon. Soon, she would be addressed as grandmother, while her own son had yet to find a suitable match. It was utterly humiliating. The Jin Princess's face flushed with anger. In any case, I refused to be the object of her ridicule. Jing Yuheng found his mother's juvenile competitive spirit amusing. "You are the Jin Princess. Who would dare mock you?" "Outwardly, they would not, but behind closed doors, they would surely mock me, attributing my son's lack of ambition to my shortcomings." Chapter 61. "I shall visit the Xie residence on your behalf, mother. So youthful, could it be that you enjoy being referred to as an amp?" "Appo's grandmother an amp? Appo's?" Jing Yuheng coaxed her. "Indeed, it is true. As a young princess, being called grandmother would only age me prematurely. But wait, do not attempt to divert the topic. You must attend today and Appo's full moon banquet on my behalf. The Princess of Jin and Appo's demeanor was resolute. Alas, I am truly preoccupied with pressing matters today and cannot possibly. Before he could finish, Jing Yuheng noticed Zhou Yu and Zhou and pacing at the entrance, seizing the opportunity as he stepped outside. Mother, there must be progress in my case. I must attend to it immediately. I bid you farewell. Min Jing halt, as her son vanished in an instant. The Princess of Jin slammed her palm on the table in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. These two are insufferable. One disappears for days on end attending to cases, while the other remains at home, yet cannot be restrained, constantly roaming about. They ought to settle down and lead a proper life. My lady, perhaps we should still go? The heir speaks the truth. You are the Princess of Jin. Who would dare mock you? Others envy you instead. A matron attending the princess smiled in an attempt to soothe her, assuring her that the heir merely had not yet encountered someone to his liking. But that enlightenment would come in due time. As Jing Yuheng continued onward, Zhou Yu and Zhou hastily followed. Have you found the items hidden by Wang Dalong? Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment before responding. Not yet, but I must report another matter concerning Miss Zhong. Would the heir care to listen? Unsure of the heiress' sentiments, he was caught in a dilemma. Speaking might lead to reprimand, yet silence could have the same consequence. Stealing a glance at the heir and Amp, Appo's back, Zhou Yu's gaze lingered on the bite mark on his ear, pondering if the heir, having endured such a fate, would be disinterested in anything related to Miss Zhong. Should he mention it? Would he be reprimanded? Yet, if he chose to withhold this information and the heir inquired later, the consequences would still fall upon him. Perhaps it would be wise to address it sooner rather than later. Cautiously, Zhou Yu took several steps back, surveying the surroundings and planning his escape route. Zhou, perplexed, asked, Brother, what are you doing? Do you need to relieve yourself? Zhou Yu sighed, reflecting on the burdens of overthinking. Sometimes being single-minded is a form of bliss. The more one frets, the more one invites punishment. As the heir abruptly halted and glanced back, Zhou Yu sensed something was amiss in his expression and hurriedly divulged. Miss Zhong has gone to the Xie minister's residence for the full moon banquet today. According to our informants, the Xie family seems inclined toward the union with the Zhong family. At this moment, Miss Zhong is strolling in the garden with young Master Xie. As he spoke, Zhou Yu instinctively braced himself for a reprimand, knowing that such trivial matters would likely provoke the heiress' ire. However, the anticipated pain did not come. When he looked up, he found the heir had inexplicably bypassed him, heading back toward the princess's courtyard. Zhou, when beckoning him from ahead, urged, Brother, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Zhou Yu. By the time he hastened back to the princess and Appo's courtyard, he overheard his heir proclaim, Mother, I shall visit the Xie residence on your behalf. Zhou Yu. Finally, it dawned on him. The heir, with the bite marks on his ears still fresh, was willingly courting trouble again. How could he venture closer to the perilous Miss Zhong? Wait, Zhou Yu was astonished. Could it be that his heir harbored feelings for Miss Zhong? This was unexpected. At the entrance of the Xie residence, Jing Yuheng found himself unsure of how he had arrived. Just as he contemplated retreating, he was ushered inside by the eldest son of the Xie family. The eldest son, a few years his senior, wore a face brimming with the joy of newfound parenthood, enthusiastically sharing tales of his charming child. Min Jing, it is rare for you to visit. We must indulge in a few drinks together. By the way, you have yet to meet my child. I shall have my wife bring them out for you to see. They resemble me quite closely. Jing Yuheng furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. He began to understand why his mother had been reluctant to visit the Xie residence. The Xie family was indeed quite unbearable. Min Jing, where are you going? The banquet is set over there. The eldest son grasped Jing Yuheng, who was heading towards the back garden. Ah, where is young Master Xie? He inquired. Oh, you mean Chen Feng? He was called by our grandmother, so he should be with her and will return shortly. The eldest son was well aware of his younger brother and Appo's interest in Miss Zhong. Yet this matter was not yet settled. Should it come to fruition, there would be no issue. If not, it would indeed tarnish the lady and Appo's reputation. Thus he refrained from discussing it with outsiders. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard someone mention a visit to their grandmother, intending to find young Master Xie to discuss matters. The eldest son grew anxious, fearing an encounter between his brother and Miss Zhong, and rushed to detain the individual. Yet, unexpectedly, another familiar voice chimed in. "Oh, Min Jing is also here?" It was the third prince. The eldest son quickly approached to greet him, but after extending his congratulations, the third prince inquired about the whereabouts of young Master Xie. This left the eldest son bewildered, glancing back and forth between the two. Did they share such a close relationship with his younger brother that they were so eager to meet him? Since Min Jing also wishes to visit the old matriarch, why not accompany us? The third prince suggested with a smile. Of course, the visit to the old matriarch was merely a pretext. The true aim was to locate young Master Xie. Both were well aware of this unspoken understanding. Jing Yuheng nodded, finding this arrangement agreeable. Thus, they proceeded towards the old matriarch's courtyard, leaving the eldest son in a state of confusion. Just as he was about to instruct someone to inform his younger brother, he was interrupted by newly arriving guests, and by the time he remembered, much time had already passed. Meanwhile, young Master Xie, taking Miss Zhong Lingyue for a stroll in the garden, suddenly sneezed twice in quick succession. "Miss Zhong, I beg your pardon." Zhong Lingyue's eyes flickered. "Has the gentleman caught a chill? Perhaps it will be best to return and rest. I can explore the garden on my own." The two wandered silently through the courtyard for several rounds, each lost in thought. She had long wished to leave, her hands numb from the cold, but his silence deterred her from voicing her desire to depart. Young Master Xie, known for his steadfastness, was true to his word about accompanying her in the garden, remaining uncommunicative amidst the cold wind. Had it not been for his earlier sneezes, he would have remained mute, frozen like a statue, unnoticed by anyone. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Zhong. I'm quite well. How about we take refuge in the pavilion to enjoy the scenery? I have matters I wish to discuss with you," young Master Xie suggested. Zhong Lingyue promptly agreed. "Very well. I too have something to share with you." The two walked side by side towards a pavilion overlooking the lake. Not far away, Jing Yuheng and the third prince were making their way toward them. Chapter 62. Who would care to appreciate the scenery on such a cold day? Zhong Lingyue and Xie Yunqi arrived together at the pavilion by the lake. The scenery in the garden was exquisite. It was evident that neither of them had the inclination to admire it. "Miss Zhong, I presume you are aware of our family's and Appo's intentions. However, I currently have no plans for marriage, and I fear that this may cause you inconvenience. Thus, I must inform you in advance. Please forgive my rudeness," Xie Yunqi stated directly, bowing respectfully to Zhong Lingyue after speaking. Initially, Xie Yunqi had intended to avoid a direct confrontation, but he realized that this approach might inadvertently embarrass her. It was better to clarify his intentions when there were no others present, allowing him to express himself without compromising her dignity. "Should you wish to attribute any fault to me upon your return, I shall not contest it. If there is ever a matter in which I can be of assistance, I will not refuse." Surprisingly, instead of feeling disheartened by the rejection, Zhong Lingyue found herself smiling. This Xie Sangongzi was certainly not rude. On the contrary, he had demonstrated utmost decorum. He had first upheld the propriety in front of their elders without diminishing her standing, and now he placed the initiative in her hands, allowing her to frame the situation while promising future assistance. His consideration was truly comprehensive. Such a thoughtful individual could hardly be as wooden as he appeared while walking beside her in the biting wind. Perhaps he sought to provoke her, but she had not expected herself to endure so well. Just as Zhong Lingyue was about to respond, a loud voice from a distance interrupted her. "Xie Yunqi, who would have thought I would find you here? You have been quite elusive." The third prince, upon rounding the corner, caught sight of the two standing face to face and strode forward, interrupting their conversation. Jing Yuheng followed closely behind. Xie Yunqi had not anticipated the sudden arrival of the two and could only step forward to greet them. Zhong Lingyue had to swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Although it was merely a moment's conversation, the rapid approach of the two left her no opportunity to speak. As they drew near, Zhong Lingyue realized that Jing Yuheng was indeed following the third prince. She was somewhat taken aback. How could she keep encountering this person? Today, The Xie residence was hosting a banquet, and all the guests were gathered in the front courtyard. Why had he come to the back garden instead, only to run into her? While she pondered this, Xie Yunqi wore a puzzled expression. He regarded the third prince, who was displaying excessive enthusiasm towards him, and could not fathom when they had become so familiar. "Did you come to find me for something?" Xie Yunqi inquired. "Is it forbidden to seek you out? Today, the Xie residence is celebrating. Why are you not attending to your guests in the front courtyard instead of wandering in the back?" The third prince spoke to Xie Yunqi, though his gaze was fixed on Zhong Lingyue, feigning ignorance as he asked, "And who might this be?" Zhong Lingyue stepped forward and offered a curtsy. "I am Zhong Lingyue, the daughter of General Zhenbei General. It is an honor to meet your highness and the young master." "Ah, so you're Miss Zhong. What brings you here?" The third prince smiled down at her. Zhong Lingyue was about to concoct an excuse to dismiss him when Xie Yunqi preemptively intervened. "I happened to see Miss Zhong seemingly lost in the garden, so I approached her to inquire. I had no idea I would encounter both of you." Zhong Lingyue nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I was captivated by the beauty of the garden and lost my way. Fortunately, I met young Master Xie, who kindly offered to guide me back to my mother." "I see." The third prince chuckled, looking at her with interest. "This garden is indeed lovely. Miss Zhong should accompany me to appreciate it further." Zhong Lingyue, who had intended to return, felt her patience wane. Did the third prince truly not understand her refusal? She had clearly stated her desire to leave. Who would wish to admire the scenery in such frigid weather? "Xie Yunqi, do you not have matters to attend to? Since today is a day of celebration for your family, you should attend to your duties." "I shall ensure that I escort Miss Zhong back shortly," the third prince declared. Dismissing Xie Yunqi, ISN and oppose. "'Tis true, Mingqing, that you mentioned needing to speak with him? Why not return together?" Xie Yunqi was left bewildered, glancing at Jing Yuan. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Given that the Qingyun guards monitored all officials, being summoned by Jing Yuan could only mean trouble. Surely, he had not erred recently. Jing Yuan cleared his throat twice before speaking. "It is merely a trivial matter. Since you are busy, we can discuss it another time." He subtly shifted his position, casting a glance at the distant scenery before turning back to the third prince. "The view is indeed splendid. Since the third prince is so keen on enjoying it, why not stay and appreciate it together? Miss Zhong, you mentioned needing to find your mother. It would be best to return quickly so as not to worry her." The biting wind that had been harsh against her face suddenly ceased. Zhong Lingyue noticed that Jing Yuan had positioned himself to shield her from the cold. Was this mere coincidence? She regarded him with curiosity. Was he genuinely helping her escape the third prince? Regardless of his intentions, this was the perfect opportunity to leave. She seized the moment and quickly bowed. "I shall take my leave now." Seeing this, Xie Yunqi also bowed. "I shall take my leave as well." The two exited the pavilion, one after the other. Jing Yuan stood frozen in place, sensing that something was amiss. The third prince, exasperated behind him, exclaimed, "Mingqing, what do you mean by this? Why are you leaving with me? You know I have intentions for Miss Zhong, yet you insist on interfering. Now, look what has happened. She has gone with Xie Yunqi." Jing Yuan scowled, realizing that while he had indeed dismissed Zhong Lingyue, he had inadvertently dismissed Xie Yunqi as well. Watching the two figures retreating by the lakeside, he clenched his fists in frustration and glanced back at the third prince. "Since you have no desire to appreciate the scenery, I shall take my leave." With that, Jing Yuan strode away, following the direction Zhong Lingyue had taken. The third prince, left behind, was bewildered. What is wrong with Mingqing today? Chapter 63. A joke. Does this young master scheme against her? On the return journey, Xie Yunqi maintained a few paces behind Zhong Lingyue. She walked slowly, as did he, rendering any attempt she made to engage him in conversation futile. As they approached a bustling thoroughfare, Zhong Lingyue found herself compelled to halt and wait for him. "Young Master Xie, I have something to discuss with you," she called out. Hearing this, Xie Yunqi stepped forward, urging her to continue. Zhong Lingyue raised her gaze to meet his. "I understand what you meant earlier, young master. Our thoughts align. I will certainly inform my mother upon our return. Why is young Master San still here?" She was abruptly interrupted, casting an exasperated glance at Jing Yuan, who had unexpectedly rejoined them. What was his intention? Noticing the irritation in her eyes, Jing Yuheng felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance. Was she blaming him for disrupting her meeting with young Master San? Did she hold such affection for him? With a stern expression, Jing Yuheng positioned himself between them, obstructing Zhong Lingyue's view of Xie Yunji. Coldly, he remarked, "It may not be appropriate for young Master San and Miss Zhong to be alone together here. It would be prudent to maintain a certain distance." Upon hearing this, Xie Yunji immediately retreated a few steps, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder. Young Master, I was merely guiding Miss Zhong. I hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. The estate of the old matriarch Xie is just ahead. I trust Miss Zhong can find her way. Young Master San has matters to attend to and should not linger." Observing the wide path ahead and the throngs of people, Xie Yunji felt relieved. "Then, Miss Zhong, please proceed at your convenience. I shall take my leave." Zhong Lingyue nodded, offering a polite gesture over Jing Yuheng and Appo's shoulder. "Thank you for your guidance, young master." With that, she turned and walked towards the old matriarch and Appo's estate without sparing Jing Yuheng another glance. However, after taking only a few steps, she felt someone catch up to her, walking alongside her. Zhong Lingyue chose to ignore him and continued on her way. A casual glance from Xie Yunji, however, revealed Jing Yuheng walking in tandem with Zhong Lingyue, leaving him utterly astonished. Wasn't this the prince's son who insisted on maintaining distance? Meanwhile, Jing Yuheng, irritated by Zhong Lingyue's dismissal, recalled her previous conversation with young Master San and felt increasingly vexed. "Miss Zhong, it would be wise to keep your distance from unfamiliar men. Be wary of those with ulterior motives." Zhong Lingyue chuckled lightly, turning to face the speaker. "Are you referring to yourself, young master?" Jing Yuheng. He halted in his tracks, watching as Zhong Lingyue quickened her pace. With a derisive smirk, he muttered to himself, "A joke. Does this young master scheme against her? For what purpose? To gain a woman who can kick and bite?" His well-intentioned warning had been met with such ingratitude that his ire flared. In frustration, he kicked over a nearby flower pot. Yet, after a few steps, he returned, pausing beside the toppled pot. When he walked away again, the pot was upright once more. Not far off, Zhou scratched his head, perplexed. When did the young master become so considerate as to set the flower pot right? Wasn't he the type to act recklessly? Zhou shot him a disdainful glance. "Can't you be more observant? The young master only damages his own belongings. Don't you remember? The bed that Qin you ruined was also paid for by him. Then why not simply buy that flower pot outright? Surely the young master can afford a mere flower pot?" Zhou retorted. Zhou fell silent, unable to decipher the young master's thoughts. Nonetheless, he speculated that the young master likely did not wish to enrich the Xie family. Upon reaching the estate of the old matriarch Xie, Zhong Lingyue found that the servants were already announcing that they could proceed to the front courtyard. A large group made their way forward. During this time, Wang Qinlan and her mother walked alongside Mrs. Xie, noticing Mrs. Xie's gaze frequently landing on her. Zhong Lingyue sensed a hint of hesitation and concern in her expression. This prompted her to cough discreetly several times. As anticipated, Mrs. Xie feigned concern and inquired, "Miss Zhong, have you caught a chill? The winter air is quite frigid. Are you managing well?" Zhong Lingyue replied softly, "Thank you for your concern, madam. It is merely an old ailment that is not yet fully healed. Once the weather warms, I shall be well." Mrs. Xie nodded, then asked, "Have you consulted a physician? A young lady's health is delicate and must be well cared for. If not tended to properly, it could affect her future marriage." Her words, tinged with concern yet subtly pointed, were not lost on Wang Qinlan, who understood the underlying implications. Ultimately, Mrs. Xie was worried that her own daughter and Appo's health might impact her ability to bear children. Wang Qinlan and Appo's expression darkened at this thought. She recognized that prioritizing a bride's fertility was a common concern, and if she were in Mrs. Xie's position, she would likely feel the same. However, if it were her own daughter being scrutinized, her anger would be hard to suppress, not to mention that her daughter was in good health and would not hinder future childbearing. It was merely the winter chill affecting her. Even if it were to impact fertility, her daughter from the Zhong family was not someone to be trifled with. As fellow mothers, Mrs. Xie's intentions were not misplaced. Informing her of her daughter's condition might dispel any misunderstandings. However, she would never allow her daughter to marry into the Xie family. Given Mrs. Xie's emphasis on childbearing and her preconceived notions, Zhong Lingyue was certain that this match would not come to fruition, which aligned perfectly with her own sentiments regarding young Master San. Yet, she could not expect every situation to resolve so easily. Should she encounter someone like young Master San again, who could say whom her mother would next arrange for her? Each person harbored their own thoughts as they quietly made their way to the front courtyard. The front courtyard was lively, with the eldest Xie holding his newborn son for all to see. The tiny infant, swaddled snugly, revealed only a cherubic face, peacefully asleep amidst the commotion, suggesting a remarkably calm temperament. Zhong Lingyue stole a glance in their direction, but quickly averted her gaze, primarily because she spotted Jing Yuan. His presence was irksome, and she had no desire to engage. However, her avoidance did not shield her from hearing the ongoing conversation. She caught Xie Gongzi boasting to Jing Yuheng, Mingqing. "Take a look. Does my son not resemble me to a T?" Jing Yuheng replied nonchalantly, "I can't see it." "That's because you're not looking closely enough. Just gaze upon his nose and eyes. They are an exact match to mine. Why not hold him? But then again, you lack a wife, so you probably can't hold a child. I wouldn't dare let you." Xie Gongzi had a knack for hitting where it hurt, and Zhong Lingyue listened intently, noting that Jing Yuheng remained silent, while laughter erupted around them. Unable to resist, she turned to glance at the scene, only to find her gaze colliding with Jing Yuheng's as he turned his head toward her. His hair brushed back slightly, inadvertently exposing a wounded ear. Zhong Lingyue's heart sank. As expected, the keen-eyed Xie Gongzi exclaimed, "Mingqing, what happened to your ear? How did you get hurt? It looks like a bite mark. Who bit you?" Chapter 64. The importance of intent. Upon hearing these words, the crowd in Oppo's gaze shifted to Jing Yuan. Most of the young men present were already married, and soon exchanged knowing glances, their smiles tinged with a hint of mischief. What kind of romantic entanglement has Ming Jing found himself in? I had thought him indifferent to women, yet he seems to be more daring than us. This looks rather intense. I wondered why Ming Jing seemed off today. It turns out he left his hair unbound to conceal that bite mark. Ming Jing, do tell us. Which bold maiden has dared to leave such a mark? Jing Yuheng shot a stern glance at them, his voice cold. It was merely an injury sustained while capturing a criminal. Please refrain from jesting. Sensing the change in his tone, the crowd ceased their teasing. Zhong Lingyue withdrew her gaze, feeling an odd sensation. This person was indeed inscrutable. She had expected him to take this opportunity to mock her, yet he remained silent. "Miss Zhong, we meet again." Her thoughts were interrupted as the third prince approached her. "Your Highness," she replied with restrained patience, not intending to engage in conversation. However, the third prince, seemingly oblivious to her disinterest, inched closer. "Miss Zhong, calling me so feels rather distant. After all, you are the Empress's niece. If you were to address me as an Oppos, Tsinglan cousin and Oppos, and I were to call you an Oppos, or cousin and Oppos, it would indeed feel more familial. Since you have not been in the capital, we ought to interact more to strengthen our ties. Your Highness is too courteous." Zhong Lingyue maintained her impassive demeanor, showing no inclination for familiarity. The third prince, noticing her lack of enthusiasm, wore a displeased expression but did not retreat. Instead, he produced a delicate brocade box from his sleeve and presented it to her. "This is the latest hairpin from Kaiyun Pavilion, a token gift for you, her cousin. Do take a look. Do you like it?" Zhong Lingyue finally understood his intention. He had come specifically for her. Otherwise, why would he bring such a feminine item to a banquet at the Xie residence? It appeared the third prince harbored significant ambitions, flattering her younger sister while simultaneously courting her attention. Just as she was about to decline, a slender hand swiftly took the hairpin from the box. "Is the third prince seeking Miss Zhong and Oppo's opinion on this hairpin? Forgive my candor, but this hairpin is of mediocre craftsmanship." "How could that be?" The third prince was indignant. Turning to the unexpected interloper, Jing Yuan, "I spent a considerable sum acquiring this from Kaiyun. How can it be deemed mediocre?" He cast a glance at Jing Yuan, silently pleading for assistance. "Brother, what do you mean?" Could you not refrain from disturbing me? Regrettably, Jing Yuheng seemingly did not comprehend the implication. Or perhaps he deliberately chose to ignore it. He held the hairpin, his gaze fixed on Zhong Lingyue's face, suggesting, "This hairpin is too simplistic. I believe Ms. Zhong would prefer something more intricate." He lightly tapped the hairpin, indicating it should have barbs that could be triggered with a mere press. Ideally sharp and serrated, capable of inflicting a bloody wound. Zhong Lingyue. The third prince looked bewildered. "Mei Jing, what nonsense are you spouting? What maiden would want a hairpin with barbs? That sounds exceedingly dangerous." Seeing Zhong Lingyue's silence, the third prince stepped in front of her, admonishing Jing Yuheng. "Why do you insist on applying your interrogation methods here? Look at how frightened you and Appo's, her cousin, is." Jing Yuheng sneered. "Frightened? Nonsense." Meanwhile, Zhong Lingyue took a step back, her expression one of fear. "Your Highness, how could I possibly favor such a hairpin? It sounds terrifying." Jing Yuheng, amused, held up the hairpin and asked, "Then what do you prefer?" The third prince snatched the hairpin back and presented it to Zhong Lingyue once more. "You and Appo's, her cousin, must surely prefer this one." Zhong Lingyue decisively rejected it. "I do not favor hairpins." The third prince and Appo's expression darkened, while Jing Yuheng chuckled. "Then what does you and Appo's, her cousin, prefer?" "You and Appo's." His words were interrupted by the sudden arrival of Qi Yingshu, breathless and adorned with jewels. "I finally found you," she exclaimed, leaning over to catch her breath. "I heard you went to old Madame Xie's courtyard, and when I arrived, you were already gone. I searched all the way here. It was exhausting." Seeing her flushed face, Zhong Lingyue quickly instructed the servants of the Xie residence to prepare tea and helped her to catch her breath. The third prince, unable to interject, wore a sullen expression, yet remained. Jing Yuheng stood with arms crossed beside him. Once Qi Yingshu had recovered, Zhong Lingyue inquired, "What was the urgent matter that required your haste?" At the mention of her urgent task, Qi Yingshu promptly retrieved a small, oil paper-wrapped item from her bosom and presented it. "This is the plum blossom cake I just made. Still warm from the pot. You must try it. I initially intended to bring a larger serving, but given that we are attending a banquet at the Xie residence, I feared being laughed at for carrying a large parcel, so I only brought this. The rest is packed in the carriage. And I also brought 2 bottles of plum blossom wine I brewed for you. You can try it later." Zhong Lingyue nodded in thanks and unwrapped the oil paper, revealing 6 small cakes shaped like plum blossoms, adorned with petals, exuding a delightful fragrance. She picked one up and took a bite. It was undeniably superior to the cold ones from before, soft, delectable, with a sweet red bean filling that left a lingering taste. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Qi Yingshu asked eagerly. Zhong Lingyue smiled and nodded. After swallowing, she replied, "It's delicious." Qi Yingshu beamed with delight. The joy of someone enjoying her culinary creation was far more rewarding than savoring alone. Meanwhile, the third prince scoffed derisively. "It's merely an ordinary cake, available on any street corner. My hairpin from Cayenne Pavilion is worth a fortune." Zhong Lingyue had long been exasperated with the third prince and was about to retort when someone else spoke before her. "Your words are misguided, third prince. The essence of any gift lies in the thought behind it. The pastries made by Miss Qi are far from ordinary." The speaker was none other than young Master Xie, who had appeared unnoticed, now maneuvering through the space between Jing Yuheng and the third prince to stand before the 2 young ladies. The third prince, Jing Yuheng. Chapter 65. When did the young prince develop a taste for pastries? Zhong Lingyue harbored a certain fondness for young Master Xie, though not of a romantic nature. Rather, it was a simple appreciation for his pleasant demeanor. She nodded in agreement, affirming his sentiment that sincerity is paramount. Her gaze subtly shifted towards the third prince, who, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his eyes. Qi Yingshu, noticing the interruption, looked up to see a handsome young man, her cheeks flushing slightly. She leaned closer to Zhong Lingyue and whispered, "Who is he?" With exceptional hearing, Xie Yunjing interjected before Zhong Lingyue could respond. Introducing himself, "I am Xie Yunjing." Qi Yingshu replied with a slight awkwardness, "I am Qi Yingshu." Xie Yunjing acknowledged, "I am aware." Taken aback, Qi Yingshu wondered how he knew her. The atmosphere grew inexplicably awkward. She sought to change the subject, pointing to the pastries in Zhong Lingyue's hand. Would you like to try another? Each one has a different filling. There's red bean paste and juju paste. My favorite is the osmanthus, which I personally picked and preserved. Her earnestness about food eased the tension. Just as Zhong Lingyue took a bite of pastry, Qi Yingxue heard Xie Yunjing inquire, "Miss Qi, may I have a taste of that pastry?" Surprised, Qi Yingxue widened her eyes, struggling to fathom why this man would request a piece of pastry from her. "But I already gave it to Lingyue," she stammered, glancing at Zhong Lingyue. "You should ask her." Xie Yunjing and Appo's gaze shifted to the pastry in Zhong Lingyue and Appo's hand. Zhong Lingyue raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto her lips. It seemed she had uncovered a secret. Xie Yunjing appeared to be interested in Yingxue. It turned out that his reluctance to consider marriage was due to an unsuitable match. But when had these two crossed paths? Zhong Lingyue glanced at Qi Yingxue, who still bore a look of confusion, completely unaware of the situation. Thus, she spoke up, of course. She extended the oil, paper-wrapped pastry towards him. Just as Xie Yunjing reached for it, another hand intercepted his. This young master would also like to sample a piece. Miss Zhong would not deny me, would she? Jing Yuheng squeezed in front of Xie Yunjing. Zhong Lingyue smiled naturally. Regret surged within her for not having brought some medicine. Otherwise, she could have slipped it into the pastries for him to consume. Jing Yuheng, extending his long arm, seized a piece of pastry, casting a provoking glance at Xie Yunjing. Xie Yunjing also took a piece, returning the look with a measured inquiry. When did the young prince develop a taste for pastries? Jing Yuheng countered. And what of young Master Xie? Their eyes locked, a silent tempest brewing between them, a depth of meaning lost on others. Perhaps they themselves were oblivious to the true implications. Meanwhile, the third prince observed the pastries in Zhong Lingyue's hand. Were they truly so delectable? Just moments ago, he had expressed disdain for them. Would it not be embarrassing to request one now? Yet, watching the two men at odds over a mere pastry, he couldn't help but touch his nose and declare, this prince would also like a piece. Both men turned their gazes towards him, their expressions unfriendly. Zhong Lingyue. Qi Yingxue. When did her pastries become so sought after? Young Master Xie, holding a child, pushed through, curiosity etched on his face. What is all this commotion? So lively. Bastri? Just as I'm feeling peckish. Miss Zhong, could you spare me a piece? Having spent the day entertaining guests, he was now famished, and upon witnessing the frenzy for pastries, his stomach growled in protest. Zhong Lingyue could only nod. Young Master Xie quickly grabbed a piece and stuffed it in his mouth. The third prince, eyeing the last pastry, hesitated to reach for it. Perhaps he would buy some on the street later. Zhong Lingyue decisively tucked away the final piece, pulling Qi Yingxue away from the peculiar gathering of men. Once they reached a quieter spot, Zhong Lingyue inquired about Qi Yingxue's health. I'm well. I owe it to Sister Shun for the medicine. I have prepared several portions of pastries and plum wine in my carriage. You should take some back. I wonder if Sister Shun enjoys them. Qi Yingxue replied. Zhong Lingyue smiled. She will surely like them. By the way, have they identified the person who poisoned you? Qi Yingxue nodded, her tone dipping. It was Zhang Wanxiang. Thankfully, Sister Shun provided the formula for the poison. My father had someone investigate the medicinal records at the Imperial Hospital, and they traced it back to her. Though she and Zhang Wanxiang had always been at odds, she had thought it mere banter. When she was called to perform that day, she had been disinterested, never suspecting that harm would come to her. Zhong Lingyue chose not to elaborate further. Human hearts are inscrutable and difficult to grasp. For instance, Jing Yuheng's persistent scrutiny left her bewildered. She could not decipher his probing tactics. With her ears still stinging from a recent bite, she wondered what he was flaunting. Fortunately, the banquet proceeded without incident, and Jing Yuheng was called away prematurely, appearing genuinely urgent. Could it be that the case had progressed? This thought stirred anxiety within Zhong Lingyue as she hurried home after the banquet. Zhu Yi and others awaited her in the courtyard, with Shun Qingli present as well. What news? They asked upon entering the room and closing the door. Zhu Yi stepped forward to report, Master, Aunt Lin is not ill. After the second miss returned, she quarreled with her. I listened from the shadows, and it appears Aunt Lin feigned illness to prevent the second miss from visiting the Xie residence to see the third prince. Was there anything peculiar in their conversation? Zhong Lingyue inquired. Zhu Yi replied, "The second miss is determined to marry the third prince, wanting to seize every opportunity, fearing you might precede her." She paused before continuing. Aunt Lin implied that the general would never allow a daughter from the household to marry a prince, urging the second miss not to harbor such fantasies. "Are you certain you did not mishear?" Zhong Lingyue pressed. Zhu Yi affirmed, "I did not mishear." She recounted their dialogue. After hearing this, Shun Qingli turned to Zhong Lingyue, cautioning, "Aunt Lin is far more astute than her daughter." Zhong Lingyue, too, sensed something amiss. Aunt Lin spent her days in the courtyard, seldom interacting with outsiders, and was said to have received little education, preoccupied with embroidery. Yet, her understanding of the political landscape surpassed even Zhong Lingshuang's. Chapter 66. Events of the past, whether it is mere coincidence or genuine concern, Aunt Lin has found herself on the list of individuals under strict scrutiny by Zhong Lingyue. Based on previous surveillance results, Aunt Lin appears to be unproblematic on the surface, rarely venturing outside. If she were indeed a traitor, she would need to establish contact with outsiders. Even if she refrains from leaving, she would certainly enlist the help of others to relay messages. Consequently, the information provided by Zissou regarding Aunt Lin's monthly delivery of embroidery for sale becomes increasingly suspect. Initially, it seemed innocuous for her to sell her needlework at Jiyu Pavilion, but upon deeper reflection, one must ponder whether her regular monthly excursions coincide with her communications with others. Banksia has been instructed to maintain close observation of Aunt Lin and all individuals within Zhong Lingyue and Appo's residence. Any instance of someone leaving or sending something out must be scrutinized with heightened vigilance. Zhong Lingyue has advised that if manpower is insufficient, they should speak to her mother, indicating that it is her directive. Banksia acknowledged this request. As for the Jin Wangfu, have there been any developments? Jing Mo shook his head, indicating no abnormalities have been detected thus far. Is it truly the case? Zhong Lingyue recalled the hurried departure of Jing Yuang. Could it be that this was a deliberate ploy to lead her astray? However, whether this was indeed a ruse remains uncertain. She can only implore Jing Mo to continue monitoring the situation while she seizes an opportunity to visit Feihong Courtyard during her father's absence. Does Yuetter suspect Aunt Lin? Since Banksia approached her for assistance in monitoring Aunt Lin, Wang Qinlan has already surmised this possibility. In truth, she too had harbored doubts, but had found no evidence of wrongdoing. Zhong Lingyue nodded, acknowledging the suspicion, but she wished to inquire of her mother about Aunt Lin and Appo's entry into the household, as her daughter remains largely uninformed about the matter. Once suspicion arises, questions multiply. If Aunt Lin is indeed a traitor, what could her motives be? She even pondered whether Aunt Lin had ulterior motives from the very beginning, starting from Qingzhou. What schemes could she have orchestrated over the years? As Zhong Lingyue contemplated further, she sensed a convoluted conspiracy lurking beneath the surface, rendering her unable to remain still. She hastened to seek her mother. Upon mentioning Aunt Lin, Wang Qinlan and Appo's expression soured noticeably. Regarding these long-standing grievances, she was reluctant to discuss them, not wishing to burden her daughter with such distressing matters. However, it seemed the time for concealment had passed. Years ago, your father led troops to repel the Liao kingdom. When the court's rewards arrived to commend the army, your father granted the Northern Town Army a 3-day leave. During those days, he had social engagements, and on the final day, the governor of Qingzhou hosted a banquet wherein he intended to introduce your father to several wealthy locals who had donated supplies. Your father attended, but that night, he did not return, nor did the accompanying vice commander send any word. At that time, I was pregnant with you, and as my condition progressed, I found it increasingly difficult to venture outside. I could only send someone to inquire at the governor's residence. I later learned that your father, having indulged in merriment, had drunk too much and had taken refuge in an inn, so I thought little of it. However, the next day, I heard that your father had spent the night with a woman. Wang Qinlan glanced at her daughter, pausing momentarily before continuing. That woman was Aunt Lin. Your father repeatedly insisted to me that nothing had transpired between him and Aunt Lin, yet he had imbibed so heavily that he could recall nothing of the previous night. Zhong Lingyue furrowed her brow and inquired, "How did Aunt Lin come to be there?" Wang Qinlan sighed. She claimed to be visiting relatives in Qingzhou, but had yet to locate her family, so she took lodgings at the inn. That evening, as she returned to her room, she fortuitously encountered your father. Do you not find all this to be exceedingly coincidental? Zhong Lingyue felt as though she were ensnared in a web of deception. Indeed, Wang Qinlan nodded, expressing her initial outrage upon learning of the incident. She had quarreled with your father, who adamantly denied any wrongdoing. Upon reflection, I considered your father's exceptional tolerance for alcohol. He could withstand the libations of dozens of men without succumbing to inebriation. How could he have so easily lost control? Moreover, your father is not a reckless man. Did you uncover any suspicious details later, mother? Wang Qinlan shook her head, remarking that such matters were not to be publicly aired, lest they tarnish the Zhong family's reputation. I only discreetly inquired among the inn's staff, who claimed to have noticed nothing amiss. The following day, it was your father and Appo's vice commander who entered the room only to discover your father and Aunt Lin in a compromising position. And what of Aunt Lin and Appo's? As background, did you investigate, mother? Zhong Lingyue pressed further. Yes, I had her origins verified, and at that time, no issues were found. After the incident, she even expressed a desire to leave, making no demands of your father. She did not appear to have ulterior motives. I did not wish for her to remain, so I arranged for her to receive gold and silver to return to her hometown. But then, Aunt Lin became pregnant. Zhong Lingyue had already anticipated this. Yes, it was shortly after I had given birth to you. Relations between your father and I had begun to ease somewhat, and he insisted that she terminate the pregnancy, firmly refusing to allow her into the household. Little did he know that your grandmother had learned of it at this point. Wang Qinlan's voice faltered, as if recalling a painful memory, her eyes welling with tears. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. In the end, she entered the household. Zhong Lingyue detected the shift in her mother and Appo's demeanor as she mentioned her grandmother, without needing to hear the specifics. She could surmise the immense distress her mother had endured. Having just given birth, she was expected to accept a concubine into her home, swallowing her suffering in silence. How unbearable that must have been. Previously, she had heard from her maternal relatives that when her father sought to marry her mother, he had promised to take no concubines. Later, she had inquired about Aunt Lin and Appo's presents, but no one had divulged the reason. To her surprise, it was her grandmother and Appo's insistence. Considering the timeline, her grandmother must have been gravely ill, and her father and mother likely acquiesced due to concern for her health. Since she could remember, she had never met her grandmother, but she had heard vague accounts from her maternal relatives, enough to imagine that she was an astute and formidable woman. After all, how else could she have upheld the vast Zhong family alone after her husband's passing, while nurturing two exceptional children? Yet, she too had been gone for over a decade. The departed must not be spoken of excessively. Mother, I am sorry for causing you to relive such painful memories. Zhong Lingyue felt a pang of guilt. She should not have brought her mother such sorrow. However, this matter pertained to the safety of the entire family, and she had no choice but to inquire. She had not anticipated it would lead to such distressing revelations. It is all in the past. It has been many years. Your father has treated them as if they were invisible, merely two additional mouths to feed. Not only Aunt Lin, but also her daughter, Zhong Lingyue, and Zhong Tianji received no extra affection. Zhong Lingyue finally comprehended the source of Zhong Lingyue and Appo's animosity towards her, were she in Zhong Lingyue and Appo's position. She too would struggle to harbor no resentment. Chapter 67. The search reflecting on past events. Wang Qinlan found certain aspects deeply suspect. During the banquet, how could the governor and his associates allow her father to stay at the inn, which was bustling with people, if Aunt Lin had no intention of causing a stir? Surely some commotion would have arisen, yet no one seemed to notice afterward. The more she contemplated, the more uneasy she felt. Could it be that she had merely plotted against her father to gain entry into the mansion? Despite her lingering hope, she soon dismissed it with a sarcastic smile. If she truly wished to enter the mansion for a better life, why had she not sought favor all these years? What was her true purpose for wanting to enter? Mother, we must investigate the past thoroughly. I will discuss this with father. If our suspicions hold true, and she has managed to remain undetected in the mansion for over a decade. Then her backing must be formidable. Until we apprehend that individual, we must remain calm and avoid alarming the snake in the grass, Wang Qinlan advised solemnly. Zhong Lingyue nodded in agreement, although there was no concrete evidence. She felt certain that Aunt Lin was involved in something nefarious. They then waited for their adversary to make a move, convinced that the one pulling the strings would not withdraw after a single failed attempt. Furthermore, the secrets concealed by her parents could very well be the reason behind the machinations at play, though she had yet to piece everything together. Nonetheless, identifying Aunt Lin was indeed a significant breakthrough. As they exited Fei Hong courtyard, night had fallen, and unbeknownst to them, snow had begun to fall lightly, dusting the stone path. Zhu Qing held an umbrella for Zhong Lingyue, noticing her brow had relaxed somewhat. "Have you resolved your issues, my lady?" she inquired, treading carefully on the slick ground. Zhong Lingyue replied, "I have managed to address part of it. That is indeed a positive development. Progress is made step by step," Zhu Qing reassured her. Zhong Lingyue smiled at this, realizing the wisdom in her words. At the very least, she had a direction to pursue. This was certainly a good thing. Her spirits lifted considerably as she recalled the plum wine she Ingxue had brought her, longing to share a drink with her senior sister. As fate would have it, upon returning to the courtyard, she found Shen Qingli roasting sweet potatoes by the fire, the sweet aroma wafting through the air. "Junior sister, you've returned just in time. These sweet potatoes will soon be ready." Shen Qingli waved her over. Zhong Lingyue quickly ascended the steps, instructing Zhu Qing to fetch the wine. The two gathered around the fire, warming themselves. Shen Qingli pinched a sweet potato, only to yelp in surprise as it burned her, hastily dropping it and reaching for a damp cloth to wipe her hands. "Why is it so hot?" Zhong Lingyue chuckled. "Previously, senior brother let them cool before passing them to you. If you take them directly, they are bound to be scalding." She had Zhu Qing bring over some burn ointment for Shen Qingli. Speaking of senior brother reminded Zhong Lingyue of the time in Hangzhou when the three of them had secretly dug up sweet potatoes planted by their master, only to find them small and undercooked, turning to charcoal in the fire. They had then gone to dig more, only to be chased halfway up the mountain by their master. In retrospect, she felt a twinge of nostalgia for those carefree days. "By the way, where is that fellow? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Shen Qingli grumbled, her disdain for song evident. "Didn't Team Master send him a letter? How can a grown man be slower than I am? Perhaps he has once again become ensnared in his own formations," Zhong Lingyue speculated. "That is certainly plausible. He could be rather foolish," Shen Qingli remarked. Yet, in truth, her senior brother was quite clever, well-versed in mechanisms and arcane arts, often indulging in personal research on formations. Even their master had deemed him beyond further instruction, though their senior sister frequently berated him, claiming he was dim-witted. Only she knew the truth of his intellect. Zhong Lingyue poured 2 cups of wine, handing one to Shen Qingli. They clinked their cups together, savoring the moment. Meanwhile, outside the city at Heian Stronghold, Jing Yuheng and his companions were braving the heavy snowfall, engaged in digging a latrine. To be precise, he was supervising his subordinates as they excavated it. On that day, Wang Dalong had confessed that he had obtained a personal item from one of the individuals behind the scenes, which he had buried near the latrine behind Stronghold. This location was indeed unexpected and rather revolting. Originally, Zhou and Zhou Yu had disguised themselves to search for it, but after scouring the area multiple times without success, they began to suspect they had been deceived and promptly reported back to Jing Yuheng. Jing Yuheng had interrogated Wang Dalong once more, who stubbornly insisted that the item was buried near the latrine but hesitated to specify its exact location, claiming he had been under the influence of alcohol when he buried it and was uncertain. Nevertheless, he assured them it was indeed in that vicinity. Thus, Jing Yuheng had no choice but to venture outside the city himself to oversee Zhou Un and Zhou Yu's search. Although it was winter and the frigid air dulled the odors compared to summer, the stench of the latrine was still unbearable, given the covert nature of the operation. It was prudent not to attract too much attention, so Jing Yuheng only dispatched his most trusted men to undertake this task, namely, Zhou Yu and Zhou Un. Though one was somewhat dim-witted and the other overly talkative, their loyalty was unquestionable. despite their distaste for this filthy and foul task. It only served to underscore the trust Jing Yuheng placed in them. They wrapped cloths around their noses multiple times and dug with vigor. Finally, they found it. Zhou rushed over, cradling a small box, his hands caked in dirt, with Zhou Yu close behind him, bringing with him an indescribable odor. Jing Yuheng frowned, but did not retreat. Zhou, sensing his lord's distaste, wisely halted his advance. "My lord, shall I open it?" Jing Yuheng nodded. Zhou turned the box toward himself, holding it at arm's length, and cautiously began to open it. He felt a surge of anxiety, unsure if Wang Dalong had hidden any traps inside, fearful that something might spring out and injure Jing Yuheng. Zhou Yu leaned in, noting Zhou and Appo's hesitation, and in a fit of urgency, he snatched the lid off, revealing. Chapter 68. The oddity of the fragrant pouch. The three of them looked down to find a fragrant pouch nestled within the box. Zhou Yu extracted the pouch, shaking it gently under the flickering candlelight. The delicate pouch, adorned with silk threads, spun gracefully, revealing intricate floral embroidery. Zhou Yu and Zhou exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of disappointment. Could there be something of significance hidden within? "Hurry and open it," Zhou urged. Zhou Yu promptly tore open the pouch, spilling its contents into Zhou and into Appo's palm. They scrutinized the items for a considerable time, yet found nothing extraordinary, merely a collection of common fragrant petals. It truly was an exceedingly ordinary pouch, one that could be found in any market. "My lord, how could such a commonplace pouch serve to uncover the identity of the other party?" Zhou remarked incredulously. Why would Wang Dalong consider this a means of coercion? He could have chosen something of greater value. It made sense that Wang Dalong had been hesitant to specify its nature. Perhaps he feared retribution for presenting such a useless item. What if we have made a mistake? Perhaps Wang Dalong was not referring to this pouch? Zhong questioned, his expression one of skepticism. "We have nearly excavated this entire area. After a day of searching, we only uncovered this pouch. Could it be that something truly valuable is hidden within the latrine?" Zhou Yu shot him a disapproving glance. "That seems unlikely," Zhou conceded. Their gaze shifted to Jing Yuheng, who, like them, could not discern any clues. However, it was evident that this item was being concealed for a reason, indicating its potential value, though they had yet to uncover its significance. He instructed them to store the pouch for further examination upon their return to the Wang residence. The three of them returned to the city discreetly in shifts. Yet, amidst their carefulness, they were nonetheless observed by Jing Mo, who had been lurking in the shadows. Upon returning to the general's residence, Zhong Lingyue and Shun Qingli had indulged in considerable amounts of wine. Whether it was the effects of the alcohol or the warmth of the charcoal fire, their fair complexions bore a rosy hue as they leaned over the table, laughing and clinking their cups while watching the falling snow outside. The plum blossom wine brought by Qing Xue was remarkably delightful. Unlike the usual spirits that burned the throat and left one feeling dizzy, this wine, sweet and floral, was pleasantly intoxicating. Zhong Lingyue could not resist pouring herself another cup after finishing one bottle, and soon she had emptied another. Meanwhile, Shun Qingli's vision began to blur. Her tolerance for alcohol was modest. She typically could not drink much, but she thought to accompany her junior sister, who had been troubled of late, hoping that perhaps a few cups might allow her to express her sorrows and feel better. However, Shun Qingli did not anticipate that while her junior sister remained unfazed, she herself would succumb to inebriation first. Little did she know, her junior sister, who rarely drank, possessed a surprising capacity for alcohol. Previously in Hangzhou, she had taken her junior sister to sample a fine vintage from their master and amp, Appo's cellar, only for the latter to declare her refusal after a single sip, leading Shun Qingli to believe her junior sister simply feared intoxication. To her astonishment, when asked about it today, her junior sister remarked that she found their master's wine unpalatable, an exquisite brew that even their master cherished. Yet, it was true. That fiery concoction was hardly enjoyable, especially compared to this sweet, fragrant wine, which was far more agreeable. Raising her glass, Shun Qingli clinked it against her junior sister and amp, Appo's, and drank it down in one go. Why does it feel like it's raining? She mused, wiping her face, which felt damp. She turned to call out, quick, it's raining. Bring me an umbrella. Just then, Jing Imo entered, witnessing Shun Qingli raise her glass only for its contents to spill onto her face. Zhong Lingyue erupted into laughter. Sister is drunk. Zhu Qing, quickly take her to clean up. Zhu Qing complied, supporting the soft and unsteady Shun Qingli towards the inner chambers. It was then that Zhong Lingyue noticed Jing Imo and tilted her head, inquiring, did you discover something? Jing Imo nodded, acknowledging that there were indeed peculiarities. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingyue straightened in her seat. What peculiarities? Jing Imo replied, I observed the Crown Prince's heir and his two subordinates returning to the Crown Prince's residence in disguise. They did not return together, but rather entered through the side gates separately, as though evading someone. How did you come to notice this? Zhong Lingyue questioned, puzzled by their apparent caution. Jing Imo hesitated, her expression shifting to one of unease. Because I detected a foul odor. Initially, she had not perceived anything unusual, assuming it was merely a servant returning to the Crown Prince's residence. However, as one of the individuals rode past her, a gust of wind carried a most unpleasant scent, prompting her to pay closer attention. Jing Imo had initially thought it was a servant returning from a night market, but upon noticing the individual dismounting and walking with an air of practiced skill, her suspicions were aroused. She continued to observe, only to discover another individual bearing the same foul odor soon after. This time, she scrutinized carefully, although the man wore a large beard. She recognized him as one of the Crown Prince's subordinates, the very same who had loitered outside their general's residence. Moreover, his trousers bore remnants of uncleaned mud, indicating he had neglected to clean himself properly. He reeked as if he had just returned from a latrine. The last to enter was the Crown Prince and Oppos, his heir himself, who, while lacking any strange odor, had also disguised himself, allowing Jing Imo to deduce his identity from his physique. After listening to Jing Imo, Zhong Lingyue inquired, are you suggesting they unearthed something from a certain location? That seems likely, Jing Imo replied. I picked up some of the dirt that had fallen on the ground. Its texture resembled the yellow clay found in the mountains outside the city. Jing Imo recalled that their lady had instructed them to plant more lotus bowls, and the soil the gardener had brought was sourced from the same yellow clay. She had coincidentally helped with the planting, and it appeared they were indeed similar, though it could also be from another location. However, the idea of the Crown Prince's subordinate digging up dirt seemed suspicious. Outside the city, could it be from Heiyuan's stronghold? Have they discovered some critical evidence? Zhong Lingyue resolved to investigate further. I must go and see. Chapter 69. Has he been drinking too? My lord, Jing Imo called out with concern. You've had some wine. It would be wise to refrain from venturing out. Allow me to go instead. It's just a few cups. I'm not intoxicated. Besides, do you know where he resides? Zhong Lingyue replied. I've been there once. Only I know the location of Jing Yuheng's courtyard. She proceeded to rummage through her night attire and human skin mask. As she grasped the black garments, preparing to change, Jing Imo hesitated for a moment before speaking up. My lord, it is snowing tonight. Wearing black will make you more conspicuous. Zhong Lingyue paused, looking down at the night attire in her hands. After a prolonged silence, she nodded. Right, I should wear white. The last time I wore white. Jing Imo remained uneasy. She sensed something odd about her lord and Oppos' demeanor, but could not pinpoint what was amiss. Zhong Lingyue appeared clear-headed and walked steadily, suggesting she was indeed not drunk. Yet, even if she was sober, the Jin Wangfu was not easily infiltrated. My lord, you were injured last time. It would be prudent to wait. That time was due to carelessness. Even if I am discovered, I will simply claim to seek his cooperation. Zhong Lingyue reasoned, believing Jing Yuheng would not resort to taking her life. Otherwise, he would have acted against her at the brothel. Jing Imo fell silent. She felt her lord placed an excessive amount of trust in the Jin Wang's heir. Once Zhong Lingyue donned her attire and began applying the human skin mask, Jing Imo attempted to persuade her otherwise. She sought to enlist Shun Qingli's help to reason with her lord, but found Shun Qingli already deep in slumber upon entering the inner chamber. Although Shun Qingli did not reside at Lanyu residence, her bond with Zhong Lingyue was strong, often spending nights together. Today, having indulged in drink. She succumbed to sleep upon touching her familiar bed. Zhu Qing hesitated to disturb her, instead covering her with a blanket before stepping out. Now we are in a predicament. Not a single person to persuade her, Jing Mo observed, glancing at her lord. She dare not speak, but mouthed to Zhu Qing, "Is my lord drunk?" Zhu Qing shook her head, uncertain. She had never witnessed her lord intoxicated, but her steady gait suggested sobriety. What transpired? She had just settled Shen Qingli. Yet her lord appeared ready to depart. What urgent matter could compel her to go out at this hour? Before Zhu Qing could inquire further, Zhong Lingyue had already changed and pushed open the door. "My lord," Jing Mo hurriedly pursued her, only to see a fleeting white figure vaulting over the wall. What was her lord up to? She was headed to the Jin Wangfu. What? Why would she go there after drinking? Zhu Qing exclaimed. "Since my lord is not drunk, it should be fine, right?" Jing Mo clung to a glimmer of hope. But Zhu Qing retorted, "How do you know she is not drunk?" Ying Montak replied, "Did you not shake your head and say she wasn't?" Zhu Qing clarified, "I shook my head because I, too, do not know if she is drunk. My lord rarely drinks." Panic washed over them. They exchanged glances and hurried to summon help. "You go call Zhu Yi and the others. I will follow her." At the Jin Wangfu, after bathing and changing, Jing Yuheng made his way to the Jin Wangfei's courtyard. In truth, upon returning to the residence, the Jin Wangfei and Appo's attendants had already awaited him at the entrance to summon him. However, after spending an extended period at Heiyun village, though he did not bear any offensive odor, he felt uncomfortable and opted to cleanse himself thoroughly before visiting the Jin Wangfei. The Jin Wangfei had no pressing matters. Her curiosity about the events at the Xie residence during the day and her son's absence prompted her to send someone to wait at the door. Their conversation revolved around her urging him to settle down, sentiments he had grown weary of hearing. His mind lingered on the matter of the scent pouch, intending to revisit it later, hence he sought an excuse to slip away. Additionally, he feared his mother might notice the injury on his ear upon returning to Lingyue residence. The moment he opened the door, Jing Yuheng sensed something amiss. The familiar scent of bamboo was mingled with a faint aroma of alcohol. Had someone been drinking? To seek him out after drinking took considerable audacity. He dismissed the attendants outside, entered the room, and closed the door quietly, a smile creeping onto his lips unbeknownst to him. Outside, Zhou Yu and Zhou, who had washed themselves several times, stood frozen with a box in hand. What did the air mean? Wasn't he supposed to review the scent pouch now? Zhou Yu pondered. Why are we being dismissed again? Zhou yawned. Perhaps the air was simply tired. Since he requested their departure, they should return. It was quite cold. After digging all day, he was utterly exhausted, and this suited him perfectly. Zhou Yu, equally fatigued, thought no more of it, and along with Zhou, turned back, clutching the box. Inside the room, Zhong Lingyue remained concealed atop a beam. She originally intended to change her hiding spot, fearing she might witness an inappropriate scene, but upon her arrival, she noticed the servants of the Wangfu carrying out the bathing tub, indicating that the man had already bathed. Surely he wouldn't suspect her still hiding in the same place? With this thought, she felt reassured and began to relax. Perhaps it was because he had just bathed. The room seemed significantly warmer than before, enveloping her in warmth and inducing a slight drowsiness. Just as she was about to doze off, she heard the door creaking open. Zhong Lingyue quickly gathered her wits, holding her breath. Yet, once he entered, there was no further sound. She could not discern where he had gone. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Had she been discovered? But she had done nothing. Time passed, and as she lay there, feeling tense, she could no longer resist the urge to peek. At that moment, a faint rustling of fabric reached her ears. Oh no! As she attempted to shift away, her head spun slightly, and she was a moment too slow. Before she realized it, she was pinned against the beam, her mouth covered. "Make no noise, and I shall spare you." For reasons unknown, her first instinct was to think that Jing Yuheng was about to utter those same words again. Yet, he leaned closer, inhaled deeply, and with a smile asked, "Have you been drinking today?" Zhong Lingyue and Appo's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Why was he reacting this way? That expression, surprisingly, was somewhat endearing. With their thoughts entwined, Zhong Lingyue attempted to kick, only to be restrained by Jing Yuheng's leg. Coming to fight me after drinking? Perhaps you should wait until my ear has healed. Jing Yuheng's face was a mask of playful mockery, while Zhong Lingyue was left utterly astonished. This man has been drinking too? Chapter 70. It turns out she didn't see enough last time. Zhong Lingyue grasped Jing Yuheng's wrist and removed his hand from her mouth with ease. As he quickly withdrew his hand, I did not come here to fight you. Oh, then what is your purpose? Jing Yuheng gazed at her with intrigue, pondering for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. Could it be that you wish to sneak a glimpse of me while I bathe? Jing Yuheng suddenly realized. No wonder she was lingering in this spot today. It was because she had not had her fill last time. Unfortunately, she had arrived a tad too late. He had already completed his bath. Zhong Lingyue, flustered, raised her hand to strike him. Who would want to see that? I came in only after you had finished bathing. Her delicate wrist was seized, and she nearly tumbled into Jing Yuheng's embrace. Then, she heard him teasingly remark, "You have seen it all, yet you claim indifference?" Zhong Lingyue retorted, "I only saw them carry the bathtub out." Raising an eyebrow, Jing Yuheng replied, "Is that so? But you still caught a glimpse, did you not?" "Indeed. So what of it? I look upon your bathing as an act of esteem. Do not be ungrateful." She gritted her teeth, choosing to embrace her predicament. "Oh, you have taken a liking to me?" With a thud, Zhong Lingyue reclined against the beam, her head hitting the hard wood without registering any pain. A wave of helplessness washed over her, and she found herself unwilling to continue the conversation. This insufferable man simply could not comprehend her words. Jing Yuheng chuckled quietly for a while. He had not anticipated that a drunken encounter could be so amusing, tempting him to provoke her further. Outside, Zhou Yu and Zhou, still within earshot, rushed back, their faces filled with astonishment as they overheard their young master laughing heartily from within. They exchanged bewildered glances, then turned to the guard stationed at the door, silently gesturing and inquiring, "Did you hear that?" The guard, equally astonished, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, there is a woman in the young master's chamber. Not only did she sneak a glance at him while he bathed, but she also claimed it was a sign of respect." The key point was, rather than being angry, their young master was laughing. It appeared that for him, being watched while bathing was a cause for joy. "There is an assassin. Protect the young master." Zhou immediately unsheathed his sword, ready to charge in, but was restrained by Zhou Yu, who pulled him back, hissing, "Do not act rashly." Zhou, still bewildered, exclaimed, "Why are you stopping me?" With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Zhou Yu signaled to the guards to assist in dragging Zhou away, while rummaging through his sleeve for a crumpled cloth to gag Zhou and protested. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you not rushing in to save the young master? Are you foolish? Who remains so joyful when an assassin is in their midst? Moreover, the young master specifically asked us to stand down. Do you not understand?" Zhou Yu surmised that the woman inside was likely the same one from before, and their young master must have been aware upon entering, hence instructing them to withdraw. The guard station outside were calm. Why was Zhou in such a frenzy? "Be quiet, do you understand? You are about to disrupt the young master's good fortune. I swear, you will regret it." Realizing his folly, Zhou finally connected the dots, nodding vigorously in agreement with Zhou Yu. They released him, and he spat out the cloth, standing solemnly with his sword, fixated on the door of the young master's chamber, poised for action. Zhou Yu looked at him skeptically. "What are you planning? I know the young master intends to handle that woman himself, but remember he also did not allow us entry last time." And then, his gaze fell downwards, filled with sorrow. "If it happens again, he may not be so fortunate." "Zhou Yu, you might have a point. Since encountering her, the young master had endured much, suffering greatly, with remnants of a bite mark still visible on his ear." They exchanged glances, gripping their swords tightly, and discreetly summoned reinforcements to surround the main house. Since the young master forbade their entry, they would remain vigilant outside. Should he find himself in peril again, they would disregard orders and rush in to save him. Meanwhile, within, the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. After the earlier incident, Zhong Lingyue began to feel the ache in her head and a wave of dizziness wash over her, almost succumbing to fatigue. However, she could not afford to sleep. She had come seeking the young man for a purpose. What was it again? Zhong Lingyue stared at Jing Yuheng, struggling to recall why she had come. But after a prolonged contemplation, she still could not remember. Her prolonged gaze began to weigh heavily upon her eyelids, and before long, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Jing Yuhang was momentarily taken aback. Had she truly fallen asleep just like that? Did she not realize where she was? Yet, did this not imply a level of trust in him? Was she genuinely asleep, or was it merely a ruse? He leaned closer to examine Zhong Lingyue's face, but discerned nothing amiss. After all, with her mask in place, the only visible feature, her closed eyes, yielded no clues, though he had yet to gather concrete evidence. His suspicion that the thief was indeed Zhong Lingyue had solidified in his mind. Jing Yuhang's hand involuntarily brushed against her face, unable to resist a gentle squeeze. The softness was surprisingly real. Just as he was about to comment on the sensation, Zhong Lingyue's eyes fluttered open. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. But an unexpected turn of events followed. Zhong Lingyue lost her balance and fell. Jing Yuhang instinctively reached out, catching her by the waistband. Suspended in midair, Zhong Lingyue felt increasingly dizzy and implored, "Put me down." Jing Yuhang found her flailing amusing. With a playful lift of his eyebrows, he swayed her gently, causing her to swing like a pendulum. "Jing Yuhang, put me down at once. And if I refuse, what will you do?" He chuckled, teasingly. "Your belt is quite secure, isn't it? You seem remarkably at ease to have fallen asleep like this." Jing Yuhang loosened his grip, settling back on the beam, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Chapter 71. Conceal well, lest you be discovered. Seeing her truly angered, Jing Yuhang ceased his playful teasing, swiftly lifting her and leaping down from the beam. As soon as they landed, a flurry of punches and kicks greeted him. Zhong Lingyue, having been toyed with, was incensed to the point of bursting, unleashing every move she could muster with all her strength. Yet, Jing Yuhang remained unfazed, chuckling as he prepared to subdue her. Unexpectedly, she swayed and lunged directly into his embrace. The warmth and softness of her body took him by surprise, leaving him momentarily defenseless, only to be swiftly toppled to the ground. A barrage of rain-like punches struck him, though they were far from painful. "Jing Yuhang, I will surely kill you today. Do you think I am easy to provoke? Mark my words, your end is nigh." Though her words were fierce, the intoxicated state rendered her blows akin to mere tickles, lacking any real force. Yet she insisted on shouting threats, as if to instill fear. To his amusement, he found her delightful. Jing Yuhang laughed so heartily he struggled to breathe, just as he was about to continue teasing her when the heavy door was suddenly flung open, and a group burst in. "Young master, we have come to rescue you." Zhonan Amp, Oppos. S words were abruptly cut off. Clutching a drawn sword, he stood frozen, eyes wide and mouth agape. The throng behind him, unable to halt in time, collided with him, causing him to stumble forward and awkwardly kneel before Jing Yuhang. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Only Zhong Lingyue was slightly delayed in her reaction. As she was about to look up at the intruders, she was unexpectedly shoved down, her head buried firmly in Jing Yuhang's neck. "Get out!" The entire assembly scrambled to escape, fearing that the young master's gaze upon them would seal their fates. Zhou was the last to leave, but as he stepped over the threshold, Zhou Yu adeptly slammed the door shut, accidentally pinching Zhou foot. He grimaced in pain but dared not utter a sound. All present were pale, knowing too well what awaited them. The young master had been pinned to the ground and beaten by a woman, and witnessing such a bizarre spectacle, would they even see the next sunrise? This debacle was all Zhou's fault. With resentment in their eyes, the others glared at Zhou, and who had been the first to rush in. Zhou, when looking innocent, murmured, "Did you not hear her? She said she would kill the young master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have barged in. Besides, you all followed, did you not?" The others were taken aback, realizing they had not anticipated the young master's penchant for such antics. No wonder he remained unmarried. He had yet to encounter a fierce woman. "What do we do now?" They exchanged anxious glances, each feeling a wave of panic. Zhou Yu sighed. "What else can we do? We must await the young master's judgment." Inside the room, Zhong Lingyue was nearly suffocated by Jing Yuhang's grip, but fortunately, he released her just in time, allowing her to rise. Yet, somehow, she found herself grasped by the wrist. "What are you doing?" Jing Yuhang's voice was hoarse. Zhong Lingyue glanced at her palm, feeling a bit awkward as she pulled her hand back behind her. Jing Yuhang's face flushed a deep crimson, extending to his neck and ears. Before she could process the situation, she muttered, "Why be so petty? It an oppose. That's not like it an oppose. That's something good." Her words ignited Jing Yuhang's irritation, and he stood abruptly, pulling her up. "You can leave." "Hey, I still have matters to attend to." Her hand was forcefully dragged towards the door. As it swung open, she was unceremoniously pushed out, and the door slammed shut behind her. Zhong Lingyue stood at the threshold, stunned, exchanging wide-eyed looks with the guards. "Wait, have I been discovered?" Realizing she needed to escape, she made a sudden leap, only to land headfirst in a snowbank. "Zhong Lingyue." The guards? Somewhere, a suppressed chuckle escaped, quickly leading to a ripple of laughter among the guards. It was undeniably amusing. The fierce woman who had been battering the young master was now stuck in a snowbank, unable to extricate herself. "What are you laughing at?" I said, "Get out." The door opened once more, revealing Jing Yuhang, his expression dark. "Each of you is to receive 30 strokes with a military baton. Not a word of today, as events must escape." "Understood." The guards promptly scattered, leaving only Zhong Lingyue, still floundering in the snow. Jing Yuhang snorted, swiftly descending the steps to wrap his arm around her slender waist, pulling her out. Despite her head being covered in snow, she was still intent on fleeing, wriggling free from his grasp, but he yanked her back by her belt. "Where are you going?" Jing Yuhang turned to her. "Do you know how to get out?" Zhong Lingyue looked around, her vision blurred by the snow, shaking her head. "I forgot." Jing Yuhang chuckled in exasperation. "To reach such a level of incompetence, you are truly one of a kind. Will you leave me out then?" she inquired. "If not, what do you suggest?" "Just be cautious. Do not let anyone discover us. I must warn you, that man holds a grudge." Jing Yuhang. "Who exactly is holding a grudge here? Each time you come, it's all screams and threats." Nevertheless, he chose not to argue with the drunken girl. Despite the night, the estate was abuzz with servants and patrolling guards. Jing Yuhang, well acquainted with the patrol routes, guided Zhong Lingyue deliberately away from prying eyes, leaving only a chaotic trail of footprints in the snow. At last, they arrived at the side door of the Jin Wangfu. Jing Yuhang spotted a few shadowy figures lurking nearby. Among them, he recognized the familiar face of Zhong Lingyue and Oppos, as personal maid. A smirk graced his lips. It seemed he need not escort her home after all. Someone had come to fetch her. Zhong Lingyue, having noticed Zhu Yi and the others, attempted to approach, only to be seized by Jing Yuhang once more. Suddenly, he lifted her sleeve, exposing a delicate, smooth arm. "What are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, she watched as he leaned down, drawing closer to her bare arm. Was he going to? Zhong Lingyue instinctively recoiled, yet her wrist remained firmly held. A sharp pain shot through her, causing her to cry out. He bites." Jing Yuhang raised his head, wiping the blood from his lips before leisurely lowering her sleeve. Releasing her, he leaned in close, whispering, "Since you claim I hold grudges, consider this a repayment. Conceal well, lest you be discovered, Miss Zhong." Chapter 72. Clean the beams above. Jing Yuhang turned to leave. While the dazed Zhong Lingyue finally recalled the purpose of her visit today, perhaps the sharp pain earlier had brought her some clarity. "Did you go to Heiyun village today?" she inquired. Jing Yuhang glanced back. "Did you have someone follow me?" A fleeting look of guilt crossed Zhong Lingyue's face, but then she steeled herself, considering that he had also dispatched people to lurk outside her home. Thus, she straightened her posture defiantly and replied, "So what? Just tell me if you found any clues." Jing Yuhang chuckled as he approached her, lowering his head. "Are you indicating a desire to collaborate with me?" Zhong Lingyue took a few steps back, swaying slightly, her expression wary. "That depends on whether the clues in your possession warrant collaboration." In her heart, she hoped to extract whatever information he had and flee, wishing to avoid discussing matters concerning the general's residence. Perhaps her thoughts were too transparent. Jing Yuhang said nothing but reached out to grasp her shoulder, turning her around and pushing her towards the door. Following his lead, she took a few steps forward and had already stepped onto the side door's threshold. When she sensed something amiss and turned back, the side door had already been closed. Moments later, Jing Yuhang's voice drifted from within. I do not negotiate with drunkards. 3 days hence, at the hour of you, meet at Xuanwei Tower. Zhong Lingyue shook her head. The hour of you? What time is it now? Just as she was lost in thought, Zhu Yi and the others, hidden in the shadows, were growing increasingly anxious, waving frantically at her. However, Zhong Lingyue, still preoccupied with the time, failed to notice. In a state of urgency, Zhu Yi dashed out. Unexpectedly, the side door of the Wang residence swung open again, and Jing Yuheng emerged. Zhu Yi halted abruptly, pretending to be a passerby as he walked by, attempting to feign innocence. Jing Yuheng thought to himself, let him assume he is blind. Zhong Lingyue turned back and was momentarily taken aback. Why are you out again? With a darkened expression, Jing Yuheng repeated, 3 days hence. At the hour of you, meet at Xuanwei Tower. Remember? Zhong Lingyue nodded. I remember. With another loud thud, the door was shut once more, and this time, it did not reopen. Zhu Yi hurriedly returned, seizing her hand and fleeing, with several others following closely behind. Before long, the group vanished at the alley and Oppo's mouth. Inside the Wang residence, 2 young servants stood at the door, their heads nearly touching the ground, eyes closed and afraid to look. Jing Yuheng cast a glance at them before departing, leaving behind a terse command, close your mouths. Once he had left, the 2 servants finally lifted their heads, exchanging astonished looks, yet daring not to utter a word. Lingyue residence. Jing Yuheng returned swiftly, instructing for water to be prepared upon entering. Although the room had been cleaned, he had lain on the floor for an extended period. His clothes were already dust-laden, and even his hands. By candlelight, Jing Yuheng extended his hand. Noticing it was smeared with dirt, he looked up to see the beams above. Come here, he beckoned as a servant entered. What does the young master command? Go. He pointed to the beams. Clean them thoroughly for this young master. Every single one. The servant paused, then complied, understood. Wait. Jing Yuheng called the servant back. Does this young master have any further commands? He gestured toward some potted plants arranged beneath the beams. Remove these as well. The servant replied. Understood. Once he observed the servants tidying up, Jing Yuheng finally dismissed them and entered the cleansing chamber. Immersed in water once more, he involuntarily looked up. The beams directly above were positioned over his bathing area. Reflecting on the previous incident where someone had spied on him while bathing, he concluded that he should arrange for a screen to be set up. After all, why should she have the privilege to gaze upon him while he bathed? Meanwhile, Zhong Lingyue was stealthily escorted back to Lingyue residence by Zhu Yi and the others. She felt utterly drained, allowing her maid to draw water and assist her in washing up and changing. When her arm was exposed, a bloody bite mark was prominently visible, startling everyone. Master, what happened? Did the young prince bite you? Although Zhong Lingyue had been bitten at the side door, Zhu Yi and the others, hidden in the shadows, could not observe too openly, and were only vaguely aware that their master had seemingly called out in distress. They were frantic yet cautious, fearing that exposing their identities might jeopardize her affairs. Zhong Lingyue mumbled, I owed him from last time. I also bit his ear. He was worse off. It's only fair. Oh, and I punched him several hundred times today, having finished. She closed her eyes and fell asleep, leaving Zhu Yi and the others wide-eyed in disbelief. The following day, Zhong Lingyue did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky. But when she did, she felt dizzy, and as she sat up, the world spun around her. Beside her lay Shun Qingli, turned away and still asleep. Master, you should drink some honey water first. Zhu Qing propped a pillow behind her waist and handed her water. Zhong Lingyue reached out to take it, only to suddenly notice something amiss with her arm. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal that it was bound with a layer of gauze. What is this? Am I injured? Master, do you not remember what happened last night? Zhu Qing asked softly. Last night, fragments of memories flickered in Zhong Lingyue's mind. It seemed she had gone to the Jin Prince and Oppo's residence to seek Jing Yuheng, and then she had swung on a swing in his room? Wait, what nonsensical things? How could I have been swinging in his room? I'm out of my mind? Zhong Lingyue shook her head, feeling even dizzier, struggling to recall anything useful. How did I return afterward? Zhu Qing remained silent for a long moment before responding. The young prince escorted you to the side door, and we brought you back. He brought me out, Zhong Lingyue was taken aback. Who? Who escorted me out? What? The young prince? Shun Qingli, hearing the commotion, sat up, her eyes still bleary, but her voice rose. You went to the Jin princess residence? Why didn't you call me? Zhong Lingyue. She handed the honey water to Shun Qingli, silencing her, then turned to Zhu Qing. Did I expose myself? Her mind was in turmoil, with snippets of memories flashing through. Yet she could not piece together a coherent narrative. Perhaps not? The master was in disguise. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingyue felt a slight sense of relief, and her gaze fell back on her arm. Did I mention anything of importance upon my return last night? She had intruded upon another residence as a thief, and yet the host had escorted her out. What an unusual turn of events. Had she perhaps forged some sort of alliance with Jin Yuheng last night? Zhu Qing hesitated before speaking. The master mentioned that the bite mark on your arm was from the young prince, and you also said you punched him several hundred times, which seemed fair, Zhong Lingyue. Such trivial information is hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 73. Lady Lin exits the mansion. Zhong Lingyue averted her gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy, when suddenly she heard Shun Qingli cough violently beside her. The sound of her cough echoed, as she had inadvertently choked on a mouthful of honey water while attempting to engage in gossip. The sweetness of the syrup overwhelmed her, prompting a relentless fit of coughing. Zhu Yi quickly took the teacup from her hands and set it aside, helping her to regain her composure, which took a while. As Shun Qingli finally caught her breath, her expression was one of playful mockery as she glanced at Zhong Lingyue. You two are truly unyielding to one another, she chuckled in this regard. You are indeed quite compatible. No, in terms of appearances, you are even more so. Zhong Lingyue huffed, trying to maintain her dignity, thinking that he would not emerge unscathed either. However, Shun Qingli raised an eyebrow and said, Aren't you being a bit too trusting of him? After drinking, you dare to approach him? He claimed he wanted to collaborate with me. Surely he wouldn't. Zhong Lingyue attempted to clarify, but as she spoke, her voice dwindled. Collaboration is one thing, but do you truly believe he would not harm you? You would dare to venture into his territory alone? Shun Qingli's words struck home. Zhong Lingyue bowed her head, falling silent. Yet, deep down, she had already found her answer. Yes, that insufferable man was indeed quite detestable. However, her senior sister was not wrong. She genuinely believed he would not do anything to her, which was why she dared to venture in after having a drink. This was a truth she could not deny. Yet, she could not fathom why she felt such confidence. Nevertheless, one must always be cautious. What if her instincts were wrong? She ought to be vigilant. The prince's residence was a place best avoided. Zhong Lingyue reclined back on her bed, feeling dizzy and wishing to sleep a little longer. However, she sensed she had forgotten something of great importance. 3 days later, in the evening, Han Xia hurriedly reported that Lady Lin had informed the matron that she was leaving the mansion with some embroidered goods. It had been over a month since the last time Qiaoer, who was close to Lady Lin, had left the mansion, which was unusual given that she typically sent items out for sale every month. This deviation only heightened suspicions, and this time, it was Lady Lin herself who was departing. Their father had already sent someone to Qingzhou to verify matters from years past. Given Qingzhou's remoteness and the winter snow hindering travel, a round trip would take at least 2 months, during which they needed to keep a close watch on Lady Lin. Zhong Lingyue hurriedly disguised herself to follow, but still felt uneasy, so she and Shun Qingli disguised themselves and exited the mansion as well. They pretended to be ordinary young ladies out for a stroll, keeping a careful distance behind Lady Lin. It was the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, drawing near to the New Year's Eve, and the festive atmosphere was palpable. The streets were bustling with people, making it easy to accidentally bump into others. Zhong Lingyue kept her eyes fixed on Lady Lin's retreating figure, fearful of losing her or missing any crucial detail. Lady Lin headed straight for Jiyu Pavilion. There, a prearranged Zissou awaited, feigning interest in the embroidered goods displayed in the shop. When Lady Lin entered, the shop was alive with activity, and the proprietor, upon seeing her, quickly set aside his work to greet her. "Oh, madam, you have arrived. I have run out of embroidered goods to sell. Let me see how much you have brought this time." Lady Lin, with a calm demeanor, walked to the counter with the proprietor. She unwrapped her bundle, revealing an array of fragrant sachets and embroidered handkerchiefs. Though the designs were commonplace, they were exquisitely crafted. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Matters in the mansion have kept me busy, which is why I arrived later than usual. Please, do check if these meet your requirements, she said. As the proprietor examined the items while exchanging pleasantries, Madam, we have collaborated for many years. Your goods always sell well. A slight delay is of no concern. But next time, do bring even more. These are all fine. Just a moment while I take account and settle the payment, Lady Lin replied. Thank you, proprietor. While they waited, a young lady passing by the counter paused and turned her head. Oh, these pouches are exquisitely made, she exclaimed, picking one up to inspect closely, clearly enamored. How much are these pouches? She inquired of the proprietor. The proprietor smiled as he recounted the prices, his demeanor unchanging, as if this were merely a regular transaction. Zhong Lingyue blocked Zissou, who was about to approach, seemingly merely to avoid the crowd, but she covertly whispered, do not approach. Keep an eye on a young lady who buys the pouches. Zissou and Appo's expression remained unchanged as she moved to another section, picking up a fragrant sachet to examine. Zhong Lingyue then turned to Shun Qingli, who smiled and stepped forward. She squeezed in next to the young lady, picking up a handkerchief from Lady Lin and Appo's bundle and remarked, these are far superior to those I saw earlier. Proprietor, I shall take all of these handkerchiefs. The proprietor was taken aback. You intend to purchase so many at once? Shun Qingli nodded. With the year-end approaching, I need to buy some gifts. She produced silver from her purse and handed it over without hesitation, receiving a cloth bag from the proprietor to carry her purchases. During this exchange, Shun Qingli cast a glance at Lady Lin, who remained expressionless and seemingly indifferent to who purchased her embroidered goods. After acquiring her items, Shun Qingli made her way outside, shortly followed by the young lady who had bought 2 pouches, with Zissou trailing behind. Zhong Lingyue stayed behind to continue observing Lady Lin. Lady Lin took the payment and some silk threads from the proprietor without the slightest hesitation, engaging in no conversations or exchanges with anyone. Even the embroidered goods she had brought were all displayed on the shelves for others to choose from. She did not retain a single item for herself. At this moment, nothing particularly unusual had been revealed. Zhong Lingyue followed closely behind Lady Lin, the crowded streets providing ample cover for their pursuit. Throughout the journey, Lady Lin made no stops. The vendors on either side loudly hawked their wares, yet she remained focused ahead, as if nothing could capture her attention. Despite not observing anything amiss, Zhong Lingyue still felt a sense of unease. If Lady Lin merely wished to exchange money, she could have easily entrusted the task to a servant, such as the previous shower who had assisted her in delivering embroidered goods. However, if she desired to take a leisurely stroll, her current demeanor suggested otherwise. The route she was taking appeared to lead directly back to the general's residence. Could it be that she had ventured out for no purpose at all? Zhong Lingyue found this hard to believe. As they ventured further, the crowds began to thin, and suddenly, Lady Lin deviated from her original path, turning into a narrow alley. Chapter 74 schemes. The alley that Aunt Lin entered was narrow, and there were few pedestrians on the road. Zhong Lingyue dared not follow too closely, fearing to arouse Aunt Lin and Appo's suspicion. Fortunately, her skills in climbing walls and traversing rooftops were commendable. She adeptly navigated the rooftops and took advantage of the dense branches. Observing Aunt Lin and Appo's movements from a vantage point above, she watched as Aunt Lin twisted and turned through the alley, ultimately stopping before the gate of a residence. Before long, the door swung open, and a man peered out, glancing around cautiously. Satisfied that no one was watching, he ushered Aunt Lin inside. After a brief wait, Zhong Lingyue followed suit. In comparison to the surrounding residences, the main gate of this dwelling appeared quite new, constructed from fine materials. However, it bore no plaque, leaving one to wonder whether it was an oversight or a deliberate choice to conceal the identity of the owner. She circled the house and found a relatively concealed spot to enter. The courtyard was deserted, but she could faintly hear voices emanating from within. Zhong Lingyue located a position where she could clearly hear the conversation, and just as she crouched down, Aunt Lin and Appo's voice reach her ears. In truth, we both understand that the general could never marry the eldest daughter to the third prince. Caught off guard by the significance of this revelation, Zhong Lingyue leaned in closer to listen. A young man's voice followed. Indeed, I have informed the third prince that the queen has no children. Once the third prince ascends to the throne, General Zhong will undoubtedly pledge his loyalty. There is no need to provoke suspicion from the emperor during such a sensitive period. However, the second prince has recently accomplished several significant feats in court, earning the emperor and Appo's favor and praise, causing a shift in the attitudes of those in the court. The third prince is already exceedingly anxious. The third prince was resolutely intent on binding the Zhong family to him, a matter beyond their influence. At the last banquet at the Xie residence, the third prince failed to win the heart of the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. Upon returning, he vented his frustration. What do you know of her? How might the third prince win her favor? I have heard that General Zhong dotes on his daughter immensely. If she insists on marrying no one but the third prince, I believe the general would acquiesce. Fool! Zhong Lingyue silently cursed the two from her hidden spot. The third prince was truly foolish. How could he not heed counsel? His current fixation on the Zhong family was akin to roasting them over a fire. Even if the Zhong family had no ulterior motives, his incessant meddling, combined with the emperor's deteriorating health, could lead to suspicions that the Zhong family harbored treasonous intentions. Not only would this pose a risk to the Zhong family, but it would also cast doubt on his own standing. Would anyone capable of occupying such a position tolerate threats to their authority? Not even from their own offspring. Yet, the more he acted thus, the less he appeared to be a man intent on annihilating the Zhong family. Rather, his behavior resembled that of someone attempting to court their favor. As she pondered this, Aunt Lin's voice broke through again, tinged with hesitation yet subtly guiding. Even if General Zhong were to agree, the emperor might not acquiesce. It seems there is only one solution. What solution? The man inquired. After a brief pause, Aunt Lin replied, if the third prince were to have an intimate encounter with the eldest daughter, witnessed by others, then both General Zhong and the emperor would have no choice but to consent to the union. However, this would tarnish the third prince's reputation. Her tone suggested concern for the third prince and Appo's standing. The man laughed in response. This is simple. Let the eldest daughter of the Zhong family take the initiative to seduce the third prince, portraying him as a reluctant groom. Thus, only the reputation of the Zhong eldest daughter would be ruined. When the third prince ascends, he could not possibly elevate a woman of such a damaged reputation to the position of empress. At that point, we will devise a means to eliminate the general's wife, allowing General Zhong to support you as the rightful consort, thereby making the second daughter of Zhong a legitimate heir, which would indeed present an opportunity for her to ascend to the throne. The two continued to conspire over specific details. Soon after, Aunt Lin's voice took on a more flirtatious tone, my lord. The man's tone grew impatient. Yin Yang, it has been too long since we last met. Have you missed me? Yin Yang, the day I saw you outside Gu Pavilion, I was captivated by your grace. Since Zhong Tianji shows you no attention, I shall cherish you well, Yin Yang. The voices inside became increasingly suggestive, leaving Zhong Lingyue with a solemn expression as she remained crouched in place. This was not her first encounter with such intimacy. Initially, she felt uncomfortable, but now it rolled off her like water off a duck's back. As the ambiguous sounds lingered in her ears, she methodically pieced together the events of the day. This Wang Lang must be affiliated with the third prince, and Aunt Lin was undoubtedly his informant. On the surface, it appeared that Aunt Lin aimed for her daughter, Zhong Lingyue, to ascend to the empress's position, thus collaborating with the third prince's agents to scheme against her, even plotting against her own mother to usurp the position of the general and Appo's wife. Meanwhile, the third prince, seeking to consolidate his father and Appo's military power, intended to forge a marriage alliance with the general and Appo's household, sending this Wang Lang to entice Aunt Lin into becoming his informant. But was the matter truly so straightforward? Aunt Lin had entered the household without ambition, yet now, in her advancing years, she was exerting herself vigorously. Could she have endured for so long only to be deceived by such a simplistic ploy? moreover, who was behind the creation of false evidence to frame the general's household. Zhong Lingyue remained hidden until the two inside concluded their conversation. Hearing the rustling of fabric as they dressed, she swiftly exited the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Lin emerged alone, heading toward the general and Oppo's residence. Zhong Lingyue followed her, but as she turned her gaze, she spotted a figure sitting on a nearby wall, watching her with a peculiar expression. It was Jing Yuheng. Chapter 75. Grievance's attire today appeared markedly different from his usual ensemble. In the past, he often donned dark garments devoid of intricate patterns. Yet today he was adorned in a moon-white brocade robe, embellished with vibrant bamboo leaves. Even the accessories at his waist had multiplied. However, Zhong Lingyue lacked the leisure to admire his flamboyant appearance and hastily averted her gaze, retreating in another direction. Under the scrutiny of this man, a return to the general's manor seemed implausible. Nevertheless, wherever she went, he followed. "What do you want?" she retorted with irritation, only to be met by his obsidian gaze, which, whether by her misperception or not, seemed to harbor a hint of grievance. What did he mean by that? Upon witnessing her expression, Jing Yuheng realized she had completely forgotten their prior agreement and let out a cold huff. What was he huffing about? Zhong Lingyue found his demeanor perplexing. He resembled a scoundrel who had abandoned his wife, mirroring the look of a forsaken spouse she had witnessed in a play. A twinge of guilt stirred within her. After a moment of hesitation, she ventured, "Did I, perhaps, do something to you that night after I had drunk?" The words escaped her, sounding oddly ambiguous. What a jest! What could she possibly do to a noble like him? He had merely reiterated how she had forgotten that day's events, perhaps fearing she would forget him again upon returning. It was absurd that he had even gone through the trouble of. Jing Yuheng lowered his gaze to his own attire, reflecting on his actions today, having waited so long at the tavern, and found it laughable. Zhong Lingyue felt increasingly uneasy, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that she had been forward with him that night? Was she that kind of person? She truly felt uncertain. Had he been unattractive, she would not have acted thus, but considering his looks, Zhong Lingyue instinctively glanced at him. His visage was striking, every feature exquisitely crafted. Intoxicated, it was not out of the realm of possibility for her to have made an advance. After all, she had never been drunk before. She had no idea how she might behave in such a state. If she truly had forgotten, what would he do? She probed tentatively. At her words, she noticed his expression darkened further. The next moment, she heard Jing Yuheng and Oppo's icy voice. "Since you have forgotten, you must not be interested in that lead. Therefore, our collaboration ends here." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving Zhong Lingyue in a state of shock. Wait, just a collaboration? Not a slight against you? A moment of clarity struck her. Had he not just mentioned he would share the lead with her? Zhong Lingyue rushed after him. "I am interested." The two exited the alley in succession. Meanwhile, at the side entrance of the general's manor, concubine Lin re-emerged. When questioned by the guards, she simply stated she had forgotten something and would return shortly. As dusk fell, a figure clad in black awaited in a concealed corner. Concubine Lin hastened towards him. "I have followed your instructions and guided the third prince to take action against the young lady. They should act soon." She divulged the details of her earlier discussion with the prince. The man in black replied quietly, "That is excellent. Additionally, ensure that Zhong Ziyun is led to believe the third prince is conspiring against his sister." Concubine Lin nodded, then looked at the man, her expression anxious. "What about my affair?" He chuckled softly. "Rest assured, as long as you serve us faithfully, we will not disclose your liaison with that man. Once our master's ambitions are realized, you will be acknowledged for your contributions and will not be wronged." Concubine Lin and Oppo's face lit up with gratitude. The man in black inquired, "Have the people of the general and Oppo's manor noticed anything unusual?" Concubine Lin shook her head. "Not at present. That letter has likely been suppressed by the young prince, and everything remains normal at the manor." "Very well, return now. Should there be any developments, report back promptly." "Yes." Concubine Lin took a detour to purchase some items before finally returning to the general's manor. At the tavern, in the same private room as before, Jing Yuheng sat while Zhong Lingyue stood. "What is the lead you mentioned?" she queried, having rushed over and now feeling somewhat impatient. Jing Yuheng, however, remained calm, casting a glance at the cup beside him, and remarked casually, "After such a long journey, I find myself rather parched. Can you not pour yourself a drink?" Zhong Lingyue muttered under her breath, yet her hand instinctively reached for the teapot. She poured tea and presented it before him. Noticing the steaming cup, Jing Yuheng found it too hot. Zhong Lingyue slammed the cup onto the table. "Let cool before drinking." "Very well. Then we shall wait for the tea to cool before discussing the lead." He reclined against the chair and closed his eyes. Zhong Lingyue. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her urge to splash the tea in his face, and stepped out to request cooler water from the server. Upon returning with a fresh cup of tea, this time genuinely at a suitable temperature, Jing Yuheng initially intended to comment on its coolness, but upon meeting her fierce gaze, he hesitated and accepted the cup instead. As the cool tea slid down his throat, he finally regained his composure. "Can we speak now?" His heart had cooled, and he suddenly realized she was the one seeking his attention. Why should he acquiesce to her? So, after setting down the cup, he remarked, "We have yet to dine. I am hungry. What do you?" Zhong Lingyue amp. Oppo's query was interrupted as Jing Yuheng sighed. "3 days ago, you promised to meet me here at the hour of you. I arrived punctually and have waited for you here for quite some time." Zhong Lingyue. It was now the hour of Su, so he had waited for her for an hour. Perhaps that was a bit excessive. She handed him the menu, her tone stiff. "What would you like to eat?" Jing Yuheng pointed out a few dishes. Zhong Lingyue nodded and called for the server to place the order. To her surprise, when the server reported on the special roasted chicken, he smiled apologetically. "I'm terribly sorry, esteemed guests, but today's special roasted chicken has already sold out. Would you prefer to choose something else?" Zhong Lingyue cast a glance at Jing Yuheng. Jing Yuheng replied, "I specifically wanted that today. Had it not been for waiting for you, I would have eaten the roasted chicken long ago. Besides, I even gifted you the last one last time." Zhong Lingyue clenched and then released her fists, turning to the server. "Is there any other way?" The server cautiously glanced at Jing Yuheng, who was staring at him, and quickly retracted his head, saying, "A customer, just place an order. And the kitchen hasn't served it yet. Perhaps you could negotiate with that guest." Zhong Lingyue scowled. "Then take me to that person." The server complied, leading Zhong Lingyue out. As the door closed behind them, a smile tugged at the corners of Jing Yuheng and Oppo's mouth. In the main hall, Zhong Lingyue followed the server to a table. The server explained the situation first. "Esteemed guests, this lady wishes to have the special roasted chicken, but the last one was ordered by your table. Would you consider allowing her to have it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar face lifted from her meal. "Retaliate? No." Before her stood none other than Qi Yingxue, a familiar acquaintance of Zhong Lingyue. Beside her was another man who also raised his head, revealing himself to be Qi Yingxue's brother, Qi Jinghua. Chapter 76, Half a Roasted Chicken. Zhong Lingyue abruptly halted her words, suddenly realizing that she was in disguise and that her current identity was no longer that of the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. At this moment, she was a stranger to Qi Yingxue. "What do you mean by 7 times? Even if you offer me 7 times the price, I shall not relent. This is something I have long awaited. If you wish to partake, do come earlier next time." Qi Yingxue dismissed her once more. Zhong Lingyue felt helpless. On one hand was her friend, and on the other, a troublesome man. Under normal circumstances, she would never have contended with Qi Yingxue over a roasted chicken. But now, she had no choice. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward and said, "I sincerely apologize for my intrusion, but I hope you might consider allowing me to purchase the last roasted chicken. I promise to arrive early tomorrow and procure it for my household. I will also cover the expenses for both of you today, if that is agreeable." Qi Yingxue remained steadfast, "But I want to eat it now. If I have to wait until tomorrow, I wanted Oppo's to be able to sleep tonight." Zhong Lingyue understood that, for a food lover, she was indeed putting her under duress. She turned to the waiter and inquired, "Is today's sellout due to insufficient ingredients? If I were to procure some now, could the kitchen prepare it?" The waiter appeared troubled. "I and amp, Oppo's. I'm afraid that one and amp, Oppo's, to be possible. Our secret roasted chicken requires a special marinade, and even if we start now, it cannot be ready in a short time." Zhong Lingyue nodded in understanding. She gazed outside at the bustling street, contemplating whether purchasing a similar dish from another tavern might persuade the gentleman upstairs to yield. At present, it seemed she had no other options. Perhaps it was worth a try? Zhong Lingyue bowed to Qi Yingxue and her brother. I apologize for the disturbance. Just as she was about to leave, someone called her back. Miss, please hold on. It was Qi Jinghua, who had stood to stop her. Zhong Lingyue acknowledged him with a nod, sensing he had something important to discuss. Qi Jinghua approached his sister and whispered something in her ear. Moments later, he looked up at Zhong Lingyue. My sister has indeed been waiting for this roasted chicken for quite some time. If she cannot have it, she will be quite restless. How about this? We split the roasted chicken in half and offer you one portion. Does that sound acceptable? Zhong Lingyue immediately nodded upon hearing this. Though it was only half, it should suffice, and surely that man would not insist on having the entirety. That is quite feasible. I'm immensely grateful to both of you. I will cover today's bill and ensure the roasted chicken is delivered to your residence tomorrow. May I inquire where you reside? There in Oppos. There's no need for such formalities. It is merely a small favor, Qi Jinghua replied, gesturing to the waiter. Please divide our roasted chicken in half and deliver one portion to this young lady. The waiter nodded with a smile and retreated. After expressing her thanks once more, Zhong Lingyue followed the waiter. She first settled their bill, and as for the roasted chicken, she would dispatch it to the Dingyuan Marquis's residence the following day. This incident significantly altered her perception of Qi Jinghua. During their last encounter, he had come across as stubborn and overly formal, which had somewhat irked her. Yet, had he not been so generous this time, she would have struggled to find a solution to her predicament. A proper thank you was indeed warranted. Not long after Zhong Lingyue departed, the half-roasted chicken was brought to the table. Qi Yingxue eagerly grabbed a piece of the crispy chicken wing and, noticing her brother in Oppo's amused gaze, pointed to the chicken leg on the plate and mumbled, Brother, you should eat. Qi Jinghua chuckled and shook his head. You eat. In no time, Qi Yingxue had devoured a wing and placed the chicken leg in her brother and damp. Oppo's bowl, although we agreed to share, you gave your portion away. As your sister, I cannot truly eat it all myself. Here, have this chicken leg. It will taste terrible if it gets cold. But brother, Qi Yingxue paused, a teasing smile on her face. Did you let her have it because you found her attractive? Qi Jinghua replied, Do not speak nonsense. I'm not being ridiculous. She truly is quite lovely, and for a moment, I thought she resembled Lingyue, though they are distinctly different. Recalling something, Qi Yingxue propped her chin on her hand, gazing at her brother with a playful smile. So, do you like Lingyue? A hint of discomfort flashed across Qi Jinghua's face. Do not say such things. I'm not speaking out of turn. You don't like her, yet you still sent her home? I heard that Lingyue refused your company, but you insisted on accompanying her. Have you ever treated another girl like that? That is because she saved you. Qi Jinghua attempted to explain. In truth, it was Sister Shun who saved me. Qi Yingxue interjected. Qi Jinghua fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he softly replied, I escorted both Miss Shun and Miss Zhong home. Oh, is that truly the case? Qi Jinghua affirmed. Sighing, Qi Yingxue remarked, I thought you had feelings for Lingyue. I like her as well. If she could be my sister-in-law, I would be overjoyed. What a pity you do not share the same sentiments. Actually, Qi Jinghua hesitated, realizing he had walked into a trap as he caught sight of his sister and Oppo's teasing expression. In a swift motion, he seized a chicken leg from his bowl and shoved it into her mouth. Meanwhile, in the private room upstairs, Jing Yuheng looked at the half-roasted chicken served by the waiter, bewildered. Why is there only half? Zhong Lingyue stood opposite him, arms crossed, and gritted her teeth. Half is quite a feat to obtain. Will you eat it or not? Jing Yuheng raised an eyebrow, picking up his chopsticks and placing a piece in Zhong Lingyue's bowl. Let's share it together. Zhong Lingyue returned the piece to him, meeting his puzzled gaze with a smirk. Since you fancy it, you might as well consume the entire half. Jing Yuheng hesitated, his chopsticks hovering in midair, uncertain whether to proceed. In truth, he was not fond of greasy foods. His earlier intentions were to vex her, considering she had specifically ordered the roasted chicken, presumably out of fondness. Now, he clearly saw that he had ruffled her feathers, and it was too late for regrets. Thus, under her ominous stare, Jing Yuheng could only endure and consume the entire half of the roasted chicken, leaving no room for any other dishes. After several cups of tea, he finally felt the oily sensation dissipate. What a consequence of his own actions. Once he set down his chopsticks, Zhong Lingyue inquired, "Can we discuss the clues now?" Jing Yuheng nodded, no longer teasing her. He produced a dark silk pouch and handed it to her. Zhong Lingyue accepted it, knowing the contents were related to the mastermind behind the scenes. Uncovering the origin of these items might lead them to unveil the orchestrator. Chapter 77. Was it specifically ordered for me? Zhong Lingyue opened the silk pouch and retrieved an exquisite sachet. This sachet was precisely the one Wang Dalong had concealed in the Black Cloud stronghold. After Jing Yuheng acquired it, he had meticulously studied it and tasked his subordinates to investigate its origin, but it proved to be quite challenging. The materials used for the sachet, its fabric, thread, and the fragrant herbs inside, were all commonplace, and the numerous shops where these materials could be purchased were countless. Similar styles were not uncommon either. Subsequently, he had interrogated Wang Dalong again, who mentioned that the individual he dealt with was always thoroughly covered, yet consistently wore this sachet at their waist. He surmised it must be a treasured item for the other party, hence he stole it. Wang Dalong and Oppo's conjecture held some merit. However, his usual indifference towards such ornamental items rendered him unable to discern any peculiarities. With no progress made, Jing Yuheng thought it prudent to allow her to examine it. Perhaps she might uncover something. Zhong Lingyue scrutinized the sachet in her hand. Since childhood, she had not taken to needlework, having only learned a few rudimentary skills to appease the tutors invited to her maternal grandparents and Oppo's home. Nevertheless, despite her average craftsmanship, she could discern that each flower embroidered on the sachet was exquisitely detailed, with a tastefully delicate color scheme, clearly reflecting the maker's diligence. As she poured out the fragrant herbs to inspect the interior of the sachet, she discovered it was embroidered on both sides, with the same floral design inside, although the shape of the flowers. "Do you recognize the flowers embroidered here?" she inquired. Jing Yuheng shook his head. "I have not seen them before. I instructed my subordinates to inquire, but they reported that such flowers have not been seen in the capital. To trace their origin, we would need to invest more time. However, it is also possible that the flowers are merely imitations and not intended to depict any real species, making them difficult to identify." Zhong Lingyue bent her head to examine the sachet closely and suddenly noticed something peculiar about the floral branches at the opening. Their curvature was oddly twisted, resembling a pattern rather than natural flora. "Do you think the pattern here looks somewhat unusual?" Jing Yuheng leaned closer to inspect and frowned, acknowledging that it indeed did not resemble typical designs. This dynasty valued symmetrical beauty, and the patterns on fabrics were often paired in symmetry. Yet, the pattern on this sachet lacked any discernible order, appearing rather strange. "May I take this sachet for further study?" Coincidentally, she had just seen Aunt Lin carrying embroidery to sell, and she felt a connection between the two matters. However, she had yet to examine Aunt Lin and Oppo's embroidery closely. Serendipitously, her senior sister had purchased those embroidered handkerchiefs, and she intended to compare them. Nevertheless, Jing Yuheng shook his head. "That is not permissible. This is evidence. Allowing you to see it is already an exception. If you were to take it and not return, how would I find you?" He met her gaze, his words laced with significant implication. "It is said that you are aware of my identity, yet I know nothing of yours. Now that I have honored my promise to share the clues, should you not be more forthcoming with me?" Zhong Lingyue paused. Revealing her identity to him would be akin to sealing her fate. What if he stormed into the general's residence, demanding the false evidence? Lacking complete assurance, she hesitated to trust him entirely. However, the clues were indeed negotiable. What she could not uncover, perhaps he could assist her with. After pondering for a moment, she spoke. "My identity is not significant. As the heir has mentioned, our objectives align, so let us merely exchange clues." Jing Yuheng smiled, seemingly unfazed. "What clues can you offer me?" Zhong Lingyue called for the waiter to bring ink and paper. She picked up the brush and sketched an object, handing it to Jing Yuheng. "An arrow?" Zhong Lingyue nodded. "I wonder if you could investigate who has been using such arrows. Perhaps it could lead us to the person behind the scenes." "How do you know the person behind the scenes uses these arrows? Have you been attacked?" Jing Yuhing asked, his tone revealing a hint of urgency he was unaware of. Zhong Lingyue hesitated, concealing her emotions, and did not directly answer his question. You need only investigate, and I shall offer no further information. She had not anticipated Jing Yuhing's keen insight, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. Indeed, the arrows she had drawn were the same ones shot at her by those cloaked figures during her escape through the secret passage in her previous life. Details she had only recently recalled through her recurring nightmares. The arrowheads were distinct from the usual specifications, longer and exquisitely crafted, particularly suited for long-range assassination. Moreover, the dynasty had specific requirements regarding weapon specifications, indicating these had been illicitly produced. In this lifetime, the mastermind had not anticipated her preemptively acquiring the false evidence to disrupt their plans. According to their scheme, these weapons would have been thoroughly prepared. The ability to amass a significant cache of weapons suggested the involvement of a person of great influence and ambition. It was indeed within the jurisdiction of the Qingyun guards to investigate and unearth the identity of the person behind the scenes. Thus, having him conduct the inquiry was entirely appropriate. As for the sachet, Zhong Lingyue looked at him. If I cannot take the item, may I at least take my sketch? Jing Yuheng nodded lightly. He remained lost in thought, reflecting on the fleeting emotion he had glimpsed in her eyes, a profound melancholy that stirred an unease within him. In their previous encounters, whether she presented herself as the delicate daughter of the general and oppose, his household, or as the fierce thief who would spar with him verbally, she had displayed a myriad of personalities, cunning, cold, playfully innocent while intoxicated, but he had never seen her exhibit such sorrow. Clearly, she had undergone some ordeal. Noticing that she was still engrossed in sketching the sachet, he gradually rose to leave. Zhong Lingyue focused intently on her drawing, fearful of missing any detail. The process took longer than anticipated. After completing her work, she compared it to the sachet several times, ensuring that the size and curvature were perfectly aligned before finally setting down her brush. When she looked up, she realized Jing Yuheng had vanished. Where has he gone? She wondered, glancing at the sachet in her hand. Was she now no longer concerned about being accused of stealing it? However, she was not the sort to behave dishonestly, so she simply sat and waited. As she paused, she felt a pang of hunger. The dishes on the table had long grown cold, and the soup had developed a layer of grease, which was unappetizing. She stood, intending to summon the waiter for more food, when, coincidentally, Jing Yuheng entered, pushing the door open. Have you finished your drawing? He inquired. Zhong Lingyue nodded. Just in time. He turned to the waiter behind him, who approached the table with a tray, setting down a steaming porcelain bowl. Would you care to try? Jing Yuheng and Appo's gaze shifted to Zhong Lingyue. As she approached the table, she discovered it contained a bowl of sweet, glutinous rice balls. The waiter, bowing and smiling, said, Miss, do try the flavor. Our restaurant typically does not serve sweet soups, but the gentleman specifically requested it, so we hastily prepared these rice balls. The sesame filling was too rushed to prepare, so this batch contains red date paste, which is also sweet. Take it away. Jing Yuheng glared at the overly chatty waiter. The waiter retreated with the tray, leaving only the two of them in the private room. Zhong Lingyue was indeed hungry, and the sight of the sweet rice balls was enticing. She sat down and lifted a spoonful to her lips, pausing to glance at Jing Yuheng, who appeared somewhat awkward. Amusingly, she felt a sudden urge to laugh and teasingly asked, Was this specially ordered for me? Unexpectedly, her words seemed to provoke him, as he leaned closer, grasping her hand and, along with the spoon, fed the glutinous rice ball into her mouth. Chapter 78. Is the Crown Prince's heir always this thick-skinned? The steaming tang yuan was suddenly thrust into Zhong Lingyue's mouth, causing her tongue to burn painfully. She opened her mouth in an attempt to spit it out, but felt it inappropriate to do so in any direction. Just then, a handkerchief was presented to her, without much thought. She quickly took it and covered her lips as she expelled the hot filling onto the cloth. Once she regained her composure, she realized she was holding Jing Yuheng's handkerchief, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Yet, recalling who had caused her discomfort, she felt justified in glaring at him. You did that on purpose, didn't it, Amp? Oppose. You? Jing Yuheng, his gaze fixated on her rosy lips, showed a flicker of discomfort. It was not intentional. He had noticed her earlier discontent and, having heard his mother mention that sweet treats could lift her spirits, had ordered the kitchen to prepare sweet soup. He had simply forgotten that freshly made tang yuan was extremely hot, and now he deeply regretted it. He quickly poured a cup of cool tea and handed it to her. Upon drinking, Zhong Lingyue felt the fiery pain in her mouth subside somewhat. "Is it better?" Jing Yuheng asked cautiously. Seldom did one see the noble heir exhibit such a guilty expression. This softened Zhong Lingyue and Appo's irritation a little, and she nodded in response. Jing Yuheng took a spoonful of tang yuan, allowing it to cool before offering it to her, ensuring it was no longer too hot. Zhong Lingyue glanced at him, hesitated briefly, and then accepted the spoon. After blowing on it, she took a small bite to test the temperature. Satisfied that it was safe, she consumed the entire morsel. The tang yuan, sprinkled with osmanthus, exuded a fragrant aroma, its soft, glutinous texture mingling with the sweetness of red dates. She indulged in several pieces, and although it became somewhat cloying towards the end, she finished the small bowl entirely. With her hunger satiated, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Having completed her business, Zhong Lingyue planned to leave. Her thoughts lingered on concubine Lin. She had many questions swirling in her mind. Was there an issue with the embroidered products sold by concubine Lin? Was the shopkeeper from Weaving Feather Pavilion in league with her? Additionally, was there something amiss about the person who purchased the pouch? She was eager to uncover these truths. Noticing her departure, Jing Yuheng stood as well. "Allow me to escort you, my lady." Zhong Lingyue promptly declined. "No need. I can return by myself." If he accompanied her, he would learn her residence, and her identity would be compromised. To her surprise, he chuckled. "I merely meant to escort you downstairs. Did you think I intended to take you home?" Zhong Lingyue sighed, realizing she had misinterpreted his intentions. "All right, Fine, but you needn't accompany me downstairs." She huffed. "Very well. I shall see you to the entrance," he replied. At this, Zhong Lingyue grew silent, lifting her feet to exit. As she noted her footsteps were noticeably heavier than usual, Jing Yuheng smiled behind her. However, his expression froze when his gaze caught a familiar face at the bottom of the stairs. Coincidentally, as Zhong Lingyue descended, the Qi siblings had just finished their meal and were calling the shopkeeper to settle their bill. The shopkeeper informed them that someone had already taken care of it. Qi Jinghua immediately thought of the lady from earlier and instinctively looked towards the staircase, just in time to see Zhong Lingyue coming down. He approached her, saying, "My lady, you need not be so polite. That half-roasted chicken was willingly shared by us, and today my brother and I should not burden you with the expense." As he spoke, Qi Jinghua reached for his pouch to repay her. Zhong Lingyue attempted to stop him, but someone else stepped forward, pressing down on Qi Jinghua's hand that held the pouch. It turns out it was the generous roasted chicken from young Master Qi. No wonder it tasted so delightful. "I must thank you, young Master Qi. Since I enjoyed your roasted chicken, it is only fitting that I cover the cost," Jing Yuheng declared, obstructing Zhong Lingyue's path, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Zhong Lingyue thought, delightful? She had to beg for it. How could it not taste good? Moreover, he had said he would only escort her to the entrance. Why was he now lingering? Was he trying to follow her? With that thought, Zhong Lingyue decided not to linger any longer. Seizing the opportunity, while Jing Yuheng was busy chatting with the Qi siblings, she stealthily slipped away, merging into the bustling street and quickly vanishing. As for Jing Yuheng's self-satisfaction, Zhong Lingyue found it utterly uninteresting. Soon, after flaunting his success to the Qi siblings, he realized the figure behind him had disappeared. Nonetheless, he merely raised an eyebrow and smiled, feeling rather pleased as he exited the establishment. The Qi siblings exchanged glances, perplexed. "Brother, is the crown prince's heir always this thick-skinned?" He had a lady pay for his roasted chicken and then boasted about it before his own brother. What could he possibly be proud of? Qi Inshue remarked. Qi Jinghua shook his head. "I am not well acquainted with him, so I cannot say whether he is usually so brazen. However, he certainly knows how to charm the ladies. Not long ago, he was courting Miss Zhong, and now he has moved on to another." Unbeknownst to Jing Yuheng, his reputation was in shambles. He regretted forgetting to arrange a time to meet Zhong Lingyue again before she left. Yet, he was confident she would seek him out again. After all, If she could infiltrate the crown prince's residence, he could certainly make a night visit to the general's estate. Zhong Lingyue returned to the general and Appo's estate with utmost caution. Shun Qingli had been waiting anxiously in the Lingyue pavilion, and upon seeing her return, rushed forward to pull her inside, inspecting her from head to toe for any injuries. Only after assuring herself that Zhong Lingyue was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Concubine Lin has already returned. Why were you out for so long? Did something happen? She asked with concern. Zhong Lingyue nodded. Indeed, I encountered some matters and found a few leads, which delayed my return. You must be hungry. Let me have someone prepare something to eat, Qingzhu offered. Zhong Lingyue stopped her. No need. I have eaten outside. Let us discuss today's events first. She turned to Zissou and inquired, "What of the person you followed?" Zissou stepped forward to report, "The girl who purchased the pouch is merely an ordinary citizen, residing in Anlafeng near the West City Gate. I inquired and found no discrepancies with her family. She likely just happened to buy the pouch that Concubine Lin offered. I even took the opportunity to bump into her and, while picking up the pouch, found nothing unusual." "Did you recognize the pattern on the pouch?" Zhong Lingyue asked. Zissa nodded. It was simply a common design featuring azaleas and crepe myrtles. Aside from the flowers, were there any peculiar patterns? Such as these. Zhong Lingyue retrieved her own sketch and presented it to Zissou. Chapter 79. It appears that Lady Lin is quite occupied today. Zissou carefully recalled the details of the pouch she had seen and shook her head, having never encountered such intricate patterns before. Shun Qingli leaned closer, pointing at the painting with curiosity. "What is this?" Zhong Lingyue did not conceal anything from her, revealing that it was a clue provided by Jing Yuang. He had shown her a pouch that likely pertained to the mastermind behind the scenes, and this was the embroidered flower and pattern on that pouch. Shun Qingli immediately deduced her thoughts. "You suspect that the pouch is connected to Lady Lin?" Zhong Lingyue replied with a shake of her head. "I cannot be certain. I merely harbor some doubts. It is indeed too coincidental." Upon learning that she had met with Jing Yuang, Shun Qingli initially wished to gossip, but recognizing the urgency of the matter, she quickly produced an embroidered handkerchief she had purchased from Jiyu Pavilion. "Take a look and see if there are any similarities." Everyone began examining the patterns on the handkerchief against the painting. Ultimately, the purchased handkerchief bore no resemblance to the depicted design. It featured only common floral patterns, and moreover, the embroidery was not as exquisite as that on the pouch. Thus, it seemed that the embroidered item Lady Lin had brought today was unproblematic. Shun Qingli turned to Zhong Lingyue, inquiring about the results of her surveillance. "We have made significant discoveries here." "What?" Zhong Lingyue asked. "From the timeline, you should speak first," Shun Qingli replied, reflecting on how remarkable Lady Lin truly was. Zhong Lingyue recounted what she had observed while following Lady Lin, albeit omitting certain details. "Indeed, it seems that Lady Lin is quite busy today," Shun Qingli exclaimed, astonished by how quietly she had been operating behind the scenes. Tiandong was even more incensed, expressing outrage at Lady Lin and Appo's shameless actions and her attempts to collude with the third prince against their master and mistress, deeming it both despicable and malicious. "Indeed, master, we cannot let her go unpunished," Zhu Yi and the others echoed, their faces filled with indignation. "Of course not. However, I witnessed her returning to the estate." "What transpired afterward?" Jing Mo, who had been holding back for a long time, seized the opportunity to report. "At that time, I was keeping an eye on Lady Lin's courtyard, wary of any unusual movements from her household. Later, someone dispatched from the mistress and Appo's side conveyed that Lady Lin had entered the estate but suddenly left midway, raising my suspicions. I hurried to follow her and saw her take a winding route through a dim alley, where I personally witnessed her meeting and conversing with a man in black. She paused, kneeling before Zhong Lingyue, feeling guilty as she confessed. I feared getting too close and being discovered, so I could not overhear their conversation. "You did well," Zhong Lingyue reassured her, helping Jing Mo to her feet. "We do not know the capabilities or hidden allies of the other party. It would be reckless to approach them. Not hearing their conversation is inconsequential, as we have already established that Lady Lin is suspect. We can investigate further later." She addressed everyone in the room, her tone serious as she emphasized, in any endeavor, the utmost priority is to ensure your own safety. Only after safeguarding yourselves should you proceed with caution in your inquiries. Is that clear? I do not want any of you to be harmed. Zhu Yi and the others nodded yes. Jun, your sister, speaks rightly. Shun Qingli regarded them earnestly, stressing that self-preservation is paramount. Clues can be pursued later, but a life lost is irrevocable. Zhong Lingyue looked at her. Senior sister, you too. Shun Qingli smiled. Rest assured, I value my life greatly. Besides, I carry poison with me. Should misfortune befall my enemies, it would be their ill luck. By the way, I will prepare some muscle-relaxing powder and poison for everyone tomorrow. In critical moments, they may serve as means of self-defense. Zhu Yi and the others expressed their gratitude before taking their leave. Only Shun Qingli and Zhong Lingyue remained in the room. Noticing Zhong Lingyue and Amp Oppo's silence, Shun Qingli understood her thoughts were elsewhere. Are you pondering the identity of the person Lady Lin is meeting tonight? Zhong Lingyue nodded. Although Jing Mo did not hear the conversation between Lady Lin and the man in black, I suspect he is the one behind the scenes. Shun Qingli speculated. Could it be that the mastermind is indeed one of the other princes? The position of crown prince remains undecided, and with the third prince gaining prominence and the support of Minister Yan, he certainly appears to be a strong contender. But what if he were to be deposed? Would that not present an opportunity for the first and second princes? Zhong Lingyue was not well acquainted with these princes and had heard little about them, leading her to believe they were rather low profile. However, after encountering Lady Lin, she felt increasingly that those who remain discreet warrant closer scrutiny. It seems I must send someone to gather information about these two princes. She shared her suspicions with Shun Qingli. The likelihood is indeed considerable. However, I have a question. If one of the princes is indeed the mastermind behind the plot to frame the third prince, why would they also wish to undermine the general and Oppo's residence? Indeed, why drag the general and Oppo's residence into this? Zhong Lingyue pondered. Regardless of which prince ascends to the throne in the future, my father will undoubtedly pledge loyalty to the new emperor. What benefit could there be in eliminating the general and Oppo's residence? Or perhaps we were mistaken in our assumptions, and the true perpetrator is someone else entirely? Chapter 80. The Flower Appreciation Banquet at the Yin residence. The identity of the mastermind behind the scenes remains shrouded in mystery. Yet it is irrefutable that Aunt Lin is implicated, and keeping a close watch on her will undoubtedly yield further clues. The following day, Zhong Lingyue informed Zhong Tianji and his wife about Aunt Lin and Amp Oppo's clandestine meeting with the man in black, though she omitted the details regarding Aunt Lin's collusion with the third prince. Her silence was not born of fear that the scandal would bring disgrace to her father, but rather a belief that if her parents were aware, they would surely assign someone to protect her vigilantly. Zhong Lingyue was a woman of vengeance. Should the third prince dare to act, she would ensure he faced repercussions. However, with her parents and Amp Oppo's people keeping an eye on her, taking action would become considerably more difficult. Zhong Lingyue did not anticipate that the day of reckoning would arrive so swiftly. On the 28th day of the 12th month, Madame Yin hosted a plum blossom banquet, claiming that the residents had cultivated exquisite plum flowers, inviting families from near and far to partake in the festivities. The invitation had only been sent the previous day, indicating haste. During this period, families were preoccupied with various matters, yet the Yin residents seemed unusually idle, even setting aside a day for the flower appreciation. What beauty could one find in such frigid weather? When news arrived from Wang Qinlan, Zhong Lingyue was engrossed in reading with Shun Qingli. They had yet to discover any leads from the flowers and patterns they had copied from Jingyue, and were hoping to find similar references in books. However, after rummaging for quite some time, without success, their spirits began to wane. Upon hearing the news, both realized something was amiss and began to connect the dots. Shun Qingli, visibly invigorated, put down her dizzying book and turned to Zhong Lingyue, questioning whether the third prince was preparing to take action. Given that the Yin residence was his maternal family, I thought we wouldn't see any movement until after the new year, she remarked. Zhong Lingyue scoffed. If he does not wish to celebrate the new year properly, then let him forego altogether. Meanwhile, The Jin Wangfu also received an invitation from the Yin residence. How intriguing that the Yin residence would host a flower appreciation banquet during the new year, mused the Jin Wangfei, glancing at her husband. The Jin Wang had returned late the previous night from an official assignment, his face still bearing traces of fatigue. He contemplated the invitation thoughtfully. The emperor mentioned earlier that he would send a prince south to gauge the people's sentiments after the new year. Initially, there was significant support for the third prince. But recently, the second prince has begun to emerge, altering the court and oppos as dynamics. It seems Madame Yin is anxious, likely seeking to win hearts under the pretense of this banquet. Then we ought to decline the invitation, lest we incur the emperor's misunderstanding, suggested the Jin Wangfei. After a moment's reflection, the Jin Wang replied, since it is a flower appreciation, it would not hurt for you and Ming Jing to attend, having been married for many years. The Jin Wangfei immediately grasped her husband and amp, oppos, intention with a mere glance, though she sighed inwardly. Your Highness may be disappointed at the last grand banquet hosted by the Empress. None of the eligible young ladies caught Ming Jing's fancy. Do you truly believe he will find a suitable bride at a flower appreciation banquet? The Jin Wang interjected. I believe you have spoiled him. He gets his way too often. I think the granddaughter of the Intaifu would be an excellent match. Perhaps we should petition the emperor for a marriage decree. Absolutely not. The Jin Wangfei rejected vehemently. Why not? That young lady is well-educated and virtuous. The Jin Wangfei interrupted him. Your Highness, do you truly believe the granddaughter of the Intaifu is as good as you think? She may present one facade in public and another in private. I will not have a daughter-in-law of questionable character. What leads you to such a conclusion? I have my methods to investigate. It seems your judgment may not be as keen as Ming Jing and oppos. Yes, she retorted. The Jin Wang chuckled at her rebuttal, turning to his wife. So you imply that my choice in marrying you is poor? The Jin Wangfei fell silent, and the Jin Wang embraced her affectionately until her irritation subsided. Once she calmed, he returned to the topic. Your discerning eye is invaluable. I trust you will oversee Ming Jing's marriage matters. With a huff, the Jin Wangfei replied, rest assured, I will ensure Ming Jing attends this flower appreciation banquet, whether he likes it or not. Interestingly, before she could send anyone to fetch him, Jing Yuheng expressed his desire to attend the banquet, alleviating her concerns. When unusual occurrences arise, they often conceal deeper motives. Sensing something amiss, Jing Yuheng resolved to attend the Yin residence and oppos' flower appreciation banquet. The next day arrived swiftly. Wang Qinlan took Zhong Lingyue and Zhong Lingshuang to the banquet, while Zhong Ziyun eagerly chased them to the entrance, only to be pulled back by his father, who insisted he focus on his studies and martial training. Recently, their parents had been hesitant to let a Yun venture out, which Zhong Lingyue felt was overly strict. She contemplated interceding on his behalf, but remembered the potential for significant events today, deciding against it. Upon arriving at the Yin residence, Wang Qinlan was quickly called away by an acquaintance, leaving Zhong Lingshuang to seek out friends to enjoy the blossoms, departing in haste. This left Zhong Lingyue with only Zhu Yi and Zhu Qing by her side. The three exchanged glances, fully aware that it was only a matter of time before Zhu Yi and Zhu Qing were also summoned away. As they made their way to the back garden, the plum blossoms of the Yin residence were indeed breathtaking, with rare green plums attracting admiration from all. After a brief observation, a maid approached Zhong Lingyue, informing her that the young ladies from various families had arrived and invited her to join them in appreciating the flowers and reciting poetry. Zhong Lingyue had no objections and followed the maid, arriving at a waterside pavilion already bustling with guests. A young lady seated at the center stood and waved. Miss Zhong. Over here. Zhong Lingyue recognized her as Yin Yunjiao, whom she had met previously at court. As Zhu Yi and Zhu Qing prepared to enter, they were halted by a maid at the entrance. Ladies, there are attendants within to serve you. It will be crowded here. Please accompany us to a resting area, and we will inform you once the gathering concludes. Mississippi. Zhu Qing expressed her unease. Zhong Lingyue, however, reassured them. In that case, you should go with them. If you do not leave, how will the play unfold? With that, she ventured inside alone. As soon as she took her seat, a maid poured her a cup of wine. Zhong Lingyue gazed at the drink without touching it. Yin Yunjiao raised her glass. Miss Zhong, I felt an immediate affinity for you during our last meeting, though we had little opportunity for conversation. I hope we can become friends. Allow me to toast to you. Zhong Lingyue, initially suspicious of the wine, was now nearly certain of its dubious nature. It was unlikely that this young lady, who had barely exchanged a few words with her, would feel such camaraderie. She smiled politely. I apologize, Miss Yin, but my tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. I fear I may become a source of embarrassment if I drink too much. It is not my intention to slight you. To her surprise, Yin Yunjiao laughed, unperturbed. No matter, since Miss Zhong does not drink well, we can simply exchange the wine for tea. Someone, bring tea for Miss Zhong. A servant quickly complied, presenting her with a cup of tea. Chapter 81. The trap. Seeing that Miss Zhong Lingyue still refused to drink, Yin Yunjiao spoke again. Miss Zhong, do you find the tea in my residence unsatisfactory? Does Miss Yin truly wish for me to partake? Zhong Lingyue regarded her, her words laden with hidden meaning. Yin Yunjiao felt a twinge of guilt at her inquiry and instinctively averted her gaze, only to return to fixate on Zhong Lingyue after a moment. It is merely a cup of tea. Miss Zhong and Appo's reluctance suggests a disdain for forming a friendship with me. Clearly, Yin Yunjiao was intent on having her drink. This time, Zhong Lingyue did not decline, lifting the teacup and taking a sip. Since her counterpart seemed to have ulterior motives, it was likely that both the wine and the tea were laced with some substance. However, the third prince had miscalculated. She was already aware of their scheme and had come prepared. Prior to her arrival, she had ingested an antidote crafted by her senior sister, capable of countering various aphrodisiacs. So drinking it posed no risk. Nonetheless, she still wished to extend Yin Yunjiao an opportunity, though it seemed her intentions had not yet dawned on her. As women, they understood the significance of virtue and reputation. Yet, Yin Yunjiao chose to assist the third prince in his malicious endeavor, harboring wicked thoughts. Upon witnessing Zhong Lingyue consume the tea, Yin Yunjiao's heart raced, a flicker of remorse crossing her eyes. However, she quickly reassured herself that her actions were justified. The blame lay solely with Zhong Lingyue for her unfortunate fate. If she succeeded in aiding her brother Chenglan, he would take her as his legitimate wife, and Zhong Lingyue, stripped of her virtue, would only deserve to be a concubine. Next, Yin Yunjiao turned her attention to the maidservant behind Zhong Lingyue, preparing to signal her when, unexpectedly, someone rushed in from outside and seated themselves beside Zhong Lingyue. Lingyue, it's always such a struggle to find you. I'm so thirsty. Qin Yingxue plopped down, spotting the empty cup in front of her and quickly seizing Zhong Lingyue's teacup, draining it in one go. Wait, the sudden turn of events left Zhong Lingyue unable to intervene in time, watching helplessly as Qin Yingxue gulped down the tea. This tea is quite delightful, Qin Yingxue exclaimed, only to meet Zhong Lingyue's alarmed gaze. What? She began to inquire, but then noticed Zhong Lingyue accidentally topple a nearby wine cup, spilling its contents onto their dresses, creating a large stain. They're wet. Let me take you back to change. Zhong Lingyue grasped Qin Yingxue's arm, hastily leading her outside. Her grip was surprisingly strong, and Qin Yingxue, noticing her friend's unusual complexion, fell silent. Yin Yunjiao, witnessing this, stood as well, commanding someone quickly escort the two ladies to change their garments. Zhong Lingyue turned back, casting a cold glance at her. No need. Yin Yunjiao was taken aback by the murderous look in Zhong Lingyue's eyes. Could it be that she had discovered their plot? No, that was impossible. How could she know their scheme? Surely, she must have misread the situation. On the verge of success, Yin Yunjiao steeled herself, pursuing them. With many male guests present, it would be ill-advised for the two ladies to encounter any gentleman while in disheveled attire. Allow my maidservants to take you to a nearby chamber to change, she insisted, positioning herself firmly before them, indicating that she would not relent until Zhong Lingyue complied. The other ladies, witnessing the standoff, began to peer in with curiosity. One inquired, "Is Miss Zhong leaving?" Yin Yunjiao, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, feigned sorrow. Perhaps Miss Zhong feels I have not entertained her properly and has taken offense. She turned to the others. You must persuade her to stay. If my mother and grandmother learn of this, they will surely blame me. All present were friends of Yin Yunjiao, and upon hearing this, they immediately rallied to her side. "Miss Zhong, your garments are damp. It would be best to change rather than rush away." Indeed, could it be that Miss Zhong feels herself too noble to associate with us? As they chattered on, blocking her path, Zhong Lingyue felt a surge of anger, wishing she could simply kick Yin Yunjiao aside and leave. At that moment, Qin Yingxue leaned heavily against her shoulder. Groaning, "I feel so dizzy." Zhong Lingyue realized with alarm that the effects of the drug were manifesting more rapidly than anticipated. Glancing down, she noted that Qin Yingxue and Damp, Oppo's face was flushed. If they forced their way out now and encountered any men, it would surely lead to disaster. Moreover, since the third prince intended to ensnare her, he would not allow her to depart easily. She would have to acquiesce to Yin Yunjiao's request. "Then it seems we must trouble you to lead us to the chamber," she relented. Yin Yunjiao waved her hand, and two maidservants stepped forward to guide them. Once outside the pavilion, they followed a narrow path deeper into the estate. Qin Yingxue leaned heavily against Zhong Lingyue, her breath becoming increasingly heated, her steps unsteady. "Why am I feeling so dizzy? I thought I was drinking tea." Qin Yingxue mumbled, dazed. Noticing this, one of the maidservants moved to assist, but Zhong Lingyue evaded her approach. "Just lead the way." As they ventured further down the path, it grew quieter and more secluded. Zhong Lingyue sensed someone trailing behind them. Noting that the two maidservants in front were oblivious, she cast a glance behind her and felt a modicum of relief upon recognizing the figure. Suddenly she called out, prompting the two maidservants to turn around. In that instant, she decisively scattered the powder given to her by her senior sister towards them. The maidservants, caught off guard, inhaled a large quantity of the powder, and within moments, their vision darkened as they collapsed backward. Zhong Lingyue caught the increasingly heavy Qin Yingxue and turned to the shadowy figure, sharply instructing, "What are you waiting for? Come and help." A tall figure rushed forth from the shadows. It was Xie Yunji. He had followed Qin Yingxue upon entering the Yan residence. Uncertain for a moment, but unable to resist following her when he saw her being assisted by Zhong Lingyue. He had just witnessed Zhong Lingyue incapacitate the two maidservants with the powder. "Quick, Len Oppos. Drag them over there and hide them. Hurry, Don and Oppos, T-Doddle." Xie Yunji was momentarily stunned, but Zhong Lingyue's urgent command snapped him to attention, and he complied without hesitation. Adhering to the propriety of male-female interactions, he avoided direct contact, instead gripping the collars of the two maidservants and pulling them into the place Zhong Lingyue indicated. Chapter 82. If he can Oppos, hold him back. Knock him out. Xie Yunji appeared to be a delicate scholar, yet he possessed remarkable strength. In a swift motion, he dragged the person away and concealed them. Upon his return, he encountered Qin Yingxue, who was leaning against Zhong Lingyue with her eyes closed, her face flushed. Alarmed, he inquired, "What has happened to her?" "She has been drugged," Zhong Lingyue replied, without concealing the truth. "There is no time for lengthy explanations, young Master Xie. You must follow my instructions to save her. Do you understand?" As she spoke, she removed a hairpin from her updo and handed it to Xie Yunji. "Send someone trustworthy to the residence of General Shun Qingli in the northern town with my hairpin, and inform her that Qin Yingxue has been poisoned with an aphrodisiac. We need the antidote. Additionally, please find a way to delay the third prince. Do not let him come here until we obtain the antidote." Upon hearing that Qin Yingxue had been poisoned, Xie Yunji and Oppos' expression darkened, especially upon realizing the involvement of the third prince. His fists clenched in fury, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. He glanced around the deserted area and asked, "What will you do?" She cannot be seen in her current state. I will find a private room to hide her for now. I will place a plum blossom at the entrance of the room. Follow the mark to find us later." Noticing his concern, Zhong Lingyue reassured him, "Do not worry. I will protect her. You must hurry back." Xie Yunji nodded, understanding her urgency. "Please be cautious, and I shall return as quickly as I can." He swiftly vanished from sight, while the effects of the drug on Qin Yingxue intensified. She felt weak and kept shifting in Zhong Lingyue and Oppos' embrace, complaining of heat, even struggling to walk. They could not linger in this location. Observing their surroundings, Zhong Lingyue decided to carry Qi Yingxue in her arms, employing her lightness skill to seek a hiding place. Fortunately, due to her fragile appearance, Yin Yunjiao had not taken extensive precautions, only assigning 2 maidservants to watch over her, and in an effort to avoid drawing attention, had cleared the area, which facilitated Zhong Lingyue and Amp, Oppos, as actions. As they traversed the plum grove, they came upon an exquisite courtyard, likely a place arranged for leisure and scenic appreciation, presumably the designated meeting spot for Yin Yunjiao and the third prince. Zhong Lingyue entered the courtyard, kicking open the door to the nearest room. As the door swung open, an unusual fragrance wafted through, prompting Zhong Lingyue to swiftly turn away, realizing it was anything but innocuous. The drugging was insufficient. They had even lit incense inside, evidently fearful of Qi Yingxue escaping. Since their malice was so profound, she resolved not to be courteous in return. While her solo endeavors were manageable, carrying Qi Yingxue required heightened caution. She sought another room with a window leading outside, bringing Qi Yingxue inside to conceal her. Should Xie Yunjie fail to arrive in time, she could still escape through the window. Zhong Lingyue laid Qi Yingxue on the bed and then proceeded to close the door of the incense-filled room to prevent premature exposure. When she returned to check on Qi Yingxue, she found her tugging at her clothing restlessly. "Lingyue, I feel so unwell. What is happening to me?" Qi Yingxue, still possessing some clarity, grasped Zhong Lingyue and Oppos' hand in panic. "The tea. There was something wrong with the tea. What about you?" She always prioritized the well-being of others, even when she herself was in peril. Such a good-hearted Qi Yingxue, yet she suffered because of these schemes. Nevertheless, this was not her fault. It was the fault of those who plotted against her. She vowed to seek retribution for her friend. "I'm fine, do not worry. You will be all right too," Zhong Lingyue assured, striving to maintain her composure as she leaned down to comfort her. "I have sent for the antidote. Hold on a little longer, and you will soon feel better." I will try, but it is so hot." Seeing her in such distress, Zhong Lingyue had no better remedy at hand, so she loosened Qi Yingxue and Oppos' collar slightly to provide her with some relief. This was indeed a miscalculation on her part. The third prince was targeting her, and she had assumed that consuming the antidote would suffice for her safety, not realizing it would implicate Qi Yingxue. Moreover, she had not brought an adequate supply of antidote. She had already used the softening powder and was left with only the poison given by her senior sister. Now, she could only pray for Xie Yunjie to return swiftly with the antidote. In the front hall of the Yin residence, the third prince was conversing and sipping tea with Minister Yin and others when suddenly, a maid accidentally spilled tea, soaking his attire. "How dare you?" the maid cried, kneeling in apology. The third prince waved dismissively, saying, "I shall change my clothes first." He left the gathering, wandering into a less populated area, where another maid approached and bowed, whispering, "Your Highness, the fourth miss has sent me to inform you that Miss Zhong has been drugged and taken to the Plum Grove Pavilion. Please, Your Highness, go there." "Excellent." The third prince and Oppos' lips curled into a smile as he waved away his attendants, eagerly making his way toward the Plum Grove. In the shadows, Jing Yuheng emerged with a serious expression. He had suspected the spilled tea was a ruse and followed to see what Jing Qinglan was up to, only to overhear this conversation. A man drugging a woman. What could be more nefarious? It required no guesswork for Jing Yuheng to discern the third prince and Oppos' intentions. The maid had mentioned the victim was taken to the Plum Grove Pavilion, where the third prince had just spoken of the splendid view of the plum blossoms, and he was currently residing there. It was evident he intended to let everyone know he was there, so when Zhong Lingyue appeared, it would appear she was intentionally trying to seduce him, thus allowing him to distance himself from any implications. Jing Qinglan, how dare he employ such despicable tactics against her? He was determined to rescue her, but suddenly recalled something. "Zhou Yu, at your service." Zhou Yu stepped forward. "Go fetch a spare set of clothes from the princess consort," and Jing Yuheng leaned closer, whispering instructions. "Young master, this." Zhou Yu's eyes widened in surprise, about to inquire further, but his master's fierce demeanor left him no room to speak. "Go quickly." Zhou Yu hurried off to find the princess consort. Jing Yuheng then turned to Zhou and beside him. You, find a way to delay Jing Chengluan. Me? Delay the third prince? Zhou then looked bewildered. Did the young master overestimate him? As a mere servant, how could he possibly hold back the third prince? If you cannot hold him back, then knock him out. Jing Yuheng had no time for further discussion as he rushed toward the Plum Grove Pavilion, leaving Zhou in a state of shock. Knock out the reigning prince? Is that even permissible? Chapter 83. It seems that Jing is the unnecessary one as Zhou and found the sack and caught up with the third prince. He discovered the prince engaged in a spirited duel with a young gentleman from the Dinyuan Marquisate. It appeared they were sparring, which was quite fortuitous. Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Since someone was preoccupied with the third prince, it spared him from having to intervene. He neatly folded the sack and tucked it away, crouching in the shadows to observe. Should that young Master Qi find himself exhausted, he would be ready to assist. Meanwhile, Jing Yuheng took a less frequented path towards the Mailin cottage. It was fortunate he had visited the Yin minister's residence many times and was familiar with the location of the Mailin cottage, saving him the trouble of searching. Upon reaching a secluded area, Jing Yuheng unleashed his agility to the fullest, hurrying towards the cottage. Inside the room, Qi Yingxue was in a state of delirium, leaning against Zhong Lingyue, her face flushed and dripping with sweat. Her clothing was disheveled, and in the chaos, Zhong Lingyue's collar had been unintentionally pushed aside, revealing an expanse of her fair skin. The sounds of Qi Yingxue and Appo's occasional whimpers filled the air, and fearing they might attract attention, Zhong Lingyue resolutely used a handkerchief to silence her, then found some rope to bind her hands and feet. Yingxue, just hold on a little longer. You should be back soon. As time passed, Zhong Lingyue grew anxious, worried that Xie Yunjing might be unable to hold the third prince at bay. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside. Drawing out a dagger she had prepared in advance, she stealthily approached the door. To her surprise, she spotted a familiar figure forcefully pushing open the door to the room. Don't go in. Zhong Lingyue immediately opened the door to warn him, retracting the dagger in her hand. Moments later, the figure emerged from within, and upon seeing her, rushed over, almost instantly standing before her. How are you? He asked urgently. It was Jing Yuheng. Zhong Lingyue was taken aback by the intensity of his concern, stammering, I'm fine, but you, before she could finish. Jing Yuheng grasped her hand and opened it. He uncapped a porcelain vial he had been holding and poured a pill into her palm. Don't speak yet. Just take this medicine. Zhong Lingyue was initially confused, but suddenly recollected something, gazing at the pill in his hand. Is this an antidote for the aphrodisiac? Yes. Jing Yuheng confirmed with a nod. Ever since the incident at Heiyun village, he had instructed Dr. Wei to provide him with the antidote for such emergencies. Just as he was about to urge Zhong Lingyue to take it, he heard more sound from inside the room. With his keen hearing, he discerned a woman's sobbing. Realizing something, he stepped back a few paces and turned away. Zhong Lingyue had no time to converse further with him and swiftly re-entered the room, shutting the door behind her. Lord, please guard outside and do not let anyone in. Jing Yuheng nodded, maintaining a solemn demeanor outside the room. Recalling Zhong Lingyue's earlier state, he observed that while her clothing was somewhat disordered, her complexion was normal, leading him to deduce that the effects of the drug were likely affecting another woman. Inside, Zhong Lingyue hurriedly administered the antidote to Qi Yingxue. The effects of the medicine did not act instantaneously, so she sat by the bed, waiting. In her daze, she unconsciously glanced towards the door, catching sight of a tall figure standing with his back to her. For some reason, her initial anxiety began to dissipate. She felt a sense of calm wash over her and finally regained her composure. Clearly, Jing Yuheng had come to her aid upon realizing she had been drugged. But why would he go to such lengths to save her? Why did he appear so worried? As a collaborator, their interactions had often been filled with conflict. As the daughter of the Zhong family, he had been skeptical of her intentions and tested her character. Yet, she had instinctively warned him, fearing he might fall prey to the same seductive fragrance inside. Their relationship was not so intimate, was it? She had even felt secure allowing him to guard the door, without a hint of concern for her own safety. Before she could ponder further, a knock interrupted her thoughts. Miss Zhong, do you need clean clothing? Turning to see Qi Yingxue and Appo's wrinkled attire, Zhong Lingyue promptly stood and opened the door. A tray holding a set of clothing awaited outside. And Jing Yuheng stood with his back turned, not looking back. A man dressed as a guard was also present, facing away, seemingly on watch. "Thank you," Zhong Lingyue said, stepping inside to help Qi Yingxue change into the fresh garments and tidy her disheveled hair. Once everything was in order, Qi Yingxue finally regained consciousness. What happened? Zhong Lingyue briefly recounted the day and Appo's events, but before she could finish, commotion erupted outside. "Halt! Prince Jin and Appo's heir? What brings you here? Why should you care where I am?" The young lord retorted. "But what business does young Master Xie have barging in here?" Upon hearing this exchange, Zhong Lingyue recognized that Xie Yunjing had arrived. She quickly reassured Qi Yingxue before rushing to the door. Witnessing the tension between the two men, she sprinted to Jing Yuheng and exclaimed, "He is here to help me." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuheng fixed a cold smirk on Xie Yunjing. "So, Miss Zhong has already sought assistance. It seems my presence is redundant." Xie Yunjing, however, paid no heed to Jing Yuheng, rushing towards Zhong Lingyue to inquire, "How is Miss Qi?" As he spoke, he produced a vial of medicine and handed it to her. "This is the medicine I had brought. Quickly, give it to her." Rest assured, Zhong Lingyue shot a glare at Jing Yuheng and replied with irritation. "Thanks to the unnecessary heir's medicine, Yingxue is already on the mend." She had no idea why that man was acting so strangely. He had seemed perfectly fine until Xie Yunjing arrived, causing the situation to escalate. Upon learning that Jing Yuheng had saved Qi Yingxue, Xie Yunjing bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Lord." Jing Yuheng stared incredulously at Zhong Lingyue, then pointed at Xie Yunjing, bewildered. "What does this mean? He likes her?" Zhong Lingyue, too preoccupied to address Jing Yuheng, rushed inside to call for Qi Yingxue. In her original plan, she intended to deal with the third prince once he arrived, then return to the waterside pavilion before Yan Yunjiao could bring her people, leaving Yan Yunjiao without an excuse. Even if they later discovered the prince's predicament, they would have to swallow their indignation. However, now not only did Qi Yingxue complicate matters, but there were also 3 men waiting outside, making it inconvenient to retaliate against the third prince. They would have to escort Qi Yingxue away first and seek another opportunity. Just as they reached the door, the guard hastily approached with news. "My lord, a group of women is heading this way. If you go out now, you may run into them." Chapter 84. A token of appreciation. Jing Yuheng glanced at Zhong Lingyue. They were at the residence of the third prince, and if they were to be seen leaving, even in the absence of the prince, it would be difficult for the young lady to explain her presence here. "Let's take the rear exit," he suggested. Upon entering, Zhong Lingyue had already taken note of the layout of the courtyard. She was aware of a small path that led elsewhere. Jing Yuheng pointed her in the right direction, assuring her that if she proceeded eastward after exiting, someone would be there to assist her. "And you?" Xie Yunjing clasped his hands together. "Rest assured, ladies, I and the heir are here to ensure your safety." "Thank you very much," Zhong Lingyue replied. Time was of the essence, and she no longer hesitated, pulling Qi Yingxue along as they hurried out through the back door of the courtyard. Not long after they left Meilin Shaozhu, voices of women were heard at the entrance. "Why have Ms. Zhong and Miss Qi taken so long to change their clothes? Could something have happened?" One of them inquired, feigning concern while subtly guiding everyone towards dark suspicions. "Do not leap to conclusions, Miss Su. Our family is hosting guests. How could anything go awry?" replied Yan Yunjiao, attempting to quell the murmurs. "Perhaps they were simply delayed by other matters. Since we're passing by, why not take a look inside?" With Yan Yunjiao's words, curiosity grew among the crowd. Today, many young ladies had gathered, and Yan Yunjiao had intentionally summoned them to ensure everyone would witness the unfolding events. "Very well, let's go and see." However, as the group approached the entrance of Meilin Shaozhu, they were halted by a guard clad in black. "Zhou, esteemed ladies, you cannot enter here." Yan Yunjiao squinted, recognizing the guard vaguely, suspecting he was one of Cheng Lan's attendants. With the realization that Cheng Lan was inside, her determination to enter grew stronger. How could the performance continue if she did not step inside? Why is it inconvenient to enter? I had instructed a maid to bring the 2 ladies here to change, and they have yet to return. We must check on their well-being. Yin Yunjiao feigned anxiety. The presence of a guard at the entrance began to raise suspicions among the other ladies. Why would there be a man where women are changing? One whispered, her voice trembling with unease. Are you certain 2 ladies entered here? Did you see them with your own eyes? Zhou Yu pressed. Yin Yunjiao affirmed vehemently. Though I did not see them, I instructed the maid to bring them here. How could I not know? What? Am I not allowed to enter my own family's courtyard? She retorted, pointing at him dramatically. Could something have happened to them inside? Is that why you are blocking our entry? And why is a man here? What are your intentions? Her leading questions sowed doubt among the other young women, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that something truly has gone wrong? Since Ms. Zhong and Miss Qi did indeed come here, why are they not yet out? Could it be? Someone hesitated, their expression one of shock. Upon hearing this, Yin Yunjiao seized the moment, lifting her skirts and rushing inside, calling out, Everyone, follow me. We are here to rescue you, Miss Zhong and Miss Qi. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, bringing everyone to a halt. They witnessed Yin Yunjiao kneeling heavily on the ground, the sound echoing in the courtyard. The act of kneeling was an understatement. She had slammed down upon the stone path, and her knees would surely bear the brunt of the impact. Oh dear, the new year has yet to arrive, and Miss Yin is already performing such grand gestures. This heir is truly taken aback, Jing Yuhang remarked, descending the steps with a composed Xie Yunjing at his side. At this moment, it was evident to him that this group had been deliberately lured here, especially the one at the forefront, who was the mastermind behind it all. Thus, he continued, Miss Yin wishes to extend her New Year-esque greetings to the heir. Surely, a mere kneel without a bow is insufficient. Proper etiquette must be observed. Jing Yuhang glanced at Xie Yunjing, surprised to hear him, usually so committed to propriety, speak so harshly. He smiled and raised an eyebrow. Since you are so knowledgeable about etiquette, Miss Yin should bow to me as well, and I shall not refuse your grand gesture. Zhou Yu stepped forward, my lord. Bestow upon her a token of appreciation, Jing Yuhang commanded. Zhou Yu, after a moment of rummaging through his garments, begrudgingly produced a copper coin and offered it to her. Miss Yin, this is a token for my lord. You should graciously thank him. The heir is truly excessive. To reward her while having his subordinate take money from him, someone snickered softly, prompting a ripple of whispers among the crowd. Still on her knees, Yin Yunjiao gazed at the coin in disbelief, realizing it was a humiliation. Anger surged within her, but the presence of the prince's heir, a man of great status, kept her from voicing her disdain. Thank you, my lord, she uttered, her face a mask of humiliation as she accepted the coin. Attempting to rise, she found her knee throbbing painfully. She had been struck by a stone upon her entrance. It was clear that the heir was behind this mischief. But why were the princess heir and Xie Yunjing present here? Where was Cheng Lan? Indeed, Cheng Lan is here as well. Why has he not come to my aid? Thoughts raced through her mind, and as she cast a glance at Jing Yuhang, she asked, With ladies changing here, why are you and Master Xie present? Do you not fear ruining their reputations? Before she could finish, a mocking laugh interrupted her. Miss Yin sent someone here to change? How is that possible? This is the courtyard closest to the water pavilion. Yin Yunjiao sensed the dissonance. Cheng Lan had yet to emerge, and the prince's heir remained at the entrance. As a member of the Yin family, do you not know that the third prince is residing here today? It is entirely reasonable for me and Xie Yunjing to be here awaiting the prince for a discussion, and we have not encountered any ladies. Jing Yuhang's cold gaze fixed on her, his expression darkening as he queried, knowing full well that men reside here. Why would you send a maid to bring women to change? What are your true intentions? Chapter 85. Are they looking for us? As the words left her lips, all eyes turned to Yin Yunjiao, their faces etched with astonishment. It must be a misunderstanding. How could Miss Yin bring people to a man's quarters? Yet, she had indeed insisted that the maid escort Miss Zhong and Miss Qi here. It was no wonder she was so eager to rush in. She intended for us to witness Miss Zhong and the others changing in a man's abode. But why would she do such a thing? Are you all unaware of this? At the Empress's grand banquet, the third prince expressed his intentions to marry Miss Zhong, yet during my visit to the Xie residence, it appeared that Miss Zhong had no such inclinations. So today in Oppos, This affair was a deliberate scheme by the third prince and the Yin family. Hearing the murmurs, Yin Yunjiao felt her plans unraveling, the piercing gazes of the crowd upon her. Clenching her fist, she thought, no, it shouldn't be like this. She knew that this scheme would be uncovered, but by then, Zhong Lingyue would have already lost her reputation, and everyone would naturally direct their scrutiny towards her. Believing she sought to seduce the third prince, that she was shameless. Who would care whether she was deliberately led here to change? But now, her intent had been prematurely exposed by the crown prince and amp, Oppo's heir, and she had become a subject of speculation regarding her machinations against Zhong Lingyue. Furthermore, Brother Chenglan was strangely silent, as if he were unaware of the situation. Was he not in this courtyard? What was she to do? No, she could not simply sit back and wait for her fate. Zhong Lingyue must be incapacitated by the drug and unable to leave. She was surely still in this courtyard. The crown prince's heir was in league with her. If she could locate Zhong Lingyue and lead the crowd to believe that she and the crown prince's heir were secretly meeting here, she could absolve herself and Brother Chenglan of any blame. I was not aware that the third prince would be residing here today. Yin Yunjiao quickly regained her composure, gazing innocently at Jingyuan. This place has been unoccupied for some time, which is why I asked the two young ladies to come here to change. Can a mere word from the heir tarnish my good intentions? Rather, it is peculiar that the heir and young Master Xie would seek the third prince in this deserted area instead of the front hall. With the two young ladies present, what are your true intentions? With a righteous air, she turned to the others, saying, Sisters, the fact remains that we have yet to locate Miss Zhong and Miss Qi. I am truly anxious. If something were to happen to them within my Yin family, I would be held accountable. How could I possibly wish them harm? Heir, young Master Xie, since you claim not to have seen the two young ladies, why not allow us to search for them? Otherwise, if word of this spreads, it could also tarnish your reputations. Seeing her distort the truth, Xie Yunjing's face turned pale with anger, and he coldly retorted, Miss Yin, be cautious with your words. Do not slander the reputations of others. Upon witnessing Xie Yunjing's reaction, Yin Yunjiao became even more convinced that Zhong Lingyue and the others were indeed inside. She pressed, Is it that young Master Xie does not allow me to check because of guilt? Today, even if the heir attempts to pressure me with his status, I must enter to find the two young ladies. If not, I shall have to call upon my grandfather. Her declaration was filled with righteous indignation, and her defiance of authority captivated the young ladies present, who began to shift their support towards her. Miss Yin is right, regardless. We are genuinely worried about the prolonged absence of Miss Zhong and Miss Qi. Please allow us to enter and see. What if something has indeed happened? Indeed, what reasoning is there for you to block us from entering? Could it be that Miss Zhong and Miss Qi have already encountered misfortune? Yin Yunjiao and amp, Oppo's expression shifted, and she led the charge, limping purposefully towards one of the side rooms. Without even pushing the door open, she called out, Miss Zhong. Her words halted abruptly. A group of people rushed to the door, all recoiling as an unusual fragrance wafted from within, causing them to cover their mouths and noses. What is that smell? So cloying. Yin Yunjiao stared at the empty room, dumbfounded. Where was everyone? Had she not instructed them to be brought here? Unwilling to accept defeat, she dashed to another room and pushed the door open, only to find it equally vacant. After checking every room, she found not a single soul. How could this be? Just as the atmosphere grew tense and awkward, a melodious voice echoed from behind the crowd. Are you all looking for us? Everyone turned towards the entrance of the courtyard. A throng gathered at the gate, led by a regal-looking woman, her demeanor dignified. Behind her stood 8 sharp-eyed maidservants, exuding authority. Beside her, Zhong Lingyue and Qi Yingxue stood together, their expressions unperturbed. The leading lady was none other than the Princess of Jin, recognized by all the young ladies present. The crowd hurriedly bowed in greeting. After the formalities, Yin Yunjiao rushed forward. Why are you not here? She had clearly instructed for them to be brought here, and they had even consumed the tea she had prepared. The drug's effects were so potent. How could they be unharmed? Isn't this the third prince's residence? Why will we be here? Zhong Lingyue asked, her face filled with confusion. Had we not heard the commotion, we would not have come to investigate. Moments later, she seemed to recall something and continued. Originally, Your maid was to bring me and Miss Qi this way. But along the way, we happened upon the Princess of Jin, who informed us that the heir was waiting for the third prince in this courtyard. So we did not proceed. Just as I was about to ask the maid what was happening, she and her companion fled in a panic. And we have yet to find them. Zhong Lingyue approached Yin Yunjiao, fixing her with a steely gaze as she questioned, Miss Yin, what do you suppose they were so flustered about? Were you intending for the maid to bring me to the third prince's residence? What were your true intentions? Yin Yunjiao, unnerved by that penetrating gaze, took a step back, stammering, I do not know what you are talking about. I had no idea the third prince resided here. Just as she attempted to feign innocence, Zhou Yu stepped forward, holding a piece of extinguished incense before the crowd, addressing Jing Yuheng loudly. Heir, the incense burned in this room is suspicious. What could possibly be suspicious about incense? The crowd quickly grasped Zhou Yu's implication. Their eyes filled with disdain as they turned to Yan Yunjiao. How foolish they had been to trust her earlier. She had lured them to the third prince's quarters and ignited such incense. Her intentions had become glaringly evident. Thankfully, the Princess of Jin arrived just in time. Otherwise, would Miss Zhong and Miss Qi not have been caught in her scheme? Miss Yin, did you prepare this incense? Zhong Lingyue asked incredulously. What enmity do I hold against you that you would wish to harm me so? Qi Yingxue charged forward, shoving Yin Yunjiao to the ground, furious. We came to your residence for a banquet, yet you harbored such malicious thoughts against us. Truly, you are heartless. No, this must be a setup. You claim I intentionally led them to the third prince and Appo's residence, but the third prince is not even here. As Yin Yunjiao prepared to continue her defense, a voice interjected with mockery. Oh, the third prince's residence is quite lively, isn't it? You were so eager to change your clothes. Why not hurry inside? Alas, it was none other than Qi Jinghua from the Duke of Dinyuan and Appo's household, who had dragged the third prince into the scene. The prince and Appo's garments were drenched and crumpled, suggesting he had encountered some misadventure, and indeed, he appeared to be in need of a change. However, it seems rather serendipitous that both Miss Zhong and Miss Qi required a change of attire due to being drenched, only to be followed by the third prince experiencing a similar predicament. What was it that Master Qi alluded to earlier? Did he mention the third prince's haste to return and change his garments? Is that truly the sole purpose of his return? Chapter 86. Contention for the third prince. The nature of this scene is already glaringly evident. However, the playwright could not have anticipated that the characters would deviate from the original script. The third prince, his countenance betraying anxiety, was led in by Qi Jinghua. Faced with this unexpected spectacle, he struggled to formulate a coherent response, ultimately managing a hollow laugh and stating, Indeed, this residence of mine is quite lively. What brings you all here? He began feigning innocence, attempting to deflect the situation. As your prince, I must change into more suitable attire. It would be better for you all to take your seats in the hall. Although his intentions were transparent to the assembled guests, they lacked the means to confront him due to his esteemed status. Moreover, they were mere onlookers, and this affair had little to do with them. Just as it appeared the matter would dissipate without resolution, Yin Lingyue stepped forward. Since the third prince is unaware of the events transpiring here, it seems that the initiative to summon us for a change of clothes and the incense burning within this room was solely the idea of Miss Yin. Her audacious inquiry caused those who were about to leave to pause, eager to witness how the third prince would respond. This question prompted Yin Yunjiao, still kneeling on the ground, to lift her gaze towards the third prince. Brother Qinglan had professed his affection for her, and his intent to trap Zhong Lingyue was solely to secure General Zhong's military power. He would undoubtedly come to her rescue. Otherwise, if this incident were spread, how could she face the world? Yes, they had been childhood friends, inseparable since their youth. How could Brother Qinglan abandon her? In truth, this situation could be easily resolved by outright denial, portraying it as a mere coincidence, especially since there was no evidence linking her to the incense. Even if Zhong Lingyue harbored suspicions, she cannot be convicted. Hope rekindled within Yin Yunjiao as she looked to the third prince. Unfortunately, her calculations were flawed. As Zhong Lingyue deliberately guided the third prince to place the blame entirely on Yin Yunjiao, he had already made his decision. He did not even wish to devise a strategy to safeguard his cousin's reputation and turned to confront Yin Yunjie with indignation. What? You devised this scheme against us? Why would you act in such a manner? The third prince adopted a demeanor of one wronged, his face a mask of fury. He then turned to Zhong Lingyue, stating solemnly, Miss Zhong, I assure you, I am completely unaware of this matter. Since my cousin is involved, I, as her elder cousin, bear some responsibility. Rest assured, the Yin family and I will provide you with an explanation. He then addressed the crowd, saying, Today's events concern the reputation of young ladies, and I implore all present to grant me a favor. Once you leave this courtyard, treat it as if nothing occurred. Should I hear any harmful remarks about the ladies in the future, I will not hesitate to enact severe punishment. The attendees accepted his request, fully aware of the underlying truths. How they regarded the third prince in the future would be their own judgment. Meanwhile, Yin Yunjie, who had earlier been so composed in her self-justification, now fell silent, her head bowed, seemingly drained of all strength, slumping down. She acquiesced. The third prince ordered her to be taken away. As she was escorted out, Yin Yunjie glanced back at the third prince, a mocking smile gracing her lips. The third prince's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt as he hastily dismissed the crowd. The farce concluded, but the banquet awaited. As the crowd exited the mail-in pavilion, they made their way to the dining venue. Zhong Lingyue, accompanied by Qi Yingxue, caught up with the Princess of Jin and Apos as entourage. I am immensely grateful to the princess for your timely intervention today. Both Yingxue and I are in your debt, they said respectfully. The Princess of Jin had deliberately slowed her pace, eager to see if anyone would follow. With the two girls catching up, it suited her perfectly. She first turned her attention to Qi Yingxue, who was adorned in a spare outfit of hers. Observing the young lady's round face, full of vitality and innocence, she immediately grasped that she was a genuinely pure child. In the haste of earlier, I neglected to inquire about your lineage. What is your name? Your Highness. My name is Qi Yingxue, and my father is the Marquis of Dinyuan, Qi Zhaoshan. Qi Yingxue felt a touch of apprehension before the suddenly warm demeanor of the Princess of Jin. Previously, every encounter with her had been marked by a dignified, aloof presence, embodying the stature of a royal consort. This was the first time she had witnessed such a genial disposition. It puzzled her why the princess was so welcoming. The Marquis of Dinyuan? How delightful. I took a liking to you at first glance. You must visit the Jin residence often to keep me company. The Princess of Jin exclaimed, her enthusiasm leaving Qi Yingxue taken aback, leading her to express her gratitude promptly. The princess then shifted her gaze towards Zhong Lingyue, her expression subtly enigmatic. She recalled the eldest daughter of General Zhong from the recent banquet hosted by the Empress, where she had noticed Ming Jing and Apos as connection to Miss Zhong. Initially, she thought Ming Jing was enamored, but later learned from the Empress that he had no interest, prompting her to lose interest as well. Now, witnessing Zhong Lingyue's poise in the face of adversity, unflinching against the third prince, she surmised that even without her assistance, Miss Zhong would find a way to extricate herself from this predicament. Quite clever indeed, but alas, it was a pity that Ming Jing did not feel the same. Otherwise, the Princess of Jin looked back at Qi Yingxue, noting that Ming Jing had hurriedly sent for a spare attire to assist the young lady, now donned by Qi Yingxue. She could deduce a few things. Clearly, a girl who could elicit such urgency from Ming Jing and hail from the Marquis of Dinyuan and Apos' family would not be lacking in merit. It seemed that today's flower-viewing banquet might indeed yield a potential daughter-in-law. With this thought, the Princess of Jin felt a surge of joy, deciding to invite Zhong Lingyue and Qi Yingxue to accompany her to the banquet. Throughout the journey, the princess engaged both in conversation, though it was evident that her attentiveness towards Yingxue was notably greater, often steering the dialogue towards Jing Yuhang. Was she attempting to orchestrate a union between Yingxue and Jing Yuhang? Meanwhile, to solidify their plans, Xie Yunjie and Jing Yuhang awaited the third prince outside the mail-in pavilion, with Qi Jinghua also remaining behind. Jing Yuhang instructed Zhou Yu and the others to keep watch over the surroundings. The three exchanged glances, almost simultaneously voicing the third prince. The conversation halted abruptly. The unspoken agreement was clear in their eyes. They would not let this matter rest. Qi Jinghua's face was alight with fury. The third prince has schemed against my sister. I will ensure he pays dearly. Earlier, in the hall, Xie Yunjie had approached him to discuss the day's events, urging him to delay the third prince, which led to his forceful challenge of the prince to a spar. Having always respected him as royalty, he had treated him with deference, only to discover that this man employed such despicable tactics to tarnish his sister and aunt. Appo's reputation, subsequently shifting all blame onto a woman, exonerating himself completely. It was utterly shameless. He regretted not having struck harder. This matter is mine to resolve, Jing Yuhang declared. Xie Yunjie cast a glance at the two. Unwilling to yield, I shall take charge. Chapter 87. She will not spare any of them. Qi Jinghua bowed respectfully to the two men, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. However, he added that this matter concerns Yingxue, and he did not wish to trouble them further. Jing Yuhang, noticing Qi Jinghua's lack of understanding regarding the true circumstances, spoke up, informing him that his sister had been implicated and that the third prince intended to scheme against Miss Zhong. He returned Qi Jinghua's earlier statement, asserting that since he had stumbled upon the situation, he could not remain indifferent. Thus, he would take it upon himself to handle the matter concerning Miss Zhong, relieving Qi Gongzi of any worry. At this revelation, Qi Jinghua comprehended that the heir to the Jin Wang was not there to avenge his sister, a misconception he had held. Nonetheless, he felt indebted to Miss Zhong, who had rendered assistance to Yingxue, and thus, he felt it was his duty to repay her kindness. Qi Jinghua remained resolute, determined to confront the shameless third prince. Even if a royal committed a wrongdoing, he ought to face consequences. If it could not be addressed openly, it would be dealt with covertly. Regardless of the implications, since Miss Qi had suffered harm, he vowed that those responsible would not escape unscathed. Xie Yunjing spoke with a solemn expression. Wait, Qi Jinghua said, his face filled with suspicion as he regarded Xie Yunjing. What do you mean by that? Moreover, how did you come to know that Yingxue was in trouble? How did you learn about the incident involving the women? Were you following her? What are your intentions? Indeed, I harbor feelings for Miss Qi, Xie Yunjing stated candidly, bowing once more to Qi Jinghua and requesting his understanding. Qi Jinghua was taken aback. What? What did he just say? Jing Yuhang was equally stunned. Is he truly so forthright? Qi Jinghua glanced between Xie Yunjing and Jing Yuhang, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon him. He had just sincerely expressed his gratitude, only to discover that one man coveted his sister while the other had feelings for someone close to him. Both were harboring ulterior motives. As the three found themselves at an impasse regarding who would confront the third prince, the lookout, Zhou, approached them quietly, advising, the third prince has emerged. Instantly, the trio composed themselves. The third prince, having changed his attire, emerged while sneezing, and upon spotting the three who had inadvertently disrupted his plans, his expression darkened, and he strode away without granting them the opportunity to speak. Discussing matters was futile, as it was these individuals who had meddled in his affairs. Otherwise, his scheme would have already succeeded. Yet now, he was unable to vent his frustration, lest others discern that he was the mastermind behind it all. Fortunately, his reputation remained intact. As for his cousin, he had chosen not to rescue her today for the greater good. Once he placated her, she would surely not hold it against him. Women were like that. A few kind words could win them over, and that Miss Zhong was no exception. Yet, after today and Appo's incident, it seemed the Zhong family would be on guard against him, making any future schemes all the more challenging. How troublesome. The third prince's mind was preoccupied with worries about how to plot against the Zhong family again, unaware that the three behind him had already set their sights on him. After the banquet concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. With the third prince and Appo's intimidation, others were unaware of the events that had transpired at Malin Xiaozhu. At least, during the banquet, no one dared to speak of it. Whether they would inform their families upon returning home remained uncertain. Wang Qinlan, still oblivious to the situation, left the Yin residence with Zhong Lingyue and Zhong Lingshuang, only to encounter the hurriedly arriving Zhong Tianji and his son. You and Appo's. Are you all right? Zhong Tianji dismounted his horse and rushed over. Zhong Ziyun followed closely, equally concerned. What do you mean, father? What happened to you and Amp? Amp? Oppos, Wang Qinlan was utterly perplexed. Zhong Lingyue quickly deduced the situation and, noticing curious gazes directed at them, promptly replied, I am fine. It is not a convenient time to elaborate. We should return home first. The family hurried back to the general and Amp, Oppos, residence. As they made their way to Feihong courtyard, Zhong Lingshuang, feeling overlooked, wore a sarcastic smile. Why? Am I not my father and Oppos' daughter? Why does he not spare me even a glance? No, that cannot be. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhong Lingshuang, and she stumbled towards Aunt Lin's courtyard. Unbeknownst to her, someone had followed closely behind. In Feihong courtyard, Zhong Lingyue recounted the day's events to her family, omitting her prior knowledge of the situation, instead allowing them to believe she had fortuitously been warned by the Jin Wangfei. But how did father know I was in trouble? She pondered aloud. Someone must have informed me. Zhong Ziyun interjected. At that moment, I was practicing martial arts when the gatekeeper rushed in, saying someone had delivered a letter specifically for me. Upon opening it, I discovered it stated that the third prince had drugged my sister in an attempt to tarnish her reputation, urging me to rush to her aid. And the letter? Zhong Lingyue inquired. Zhong Ziyun handed her the letter he held. She examined it. The paper appeared ordinary, likely something one could purchase from the market. Given that the sender had delivered it, they presumably would not uncover much. Did the messenger provide a description? The gatekeeper intercepted him immediately. Zhong Tianji continued. He was merely an ordinary citizen, claiming that a masked individual had paid him to deliver it. Zhong Tianji added. Ziyun was ready to head to the Yin residence with his sword as soon as he received the letter. Had the gatekeeper not delayed him, he would have arrived just in time to catch you in the act of being framed. A flicker of fear crossed Wang Qinlan's eyes. Today, we are fortunate. You and Oppos escaped the calamity, and Ziyun did not charge into the Yin residence with his sword. Had Ziyun indeed been ensnared in the public eye and harmed the third prince, the entire general's residence would have plunged into irretrievable chaos. Even if he could not harm the third prince, he would still be accused of attempting to harm a royal, and the general's residence would not evade punishment. This plot is akin to the previous one, aiming to achieve two objectives at once, with consequences for both the general and Oppos' residence and the third prince. Perhaps there is another layer to their intentions. It seemed both Zhong Tianji and his wife reached a mutual understanding, their eyes reflecting a grave concern, yet they swiftly masked the indefinable emotions swirling within. Zhong Ziyun bowed his head, filled with remorse. I apologize. I was solely focused on rescuing my sister and did not contemplate the ramifications. I nearly caused a grave disaster. Zhong Lingyue comforted him. You did nothing wrong. If it were you, my sister would do the same for you. However, we now have enemies lurking in the shadows. We must exercise greater caution. Indeed, I shall reflect more in the future. Sister, are you truly unharmed? The letter mentioned that vile third prince had drugged you. Do you feel unwell at all? Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Zhong Ziyun and Oppos' face contorted with indignation. Yet, with the third prince and Oppos' vile actions, are we to simply let him off the hook? To this, Zhong Lingyue harbored a cold smile within. Let him off the hook? That is simply inconceivable. The one who orchestrated today's scheme against me shall not escape unscathed. Chapter 88. This explanation she must have herself. As night fell and the moon ascended, the ancestral hall of the Yin family was ablaze with light, where Yin Yunjiao was being punished by kneeling. However, her face was marred with resentment, devoid of any remorse. And she even managed a cold smirk. It appeared she did not believe she had erred. In the stillness of the hall, a voice suddenly emerged from behind, causing Yin Yunjiao and Oppos' expression to shift dramatically. Terrified, she recoiled and stammered. Who? Hearing the approaching footsteps, she dared not turn around. Naturally, it was someone here to exact revenge upon you. The visitor, before she could cry out for help, Yin Yunjiao felt a darkness envelop her, and soon, consciousness slipped away. When she regained her senses, she found herself tightly bound to a tree, unable to escape despite her struggles. The ropes were drawn so tightly that any movement resulted in the coarse fibers scraping against her wrists, sending waves of pain coursing through her, compelling her to remain still. She glanced around, only to find herself surrounded by darkness, save for a small fire flickering before her. Sitting beside the fire was a figure cloaked in black, and from the glimpse of her profile, it appeared to be a girl. Indeed, the voice she had heard in the ancestral hall belonged to this very woman. "Who are you? Why have you bound me here? I must inform you that I am the granddaughter of the Prime Minister Yin. I am not someone you can offend. Release me at once." A mocking laughter echoed in response. "Ah, how clever you are, managing to twist the truth. Being the granddaughter of the Prime Minister, you have certainly inherited his essence." The transformed Zhong Lingyue rose and slowly approached Yin Yunjiao. After the flower-viewing banquet, the Yin family offered no response to the accusations of framing. The Zhong and Qi families sought an explanation, yet Prime Minister Yin flatly denied all claims. With just a few words, he dismissed the affair as a misunderstanding, asserting that his granddaughter had merely intended to assist the two young ladies with a change of attire, only to fall victim to treachery. Her timid nature left her too frightened to defend herself, and since the other two young ladies suffered no harm, it was deemed a mere oversight. Thus, punishing Yin Yunjiao to kneel in the ancestral hall for a night sufficed as an explanation. Whether it was truly a misunderstanding, the Yin family understood all too well. Such a perfunctory response clearly indicated their intention to sever ties with the two families. Since the Yin family provided no explanation, she would take it upon herself to demand one. "Originally, I could have easily knocked you unconscious and tossed you into the third prince in Oppo's chamber, allowing you and your paramour to reap the consequences of your actions and ruin your reputation. Yet, I disdained to conspire against a woman's virtue." From her bosom, she retrieved a porcelain vial and slowly opened it, pouring out a single pill. "However, returning to the matter at hand, if I grant you reprieve, I shall suffer in your stead. Since you enjoy administering such potions, you ought to experience the effect yourself. You're Zhong Lingyue." Yin Yunjiao gasped, terror etched across her face, instinctively trying to shrink back. But alas, bound as she was, retreat was impossible. Zhong Lingyue chuckled lightly. "Dear Miss Yin, you have mistaken me. The lady you seek is currently at home, bedridden from a fright she experienced at the Yin residence today. She could not possibly be here." She closed the distance until she stood directly before Yin Yunjiao. Witnessing the pill clutched in her hand, fear began to seize Yin Yunjiao. "No, please, I didn't mean to. I was merely following orders. If you seek vengeance, I'm not the one you should target. I am aware you were following orders, but you could have chosen not to engage in such vile acts. Having made your choice, you must bear the consequences. Do you not think? During the day, I had already extended you an opportunity, yet you still proceeded with your scheme. Is it only permissible for you to harm others while retaliation is forbidden? Had I not anticipated this with caution, your plot would have succeeded today. And why should I be unjustly subjected to your treachery? Particularly as this matter has caused distress to Yingshu, who has truly suffered." Zhong Lingyue forced open Yin Yunjiao's mouth and inserted the pill. For empathy is often elusive. One must feel the sting of an arrow to understand its pain. And only by experiencing the effects of the drug would one truly grasp the discomfort it brings. But fear not. I have taken great care to ensure we are in a secluded spot. Aside from you and me, no one shall know of this incident. And your reputation will remain intact. Oh, by the way, she added as if struck by a sudden thought, you are so eager to assist the third prince. Yet he does not hesitate to betray you for his own safety. While you knelt in the ancestral hall, he chided you for your foolishness that thwarted today and Oppo's scheme. He speaks the truth. To engage in such harmful acts for the sake of such a person, you are indeed foolish. Zhong Lingyue knew precisely how to strike at the heart. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the color drained from Yin Yunjiao's face. An hour later, a disheveled Yin Yunjiao was returned to the Yin family ancestral hall, while the old woman stationed outside, who had succumbed to the effects of the sleeping potion, gradually regained consciousness. Hearing voices from within the hall, she hastily opened the door, only to find Yin Yunjiao, drenched in sweat, collapsed on the floor, her eyes wide with terror. The old woman assumed she had been possessed and hurried to summon a physician. However, no matter how they inquired, Yin Yunjiao ignored them, muttering to herself, "I was wrong, so wrong." In the mail-in cottage, the third prince was in conversation with Prime Minister Yin. With a stern expression, Prime Minister Yin addressed the third prince. "Let today's event be laid to rest. It must not be mentioned again. But this will sever our ties with the Zhong family. How will I? Foolish. Why are you still contemplating a union with the Zhong family? You should first consider how to avoid arousing suspicion from the emperor." Prime Minister Yin interrupted him sharply, his face filled with reproach. "Why did you not consult me beforehand regarding today's affair?" After being chastised, the third prince felt somewhat guilty. "If I had informed my grandfather, my maternal grandfather would have surely disapproved. I certainly would not have consented." Prime Minister Yin retorted, his anger evident. "You disregarded my previous counsel as mere wind in your ears, did you not?" Prime Minister Yin, infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at the third prince. "Which of your imbecilic subordinates devised this plan?" The third prince remained silent. Should he reveal the truth, his maternal grandfather would certainly expel the individual responsible. For years, he had been under his grandfather and aunt, Oppo's watchful eye, deprived of any freedom. Even the aides he had recruited were dismissed one by one. This princely existence had become unbearably wretched. Wang Yong was correct. His maternal grandfather sought to control him and keep him under his thumb. Even if he ascended the throne as emperor in the future, he would remain a puppet, unable to escape his grasp. He could no longer endure this state of affairs. He required his own power. Wang Yong's loyalty was unwavering, and he must not allow his maternal grandfather to take action against him. Chapter 89. Was my strike particularly heroic? Noticing that the third prince remained silent, Minister Yin felt that perhaps his words had been a bit too harsh, and thus refrained from pressing the matter further. These days, the second prince and Oppo's faction has been actively seeking out our vulnerabilities. You must temper your actions and avoid causing further trouble. I have intentionally severed ties with the Zhong and Qi families, ensuring that when the public sees our families at odds, the emperor's suspicions may be somewhat alleviated. The next crucial step is to ensure that the emperor selects you for the southern tour. We cannot allow the second prince to seize the initiative. Do you understand? The third prince lowered his head, concealing the defiance in his eyes, and replied softly. Observing his contrition, Minister Yin felt a measure of relief and offered a few more words of caution before taking his leave. The third prince, having received a scolding, was consumed with irritation and kicked the chair in frustration. "Bring me wine," he commanded. A servant, trembling with trepidation, stepped forward to advise, "Your Highness, the minister instructed that you should retire early and refrain from going out or drinking. Otherwise, upon your return to the palace, the concubine might also chastise you, disallowing this and that. My grandfather truly wields great authority. You won't let me go out? Then I must go, and I shall drink. Bring me my clothes. I am leaving the residence. Your Highness, you cannot go. Otherwise, the minister will," the servant pleaded, dropping to his knees and clutching the third prince's leg. However, this only incited further rage in the third prince, who kicked out, shouting, "Get lost." The servant dodged swiftly, clutching his stomach and lamenting, "Your Highness, you cannot go." Once the third prince hastily departed from the Mei Lin pavilion, the servant ceased his protests, seizing the opportunity to sneak away unnoticed. He quickly found a corner and climbed over a wall, disappearing into the Yin residence. The third prince, along with his entourage, set off in a carriage towards Xuanwei Tower. Shortly after departing, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? The third prince inquired impatiently, lifting the curtain to peer outside. A guard reported, "Your Highness, there's been a cargo spill ahead, blocking the road." The third prince looked and saw a cart laden with timber overturned, smooth logs rolling everywhere, obstructing their path, with people attempting to clear the debris. It appeared that passage would not be possible for some time. "Change course," he commanded. Yes, the carriage diverted onto a narrow, dark side road leading to Xuanwei Tower. The path was slippery, hugging the riverbank with heavy humidity. The guards, weapons drawn and on high alert, feared an ambush. Yet, as they reached the end of the bend, nothing seemed amiss. As the guards' vigilance waned, an unexpected incident occurred. A firecracker exploded nearby, startling the horses which began to rear in chaos. Inside the carriage, the third prince was thrown about and, caught unawares, struck his head. The guards rushed to control the panicked horses. And amid the turmoil, the third prince managed to escape the carriage, only to be inadvertently elbowed by someone, causing him to slip and tumble into the river. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the water, sending waves splattering about. "Your Highness, the prince has fallen into the water. Quickly, save him." All the guards leapt into the river. However, the terrain and Oppo's drop and swift current made the rescue challenging. After much effort, they finally retrieved the unconscious third prince once the waters calmed. Gasping for air and soaked through, the third prince awoke to find himself drenched, his hair matted with yellow leaves and mud. The winter river was frigid, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, a most distressing sight. Just as everyone prepared to escort him back to the inn residence, the servant who had earlier advised him caught up, panting, "Your Highness, I have found you. Upon your departure, the minister was furious and sent me to bring you back. Alas, what has happened to you? Have you fallen into the water? Please return with me, so the minister may summon a doctor. If only you had heeded his counsel and stayed home, this calamity could have been avoided." The incessant chatter of the servant incited the third prince and Oppo's ire, and he kicked out once more. The servant, clutching his abdomen, implored, "Your Highness, the minister is merely concerned for you." The third prince, dripping wet, glanced at his feet and then at the servant who had been sent flying, his expression one of confusion. Did he not actually kick him, or had he been muddled from the cold water? Regardless, that was not the crux of the matter. Concern? What concern? It was clear he wished to control me. Go back and tell him. I will go and drink today, and I shall not return. The third prince wiped his face and stepped onto the carriage, declaring loudly, "Hurry, let us depart." The guards, witnessing this, knelt, and the captain cautiously urged, "Your Highness, having just fallen into the water, it is prudent to return and consult a doctor." "Are you all ignoring my command? I said I'm going to drink. Whoever defies my orders shall face dire consequences." "Yes." The guards hastily readied the carriage towards Xuanwei Tower. Meanwhile, the overlooked servant, shaking off the dust, stood up and discreetly wiped his face with his sleeve, revealing his true identity as he stepped away into the shadows, bowing. "Young master, all is accomplished." Jing Yuheng emerged from the shadows, surveying the scene of chaos with a smile playing on his lips. "Well done." Zhou Yu, following closely behind, noticed his young master's good mood and tentatively extended his hand, pondering whether a reward might be in order. After all, the payment for Miss Yin had come from his own pocket. Although it was but a trivial sum, still, it was a matter of pride for a young master not to reward others with his subordinates and Oppo's money. That would surely invite ridicule. When Jing Yuheng was confronted with a debt of merely a single coin, he was incensed and kicked out. But unfortunately for him, Zhou Yu had become adept at dodging, executing a backflip to evade. As Zhou Yu reveled in his triumph, a hidden projectile whizzed by, prompting him to instinctively evade. However, he heard Jing Yuheng say, "You want gold? Do you truly wish for me to fetch you a single coin?" "What? Gold?" Zhou Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to pick it up, only to be outpaced by Zhouan, who had just returned from pushing the third prince into the water. "Young master, is this a reward for me? Was my previous strike not particularly heroic?" Zhouan grinned mischievously, tucking the gold ingot into his bosom. "What reward for you? Had I not drawn him out, would you have had the chance to act? It was clearly my achievement." Zhou Yu rushed forward to reclaim it. "No, it was my achievement." The two quarreled over the gold ingot, while Jing Yuheng, in a relatively good mood, allowed their bickering to continue. The trio ambled leisurely down the street until they reached the base of Xuanwei Tower. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from above, a sound that felt eerily familiar. The wail seemed to convey immense agony, as if something profound had been irrevocably lost. Chapter 90. The familiar girl, Your Highness. Does that voice sound somewhat familiar? It seemed to echo the cry of the third prince, who had just fallen from the carriage, though this one appeared to carry a greater weight of pain. Zhou Yu and Zhou exchanged anxious glances, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, a window on the second floor opened, and a lithe figure leapt out, a girl whose face seemed all too familiar. She glanced this way, waved her hand, and a concealed weapon flew directly towards Jing Yuhang. Zhou, sword in hand, prepared to intercept it, but Jing Yuhang was quicker, catching it deftly in his palm. Opening his hand revealed a crumpled note. Upon unfolding it, only 2 words were inscribed. "Help me." Looking up again, the girl had vanished among the rooftops. Jing Yuhang glanced at the note once more, a smirk playing on his lips. She certainly knew how to use him, leaving him with a mess to clean up. "Stop! Where are you running?" Immediately, another man dressed as a guard leapt from the window, pursuing the girl. Zhou Yu pointed towards the direction of the disappearing figure, about to speak. But a single glance from his master silenced him. Zhou Yu's eyes widened as he seemed to realize something, falling silent. He had seen nothing at all. Zhou, however, had noticed the figure and, though his mind was slower to process, exclaimed, "Your Highness, is that not that female thief? Allow me to capture her." A sharp rap on Zhou and Amp. Appo's head silenced him, and he recognized the warning in Jing Yuhang and Amp. Appo's eyes, refraining from further comment. His silence did not mean he lacked questions. Typically, the young master would chase after that thief upon sighting her. Why the reluctance today? Seeing his brother still oblivious to the situation. Zhou Yu felt a wave of relief for not revealing the truth about Miss Zhong being that very thief. Otherwise, with Zhou and slow wit, he might embarrass himself before her one day, and that would not end well. Zhou Yu did not quite comprehend why Jing Yuhang, aware of her identity, chose not to expose her. Yet he speculated it might be a matter of intrigue. Regardless, whether it was the aloof Miss Zhong or the combative thief, it was evident that Jing Yuhang held a certain fondness for both. A commotion erupted as a group rushed out of the seeking flavor pavilion. Dispersing in all directions, guards trailing the third prince had surrounded the establishment. Inside, patrons scrambled in panic, ordered by the guards to crouch down and remain silent. Jing Yuhang stepped forward, inquiring about the third prince and Appo's predicament. The guards stationed at the entrance exchanged fearful glances, lowering their heads, their faces pale with fright. "Stand azide. I shall investigate," Jing Yuhang commanded. "But, Your Highness, if something dire has befallen the third prince, can you bear the consequences?" The sounds of agony echoed from within, causing the guards' expressions to darken further. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, they reluctantly allowed Jing Yuhang to enter. He and his 2 companions ascended the stairs. Pushing open the door to the private room revealed the third prince leaning against a support, clutching his groin, gasping in agony. His face was ashen, devoid of color. His lips drained of blood. Guards stood nearby, yet none dared to approach him. The sight of such suffering caused an involuntary flinch in Jing Yuhang, who stepped back slightly, nearly tripping over the threshold until Zhou Yu steadied him. He finally understood why that voice had seemed familiar earlier. Although he had suppressed his own cries, he recognized that pain all too well, still haunted by it. It appeared she had indeed shown him mercy last time. The third prince trembled, nearing the brink of unconsciousness, the veins in his neck bulging, indicating the excruciating torment he was enduring. Zhou Yu and Zhou instinctively covered their groins, glancing at their master. "Goodness, that looks painful. Your Highness." The 2 guards stationed inside the room approached to pay their respects, mirroring the terrified expressions of those below. "Have you summoned a physician?" "He has already been dispatched." Jing Yuhang gestured for his companions to assist the third prince onto a couch behind a screen. The movement must have tugged at his injury, eliciting more wails that sent shivers down the spine. Only then did Jing Yuhang turn to the guards, demanding to know what had transpired. One guard, trembling, offered an explanation. "Your Highness, a woman attacked His Highness and fled. We were stationed outside, and we are unclear on the specifics of what transpired." Only that what? The guards knelt, too frightened to elaborate. Jing Yuhang and Appo's gaze shifted to a trembling innkeeper by the door. "Did you overhear anything?" The innkeeper, upon recognizing him, hesitated, stammering as he bowed deeply, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Speak freely. I assure you, you shall come to no harm." "But, Your Highness." The guard seemed increasingly anxious, not wanting the details of the incident to be revealed. "Your Highness, a woman assaulted the third prince, yet you obstruct my investigation. Could this be linked to you?" Jing Yuhang pressed. Your Highness, we are innocent. The guards exclaimed in panic. Jing Yuhang turned back to the innkeeper. Speak plainly about what you know. Yes. The innkeeper remained on his knees, head bowed, and recounted the events. Earlier, the esteemed guest, the third prince, arrived at the Seeking Flavor Pavilion seeking a private room, but all were occupied. He ascended to the second floor, where a door was ajar. And there sat a young lady. I intended to negotiate with her, but the third prince. The innkeeper paused, glancing nervously at the guards before continuing. The third prince smiled and shut the door behind him. Then I heard the lady scream of assault. I wanted to enter, but the innkeeper's voice faltered, glancing at the guards, seemingly terrified, and then continued, but someone prevented me, and then I heard the cries. Afterward, I was apprehended. Jing Yuhang's piercing gaze turned to the two guards. Is what he says true? The guards, pale-faced, dared not respond. Their silence served as tacit admission. From the current circumstances, it appeared the third prince had attempted to assault the girl and was instead injured. If this information were to leak, it would be a tremendous disgrace, potentially leading to censure from the officials. It was no wonder they had surrounded the entire pavilion to seal the matter. But unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Jing Yuhang. Do you recognize that girl? Jing Yuhang then queried the innkeeper. The innkeeper cautiously raised his head, sensing the weight of Jing Yuhang's inquiry, and shook his head. No, I do not recognize her. She seemed unfamiliar and likely visited for the first time. He lowered his head again, concealing the flicker of anxiety that had crossed his face. There was a detail he had omitted. He had first heard the screams before the cries of assault, but in the chaos, no one had noticed that discrepancy. The guards had rushed in upon hearing the third prince and Oppos as cries. Chapter 91. Was he deceiving you? Not long after, the doctor, dragged and pulled by the guards, finally arrived, closely followed by Lord Zhong, the magistrate of Jingzhou. He appeared to have hastily rushed over upon learning of the incident, his official attire not even properly donned. On the way, the guards of the third prince had already briefed him on how to handle the case. As soon as he entered the Xuanwei building, he ordered his subordinates to apprehend everyone present and take them away, even sending someone to capture the innkeeper. However, unexpectedly, his men had barely ascended the stairs when they were kicked down. Lord Zhong, there's. The official who fell down clutched his stomach and hurriedly crawled to Lord Zhong's side. What is up there? You useless fool. I sent you to capture someone. Where are they? As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard descending the stairs, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice. They are with me. What is it that Lord Zhong wishes to do? Realizing something was amiss, Lord Zhong quickly looked up, first spotting a figure clad in dark brocade, and then, as the person revealed their face, he recognized the strikingly handsome air of the Jinwan. As the night deepened, the once bustling streets gradually emptied, with everyone returning to their homes. At the residence of the General of the North, in the Lingyue Pavilion, Zhong Lingyue had finished her bath but remained awake. Sitting quietly by the window, her companion, Shun Qingli, growing bored, began to snack on sunflower seeds from a nearby bowl. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have gone awry? Zhong Lingyue maintained her calm demeanor. I don't believe so. Seeing her composed expression, Shun Qingli chuckled with a knowing smile. Do you truly trust that Jin Wang's heir will assist you? He and the third prince are cousins. How can he possibly help you remain hidden? The innkeeper and the waitstaff at Xuanwei building all know you. It's not about trust. It's because he has enmity with the third prince. Since they share a common foe, he will naturally assist me. Enmity? How do you know this? Shun Qingli inquired, intrigued. Zhong Lingyue replied. My initial plan was to deal with Yan Yunjiao first, then go to Malin Xiaozhu to take down the third prince as well. That way, when something happens at the Yan residence, it wouldn't be pinned on the Zhong family. However, there was a slight complication. What complication? Shun Qingli was about to ask when she suddenly realized, all right, the third prince left the palace, didn't he? Otherwise, you and T have taken action at the Xuanwei building. Yes, the third prince unexpectedly left the palace, and I followed him, discovering that it was Jing Yuheng's people who lured him out. Why would he bring the third prince out at such a late hour? They set off a firecracker, startling the third prince's carriage. In the ensuing chaos, he fell into the river and was swept downstream. What sort of scheme is this? In the dead of winter, how ruthless. Shen Qingli lamented. Zhong Lingyue paused, unable to comprehend what deep-seated grudge Jing Yuheng held against the third prince to toss him into the river. Yet, it inadvertently provided her with a sense of relief. However, her vengeance still needed to be exacted personally. Since the third prince sought to tarnish her reputation, she would ensure he would never have the opportunity to harm anyone again. Thus, she arrived at the Xuanwei building ahead of time, deliberately opened a private room door to lure him in. Indeed, the third prince was a lecher. Upon seeing her, he immediately entered, claiming he wished to share the room, but his true intentions were far more sinister. Perfect. I delivered a kick to him, severing his roots completely. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingli asked her gravely, "Are you certain that this time you kicked him cleanly? You didn't t-hole back, did you? Such a scoundrel. And he is still a prince? If he were to ascend the throne, who knows how many people he would harm? This counts as eliminating a menace." Zhong Lingyue replied. She too is uncertain. I'm just awaiting news now. The two continued their vigil through the night, and after a while, Zhu, who had gone out to gather information, finally returned. How did it go? Is he incapacitated? Shen Qingli immediately set aside her sunflower seeds and stood up, more agitated than Zhong Lingyue, the party involved. It's still uncertain. However, I observed from the shadows that those who exited the Xuanwei building wore increasingly grim expressions. So it doesn't look promising. Oh, and the people from the Yin residence came to carry the third prince back. What are the Xuanwei building's patrons? Zhong Lingyue inquired. The patrons of Xuanwei building are unharmed. Initially, I worried that the magistrate's men would pose a threat to them, but later, Jin Wang's heir intervened and ensured their safety. The guests inside were also released. Zhong Lingyue felt reassured. That Jin Wang's heir not only assisted you in remaining hidden, but even safeguarded the Xuanwei building's people. He is quite the benevolent soul. Because the true master behind the Xuanwei building is none other than him, Zhong Lingyue clarified, dispelling her doubts. Since they are his own people, how could he not protect them? This was also why I chose to act within the Xuanwei building. I had previously heard that the master of Xuanwei building was shrouded in mystery. How did you uncover this? Shen Qingli asked. Zhong Lingyue smiled. If he is truly mysterious, how could I possibly discover the truth? It was merely a conjecture. A person of his caliber would not fear being overheard while discussing matters in the Xuanwei building, which indicates that he has complete control over it. Moreover, the respect shown by the innkeeper and the waitstaff towards him is not typical of ordinary customers. Jing Yuheng's men would undoubtedly not cover up the third prince's misdeeds. Given their enmity, how could he resist seizing such a splendid opportunity to strike? Even if she guessed incorrectly, she had also sent a note. The waitstaff had seen her in the same private room with Jing Yuheng. Should they divulge this, Jing Yuheng would not escape suspicion. To ensure his own safety, he would have to protect the people of Xuanwei building. Zhong Lingyue felt elated. Although the events of the night had been somewhat tumultuous, their objectives had been achieved, and those who conspired against her had reaped the consequences. As for Aunt Lin and her backers, she would remember and settle the scores in due time. Since all is well, it's time to rest, Zhong Lingyue declared. Rising from her seat, after a long day of turmoil, she too felt fatigued, finally able to enjoy a good night's sleep. However, just as she approached her bed, she suddenly heard her senior sister exclaiming from behind, "Wait, if Jin Wang's heir is indeed connected to Xuanwei building, then why did he say you should seek him out for roasted chicken? Was he deceiving you?" Chapter 92. Is there a token of gratitude for this prince? The next day, Wang Qinlan sent an invitation and accompanied Zhong Lingyue to the Jin Wangfu. In the matter concerning the Yin family, it appeared that had it not been for the intervention of the Jin Wangfei, Zhong Lingyue and Qi Yingxue would have fallen into Yin Yunjiao's trap, and thus it was only fitting for them to express their gratitude in person. Coincidentally, when Wang Qinlan and her daughter arrived, the Earl of Dingyuan, Qi Zhaoshan, also brought Qi Yingxue to convey his thanks. The two families entered together. The Jin Wang and Jin Wangfei were already waiting in the front hall. As the three families settled down with tea, they expressed their gratitude for the Wangfei's assistance the previous day, presenting a modest gift prepared by their household, which they hoped the Wang and Wangfei would accept. The servants of the earl's household presented the meticulously prepared token of thanks. As Qi Zhaoshan spoke, he glanced at his daughter, and upon receiving his signal, Qi Yingshu arose, holding a box of delicacies, and approached the Jin Wang and Wang Fei. Your Highness, these are pastries I made myself, a small token of appreciation. I hope you will not find them lacking. She opened the box to reveal exquisitely crafted pastries, bright in color to celebrate the upcoming spring festival, exuding a festive cheer. After her declaration, Qi Yingshu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that her humble offering might not meet the royal couple's standards. Yet it was all she could present. Just as her unease grew, she observed the Jin Wang reaching out to taste one of the pastries, immediately exclaiming, "Delightful!" The Jin Wang Fei, upon hearing this, also sampled the piece, nodding in approval. Miss Qi's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Qi Yingshu's cheeks flushed with pride, alleviating her earlier concerns. However, just as she settled back in her seat, the Jin Wang posed an unexpected question. "Earl, you have raised your daughter well. Might I inquire if she has already promised to someone?" The inquiry left both the Qi family and Wang Qinlan momentarily stunned. Was the Jin Wang suggesting a potential union with the Dingyuan Earl and Amp Oppos as household? After all, why would a prince suddenly broach such a topic unless he had intentions of matchmaking? Indeed, when the Earl replied that no arrangements had been made, the Jin Wang and Wang Fei exchanged knowing glances, their expressions brightening with amusement. The Jin Wang seemed eager to inquire further, but was gently restrained by the Jin Wang Fei's subtle tug on his sleeve, preventing any overt display of enthusiasm. Yesterday, Zhong Lingyue had sensed a marked change in the Jin Wang Fei's demeanor towards Qi Yingshu and had surmised the Jin Wang's intentions. It appeared he wished to facilitate a union between Yingshu and Jing Yuhang. Contemplating this possibility, Zhong Lingyue felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, attributing it to the warmth of the room. The Jin Wang Fei, as attentive as the day before, turned her attention to Wang Qinlan after inquiring about the Qi family. She praised, "Yesterday, I found Ms. Zhong to be exceptionally astute and courageous, truly embodying the spirit of a noble." Wang Qinlan beamed with pride at this compliment, modestly replying, "She is still young, and your praise is too generous. It is merely that she felt emboldened by your presence. And today she has prepared a gift for both of you." Zhong Lingyue stepped forward, accepting a box from Zhu. Your Highness, as the weather in the capital is cold and dry, I have crafted this moisturizing balm, which can be used to prevent frostbite and cracking. If you do not mind, I invite you to try it." What she did not disclose was that this was no ordinary balm. It contained a unique formulation crafted by her mentor, promising to render the skin as smooth and radiant as a freshly shelled egg after a month of use, even diminishing facial blemishes. Her sincere gratitude warranted a worthy offering. Yet she was aware that the Jin Wang Fei likely had her own favorite products and might not readily use something gifted by another. She wished for her carefully made balm to be appreciated rather than wasted, believing that if it were merely presented as hand cream, the Wang Fei might eventually discern its true value. "You are thoughtful," the Jin Wang Fei remarked with a smile as she accepted the gift. Meanwhile, in Lingyue residence, Jing Yuhang had just completed a set of sword drills when Zhou Yu approached him, grinning mischievously. "What is it?" "Hee, Your Highness, Miss Zhong has come to the residence." "Where? Why did you not say so sooner?" As he took 2 strides forward, Jing Yuhang realized he was overly excited and abruptly halted, clearing his throat to adopt a nonchalant demeanor. "Is this a matter that requires reporting?" Zhou Yu retorted. "How can it not be reported? If it were not for the grin you are struggling to suppress, I might have believed you." "Very well, I shall refrain from further reports," Zhou Yu added, attempting to maintain his composure. "However, it pertains to the safety of the residence. Someone entering or leaving must be reported." "What brings her here?" Zhou Yu, biting back laughter, replied, "The general in Oppos. S wife brought Ms. Zhong to express her gratitude to the Wang Fei." "Gratitude?" Jing Yuhang echoed. "Indeed, I overheard that Ms. Zhong specifically prepared a moisturizing balm made by her own hands as a gift for the Wang Fei. Did she not bring anything for me?" Zhou Yu hesitated before confirming, "No." The smile on Jing Yuhang's face vanished. "Are you certain?" "Quite certain," Zhou Yu affirmed. Jing Yuhang's expression darkened. My mother intervened at my behest to assist her. Surely, she should have brought a token of thanks for me as well. Zhou Yu chuckled awkwardly. On the surface, it was indeed not you who saved Miss Zhong. If she were to thank you, it would raise suspicions. Does that mean my covert assistance holds no merit? Jing Yuhang scoffed, glaring at Zhou Yu. Confirm once more. You will go in person. Hurry. Zhou Yu paled at the command. Yes. After dispatching Zhou Yu, Jing Yuhang entrusted his sword to a waiting servant and retreated to bathe. He had a habit of bathing after his sword practice, and the attendants had prepared the water in advance. However, today, he completed his bathing ritual much more swiftly than usual. When Zhou Yu returned, drenched in sweat, Jing Yuhang had already emerged from his bath, clad in a deep crimson brocade robe. A servant stood before him with a tray laden with various jade pendants, from which he was selecting. Your Highness, you look... Zhou Yu stammered, taken aback. You look rather flamboyant today, though the term lacked refinement. Zhou Yu found it fitting. Jing Yuhang appeared almost like a captivating male fox, dressed to entice. Such attire was undeniably eye-catching, causing even Zhou Yu to avert his gaze. Have you confirmed? Jing Yuhang inquired, lifting a white jade pendant for inspection. Zhou Yu lowered his head. I have confirmed. Is there nothing for me as a token of gratitude? None. Very well, splendid. The jade pendant Jing Yuhang held shattered in his grasp. Is she still in the front hall? Zhou Yu, shrinking slightly, replied. When I returned, she was still here, but she is preparing to take her leave. Before Zhou Yu could finish, Jing Yuhang was already a blur of red, darting out of the courtyard. Chapter 93. Perhaps unaware of his affection in the front hall, having just seen off the guests from the Zhong and Qi families, the Jin Wangfei and her husband were engaged in conversation when their son hurriedly entered, his gaze darting about as if searching for someone. Minjing? Why the haste? Is there something urgent? The Jin Wang inquired. However, the Jin Wangfei, noticing her son's attire, seemed to have an epiphany and interjected. There's no need to search. Everyone has left. Searching for someone? Who? The Jin Wang, still trying to comprehend, was met with a knowing glare from his wife, which prompted him to chuckle in realization, teasingly remarking, I never thought my son would find himself in such a predicament. If you fancy that girl from the Qi family, why didn't you say so sooner? I could have sought the emperor's favor to arrange a marriage for you. Father, please don't. Just as Jing Yuhang was about to deny it, he hesitated. Wait, which Qi family? When did he ever express interest in the Qi girl? This child, pretending to be oblivious, the Jin Wangfei remarked with a smile, I have never seen you show such concern for any girl, requesting me to fetch clothes and come to your aid. So, do you not fancy the Qi girl? Mother, you misunderstand. Jing Yuhang attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by the Jin Wang. How could your mother and I be mistaken? At your age, having someone you care for is nothing to be ashamed of. A true man should be forthright. I find the Qi girl quite admirable. Perhaps you should settle on her. It's not her. What? The Jin Wang and Appo's enthusiasm was abruptly doused with cold water, leaving him in disbelief. Could it be you are genuinely compassionate? My son, a benevolent soul? This is hard to believe. Jing Yuhang retorted, I have no such leisure. What's going on then? The Jin Wang, sensing the potential loss of a future daughter-in-law, grew anxious, more so than Jing Yuhang himself. The Jin Wangfei, ever perceptive, speculated if it's not the Qi family, then it must be. The Zhong family? No. Jing Yuhang instinctively sought to deny it, but found himself at a loss for words. He simply could not bear to see the third prince employ such tactics, and if it were anyone else, he wouldn't stand idly by. It wasn't affection. It was her. The Jin Wangfei scrutinized her son, observing the strange evasion in his eyes and the flush of his ears. There was little left to decipher. It seems it is indeed the Zhong girl, she concluded confidently. Yet, somehow, that gown had ended up on the Qi girl and Appo's as form, leading to her misunderstanding. Jing Yuhang attempted to clarify. It was merely a casual act of assistance. Weren't you just saying you had no leisure for such things? The Jin Wang directly confronted him, exasperated. If you fancy her, then just admit it. Why must you be so coy? Jing Yuhang scoffed. I have no affection for her. She didn't even send a token of gratitude. That woman is so miserly. Who will be enamored with her? His gaze fell upon a brocade box nearby, already opened to reveal 6 exquisitely crafted ceramic jars, presumably the moisturizing balm she had gifted. What is this? The Jin Wangfei nearly burst into laughter at her son's feigned ignorance. This is the moisturizing balm that Miss Zhong sent me, claiming she made it herself. What? Do you wish to have some? Ha, who would use that? Jing Yuheng mocked. The Jin Wangfei continued to scrutinize him. Uncomfortable. Jing Yuheng turned away, then, after a moment, nonchalantly approached the box, picking up one jar and inspecting it with a serious expression. Mother's items should be scrutinized cautiously. What if it doesn't suit you? Wouldn't that be troublesome? Oh, and what do you suggest? Cough. Jing Yuheng placed the jar back down, covered the box, and cradled it in his arms. Perhaps I should have Mr. Wei examine it for any issues. The Jin Wangfei raised an eyebrow. If it poses no problem, you must return it to me. After all, it is a token of goodwill from the girl. Then I shall take my leave. Jing Yuheng did not respond further, carrying the box away, leaving the Jin Wang in a state of bewilderment. Did he take everything? The Jin Wang marveled, having spun a web of intrigue merely for that box. Do you wish for back? The Jin Wangfei chided. The Jin Wang, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled and rubbed his hand. I heard it can soften hands. I would like to try it as well. He affectionately rubbed the back of the Jin Wangfei's hand, grinning. I assent it because you find my hands rough? I only wish to improve for your sake. Even after all these years, you still haven't matured. The Jin Wangfei admonished him with an eye roll. Let us return to the matter at hand. You have seen Minjing's demeanor. Though he does not admit it, he is clearly fond of the Zhong girl. However, considering the Zhong family status, a union might not sit well with the emperor. Previously, when the Empress Dowager suggested a marriage, Minjing had dismissed it, and she had not pursued the matter further. Now, it seemed evident that Minjing harbored feelings which warranted careful deliberation. As a mother, she hoped Minjing would marry his beloved. Yet the Zhong girl, upon hearing his wife's concerns, the Jin Wang grew serious. Given our families and Oppo's circumstances, it would be prudent for the Empress Dowager to take the initiative in proposing the marriage. The last time the Empress Dowager intended to arrange a union, Minjing rejected it. She is proud and may not easily relent. The Jin Wangfei expressed her worries. Since it is Minjing who is smitten, he should be the one to convey his intentions to the Empress Dowager. If he were capable of that, would we be in this predicament? Perhaps his bride would have already arrived. The Jin Wangfei knew her son well. You see how he acted earlier? He might be fond of her, yet remains oblivious to it, being all too stubborn. I have never seen him dress so flamboyantly. Could it be a festive mood for the new year? No one would believe it. They say a woman adorns herself to please her beloved. Yet a man, too, is not exempt from this. In her youth, when the Jin Wang first came to meet her, he was no different. Remarkably, they were indeed alike. Father and son. Should I convey a message to the Empress Dowager to gauge her thoughts? Let us wait a while, the Jin Wangfei pondered. I am uncertain of the Zhong family's intentions. After the new year, I shall find an occasion to host a banquet and invite Miss Zhong to our residence. It wouldn't hurt for the two young ones to meet. Very well, time is on our side. The Jin Wang suppressed his excitement. At long last, the day of our son's marriage is drawing near. Chapter 94. He must have her handmade gift. Jing Yuheng took the nourishing balm scent by Zhong Lingyue. Yet he felt no joy. Instead, his frustration grew. His mother merely had to utter a few words to receive a gift from her, while he, who busied himself with errands, received nothing in return and even had to compete with his mother for it. How infuriating! Was Zhong Lingyue truly that stingy? He had not asked for anything excessively valuable, just a casual offering. No, what she gifted him could not be trivial. If she could bestow a handmade balm upon his mother, then he must have one crafted by her own hands. But now, he found himself with nothing, with a belly full of anger and nowhere to vent. Jing Yuheng summoned the idle Zhou Yu and Zhou, and upon returning to Lingyue residence to spar in martial arts. Though termed to spar, was, in truth, a mere outlet for his frustration. Given the prince's martial prowess, the two were no match, easily being overwhelmed. Eventually, Zhou Yu, unable to withstand any longer, had a sudden idea amid the rising tensions of the training ground. He quickly dodged and suggested, "My lord, Perhaps Ms. Zhong has yet to find the opportunity to present you with a gift? Upon hearing this, Jing Yuhang paused, intrigued. What did he mean? Just as Zhou Yu was about to elaborate, Zhou En, seemingly seizing an opportunity, charged forward with a clenched fist. Brother, let us flank him together. Zhou Yu's eyes widened in horror, realizing too late that his brother might have thought to distract the prince intentionally. He watched helplessly as Jing Yuhang dodged Zhou En's attack with uncanny precision, swiftly subduing him and sending him sprawling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Yu thought, this foolish brother of mine, does he truly believe that was a deliberate distraction? In the distance, Zhou, in dust-covered and bruised, attempted to rise and continue. But Zhou Yu hastily pushed him aside, urging, stay put and do not move. Noticing Jing Yuhang's growing impatience, Zhou Yu quickly returned to him, grinning as he spoke. My lord, you assisted Ms. Zhong in private yesterday. It would be improper for her to present you with a gift openly, as it might tarnish her reputation. Perhaps upon returning home, she arranged for someone to deliver it to you discreetly. Could it be true? Is it really so? Although uncertain, he grasped at the notion, primarily wishing to protect himself and his brother from further consequences. After considering Zhou Yu's reasoning, Jing Yuhang found it plausible. Indeed, it was inappropriate for her to present a gift publicly. If it were to be done in secret, then arrangements must be made for a discreet delivery. Go, instruct all the gates to accept any gifts meant for me and ensure they are brought forth immediately. Yes, Zhou Yu promptly replied, eager to escape, but was halted after just a few steps. You are to keep an eye on the general's residence to guarantee her gift arrives safely without any mishaps. Upon hearing the seriousness of his lord and Appo's command, Zhou Yu and Appo's heart sank, though he dared not show it on his face. He could only respond, understood. As Zhou Yu departed, Jing Yuhang's mood lightened. Zhou En, scratching his head, stepped forward, asking, what about me? Am I free to leave? Should I not accompany you to watch over the general's residence? However, Jing Yuhang beckoned him, continue. You shall not cease until you strike me. With a woeful expression, Zhou En clenched his fists and rushed back into the fray. Before long, the training ground was once again enveloped in a cloud of dust. Zhou En sat on the ground, nursing his foot, his face pale. Why must my lord be so displeased? Even in joy, he seeks to strike. This hardship, could it not befall another? Perhaps the heavens heeded his silent prayers, for unexpectedly, someone arrived to summon the prince. My lord, an imperial edict. The emperor requests your immediate presence in the palace. A servant reported hastily. Jing Yuhang inquired, did they specify the matter at hand? The servant shook his head, indicating that the urgency of the situation was apparent. Jing Yuhang nodded, acknowledging the request. Zhou En, propping himself up from the ground, remarked, my lord, could it be related to last night's affair? A flicker of concern crossed his face. If this was the manner in which the prince was summoned, perhaps it would be better for him to endure another beating. With the New Year's Eve approaching, the emperor's sudden summons seemed ominous. Jing Yuhang, maintaining a stoic demeanor, instructed Zhou En to continue practicing while he himself prepared with a quick wash and a change of attire before mounting his horse and riding away. Upon reaching the palace gates, a servant awaited him. My lord, you have arrived. The emperor is eagerly awaiting your presence. This servant, a disciple of the chief eunuch Huang Gonggong, had evidently been instructed to await Jing Yuhang and Appo's arrival due to the urgency of the matter. Dismounting, Jing Yuhang followed the servant inside. Along the way, the servant discreetly revealed that the matter concerned the third prince. Jing Yuhang had already surmised as much and hastened to the location of the emperor. In the imperial study, upon being announced, Jing Yuhang entered to find the emperor with his hand on his forehead, visibly fatigued. Prime Minister Yin and Capital Guard Zhang Xian stood nearby, their expressions revealing an undercurrent of tension as they regarded Jing Yuhang's arrival. Jing Yuhang, pay my respects to your majesty, he said, bowing. Rise, the emperor commanded wearily. I have heard of the incident involving Chenglan. I understand you were present? Jing Yuhang nodded yes. It was reported by Lord Zhang that Chenglan sought to share a private room with someone who was unyielding and subsequently harmed her. Is this accurate? Chapter 95. Sent to the Xie residence upon hearing this, Jing Yuhang turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian, seemingly surprised. Is that what you, Lord Zhong, have said? Zhong Xian, under the intense scrutiny of those deep, dark eyes, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, rendering his words somewhat hesitant. Yes, it is like that. The truth of yesterday and Appo's events mattered little. What held significance was how Minister Yin wished for him to articulate it. However, he had not anticipated that the emperor would summon the crown Prince of Jin, which complicated matters considerably. The esteemed status of the Jin crown prince, coupled with the emperor's trust, suggested that today's proceedings would be critical for him. Zhong Xian began to perspire profusely. But when you, Lord Zhong, and I deliberated on this matter yesterday, our conclusion was not as such. Did you perhaps misremember, or has someone instructed you to speak thus? Jing Yuheng's words were laden with implication as he cast a pointed glance at the composed Minister Yin. Those present were not fools. They understood precisely whom his remarks were directed at. After hearing this, Minister Yan's expression remained unchanged, yet it was Zhong Xian who suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." The events of last night unfolded so suddenly. The assailant who injured the third prince remains at large. At that moment, everyone was outside the private room and did not witness the full scenario. The one who knows this best is none other than the third prince himself. So, are you suggesting, Lord Zhong, that a single person's testimony suffices to render judgment? Is this how you typically conduct your investigations? Jing Yuheng scoffed coldly. Your humble servant. Your humble servant, Zhong Xian stammered, furtively glancing up for a plea for help from Minister Yin, only to find himself locking eyes with Jing Yuheng. He instinctively shrank back, shutting his eyes and trembling. Emperor Jing turned his gaze to Minister Yin. What do you have to say? Minister Yin, unfazed, did not respond directly to the Emperor and Appo's inquiry. Instead, he bowed and declared, Your Majesty, the third prince was grievously injured last night and still lies in bed. You must not let the assailant go unpunished. The more righteous he sounded, the more it provoked the Emperor and Appo's ire, causing him to clutch his chest and gasp for breath. Nearly collapsing backward, the attending eunuch Huang rushed forward to support him. Your Majesty, be cautious. Jing Yuheng stepped forward, addressing Minister Yin in a cold tone. Indeed, we must pursue the assailant responsible for the third prince's misfortune. However, the third prince was a guest at your residence last night. How could such an oversight occur? Does Minister Yin bear no responsibility in this matter? Upon hearing this, Minister Yin immediately knelt, his eyes reddening. I am guilty. I failed to protect the third prince. He wiped away a tear, lamenting, Your Majesty, please rest assured in entrusting the third prince to me, yet now such a calamity has befallen him. I am old and senile, unworthy of my position. I beseech you to relieve me of my duties. He coughed violently, appearing most pitiable. What a clever maneuver of retreat, disguised as progress. Minister Yin, you are being overly dramatic. Emperor Jing sighed deeply, recognizing that this incident stemmed from the third prince's own recklessness and could not solely be blamed on Minister Yin. Your Majesty, Minister Yin had anticipated the emperor's attitude, but was taken aback when he heard. However, Ming Jing does have a point. The incident occurred while the third prince was residing at your estate. If I were to impose no penalties upon you, would it not invite speculation that you wield unchecked power, disregarding authority? Minister Yin and Appo's complexion changed, and he hastily bowed his head, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I am terrified. I harbor no such intentions. Thus, you shall take a well-deserved rest during this festival, and I shall entrust the matters of the southern inspection to Minister Xie. The third prince, having sustained injuries, must recuperate, while Cheng Mo shall replace me on this southern expedition. Your Majesty, Minister Yin attempted to interject, but Emperor Jing provided him no opportunity to speak further. He turned his attention back to the still kneeling Zhong Xian and pronounced, Zhong Xian has been lax in his duties, unworthy of his position. Henceforth, he is dismissed from his office and placed under confinement. Ming Jing, you shall collaborate with the supervisory court to investigate if there are any injustices or wrongful accusations under his jurisdiction, leaving no stone unturned. Once the truth is ascertained, we shall determine his punishment. Yes, enough. I am weary. You may all take your leave. Without waiting for any further comments, Emperor Jing rose, supported by eunuch Huang as he exited the study. Zhang Xian, wailing in despair, was escorted away, while Minister Yin slowly stood, approaching Jing Yuheng. Such righteousness, young master. Do you not fear that being overly resolute may lead to your downfall? This statement was a blatant threat. Jing Yuheng appeared oblivious to the underlying menace, instead responding with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Minister Yin. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to focus on the third princess condition. Is there still hope for his recovery? You, Minister Yin, incensed, stormed away. Jing Yuheng, relishing the moment, felt a sense of satisfaction. Over the years, Minister Yin's faction had dominated the court, while the third prince had thrived, indulging in countless nefarious deeds. If such a person were to inherit the throne, it would spell disaster for the nation. Observing Minister Yin and Amp, oppose, as current state, it seemed the third prince might be rendered powerless, and without leverage, his days were numbered. Meanwhile, the second prince was gradually emerging as a contender. One wondered what he might be up to. Jing Yuheng recalled the shadowy figures behind the third prince's entrapment. If it truly was the second prince. Just then, eunuch Huang appeared. Young master, the emperor requests your presence. Jing Yuheng gathered his thoughts and followed eunuch Huang to the emperor's chamber. Inside, the emperor was taking medicine, the scent of herbs permeating the air. Your Majesty. Jing Yuheng approached and bowed respectfully. The emperor smiled and gestured for him to come closer. There is no need for such formality between us when no one else is present. I prefer to hear you address me as uncle. Uncle. Excellent. Today, your cooperation has been exemplary. The faction led by Minister Yin has caused turmoil in the court and must be eradicated. But what of Chenglan? How is the third prince faring? Jing Yuheng inquired with genuine concern. The emperor sighed. The imperial physician is still attending to him. I fear the situation is dire. This matter must not be made public. Do you understand? Jing Yuheng nodded. I understand. Chenglan has been spoiled over the years. My laxity in guidance has allowed him to reach this state. Meanwhile, Chenghan, due to injuries sustained in early campaigns against bandits, is now unable to assume the throne. Thus, only Cheng Mo remains. The emperor had 4 sons. The eldest, Jing Chenghan, was incapacitated. The third prince, Jing Chenglan, now faced a precarious future. The fourth prince had passed away in infancy, leaving only the second prince to consider. While it seemed coincidental in a royal household, such occurrences inevitably raise suspicions. Regardless of whether the second prince had played a part behind the scenes, he remained a figure of intrigue, even in the eyes of his own father. For this southern expedition, you shall go alongside, Cheng Mo understood. He had the same intention. After taking his leave, Jing Yuheng exited, leaving only the emperor and eunuch Huang in the chamber. What do you think of Ming Jing, this child? The emperor asked his companion. Eunuch Huang lowered his head and smiled. The young master is the emperor and Amp, Oppo's own nephew. He is certainly exceptional. Exceptional is an understatement, the emperor sighed. Sometimes I wish Ming Jing were my own son. Eunuch Huang and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted, and he bowed his head, not daring to respond. The emperor, lost in thought, reflected on how none of his sons could compare to Ming Jing. Had the fourth prince survived, perhaps? Sigh. He gazed out beyond the palace. Releasing another sigh, his health could not withstand many more years, and this vast empire, now flourishing, must be entrusted to someone trustworthy. At the Jin Prince and Amp, Oppo's residence, Jing Yuheng returned home to find Zhou Yu standing anxiously in the courtyard. Well, has her token of gratitude been delivered? Zhou Yu hesitated, struggling to find her words. Is something amiss? Did she not send it? Jing Yuheng's expression darkened. Send it, Zhou Yu stuttered. Jing Yuheng smirked, displaying a semblance of conscience. He extended his hand, inquiring, and Oppo's. Where is it? And Oppo's. He was eager to see what kind of token of gratitude she would bestow upon him. Zhou Yu responded, and Oppo's. Why the hesitation? Speak, and Amp, Oppo's. Lowering her head and fidgeting, she bravely declared, and Amp, Oppo's. It has been sent to the Xie residence, and Amp, Oppo's. Chapter 96. Has a thief entered the manor? As night descended, Zhong Lingyue emerged from her bath to find Zhu Yi tidying up. Noticing the exquisite brocade box on the table, she inquired, "My lord, are we truly not sending this gift to the Jin Prince's residence?" Although she had prepared for yesterday's events, and nothing untoward was expected, given that young Master Xie and the heir had rendered assistance, it was only natural for her to express her gratitude. Thus, she had arranged 2 gifts intended for the respective families. However, inexplicably, upon returning from the Jin Prince and Appo's residence today, she announced that the gift for the heir was no longer necessary. Everything had seemed fine before her departure. Why this sudden change of heart? Could it be that the heir had vexed her again? Not sending it. He did not save me, so why should I send anything? Zhong Lingyue replied tersely. Zui, sensing the underlying emotion in her words, teased, "Isn't it because you weren't under the influence of that medicine? Otherwise, wouldn't the heir have saved you?" Zhong Lingyue fell silent. Observing her flustered reaction, Zhu Qing joined in the jest. "But young Master Xie did save you, and you still express your gratitude. Is this not a case of favoritism? After all, I was the one who sought his help. I cannot let him make a trip for naught," Zhong Lingyue insisted, attempting to justify her stance. Offering a return gift is merely a matter of etiquette. Zhu seized the moment to tease further. "Oh, so the obligation to the heir can be left unfulfilled then?" "Indeed," Zhu Qing chimed in. "Even if we disregard yesterday and Appo's events, what about last night? The heir was of immense help, and yet you refused to offer any token of thanks?" Zhong Lingyue glared at them in exasperation. "Why are you 2 advocating for him? What did you start speaking on behalf of outsiders?" "Not at all. We merely think your attitude toward the Jin Prince and Appo's heir is rather unusual," Zhu Qing replied, nodding in agreement. "Last night, you entrusted him with such a matter. That shows considerable trust, does it not?" Feeling cornered, Zhong Lingyue retorted angrily. "I believe you are both simply enchanted by his appearance. He is indeed handsome, and he suits you quite well." "Who is suited to him?"